We gon' separate live from jazz. You might understand me. Ain't always better than damn. Hope we're better than no. Trap. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one trap. 357, nigga gon' lay his ass down. Nigga came at me about a fucking bitch. 357, I laid his ass down quick. Blah, boom. Yeah, all that shit. Niggas talking shit. Going with all that shit. 20s, 50s, 100s shit, I want it all. First round draft pick, that's how I ball. Big bitch, she bad, but I put that hoe on pause. Trap. I'm on my trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. NBA baller, I'm that trap pick. He 57, lay his ass down quick. Body found in the bag, laying in the ditch. Blah. I'm on my trap shit. For 48 a bitch. Nigga playing with the G shit. Simo, you know I'm with the shit. I'm ballin', girl, paid him back in 96. Don't give a fuck about what I do, cause they don't make you shit. 93 gang bad, they trap beat. I don't know nothing about shit, I'm on some trap shit. Hold the fuck up. I don't think these niggas believe in you, man. They sleeping on you. Free your mind. I thought you the number one draft pick. Yeah. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one draft pick. Don't turn off the phone. It's time for this meet. Had to grind for the shot, is all the way on me. I'm on some trap shit, you niggas somewhere out there sleeping. Trap like a drive-through, they know I keep growing mad, cause I keep on firing up that reefer. I told them fists, gotta hold it down for my people. Ballin' like a motherfucking trap pick. D57, me gon' lay his ass down quick. These scared of someone bad, that's all a nigga need. In my trap house, no sticks, stems, or no seeds. NBA drought pick, that's how I ball. 20, 50, 100 shit, I want it all. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one drought pick.
See, sometimes you gotta make decisions.
Which one you gonna do? See my motherfucker down. You do.
In the bed, I be like,
Fuck what niggas say. Watch what he do. He is a Yankee. Best move, your next move. You did. I might just give me a sec. I might just get this shit gone. I might just fuck on your bitch and send it back home. I might just call up the plug. You know if it ain't about money, it ain't no love. I might just put me a move. I just might mask up and tell me a team. I just might call up the plug. You know if it ain't about money, it ain't no love. I might just fuck you a 10. I might just fuck you a gram. I might just show you the plug to show you who I am. Fuck as soon as I met her. That bitch is out of pocket. You gotta kill her. I ain't tripping on me. Nigga hood got my brother. I'm on no block, you nigga flossing, don't know better. Oh, I hate that nigga wanna do shit that you tell.
Yo. What's good? What's up with it?
What's good, buddy?
Shout out to the MOB, the Masters of Boxing. My boy, Young Billy Boxing. What's good? Right side, what up? Brother Boxing, what's good?
What's good, my nigga?
Hey man, salute, man. You rocking tonight, man. You had that. You had it rocking tonight, bro.
Yeah, all the time, all day, every day. What's good, my boy? Right side, man. What's good? How you feeling?
Man, I'm lovely, bro. I'm excited, man. I'm excited for this weekend. I'm really excited for this weekend. I think we got some good fights coming up, and we about to see where 147 how that shit shape up, bro. I'm excited about it.
Hell yeah, Earl Spence and your Dennis Ugas in a unification, champion versus champion. This is what it's all about. This is what the greatness is. This is what it's all about.
You speaking all facts, H, and I'm excited to see what Bud gonna do too.
We already Bud gonna be that, bro.
Oh, Terrence Crawford, man.
We
already gonna be down there on Dallas, man. We come to Dallas, man. We looking for Earl, man. We already went to the ocean. We went to the ocean already.
He better show up. You talking like that?
We gonna go to the fight, man.
I heard he wasn't gonna show up. That's what I heard. They said he wasn't gonna go to this fight.
Hey, brother.
But look, they've been calling out Terrence Crawford all week long. You know, Earl Spence, he just did a workout today, and they was asking him who you want to fight next. He said he want to fight Terrence Crawford next. The PBC, I think they about to announce it.
Bro, he forced to fight this fight.
Nah, he been wanting to fight Terrence Crawford, bro.
They gonna force this guy to take the fight, bro.
Hey, how they gonna force it?
They gonna force it.
Nah, man. Listen, Terrence Crawford been with Top Rank this whole time. He should have went to the PBC with the rest of the welterweights, bro.
Now we going.
He's going to the PBC now.
We taking all
now he's going to the PBC.
Bud taking all challenges, bro. Bud, we taking all challenges.
He gotta show me.
Hold on, but no, not real quick though. Bud ain't taking all challenges.
Yes, he is, man. We fighting boots. We fight boots, man. We'll fight anybody, bro.
All right, brother Boxing, that's your opinion. I got that.
That's Team Bud's opinion. That's our opinion.
Okay, fine. That's Team Bud opinion. I got that. If that's the case, they didn't pick up the fight against Keith Thurman.
Man, Keith Thurman won $10 million, man. Come on, bro. $10 million. Keith Thurman was all fucking outpriced himself. Everybody fucking knows. Nigga, we wanted that fight. We've been asking for the Keith Thurman fight, nigga.
All right,
been
bro.
asking for the Earl Spence fight. Earl Spence made excuses. Oh, I'm gonna take.
Nah, man. Earl Spence calling him out right now. We don't want to hear no excuses from you.
Hey, bud. Hey, man. I just called you Bud, brother Boss. I called you Bud, bro.
Because I'm a Terrence Crawford fan.
Look, bro, and this is my biggest problem. I love Bud Crawford. Like, Bud Crawford is a great fighter, bro. I love Bud Crawford. It just, man, come on, man. We can't argue about I love Errol Spence. Man, I think people forget that Errol Spence fan base is Bud Crawford fan base in a lot of situations. You know what I'm saying? So, bro, it's
like 50-50 though. It's like kind of like 50-50. People support EJ and people support Bud, man.
But you got people in between. I support both. I like both fighters.
Yeah, you do.
I like both fighters. I love both.
I can't shit on Earl Spence. Earl Spence is a good fighter. I cannot lie. But I'm saying that I don't think he beats Bud.
And I got it a 50-50 fight. I can't even call who wins that fight. I'm more.
We gotta see if Earl Spence the same fire though, bro. We gotta
But,
see
but,
if
but,
he's
but I'm more worried. So my thing is I want to see Earl get through Ugas. That's what I'm
yeah.
trying to.
Ugas can really fight, bro.
I
You
like.
know,
I think Ugas is a hell of a.
because if you seen that Sean Porter fight ringside, he didn't want no problem. He
All right,
didn't
so,
want no smoking that inside with Ugas, bro. Porter didn't
but,
want no smoking with the ring against Ugas, bro.
but
The inside.
this is the problem. This is the problem. Earl Spence is a great inside fighter, bro. He's a great inside fighter.
So I think Sean Porter is a great inside fighter.
And who won the fight between Earl Spence and Sean? And on the inside, who won the fight?
I think if Sean Porter doesn't get dropped, he wins the fight. But
No,
obviously Earl Spence,
but that ain't what we at. We ain't going in.
bro, Earl Spence won the fight. I give it to him. He won the fight by split decision. Bud
But
stopped that nigga though. Bud stopped him. Bro.
I agree. Bud stopped him. I agree with that. I agree. I'm not disagreeing one bit. And once again, my thing is I like both fighters, so I'm not trying to take nothing from neither one of them. My thing is I want to see those two fighters fight. And so at the end of the day, I don't even though I think Ugas is a good fighter, Ugas versus Bud Crawford ain't nearly the same as Bud Crawford against Earl Spence. It ain't even close. And so I think that Earl gonna get he gonna get the stoppage in this fight. And then I want to see him and Bud face off. What's the problem with me saying that?
No, you're right though, man. I don't have a problem with it. What I'm saying is, I think people are sleeping on you, Dennis Ugas.
No, I think Dennis Ugas is a great fighter though. I think he's a great fighter.
But I just think I think Earl gonna be too much for him, bro.
I agree with that. I agree with you. I think Earl wins that fight, but I don't think it's an easy fight for Earl. I don't think it's easy at all. But I won't. And this is me rooting. The reason I'm rooting for Earl is because the fight for boxing right now. I done said this so many times. The fight for boxing is Earl Spence, Bud Crawford. That's the fight.
It's the biggest fight in the world, bro. If it gets made.
And that's what I want to see. And so I'm rooting.
But I don't know. Hold up, Ring. I don't know if Earl Spence is the same fighter because he got a torn retina. We don't know if he's the same fighter.
Man, he just beat up on Danny Garcia.
Hold on, but this is the thing. I don't care.
The torn retina was with the Manny Pacquiao fight.
But this is the thing. I don't. If he's not the same fighter, he gonna get exposed by Ugas. But if he doesn't get exposed by Ugas, then it shows that he is the same fighter, and we need to see him and Bud in the ring together. That's all I'm trying to.
But I want to say, I hope Bud's there to fight, bro. Really talking. I hope he goes to the fight, bro. And I hope he shows up in Dallas, man, because if he gets in the ring, that shit gonna be a riot, bro.
This shit is epic, bro. It's epic. It's epic if Bud get in the ring if Earl Spence beat Ugas and then Bud get in the ring, bro. That's an epic press conference. That's an epic. I mean, that's man, that's the shit I want to see. That's
but all I'm gonna say is, man, we should have got this fight 2 years ago, bro. But I'm okay getting the fight now.
But this is the thing. I don't disagree that we should have got it then, but you got to look at the different circumstances that were playing out. You got to look at all the circumstances. You had car accidents, retina injuries on
COVID-19. Yeah, COVID-19.
COVID-19. You had all that on Earl's side, but then at the same time, you had damn Top Rank and the PBC. Well, this was the Deontay Wilder fight, but the PBC suing Top Rank. And so when you got all that going on, companies not trying to do business with each other, you go when you have that going on, it's a bunch going on there. So I think at this moment in time, we got both of these fighters. They're both great fighters at this current moment in time. Let's see the fight happen. And with Bud being a free agent, it gives him the opportunity to go and make that fight happen. I digress.
Yeah, I think Bud should fight a 2-fight deal. He should sign a 2-fight deal with PBC. I think that'd be the best for his career. You know?
Yeah.
But obviously he can, be a free agent still like Mike Garcia. You can do like what Mikey does, fight for every promotion company.
But at the end of the day, I in my opinion, hell, if Bud go sign a 2-fight deal, guess what the 2 fights I want to see?
Earl Spence.
Earl Spence 1 and Earl Spence 2. That's the fights I want to see between them. I don't need all that other stuff that's going on. It's all good and well, and I understand. I ain't saying Bud ducking nobody. I don't think Bud is a ducker, bro. I think Bud want the smoke. I think he want all the smoke. You know what I'm saying? The same way I think EJ want all the smoke. That's why I believe.
Nah, man, EJ don't want the smoke. He left with Bud stopped Porter. Bud stopped Porter. That nigga left. Let me
out the room. Hold on, let me just finish.
That's cap. Now you capping. He do want to fight. He been calling him out all week. You just don't want the fight. That's the problem.
Let me just finish this, and then you can rock, brother.
Go ahead, right side.
All I wanted to say was I think both of them want to fight, and now they're in prime position for the fight to be had. The biggest thing that EJ said was ask Bob. And now with Bud being a free agent and not saying, I don't know if he done signed with the PBC or not, don't know what's going on there. But at the end of the day, I don't care because he's a free agent. And so if Spence wins this fight, this is the prime opportunity for the fight. Everybody's in position. So it removes the politicians. It removed a lot of trash that was going on in between. And now the fight can be made. Yeah, I would have wanted to see the fight made before, but I think this is the prime opportunity.
Yeah, I think it's a prime opportunity also. Because Spence gonna beat you guys, I feel like, and then the next fight should already be signed between him and Crawford, man. Because that's the only fight these two guys need to fight right now, man. These only two guys, man, the best guys in the division. They need to take this fight, man.
Agreed. I agree. And I want to see them. And I like both of them. I got it a 50-50 fight. I don't even have a winner in the fight yet just because I like both fighters. You know what I'm saying? So let's make it happen. And we get to see who's good.
Bro, I don't want nobody sleep on you, Dennis Ugas also, because I feel like a lot of people are just like looking at him. Oh, he's just gonna be a tune-up, bro. Nah, man, Dennis is really.
Hey, fix your audio, bro.
You can't hear?
Nah, you low, bro. You low.
I said your Dennis Ugas is a great fighter.
No, but this is the thing. I think that the fans, as fans, we made Ugas, right? I think we made. I don't think that Earl Spence and his camp overlooking. You see what I'm saying? And that's what matters. So yeah.
So you think Earl Spence overlooked him?
No, I'm saying I think the fans may be overlooking him, but I think that Earl Spence and his camp understands the task at hand, and they're preparing for Ugas.
Yeah, they need to.
No, I think that's what they're doing.
Ugas is really fucking strong, bro. He's probably like a top 2 strong welterweight, bro.
Bro, when you say strong, what do you? Please elaborate because he doesn't have.
I'm saying is when I went to go watch the Porter fight, Porter really couldn't do shit in the inside. That's why he had to box him on the outside.
Because you guys pushed.
No, I'm saying no. I get what you're saying, but Ugas got a lot of great boxing skills. He got a nice right hand. He got some nice boxing skills, but he really got a lot of footwork, and I feel like. Well, Earl, I feel like you gotta have a lot of footwork, bro.
So the thing is Ugas, you gotta with him being from that Cuban school of boxing, fundamentally he has great fundamentals. The high guard that he wears, the tight guard that he wears is fantastic. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah. What's going to end up happening in this fight, and like you said, I think footwork is going to what is going to be the difference for footwork and power. I think those are going to be the difference. And yeah, Ugas, if you watch him fight, he gets off, but he'll take punches to get off. Yeah. And when you take, it is different from taking punches from a Manny Pacquiao versus a Earl Spence. Those are different punches.
Well,
you know.
Now Manny Pacquiao got power too, though. Now. Manny Pacquiao might be a bigger puncher than Earl, though.
Hold on. But that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying what I'm saying is the Manny Pacquiao that Ugas fought is not at the level of now the younger Pacquiao, a 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35-year-old Pacquiao is a much different Pacquiao from a 40-year-old Pacquiao. You know what I'm saying?
43-year-old. He was 42 years old.
53. Yeah. And that so what I'm saying is
but also people forget like he had a 2-year layoff though.
But all I'm saying is so
the 40-year-old Manny Pacquiao just beat Keith Thurman. He was 40 years old when he beat Keith Thurman. So Manny Pacquiao was coming off one of his biggest wins. And we can't take away from Ugas' victory, bro. Man, he beat a great Manny Pacquiao. If Earl Spence would have beat Manny Pacquiao, everybody would have gave him his credit. So we got to give Ugas his credit for beating Pacquiao. Like,
but I'm not taking away from his credit. See that you missed the point. I'm not taking away from Ugas.
When you say Manny Pacquiao was 40 or this and that, like it sounds like you're saying that he beat an old Manny Pacquiao.
No, but what I'm saying is that the power was different because of Manny Pacquiao's age. That's what I was saying. I'm strictly speaking about.
Pacquiao still had power though. I feel like Pacquiao still had power. He just dropped Keith Thurman in his last fight.
So you think 40
power to drop Keith Thurman?
No, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying you think a 40-year-old Pacquiao has more power than Earl Spence, 31-year-old Earl Spence?
One thing we know that power is the last thing that leave a fighter. Is power. You know what I mean? So Pacquiao still was a big puncher at the time. You know, so to say, I mean, Earl is a good puncher, but who's a bigger puncher, Pacquiao or Earl? Who hits harder? You know what I mean? That's a tough one, to be honest with you. You know, I want to know what the people think. What you think? You say you think Earl hit harder? He's a harder puncher than Pacquiao right now?
I think at his age, as far as compared to, I think a 31-year-old Spence versus a 40-plus-year-old, I think Earl Spence is a harder hitter right now.
And when's the last time Earl got a knockout?
I agree with that. What was it, 2018 maybe? Maybe, I think it was
So I think Earl is strong though. He's a good puncher. He got some power, but it's not like it ain't no devastating power for sure.
The question is though is we see the question we never had was what we questioned was, does he have a real camp or does he have a fat camp? You know what I'm saying? His camp losing weight. And so when's the last time we've seen an Earl Spence come in and be in shape for the majority of his camp from what and this is going off of
the Danny
Coach
Garcia fight?
Go ahead. Say it again.
The fight with Danny Garcia.
The Danny Garcia fight, he was coming off the car accident.
Yeah, but he was in good shape though. Like he changed the way he was living. He even said it. Like he said but in that Sean Porter fight, he was like blowing up to 200 pounds in between fights. So when he came back in that fight with Danny Garcia, he was like, yo, I'm rededicated. I'm not walking around at 200 pounds no more. And, you know, he started to focus. So you think his performance will be different because he got a nutritionist this time? Is that what it is?
No, I just think he's it may be a nutritionist. I just think he's going to be in better shape than he's been in going into fights previously. And because of that, and this is only me going off of what different sparring partners have said. You know, Coach Ronnie was on with YB and Joe the other day, and he had a fighter who was in there with Earl and kind of what he was saying. And, you know, when you're just hearing the different stories come out of the camp, saying that this man is in pretty great shape, and we hadn't seen him in pretty great. Well, I'm not going to say we hadn't seen him in pretty great shape. We know that he's not always been in great shape coming into camp and getting prepared for fights. I think that's a big step, bro. And I think we may see the best Earl that we've seen in a long time.
I mean, that's what they say every fight. You know, that's what they say every fight. You're going to see the best. You're going to see the best version of Earl Spence. But I think Earl in that fight with Danny Garcia, he had a very good training camp. And they were talking about how he was in the best shape of his career. So, you know, I just feel like, you know, Ugas is a tough fighter. Ugas been in there with some hard hitters, with some big punchers, and he's never been down. Ugas ain't never been down. So if you guys thinking Ugas gonna get knocked out, I disagree with it. I see this fight going 12 rounds. Yordenis Ugas is arguably the best fighter Earl Spence ever been in the ring with. This is going to be the best fighter he's ever been in the ring with this time, bro. This ain't no Mikey Garcia. This ain't no motherfucking Sean Porter. You talking about Ugas straight out of Cuba, bro, who's coming to win. He's coming to shock the world in this fight, bro. I promise you that. I promise you that, bro. You know what I mean? So Ugas is one of the best fighters in the world. He's one of the best. He's one of the best fighters in boxing.
I don't disagree with it. I think Ugas is a hell of a fighter. I think his struggle, you know what I'm saying, what he done went through makes him even that much more mentally strong in the ring. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not disagreeing with you. I will say this now, if I ever need a real hype man, bro, you gotta be that dude.
This ain't no hype, though. This definitely ain't no hype. I'm honest, bro. I'm keeping it real. Your Dennis Ugas got one of the best jabs in boxing. He's a technician in the ring, and he's one of the toughest motherfuckers in the sport. Go ahead, brother.
The reason I say that is because you can find every great skill that these fighters have, and you can amplify them, bro. You amplify them.
Absolutely.
You
absolutely,
do it,
brother.
I mean, I respect
You're right about that, but I think the key.
Go ahead.
Right side. I think the key in this fight right here will definitely be the age. That's why I'm leaning towards Earl, because Earl Spence is only 32. Ugas is about 35, 36 years old. So I got to go with the younger fighter in this one. You know, that's why I give EJ the edge in this one. What about you?
I agree. I definitely agree with the younger fighter. I also agree, man. He's the bigger puncher as well. But I think Ugas has a great chance to go in here and make this a tough fight, bro. I know he's gonna make this a tough fight. So I got it somewhere between 7-5, something like that. That's kind of how I think it's gonna end up being. If not, Earl may get a chance and be able to put Ugas out in the 10th, something like that. I can see that happening too. But I'm going
to putting him out. He ain't gonna put him out. Trust me. I mean, Earl a good fighter, but I don't see him putting them out.
And
I don't know about that.
I'm not saying you're wrong. That's why I said 7-5, Earl putting them out. Those are kind of where I'm at on the whole scoring and how the fight ends up.
Yo, shout out to my boy, Young Billy Boxing, YB. Let's go. The best in the business, Young Billy Boxing. Let's go. It's fight week. Earl Spence, your Dennis Ugas. Earl Spence Jr., undefeated, unified, welterweight champion of the world, pound for pound. One of the best fighters in boxing versus your Dennis Ugas, straight out of Cuba. Cuba's finest. Let's go. Champion versus champion is going down. Hit the like button. We turned up in here, man. So what you think about this undercard real quick, man? You got Isaac Cruz, Pitbull. That boy Pitbull, man. The Mexican warrior. That kid is a killer, man. Pitbull and Isaac Cruz. Who you got? And I mean in Gamboa.
Man,
bro.
We already know the undercard, man. We got Pitbull. I got Pitbull stopping Gamboa. Only thing is Gamboa, he's a savvy fighter, very experienced, so old too, though. That's the problem. He old. Man, y'all understand Pitbull Cruz, what is he, 22 years old, 21, 22? The man is young.
23. 23 years old.
He's coming in there. Gamboa damn near 40, bro. He damn near 40. And
I'm saying Kambosos just fought Devin Haney in his last fight, and Devin Haney was trying to get the knockout. He couldn't get it. I heard Devin Haney had a broken hand in that fight, but Isaac Cruz, he's trying to get the knockout, man. Pitbull. The Pitbull's trying to get the knockout, bro.
This is the problem. And I will say he does have a chance at getting that knockout. With Gamboa being the age that he is, and the way Pitbull comes forward, he has that opportunity to get that knockout. But I think Gamboa knows how to survive. I think he's a savvy veteran. I think he's coming in for a paycheck. He's become a gatekeeper. I hate to say it that way, but it is what it is. And I put this on YB channel earlier. Man, I hate that this fight is happening because anybody who ain't watched Gamboa in the last 5-6 years, or who didn't watch him before that, they gonna look at Gamboa as a damn scrub. He got whooped by everybody he fought. But Gamboa is a champion. He's a great fighter, and he comes from that Cuban school. So I don't like it just because I got so much respect for Gamboa. But yeah, I got Isaac Pitbull Cruz. I think Gamboa will survive. I think he'll survive, but I wouldn't. If a knockout comes, I wouldn't be surprised.
Yo, shout out to my boy Peter. Peter said Pitbull with the knockout. Yeah, I agree with Peter. I'm going with the knockout on this one. I think Isaac Cruz, very aggressive fighter. Styles makes fights. Isaac Cruz is a monster. He's coming forward. He's coming with the pressure. And I think he's going to knock out Gamboa, man. I love Gamboa. I like how they put Gamboa on an undercard, though, because, Ugas is a Cuban. So they put Gamboa, a legendary fighter from Cuba, on the undercard with Isaac Cruz to build up his profile. I think Isaac Cruz is a monster, bro. I got to be honest. That dude is a killer.
No, I agree.
He's a fucking killer, bro.
I look. A lot of your favorite fighters, not saying you specifically, but a lot of your favorite fighters don't want to see Pitbull Cruz in the ring, bro. That man, the way he attacks the body, the way he can come forward with the high guard, especially in the Tank fight, the defense that he was able to show, man, that dude is a beast, bro. And man, you don't want to take them punches. You don't want to take them body punches. And then when he come with that overhand, you don't want to take none of that. I think, never mind. I ain't even gonna say it because it'll start controversy. I ain't starting no controversy tonight. Go ahead, bro.
What's good, my brother Carl? What's good, man? How you feeling, brother?
Hey, I'm good, man. How you going, guys? Hey, right side.
Hey, Carl, what's going on, my brother, man? Salute to you. Much love,
brother. Likewise, brother. Likewise. Yeah, I like this. I got Cruz. I think he's going to go for the night. Yeah, bang on the money there, H money, as usual, my brother. Bang on the money there. I think he's got a point to prove, don't you?
Nah, yeah. Hey, let me ask this then. What do y'all think? And I like that Pitbull Gamboa fight to some degree, but man, the Venezuela versus Vargas, man. I know Vargas. What is he? 37, and it's a show to be put on by Venezuela, but I think Rayo gonna put a show on in that fight, bro. I think he gonna put a show on. What y'all think about that?
Yeah, well, I agree, bro. I agree. I don't follow Venezuela that much, but yeah, I see. I don't think it's a bad card, actually. I think that there's a lot of relevance in there, isn't there? Like, for these guys to stay relevant, if you know what I mean. I think a lot of these fights on this undercard have got a lot to do with staying relevant in the game. It's,
man, I agree, but the problem is so what I see, and outside of, and I'm only speaking on the PBC card, but what I see, man, is Valenzuela. My bad, bro. My bad. I said Valenzuela. My bad. Mad Dog H. But this is the thing. The undercard fights outside of the co-main event, Stanley Onis Butayev, most of those fights are predictable, bro. They're very predictable fights because you got young, talented fighters coming up against what we would call gatekeepers. And so outside of I look for at least 3 knockouts, and then I think somebody getting knocked out. Butayev versus Stanley Onis. I had Butayev winning the fight, and then I listened to Coach Ronnie the other day on the YB and Joe platform, and I'm in the middle right now. I don't know who I got right now. The way he talked about Stanley Onis made me kind of second guess my. But go ahead.
I wonder why they didn't put that Stanley Onis fight on the on the undercard of you know what I'm saying, of the main event. That's crazy, like, bro. That's not even on the main card.
It's on free. It's on free Showtime, ain't it?
Oh, it's on Showtime. That's crazy though, but man,
but
that's spoiled. Like the undercard, like the co-main event or something like that. What up, young Billy? YB, man, great show once again, YB. That was a great show you just did, man. Shout out to young Billy Boxing, the best in the business. What's good, my boy Rodney Evans?
Yo, what's poppin'?
You know what's popping, my nigga.
Hey,
It's
Rodney,
Earl Spence. Hey,
what you
Earl
got?
Spence, Junior Fight Week. What's up? You got to put some respect on his name now, Rodney. What's up with it? They calling out your boy Terrence Crawford. They kept saying his name today. Everybody was saying his name. They said, where Crawford at? They want Crawford next. Everybody's all the PBC. I think Terrence Crawford signed in the PBC for sure because they just kept saying his name. They never been saying his name like this, bruh. So I think it's official. He already signed with the PBC, like Young Billy said. So, Terrence Crawford want all the smoke. That nigga crossed the street, Rodney, because he really want the smoke, nigga. That nigga went to the PBC to fuck up everybody, dog. He ain't fucking around, homie. Terrence Crawford want all the smoke. That's why he went to the PBC for the big fights. Let's go. The road to Undisputed. Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence Jr. What's up, Ugas? Ugas right there, too.
Hey, it's about time he went over there, man.
He want the smoke, though. He crossed the street.
No,
did what he had to do.
I'm with you. Terrence Crawford did the same thing Devin Haney did, bro. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, he going for bigger fights because he done been undisputed already, and now he going to make another undisputed fight, man. We got to give that brother credit. We got to give him credit. You know what I'm saying? I think, in my opinion, man, both of these fighters, I know we done heard a lot in recent comments about showing up at the fight, right? If Bud show up at the fight, I want Bud to be at the fight. I think Bud getting in the ring, I think that's a great thing, bro. That's a great thing for boxing. You know what I'm saying? I think that's promoting the sport at the elite level because this is the biggest fight in boxing. But even if Bud don't show up, if he signed that fight and he made that fight happen, man, give that brother credit, and then I want to see it. I want to see what's going on.
He should show up. I mean, why are you saying even if he don't, like, why wouldn't he? He showed up to his last fight. Now he got to show up to this one, though, right? Don't you think that's what he should do?
I agree he should, but we've been hearing, there's stories out there.
So what's the word? They said he's not going to show up?
That's what they. I don't know. I don't know if he's showing up or not. I'm in my personal opinion. I think he'll be there, but it's stories out there saying that he may not show up. And regardless if he show up or not, I just want to see the fight happen. He ain't even got to be. I want him to be there because I think that, bro, that's promotion. Man, I think that's great for the sport, bro. Like the biggest fight in the sport of boxing right now is Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence. For Bud Crawford to show up when Errol Spence, if he wins, even if it's Ugas, even if Ugas wins, bro, he still should be there because that's the undisputed fight. That's the undisputed fight, regardless of who wins.
He's gonna show up. I think he will. He been to his fight before. You know what I mean? And now he's officially with the PBC. It's only right. He's a PBC fighter now. He need to show up.
And they should look. I done heard stories about not letting people. Man, let this man in the ring. Let him get in front of the microphone the same way Earl Spence. Or if it's Ugas, I think it'll be Earl Spence. But if it's Ugas, let him get in let them both be.
Let him approach the ring like Clarissa Shields did. She wanted to get in the ring with Savannah Marshall. Let him get up in that motherfucker.
There it is.
Ain't nobody holding him back.
No, it ain't got to be nothing physical. Let's talk our shit. And then let's get in the ring in what, September, October, November, somewhere in that time frame. Let's do it, man. I'm ready for it, man. And I hope Bud is there, bro. I want Bud to be there so bad, bro.
Hey, Rodney Evans, what you got to say about it, man? What you got to say, bro?
Yo, what happened?
Terrence Crawford want that smoke, dog. He went to the PBC looking for Earl Spence.
Oh, I know that. I know that. You ain't got to say that, bro. Like, it's crazy how a man got to do so much just to do his job at the highest level. Like, this is his profession. You got to do so much just to, that shit is crazy. Wearing basketball.
Hell yeah, Devin Haney had to do the same thing, though, right? Devin Haney had to do so much just to get this Kambosos fight, but you see Terrence Crawford going through the same shit.
Yep,
he going through it all, man.
And that's with
Bob
boxing gotta change, H.
Facts.
Like,
I agree with you, dog.
A fighter shouldn't have to do all that to do his job at the highest. Like, this is his job. He does this to get paid. Like, that shit is weird.
But what does that say about promoters, guys? You know what I mean? What does that say about promoters? If Bud gets this deal done, at the end of the day, everyone should be a free agent. Fuck the promoters. They're the ones that fuck these fights up.
Some fighters need a promoter. Like Terrence Crawford, he needed a promoter like in the beginning of his career because he was nothing. But now since he's at a certain level, now he don't really need a promoter. Now you know what I'm saying? He could work with the networks.
Is that what Floyd did?
Is that correct?
Is that what Floyd did?
Yeah, that's exactly what Floyd did. He started off with Top Rank and Bob Arum, and then he bought himself out of his contract for like how much?
Yep.
How much he paid to buy himself out? It was like $750,000 or something.
And I think it was $750.
Yeah, $750.
And now he's his own man.
Yeah, but and man,
so that's the Floyd Mayweather model. That's the Floyd Mayweather model. That's what you need to do.
But I think Bud has the ability to create his own brand too. I think Bud should be creating his own brand and have fighters. You know how many fighters go and train with Bud and the respect, man. You listen to Shakur Stevenson. Shakur Stevenson is one of my favorite fighters. You listen to the respect that they have for Bud, bro. They got a lot of respect for that man. You know what I'm saying? And one thing that always stand out to me, I was listening to a panel and they were talking. They was rating Bud, right? They was rating him as far as the different aspects of boxing. And one thing that it was taken away was they were saying, well, his ring IQ is this, but because he got so much dog in him, he let the dog outweigh the ring IQ. And I'm like, bruh, give me the fighter with the dog in him. Give me the fighter with the dog in him. That's the fighter I want, bruh. And Bud got that dog in him. I want to see Bud versus EJ so bad, bro, because I think that's gonna be a hell of a fight. And man, give both of them fighters they credit, but I want to see. I got to see EJ get past Ugas this weekend, but I think he'll do that. And then, man, I want Bud in the ring with his ass, bro. That's a fantasy fight for me right now.
That's the fight we all want to see, bro. How many years have we been waiting?
5 years.
You know, the build up to this thing's been bigger than Ben-Hur. Man,
this is gonna be it's a great fight, and I'm excited. I'm praying that it happens. I want that fight to happen, bro.
Yeah, we all do, bro.
Whole boxing change.
Yeah. It's gonna happen. It's just a matter of time, man. You know, let Earl Spence take care of business with Ugas, handle that business, and then we can go straight to the Undisputed with Terrence Crawford. You know,
like if Ugas win, that's excellent for boxing because you got a 4-loss unified champion. That would be so excellent for boxing.
But it's a bigger fight for Earl Spence versus Terrence Bud Crawford.
Exactly, right side is right. But I see what Rodney is trying to say.
I'm thinking about boxing, I mean? Bro. Y'all can think about
the fight people want to see though is Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence. That's the fight.
Even if Ugas wins, I want to see that fight too. I want to see
these young guns see Ugas win with 4 losses. They gonna say, "Oh, I could do that."
You just want EJ to lose, man.
Bro, I don't give a fuck who wins.
You just want EJ to lose, man.
I don't care who wins, bro.
Hey, EJ, he ain't gonna lose for sure, man. He coming for your boy Terrence, man. Ain't no more ducking and dodging, Rodney. Ain't no more network side of the streets, this and that. Nah, it's time to make the fight. You know what I mean?
Let him.
We can't blame Bob Arum no more. You know, let's just make the fucking fight, bro. That's Earl Spence gonna take care of business.
I ain't been around for that. That's y'all.
Yeah, I mean, Earl Spence gonna take care of business, and that's for damn sure. And he coming for Terrence Crawford. He coming for Terrence Crawford, bro. They already said it, so it is what it is. It's time to make the biggest fight in boxing, though. You know, we've been talking about this fight for years. People been talking about Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence. Ain't nobody been talking about Ugas and Terrence Crawford. People want to see Terrence Crawford and Earl Spence Jr., bro, for the Undisputed. Now it's time to make the fight happen. Just like Devin Haney and Kambosos for the Undisputed. You know what I'm saying?
But my question, bro, like, Earl Spence and Terrence Bud Crawford. That's once again the biggest fight in boxing. Why would we want to see EJ lose? We don't want to see that. We want to see them fight. Like that's the biggest fight, bro. Like,
yeah, for sure. You know, that's the fight that I want to see.
I got EJ beating the brakes off Ugas.
I don't know if he's gonna beat the brakes off. I think he's gonna beat him, but Ugas a tough fighter though, Carl. Ugas is tough. He's a very good fighter.
Like I said,
he
man,
got a lot of skills. Ugas got a great jab. He got a great defense, bro.
You're gonna need it.
Hey man, I got it.
He got it for sure. He's one of the best straight out of Cuba. He's been one of the best fighters.
Hey man, what you got on the
right side?
I was gonna say what you got, H Money or anybody on the panel. What y'all got on the other fights this week? What y'all got on Stanley on this Butayev, man?
Oh, I got Butayev. Butayev in that fight. I think Butayev is a very good fighter. He got a lot of skills. He could switch to orthodox, southpaw. He got power. He just knocked out Jamal James. He's the WBA world champion. And I think Stanionis is a very good fighter too. Stanionis was a great amateur boxer, just like Butayev. Both of them are undefeated in their prime. I think it's a great fight, man. I'm going to go with Butayev because I think he got more skills. You know, skills pay the bills.
I agree with it. Go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, I got Butayev.
Go ahead.
Skills pay the bills, brother. Skills pay the bills. Being able to switch up, I think it's one thing to, you can't defend against that shit. You can't defend against that shit. When you're an orthodox and you switch it up, I think that's a hard kettle. That's a hard game to deal with, bro.
I'm gonna tell you. So I was listening to YB and Joe the other day when they were talking to Coach Ronnie, right? Ronnie Shields. And Ronnie Shields, he used to train Stanlionis. And I'm just listening, and I had Butayev winning the fight, right? And now I'm going back and I'm trying to listen to what Coach Ronnie's saying, bro. Like, hey, it's a 50-50 fight for me right now. And I'm gonna have a prediction for everybody tomorrow. I got a little more film study to do, but I had Butayev winning it. I think he's the better boxer. But hey man, coming forward, the way Stanlionis comes forward, and my question is whoever takes the first step back, bro. Whoever takes the first step back, I believe that's who's gonna end up losing the fight. And so both fighters, they like to stand in the middle of the ring and trade. We'll see what happens, but I don't know who I got. I can't tell you who I got in the fight yet, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I can't hold you. I don't know who I got in that fight yet.
Rayo. That nigga made Cruz look like a little ass boy. Cruz little as shit. That's crazy.
What do you right side? What do you think? What do you think? Spence and Ugas. How do you think that's going to play out?
Say it again.
How do you think Ugas and Spence is going to play out, bro?
Yeah, no, I like Spence in the fight. I think Ugas is a game fighter. I don't want to take that from him. I think the power and the footwork of Earl Spence is gonna win out in the end. And so yeah, but that's also a lot of hope for me as well, because I hope that Earl Spence wins, because I want to see Earl Spence versus Bud Crawford. That's the fight I'm just being honest. It's a lot of. I do see the fight. I can see it to some degree, but I do think Ugas is a talented fighter, bro. Like,
oh yeah, 100.
He's a very talented fighter, and the way he's able to go in, he doesn't have great footwork, but His defense, he has really good defense, and he's able to counter punch. And so, I like Earl in the fight, but I like Earl because I like him for two reasons. I like him because I think he's the better fighter, but I also like him because I want to see him versus Bud Crawford. That's the fight I want to see. It is what it is. Hey,
Yeah, I agree.
who do y'all think wins in a Bud Crawford Earl Spence fight?
I can't call it yet. I can't call it.
H Money, who
Can't
you got?
call it.
Hey, that's a great fight right there, man. I think it's a 50-50 fight. Of course, Terrence Crawford, one of the best fighters in the world, 3-division champion, 2-time lineal champion, former undisputed champion. You know what I mean? Terrence Crawford is a great fighter. And so is Earl Spence. Earl Spence is the natural welterweight. He's the bigger guy, right? Terrence Crawford started off at 135. He's moving up in weight to fight this guy. So I think Earl is the bigger guy, but I think Terrence Crawford is the smarter fighter. But Earl Spence, he's very smart too, right? I think Terrence Crawford got more power. I think Terrence Crawford is the bigger puncher, but I think Earl Spence got the better jab. He got the better jab. He's the better body puncher as well. You know what I mean? And I think Earl Spence is more aggressive and he throw more punches. So I think Earl Spence will probably get an early lead in that fight. I think Earl, will be winning the early rounds. Terrence Crawford is a slow starter, but I think later on in the fight, Terrence Crawford will make his adjustments, but it might be too late. It might be too late. And I don't know if Terrence Crawford could knock out Earl Spence. I never seen Earl Spence get knocked down. Never. He's never been hurt in a fight. So if you think he gonna knock him out late in the fight, that might be the wrong game plan. So I think it's a 50-50 fight at the end of the day. I feel like Terrence Crawford, very smart fighter. He can make his adjustments in the fight, but you can't start off slow with a fighter like Earl Spence because he's gonna be racking up the early round. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it's a 50-50 fight, very close fight. But if I had to pick a winner, I'm gonna go with Spence Jr. I'm gonna go with Spence Jr. But I'm rooting for Terrence Crawford. But I think Spence will beat him.
Nah, your breakdown is absolutely correct. My problem, I like Bud, but my problem with Bud is I don't think he has a great jab. And because of the lack of jab that he has, and outside of the jab, his inside game. A lot of times when he gets on the inside, he ends up having to tie up. You know what I'm saying? So with a lack of jab and a lack of inside game, man, I think that it's gonna be a close fight. I agree. I ain't never seen Earl just hurt like that or knocked down, but I think that Bud does have that opportunity. One of Bud's best qualities is his timing. He has great timing. You know what I'm saying? And when you have great timing beats power, speed. Timing beats all of that shit in boxing. If you can hit a nigga at the right time, bro, you can catch him, and that's what Bud got. Bud has great timing. And so, like you say, it's a 50-50 fight, bro. It's a 50-50 fight. I don't know who I have in the check. But I think both of them have great attributes. And that's why I want to see the fight so damn bad because, man, it's going to be such a chess match in the ring, bro. I'm excited for that shit.
Yo, H, can you pull up the numbers? Who are the most accurate punchers in boxing? Who's accurate? How accurate is Errol Spence?
You know what? I've got to agree with what H said about Errol. If Errol gets out early on him, he gets behind that jab and starts scoring rounds, it's going to give Bud a different game plan. He's going to have the knockout mentality. I'm not saying Bud ain't got the dog in him to do it, but if Spence starts getting 4 or 5 rounds on him, man, and I don't see it. I don't see him knocking Spence out. We haven't seen him tested. So I think he's got a great chin. I think they both got great chins. But yeah, it's a 50-50 fight. But I'd have to lean towards Errol, just with his jab and I think his ring IQ is brilliant, second to none. Bud again, another great. Not saying Bud doesn't have a good ring IQ, but if EJ gets out early and starts scoring them rounds on him, that changes your game plan up. Then you got to go for the knockouts. You start making silly decisions and getting caught. Could be a detriment to your game. But I can't pick a winner.
No, I agree. I think it's a close fight. I think it's a really close fight, but I think once again, it's and my other thing though is that I can agree with you. A lot of times when we watch Blood fight, man, those few rounds is what we would like to say he's downloading the information. Saying he's figuring the fight out. And so I don't want to see him get down early against Spence, because if he gets down early, I think that later in the fight, after he's figured it out, then it can round for round as far as adjustments go. And I'm a big fan of Derrick James, you know what I'm saying? So I think Derrick James will have a good game plan, and I think Bud is just naturally talented. You know, I think Bud has some of the most natural ability in the sport, and so I don't want to. For Bud to win a decision, you know what I'm saying, a decision. Now, if it's a knockout, that's a whole nother story. For him to win a decision, though, I don't like him getting down those early rounds as he normally would. So I think he'll have to come out a little more blazing than he normally does.
And bro, if he does that, it's a different fight. It then puts the pressure on EJ because he's not scoring the rank, he's not getting the points. You know what I mean? So he's got to go away from his natural game plan of sitting back and reading the fighter and waiting for him to make mistakes and leave himself open. And then he just catches him. And the dude doesn't just catch you once. He just puts you to sleep.
Yo, how is he going to win all rounds when a nigga can't even outbox him? Oh, man. Nigga don't got better feet. Nigga don't got better head movement. But he going to outbox him. All right. That's why I asked you. That's why I asked H Money, how accurate is Errol Spence? You can come forward all them punches all you want. Is you going to land, though?
Yo. What's good? What's good? It's fight week. Errol Spence Jr., the truth. Your Dennis Ugas, straight out of Cuba. WBA super champion. Let's go. Unification. This is what it's all about. This is what the greatness is, Andrew Charles. This is what the greatness is. You know what I'm saying? Champion versus champion. Let's do it. You know what I'm saying? The best fighting the best. Terrence Crawford, I hope he next. What's up with it? I don't want the Terrence Crawford fans to get any cold feet now. You know, now it's time. The time is now. Terrence Crawford wants the smoke. He going to the PBC and he looking for the smoke. This is what it's all about, man. making the best fights in boxing. Let's go. My boy Isaac Cruz, Pitbull. That boy Pitbull, Isaac Cruz. Let's go, Isaac. You already know. You already know what time it is. Straight up, Devin Haney and George Kambosos. Devin Haney and George Kambosos for the Undisputed. Let's go. Let's go. George Kambosos, unified lightweight champion. Devin Haney, WBC world champion. You know what I'm saying? Devin Haney fighting for the Undisputed. The biggest fight in the history of the lightweight division. This is what it's all about. This is what the greatness is. We getting some great fights in boxing. Boxing fans, y'all need to stop bitching so much and complaining. We getting some great fights. We getting some great fights. Straight up.
You got to throw in there too, brother, the biggest fight in Australian boxing history. The biggest fight in Australian boxing history. This is the biggest fight that's ever going to be on my soil, bro. And I'm going to be there.
Absolutely. Devin Haney and George Kambosos. I've been seeing George Kambosos doing interviews. Did you get a chance to see it? He was driving in a car.
Yeah. Did you see the one on Fight Hype where he's at his gym?
Yeah, I saw that one too. What you think about George Kambosos? You know what he's been saying. He looks very confident right now.
He does. He's got to sell the fight, bro. He's got to sell.
But he looks confident. He's always a confident fighter since I've been seeing George Kambosos. Even when he fought Tio, the same thing.
Yeah, he's got
but
that.
But now his confidence is like at a different level since he's getting millions of dollars. He's getting millions. He's got
the fucking belts. Let's not forget that. He fought
he got the belts.
He won the belts.
Yes, he did. Absolutely.
He won all the marbles. And
what about Devin Haney's belt? They said that's the last marble.
That's it. That's exactly it. There can't be any arguing after this. It ends. The argument ends for one of our favorite divisions. You know what I mean? We don't know what Tank's doing. I mean, Ryan to me looks like he still needs a few more fights to get to the A side. I think he looks rusty. I gave him a C. He wasn't terrible in that fight, but he wasn't dominant. He chased him around. I like to see fighters progress, bro, as they fight and get better and better and better. I feel like he went backwards in that fight. I know styles make fights and all this, that, and the other, but I think he just did enough, And they're the top. Those fighters are the type of fighters that you got to work out and you got to chase them down. You got to close off the ring.
Shout out to my boy BT, True School Sport. He said, I'm just resting up from all of the traveling, but I'm listening, dropping a like for H Money. Shout out to H Money, Carl Hansen, the panel and chat. BT,
my man, what's going on, bro? Good to see you.
BT, shout out to Pops. Shout out to my boy BT, Devin Haney and George Kambosos for the Undisputed. It's Haney time. Haney.
Kambosos time. Kambo.
Okay, yeah, I got you. Devin Haney and Kambosos. Let's go for the Undisputed. Champion versus champion.
All the marbles.
All the marbles. Undisputed for all the belts. For the real Undisputed this time. For the real Undisputed. No capping. This is the real one. And Devin Haney, he want all the smoke. And BT, you've been in the gym with Devin Haney and Bill Haney. And guess what? You've been seeing it firsthand. You see Devin Haney training. You know what Devin Haney is going to bring to the table. He got some of the best skills in boxing. He got one of the best jabs in boxing. Straight up, one of the smartest fighters. And he's a young fighter. He's getting better and better against a champion like George Kambosos. George Kambosos, he's a true champion. George Kambosos, he's the definition of a fucking champion. You know what I'm saying?
What hates money? Sorry to
yes, sir.
Off, one props I got to give to True School Sports, BT and Pops, is those boys were covering George Kambosos before any motherfucker was. Let me tell you, and that is the reason why I tuned in to True School Sports, because man, he always, like even Tim Zoo, you know, like, and my boy Harry Garside, like, he's one of the first guys to ever start talking about him and saying, hey, this ain't no walk in the park. This ain't going to be no average, you know, cherry pick. This dude can fight. He's got skills. And I've been listening ever since, brother. And same to you, H Money. You know, you give George his props when he won them belts. It wasn't T.O. lost. It was he was beaten by a better man. And I think when everyone can face them facts, you can make all the excuses you fucking want. But at the end of the day, you stepped in the ring to fight that dude on the other side, and you got fucked up.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Like I said, George Kambosos, he's a true champion. He'll fight anybody. He's been proving it. He beat Lee Selby in his backyard. He beat Mickey Bay. He beat Teofimo Lopez. And Teofimo Lopez was one of the best fighters in boxing. He was one of the best fighters in the world. And Kambosos beat him. So, and now Kambosos, he's going to fight Devin Haney, another undefeated champion. Come on, bro. And nobody, you know, let's be honest, nobody wanted to fight Devin Haney, really. You know what I'm saying? You know, and now he fights Devin Haney, and Devin Haney was considered to be the boogeyman. You know, so this right here is a great fight. We just saw Ryan Garcia. He fought against Emmanuel Tago. And guess what? Ryan Garcia, he sold out 14,000 people in San Antonio at the Alamo Dome. Sold it out, Ryan Garcia. That's what Tago. Nobody knows Tago, but Ryan Garcia selling it out. He could fight anybody. He's going to sell it out. George Kambosos, he could have fought anybody. He would have sold that motherfucker out. 50,000 people. He could have picked anybody. Right? But he wanted to fight the big fights, George Kambosos. And now he's getting the big money. Yes, sir.
They're both men of their words, actually. They're both. I take my hat off to both these gentlemen. They're both warriors. They both want all the marbles. And you know what? At the end of the day, hats off to these two teams because they made it happen. We didn't think it was going to happen, but they made it happen. And we're going to see the best fight at 135. It's the fight that we've got to see in every division. If there's a question in the fans' eyes, and there's two fighters that hold belts and there's no undisputed, well, if there's a question about undisputed, then you've got to make that fight. It's what the fans want to see. George could have fought a porter from, you know, the Crown Casino, and he'd still draw 50,000. But he went from Lopez to Haney. He said he was going for the big names. Guess what? He's making the big names. And hats off to Haney, because if he climbs this mountain and jams the American flag in the top of it, brother, he's got one Aussie supporter here that's on. He's going to ride with him.
Yeah, for sure. Devin Haney has an opportunity to become the new face of American boxing. But, you know, he got to go to Australia and do it. And like Bill Haney said, they look forward to go to Australia. They said they signed up 2 times. They wanted to go. Yeah. George Kambosos said you had no choice. But Devin Haney didn't care. He didn't care where it was at. He won a fight. You know, so now we got a great fight. And my boy BT, I think Devin Haney and George Kambosos Jr. is the biggest fight in the history of the lightweight division, in the history of boxing. This is the biggest fight in the history of 135 pounds. And like my brother Carl said, it's the biggest fight in the history of Australian boxing. In the history of that great country, Australia. This is the biggest fight ever. That's how big this fight is.
Only ever undisputed fight we've ever had in this country. So that goes to tell you the gravity for the real boxing fans, you know. This brings the casuals in, because the casuals are they're going to cheer for their boy, the Australian. But the real boxing fans are going to love this too, because this is a fight that had to be made. This stops the arguing. There's no more arguing at 135. No more arguing. They're both warriors. They're both men of their word. And you know what? To me, Haney's a fucking bigger man, because he's got the bigger mountain to climb. Not only does he climb that mountain once, but he gets pushed off the top, rolled down the bottom, only to do it again. And hats off, because to me, that's a shit deal. To me, that's a shit deal. But for a fighter, a young fighter, to choose legacy over money, You don't see that shit nowadays. You don't see that shit.
Hey,
Only from the true warriors.
I'm gonna tell you. H will tell you. Yeah, and Rodney, bro, I was bullshitting, bro. I ain't got Devin Haney number one pound for pound. I ain't got him number one pound for pound. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, he ain't in my top 10 pound for pound yet. But after this fight, he will be. But one of the reasons I rock
when
with
he loses.
Hey, if he loses, then Kambosos is gonna be pound for pound.
No, I'm only playing with you.
But that's that. I understand it. That's a 50-50 fight, bro. You know what I'm saying? I like Dev in the fight. I think Dev has the goods. He once again, so I'm gonna rock with him. I'm gonna rock with him regardless. If he loses the fight, I'm still gonna rock with him. You know what I'm saying? I don't think a loss define any fighter career. So all I'm saying, if Kambosos win, he gonna be in my pound for pound. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is at the end of the day, man, for a young fighter, one of the reasons I rock with Dev is because I believe he reminds me of so many of the fighters I rocked with when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? Those fighters who had the mentality, I'll fight it. Mike Tyson is my all-time favorite fighter. The reason being is because me and him have the same birthday, but also because when I was growing up, bro, Tyson fights outside the Super Bowl, that was the biggest shit happening at my house. You know what I'm saying? That my stepdad.
I hated the Tyson fights. You know why? You know why I hated them? Because I hated paying $80 fucking for that fight, and it was over in the first round.
Hey, listen, man. I swear, my stepdad at the time, bro, he bought all the fights, and every time he would buy a fight, it's a party at the house. And so you know when you're young and you rocking with the older cats, and it ain't a bunch of kids over there. You know what I'm saying? It's grown ups and shit, and I'm watching the fight with them, and I find out Tyson, me and him got the same birthday. My stepdad like, yeah, y'all got the same birthday, this, that, whatever. I'm rocking with Tyson. I'm rocking with him hard. And then he knocking people out. Man, I was so turned up, man. I used to be between that and Cowboys Super Bowls. I had 3 Cowboys Super Bowls that I was able to watch, you know what I'm saying, when I understood the game of football. 3 of them. And
you went to them?
No, I didn't get to go to them. Hell no. We weren't pretty that. We didn't have that money, but I got to watch them. And my whole family, you know, all my uncles and everything, everybody rocking with the Cowboys. I'm rocking with the Cowboys. So that's how I became a Cowboys fan. That's how I became a Mike Tyson fan. That's how I became a boxing fan. And so, you know, I just
But this is the stuff movies. This is the stuff movies are made of. You know, about what Devin's going to do.
But the thing, the mentality that they had back then is the mentality that Devin Haney has now. All the fighters
and George Kambosos.
I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying all the fighters not all, but the majority of fighters today don't have that same I'll do whatever mentality for legacy. You know what I'm saying? That's not the mentality they have.
That's right.
And define
but you know what? One thing I've got to say, right side, is Australians don't have the protect the O mentality. We don't mean a fucking thing to us. Because, you know, if that fighter comes back again, well, that makes him a bigger dog in the fight.
Exactly.
He's knocked off his perch and he comes straight back up again. Like what Loma did, you know?
Yeah.
You can't knock Loma. Loma's a fucking former undisputed world champion. And he's doing what he's got to do to get back to the A side. So people bag him all they want, but, man, the dude's taking the steps to get back. And I respect the shit out of fighters like that, man, because that's the type of fighters I rock with.
No,
and Devin Haney making the fight, you know, making this shit deal and choosing legacy over the dollar, mate. It speaks volumes of his character and his personality.
Man, my favorite when I go back and I look at the Sugar Rays of the world, the Marvin Hagler, everybody had losses. Muhammad Ali, they all had losses. They all took an L, bro, and that L did not define any of their greatness. You know what I'm saying? And I love what Floyd did. I love the way I ain't like the way he kind of picked through certain things, but I like Floyd as a fighter. He's one of my favorite fighters. My thing is that O is so overblown is ridiculous. Teofimo Lopez, I think Teo can come back in, and if he can get over the loss to Kambosos, if he can get over that loss, I think he can come back and have a great career. He's already had a very successful career. I think Teo can still go and be a great fighter. It's just getting over that and I think the way Floyd did it kind of defined the O in a lot of people's mind, and but then you look at a Pitbull Cruz, you look at a JoJo Diaz, all these fighters that took L's, they jump back in the ring with the best they can find.
Exactly.
Man, keep doing that. Keep doing that. Forget the O, bro. Like if I could talk to young fighters, that's the one thing I would say. Let that O go. Forget the O and worry about fighting the best, because we're gonna respect you more when you find great fighters versus you continuously keeping your O and fighting.
You just hit the nail on the head right there, brother. Where you just said respect. I'll give the same respect. That's how I judge a character of a fighter. If you go for all the big fights and you keep turning up and you keep progressing your career and working on your career, but if you keep taking fights, I'm not going to use any names, but if you keep staying with one company and don't make the fights, and you've got a huge name, but you're not making the fights, and you're fighting guys that have got maybe 13, 14 fights under their belt, I mean, and you're sitting at 30 something, whatever. It's time to cross the street and put your big boy pants on.
Yeah, I look at a Jaime Munguia, and I like Munguia as a fighter. I like him. But then I look at his record, he damn near 40-0, and he ain't never fought nobody. And then not blaming him, because according to all the reports, he wanted to
sign. He did fight some good fighters though, bro. He beat Gabe Rosado, he beat Saddam Ali, he beat Liam Smith. You know what I mean? So he got some names on his resume though, brother. He was a world champion.
Hey, who's the youngest American undisputed world champion ever?
That's Mike Tyson, but that was in the 3-belt era.
Three belts. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, he was only 21 years old. Mike Tyson was undisputed at 21, but that was in a 3-belt era. So in a 4-belt era, I think Devin Haney he has an opportunity to become the youngest with 4 belts, and I think it's harder to do it with 4 belts. It's harder, you got more champions. It's more belts. It's difficult. Back then, it was only 3 belts. Now you got to get 4. Come on, bro. Hey, but Mike Tyson did it at 21 years old? That's impressive. And he did it in the heavyweight division against the biggest punchers. So what Mike Tyson did, that would never be duplicated.
Not
Mike Tyson was heavyweight champion at 20 years old. He holds 2 records. For the youngest undisputed champion at 21, and he was the youngest heavyweight champion at 20 years old.
When did he turn pro? When did he turn pro? At 17?
I think he was at pro like 19 or 18 years old, Mike Tyson. He fought like 20 times in 1 year. Matter of fact.
I know he did. You look at all these fight banners, like all the old posters, man, and they're like 3 months apart, and you think, this dude was busy.
Mike Tyson used to fight on February 12th and then go fight February 28th. You'd be like, hold on, bro. Hold on. It was less than a week and a half. Okay, cool. I'm ready for the next fight, bro. Mike Tyson
but Mike Tyson never really got tested. He was knocking people out and knocking them out really quick.
Facts. I agree.
My boy BT, he said Munguia got his ass kicked in his hometown by Dennis Hogan. Shit, he won. He got the win, though, right? They gave him the win. A win is a win. You know what I'm saying? So
I don't think he got his ass kicked. It was a close fight, but a lot of fans say it was a robbery. So
he had some more tough fights. Even the fight with Takashi Inoue. Takashi Inoue gave him a very tough fight too.
But the thing, Munguia, when he had the opportunity, and once again, I'm not gonna blame him, but he had the opportunity to fight Charlo.
And what blame Oscar De La Hoya?
Charlo, he Dr. Andrade.
Yeah, that's Oscar. No, that was Oscar De La Hoya and Golden Boy that did that. Munguia, he doesn't control his career. He's just a fighter.
He signed the contract, so Agreed. I agree with that.
Yeah, I've got to agree with BT there.
A lot of fans think Munguia is a hype job. What do you guys think?
He's not. He's not. He just beat a Gabe Rosado. Didn't Gabe Rosado knock out Beck the Bully? And Munguia beat him. Munguia beat Liam Smith. Munguia, he knocked out Saddam Ali, who was an Olympian. Saddam Ali beat Miguel Cotto, Jimmy. Saddam Ali beat Miguel Cotto for the world title.
But then Gabe gets his ass kicked by Shane Mosley Jr., who everybody said was a bum. So
Gabe Rosado.
Some people said, you know, it is what it is.
By, Shane Mosley Jr. So.
But Shane Mosley.
Oh, BT said it was a gift decision.
Yeah,
Now he talking about the Munguia fight with Dennis Hogan. He said it was a gift.
Yeah.
Did you see, hey, H, did you see BT's list of Australian?
Yeah, what you think about that? I want you to talk about that, brother.
I agree. So,
don't forget about the Maloney brothers, like Get the Smoke said. So he said George Kambosos Jr., Tim Tszyu, Liam Perot, Ebony Bridges, Sky Nicholson. Australia boxing is on fire at the minute.
You got Isaac the head splitter Hardman. You got Harry Garside. I sent you that video. He's only hitting his second pro fight, but man, he is hungry. Oh, Jai Opataya.
Yeah, the cruiserweight. Yeah. You know, Ebony Bridges is my favorite. Shout out to Ebony. She's my favorite.
Yeah, so you know, it's always gifts given in boxing shit.
Man,
Solo just got a gift against Kanye on the last fight. So
it's the dream time for Australian boxing right now. We've never seen this many people, this many fighters in people's mouths. I mean, Sky Nicholson, you know, the young female. I mean, Isaac Hardman, he's fighting Michael Zarafa. Zarafa ducked Tim Tszyu. So I see Isaac stopping this dude pretty quick. His nickname's the Head Splitter. He's got a lot of dog in him, this kid. So Australian boxing, man, has never been this healthy ever. And,
Carl, what about Carl? Who's the Australian cruiserweight? He's fighting
Jai Opataya.
Yeah, he's good.
Jai Opataya, and there's another guy, Paulo Akuso. He's just hit the pros. He was an Australian Olympic boxer, and he's a middleweight. He looks good, man. He looks sharp, real sharp.
Shout out to Ebony Bridges, bro. She looks like a porn star, man. She don't look like a fighter. She looks like a porn star.
Yeah, man. And Sky Nicholson's no pig dog either. All our women are gorgeous over here, lads. You got to get over here.
Yeah, I got a cousin, so I might be visiting near the end of the year, December time. How's the weather over there, December time?
What depends what state. Where is he?
She lives just outside of Sydney.
Sydney? Yeah, Sydney's around Christmas time, sort of. When did you say you were coming out?
December,
yeah. It's warm, man. Sydney's pretty nice. Sydney's got nice weather. Melbourne's weird, man. Melbourne's like 4 seasons in a day. You wake up in the morning, it's snowing, the sun comes out, then it's pissing down rain at night time, and then you're freezing cold. Like weird weather in Melbourne.
Is that where you live?
Around June. No, I'm in North Queensland, so I'm up in the tropics. Like I'm right up. There's only 100,000 people in the town I live in.
Hey, Jimmy, you ready for the number one welterweight in boxing this Saturday? The number one welterweight, Shelton Moore, who going for 3 belts?
No, I don't agree.
While your boy only got 1 belt, Sheldon. Your boy only got 1 belt.
I don't agree.
The number one welterweight is Crawford fighting. No, I didn't know that.
Crawford's the number one welterweight. But you saying that that rumor's cap? I hope it is, bro.
What rumor's that?
What about Bud not turning up?
No, they saying that they were both giving an ultimatum.
I'm saying after Earl Spence, after he beat Ugas, that would make him the number one welterweight in boxing. He already beat Sean Porter. He already beat Mikey Garcia. He already beat Danny Garcia. And now you beat another champion in Ugas. He beat more champions at 147. So we're talking about at 147 pounds. He's done more than Terrence Crawford. He did more than Terrence Crawford. He beat Kell Brook for the championship. when Kell Brook was the champion.
I still don't agree.
How?
But
how?
I don't, because he's not the best fighter at 147 pounds, in my opinion.
But when we talk about resume and we talk about accolades at 147, who accomplished more?
I don't care about none of them. I don't care about none of that.
But Bud's already been unified champion and undisputed in Lineal.
But you're talking about at 140. We're talking about just 147 right now.
Okay,
well, 140 doesn't matter. But he did at 140 don't matter.
And you telling me
we're talking about this weight class at 147.
He's been in one division his whole career, and the other guy that ran through 3 divisions.
Okay, so, we're talking about the welterweight division.
Yeah,
stay at 147. Who has beat better fighters at 147?
Neither one.
The same. I mean, they're both.
No, Earl Spence is fighting better fighters at 147. Shelton,
you know I don't believe that. You know I don't believe that.
He is. He's fighting Ugas, who's a champion, who just beat Manny Pacquiao. He beat Kell Brook when Kell Brook was a champion.
I don't think much of Danny Garcia. I don't think much of Sean Porter. You know that. You don't think
much of Sean Porter. That's Terrence Crawford's best win at 147.
I think it's also Earl Spence's best win.
Isn't it?
Go ahead. I put it like this, bro. Ugas. All 3 of them, right? The top 3 guys. You got Crawford, you got Ugas, you got Spence, right? All 3 of them have fought Sean Porter. That's the best guy they've ever fought at welterweight. All 3 of them, right? 2 guys have got split decisions, right? Ugas got a split decision loss, controversial, albeit, and Errol's got a split decision win. Bud, he blew him. You know, he destroyed Porter, knocked them out. Outside of that, Kell Brook. Yeah, I mean, look, I don't think the gap's that big though. I think Jeff Horn is better than Danny Garcia. He was undefeated champion.
Is Jimmy breaking up for y'all?
Yeah, Jimmy breaking up for me.
Yeah, your mic's really bad. It was bad last night too, Jimmy.
Why is it still bad, bro? I
just good on my D channel. Now you good now. What you say, Jimmy?
Okay.
I think you might.
That's weird, bro.
Yeah, bro.
I was saying your mic. It's gone.
Yeah, but I feel like Jeff Horn, he was an undefeated champion and Olympian coming off of a controversial win of Pacquiao.
It's fucked up again, Jimmy.
Yeah, you have digital clipping. You might want to turn it down or something. Maybe turn the mic volume down. It's going like too high and then clipping.
What's up with you, Smoke? What's good?
What's going on, Smoke?
Chilling. Yeah, chilling. What's up, boys?
What up, Smoke?
Yeah, man. So are we pretending that just because it has the same name, it's the same fighter? Like the Kell Brook, the Sean Porter,
we are
like not the same guy.
No, we pretending that. We pretending that.
Hold on.
Same guy. Same guy.
No, he was the same.
Jimmy, bro, you breaking up, bro.
Your audio, Jimmy. Your audio is bad, Jimmy.
Let me take this one right quick.
I mean, didn't we?
Smoke. Give me a minute, Smoke.
I wasn't done, but I wasn't done though.
Who are Smoke?
No?
Who are the guys?
Huh?
That's two.
I was talking about the people who were saying Sean Porter.
Hey, Sheldon, you gotta go on mute when he talks because you got to echo, Sheldon.
Yeah.
I was saying, like, all of these people were saying that, like, Sean Porter and Kell Brook are both guys' best win. Kell Brook is not Terrence Bud Crawford's best win. That was a terrible version of Kell Brook. He may be a good name, but ain't the same fighter. Even Sean Porter is not the same. Like, it's the same name. They're not the same fighter. Like, the reason why Kenny Porter stopped it, he said, you didn't put in the preparation before the fight. You didn't prepare correctly for this fight, and therefore, I have no faith in you. It's not like all of a sudden, like, Terrence Bud Crawford became some Superman guy. Like,
well, if you remember, Smoke, I told all of you, H, I know you remember, that as soon as he stops this guy, they're gonna make up another excuse. Did I not tell you that?
No, nobody's making excuses though. Who's making excuses? He knocked him out. You told him. You said he was gonna knock out Porter. You was right about that.
You said that it's not the same guy. Well, I'm asking him, who are the 3 guys? Because Kell Brook's only lost 3 fights. Who did he lose to?
I mean,
he lost.
I understand what you're saying. I hear you're saying that he's only lost to 3 guys, but he also hasn't competed at 147 in years. And during those years, he wasn't fighting anybody to lose to.
And whose fault is that? That has
It's
nothing
nobody's
to do.
fault. It's just it's
It has nothing to do with
you're
the
not gonna
fact
blame anybody for it.
this
This is what
guy is one of the
making. This is just the these are
Wait a
the
minute.
facts that matter. Like when you say it,
Wait a minute.
when you say that
Wait a
like,
minute.
you're flattening this line as if the same Kell Brook is the guy that beat Sean Porter, that fought Bud Crawford, and meanwhile every just a cursory look at his understanding of boxing and that dude's boxing record. You understand?
Okay, was it the same?
Totally different.
Was it the same Cal Brook though? When Golovkin knocked him out though?
Jimmy,
When he came
chill,
with
bro.
one eye.
Jimmy, chill, Jimmy.
It's like saying, like, oh yeah, like Alexander Povetkin beat Hasim Rahman. Yeah, sure. 8 years after Lennox Lewis, like,
Okay, well,
they're not the
let's
same guys.
wait a minute, Jimmy. I got
Can you
Jimmy.
guys hear me?
Back to Jimmy.
Okay.
Back to Jimmy. When Kell Brook fought Errol Spence, are you omitting the fact that he had just got destroyed like a year earlier by Gennady Golovkin?
Correct.
You're
So
omitting
I'm not the one arguing
You're
that
omitting that.
I'm not the one arguing that Spence fought the same Kell Brook as Sean Porter.
You're omitting that part, right?
No, I'm not omitting it. I'm saying that they're different guys on the night.
All I'm going to say is Smoke
I'm
is
not
right.
omitting it. I'm
Y'all
saying
hold on.
the point
is one of the smartest niggas that ever lived, bro.
The point that you're making,
You can't have three people talking facts.
That's a valid point to make. That the Kell Brook that Sean Porter fought is not the same Kell Brook that Errol Spence fought. And guess what? The Kell Brook that Bud fought is not the same guy that either one of those other dudes fought.
Because he's coming off wins and not knockout losses.
Yeah,
He was moving down one division and not two.
At 154 pounds.
No, let me make my point, bro.
I'll tell you what it
All right, bro, let me make my point, man. You've been waffling.
Jimmy, let's Smoke.
Listen, my point is this, yeah. When he fought Errol Spence, he was coming down 2 weight divisions, yeah, from the Golovkin fight, right? Eye surgery, the other eye was fucked up as well because Gunn broke his face.
Why are you comparing that to a Sean Porter?
Jimmy, your mic's still fucked.
Why are you comparing that to Sean Porter then? Like, why you're like,
Kell
Brook beat him, but these other guys like Smoke, all that stuff.
But Smoke, if you gotta understand though, you are right because Kell Brook was an injured fighter. When he fought Spence, he was not the same guy. But when Crawford got him, he also wasn't the same guy.
Correct. That's all I'm
It's
saying.
like the same. I don't understand
Look at the results. Like the results. Why don't if you're gonna look at the results?
Yeah, the result was Errol war and Bud blasted him out in 3 rounds. That's the result.
No,
Spence had a 10-round war.
Right.
Crawford blasted him out in 3 rounds. Those are the results.
Can I respond?
So the results in the Spence fight was that Spence broke his face.
Yo, get the Smoke. Can I respond to Jimmy? Jimmy, but Kell was a fresher fighter than I felt like. He was still kind of like an elite welterweight when he fought. When he fought Bud, he was not at welterweight when he fought Bud.
Yeah, but he was at welterweight. But brother Box.
But I get what you're saying also, bro. He's coming off.
No, bro. He was moving down from middleweight. No, bro. People say Bud fought him when he was moving down the weight, but when EJ fought him, right? But he was moving down from middleweight, 2 divisions.
But Kell Brook,
so
Jimmy, do you agree that Kell Brook messed his own career by taking? Hold on, Jimmy. Do you agree that Kell Brook messed his own career by taking that Triple G fight?
Yeah, fuck this crap. My prime was gone.
It fucked his career up, so he should have never took that fight. And because nobody really wanted to fight Kell Brook, bro. Really? I mean, you
for the money, bro.
Kell Brook was one of the most important welterweights, bro, at the time, bro.
But you gotta remember something,
brother. Brother Box, he don't make it. He was only making like $300,000. Brother Box, he wasn't even big spot in the UK, Kell Brook. He was only making like $300,000, bro.
To me,
so when he fought Golovkin,
that one of the best performances against Sean Porter.
You gotta remember something, brother.
He fought Golovkin, he got paid $5 million. He just cashed out, bro.
Kell Brook had 5 million reasons to fight Golovkin.
But also they wanted a big name for Golovkin too, because they wanted a big name for Golovkin.
He had 5 or 6 million reasons to fight him.
No, you're right, OG.
Yeah, listen.
Hey, real quick. Somebody still got an echo, bro. Somebody still got an echo. I don't know who got it, but somebody still got an echo, bro. I'm on mute though.
My thing is this though. Look, I'm not trying to tear apart anyone's resume, but there's this notion that EJ's got this amazing, incredible resume. I'm not saying Bud's got the best resume either. I'm not, bro. Both their best wins are Sean Porter, and this whole thing he fought Porter in this fight, bro. Listen. The only reason people say, Spence fought a better version of Porter is because he went points and struggled more. You just have to keep it a buck.
Jimmy, you got to take into consideration. Wait, let me talk. You got to take it. I'm sorry, Smoke. Go ahead, Smoke. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
That's not even the reason I gave. Like, first off, nobody is saying that Spence has a credible and great resume. Really, they're just saying that he has a better resume than Bud. That's all anyone's saying.
Okay. Name me one undefeated champion. Name me one undefeated champion. Spence is still a long way.
I'll be very fast. That's one thing.
How many undefeated champions? How many undefeated champions?
Jimmy, stop.
Hey, Jimmy, your audio is kind of fucked up. Jimmy, your audio is bad, bro. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, like the it's not just that people, it's not an excuse. Kenny Porter stopped that fight. Sean Porter could continue. Kenny Porter said why he stopped the fight. What he said was this dude didn't prepare correctly before, and they didn't have any faith in him because he saw the preparation that he put in going into the fight.
But why?
That's what we're talking
about. Why
about.
did you take the fight then? Why we
take the fight?
Let me finish.
What did Sean say to his dad?
No, I'm gonna land this plane. That's what we're talking about when you say.
What did Sean say to his dad?
Hold up, Jim. You gotta listen, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Bro.
I'm sorry.
That's what we're talking about when you say the fighter that's stepping in the ropes on the night.
No, bro. No, that's bullshit, though. You're just saying that because Spence couldn't stop Porter. Okay, why did Spence make him throw the towel in? Why Spence is the boogeyman? Why did he make him throw the towel in?
Is that why Kenny Porter said what he said?
Kenny Porter said that, but Kenny Porter's a fucking sore loser, bro. Kenny Porter always makes excuses.
He's the one who told him.
Yo, Jimmy,
His son got bounced off the floor twice.
Jimmy, hold up, bro. But you was the same guy that said Floyd Mayweather and Canelo was a draw, bro.
Nah, bro, I was trolling, bro.
I know you was trolling. I'm about to say that. The song Pastor would have got, but no.
You
Hold on, G.
How we don't know you trolling now, Jimmy?
Hold on,
I'm not trolling.
Hold up, my nigga.
No, come on, bro.
Hey, Jimmy, you gotta fix your audio, Jimmy. Like, it's bad, bro. It's really bad. We want you to
let
fix
me just
it, bro.
say this for 1 minute, bro.
I want you to fix that audio, please.
Earl, and I love Bud, but Earl Spence fought a way better Sean Porter because he was the champion. He was a champion who just beat Dennis Ugas, bro. You gotta remember, he just beat Ugas before he lost to Porter.
I told H and I told Jeeve and I told everybody that was on this panel, there was no version of Sean Porter that was going to beat Bud Crawford. No version.
Man, he was doing good in that fight, Shelton Moore. You can't deny it. I thought Sean Porter was winning the fight before the stoppage. Even Terrence Crawford in his corner, it was like, well, you losing the fight.
I'm with Sheldon on that one. I agree with what Sheldon's saying. I don't think there's any version of Sean Porter that beats Crawford. But all we're talking about is the differences in results in fights.
Yeah, he was doing great, H, until he wasn't.
But he was winning, though. Man, I love Bud, but bro,
until he wasn't, brother Boxy.
He was going tooth and nail with Sean Porter, man.
Until
he was going tooth and nail with him, you know that.
Until
he wasn't going tooth and nail. Come on, bro. Okay, so
man, it was a close ass fight, man. They even told Terrence Crawford in his corner he was losing the fight, dog. Mac told him that. Stop playing.
Yo, H money though.
Hold on. I gotta say this one more time. I want all of y'all to look at box rep, and I want you to tell me whether I came close column or whether I put up an oddly good fight is, or the almost.
No, sure, but you gotta realize though,
where is that?
Bud too, bro. But
where is that at?
But both Mac did tell him to wake his ass up, bro.
What happened?
And I feel like he can't do that with Earl Spence, bro.
What happened?
Bud like starting up play, bro. He's a late fight.
What?
Nah, he knocked him out.
And he knocked his ass.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. All that other
shit does not, bro. Because when he fights,
and bullshit.
When he fights Earl Spence,
but he ain't gonna knock out everybody, Shelton Moore. That's what I'm telling you.
Nobody.
You keep thinking he gonna knock everybody out. One day it's not gonna happen like Deontay Wilder.
Nobody does. Nobody knocks everybody.
Hey, question.
But yo,
question. Hold on. Question, man. Question. Hey, Shelton Moore, bro. How you got the if the fight happens, how you see Bud versus EJ? How do you see that fight breaking down? No. I understand he going with Bud. I ain't mad at that. I'm not mad. I think it's a 50-50 fight. I just want to hear. I want to hear I want to hear the breakdown of the fight.
The key to the fight for me is this. Errol has a high work rate, and the Errol seen in the past is a fighter, come flat-footed fighter. If Bud jab and the shots he throws off the back foot are not hard enough to keep Errol off of him, he have a rough night. But if Bud hits as hard as I think he does, his boxing skills are where I think they are. And with the switch hitting and being ambidextrous, he have power in both hands, he gonna walk Spence right into something and stop him maybe around 10 or 11. Because Spence knows how to fight one way, coming forward. Not very good doing anything else.
So if Spence is going to come fighting forward, that means that we need to look at Bud's lateral movement. Where's that at?
Hey, my bad, y'all.
Unless we're saying that unless Bud's going to be coming forward, how is Bud going to get out the way?
Listen. If you let me answer, he hasn't.
Kingpin EJ.
He hasn't had to use lateral movement based on the
YB, Young Billy boxing.
Do you not remember the Jeff Horn fight? Jeff Horn's on the front foot the whole night. All Bud did was like stand the ground and like the guy.
Jeff Horn and Errol Spence are two completely different.
That's my point. That's what I'm asking. When a guy is working behind the jab, how does he plan on getting out of the way?
He gonna walk in.
We gonna move our lateral movement. We gonna have lateral movement, brother.
Yeah, I'm saying like, where is it coming from? Like we don't since he hasn't shown that. Okay, so we saw his lateral movement against the 140-pound guy.
You got an echo.
Yeah, postal. Yeah, exactly. In the postal.
He got a bad echo too.
That Shelton got a bad echo.
Yeah, you gotta put yourself on mute when you're not talking, Shelton. Yeah.
Let me finish.
Let me finish. Sorry, you still going? Go ahead.
Let me finish. Errol Spence and Jeff Horn are two completely different fighters. I'm not gonna fight Errol Spence the way he fought Jeff Horn. I just told you you're gonna wind up walking into something, because when you see most of Crawford's knockouts, they come off of what? They come off of shots that he walked people into, unexpected shots that they did.
Yeah, y'all.
You know what they come from? You know what they really come from, Shelton? It comes from guys that
go on mute, Shelton, when you're talking.
You know, they come from guys who are reaching instead of jabbing. So that's the first part of the thing. And then you're saying like eventually it's supposed to happen. I'm saying what's supposed to happen until that eventually happens, right? Like if you're saying it's going to happen in the 11th round, what are we going to be looking at for those 11 rounds going up until then? And then the way that that ES Arrow fights, he has a body attack. So what you understand about that is that take your legs away and it takes the sting off your shots. So you're saying like after getting 11 rounds, I don't know any of that. Hold on a second, bro. Let me finish. I'm almost done. Yeah, and I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. You're saying that he's going to take 11 rounds of a body attack from Errol Spence and then still have enough in the tank to all of a sudden Errol's reaching now, running in, not working behind the jab, so he can get like check hooked.
Yeah, that's what's gonna happen, man. Come on, son. We on your ass, man.
Wait. How do you that Errol Spence is gonna be able to work the body? How do you know he's gonna be able to walk through what he's got to walk through to just walk Crawford down and go to the bottom? How do you know that?
I don't know that it's because, like I was asking you, like how's he going to get out of the way of it? Like what is he going to do? Are you just saying like he's going to like what? Like use that jab? Like here's the thing. Arrow has punches. So his shot is going to get to the target first.
Him coming inside with something.
Okay, you're saying like the 11th round is going to happen. So you're saying like what's supposed to be happening between that point and then? And not only that, but Errol throws way more fucking punches than Terrence Crawford. So even if Terrence Crawford hits him with those shots, he still got to take like 3 or 4, right?
You are wrong, Smoke, and you will find that out if the fight ever gets made. He's not gonna beat Terrence Crawford. He's not good enough.
I'm just trying to get your analysis. I'm just talking about your analysis. I'm not your prediction is the prediction. I was just going into your analysis.
He's not good enough, bro.
That's the thing, OG Sheldon. All you say is he's not good enough. You don't say why he's not good enough. You just say he's not good enough.
I told you why. I've been telling you that. Errol Spence is a flat-footed, comfort or volume puncher. That's what it is.
A flat-footed? You think that? Hold on. You think that he's flat-footed? Like, period. You think he's a plotter? Like Belanga's flat-footed. You think Errol Spence is like Belanga?
Can you guys hear me?
That's all I've seen.
You think he's like what you mean flat-footed? Like Margarito flat-footed?
He's flat-footed like maybe Paul Williams. Flat-footed.
To be fair, though, YB, compared to Crawford, he is pretty flat.
No way. So there's a different kind of footwork.
Hey, but Jimmy, hold on.
So good at cutting off the ring. Oh, so go ahead.
Jimmy, when you said his fight against Danny, you said you were surprised at how good his feet were. That's what you told me, Jim. So now he's flat-footed.
No, I said compared to Crawford, he's flat-footed. But
I mean, I don't understand where is this fleet of foot that like Crawford is. Like Crawford is just as flat. Like,
where have we seen Terrence Crawford use lateral movement to get out?
Like,
oh my God! Did you watch the Victor Postol fight?
Yeah, Victor Postol, like years ago. I mean, and the times where we haven't seen Errol flat-footed was against Mikey Garcia, against Lamont Peterson, and against Danny Garcia.
When we talk about Terrence
Crawford, 3 fights where he's not flat-footed, but apparently he's just only flat-footed.
Hold on, Smoke. Why were we talking?
Quicker feet.
I don't even think he was that
flat-footed. You said Errol Spence has got quicker feet.
Crawford, bro.
Spence has got quicker feet than Crawford.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't, Jimbo. He doesn't. Your boy, your Crawford has way more explosive, way more. He's quicker for sure, definitely.
But why would we talk about Terrence Crawford? Why all his attributes from when he debuted, or when he was campaigning at 40? Why don't we talk about what he's done at 47?
That's what I be trying to say, right side. He's more flat-footed at 147.
I agree.
Perspective and context matter.
Every 47-pounder
let me finish. That's how bad y'all want to defend the shit. You won't even let me get the shit off.
Right. Question, right side. You said, what has he done at 47? I said he's knocked out every 47-pounder.
No, he said
let's speak on his footwork at 147. He ain't say what he's done. That's what I'm saying, OG Sheldon. You got to let people finish it off, Uncle Sheldon. He's saying his footwork ain't what it was at 140 at 147. That's what he's saying.
What he's done.
I know, but you got to let people get it off, though. Come on, huh? Like, let people get it off. Like, it ain't that. I know you believe Crawford is Superman, and I think he's a great fighter. But he can be beat, and Errol Spence has a great shot at doing it. Simple as that.
Can be beat.
But my question, we can't ask about the flaws in his game without niggas cutting you off about it. You can't even get into the flaws.
Right side. No. Right side. That's all. That's what most people on this ever do. Tear down Crawford and hyper Spence. That's what most.
Not on this panel. Hold on, but Jim,
this is not tearing down. We're literally breaking down the fight analysis. There's no tearing down.
See, that's the problem. I can't even
run it. Let me run it real quick, right side.
What they don't, what they should struggle with, and how this is
Smoke, let me run it real quick. Let me say something real quick, bro. My bad to cut y'all off, Jim. But Jim, you can't compare this panel, which is more so in this chat, which is more so a pro Crawford chat. My chat and H Money's chat is really mostly pro Crawford. So nobody's really tearing down blood on this stuff. You can't compare it to the other channels or whatever. Like, I know that you go to and you see a lot of channels, Jim, where they tear down Crawford and they may mock Crawford's opponents and resume, but here we don't do that. Here, like H Money's channel, man, H Money is, picking Crawford in that fight most likely, and so we always, and I tell you, I pick Crawford in that fight. But to think that Errol don't have a hell of a chance to beat Crawford is asinine. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like this channel we tear down Errol Spence more than we tear down Bud, and that's a fact. On this channel, on my channel, on your channel, I mean, H Money's channel. Like, if you really want to be facts, how many people are picking Errol Spence versus Bud? And I guarantee you, it's 2-1 Bud all the time. For every 3 people, it's gonna be 2 people picking Bud and 1 person picking Errol, if that.
Yeah.
So Jimmy, come on, man. We ain't tearing down Errol Spence
YB
over
is right
here.
about that though.
I mean, we ain't tearing down Bud over here.
Yeah, the only person that hated is fucking Earl Spence. People, y'all hate Earl Spence, bro. Y'all hate that dude.
I said he don't have a chin. All I said was you asked me what I thought.
Jimmy hates Jimmy.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, bro. I ain't even trying to tear Earl. I ain't trying to tear nobody down. But
wait a minute. How are we pro Bud channels, man? That doesn't make no sense, bro. Like we support all fighters, man.
No, but I'm saying hold on.
No, I do get what you're saying. Well, YB is a lot of pro Bud. I'm a pro Bud fan. Everybody knows that.
What I mean by pro Bud channels is like the majority of your chat is mostly picking Bud, and they think Bud is the boogeyman. They think Bud is unbeatable.
Because
and then
he
you got
is unbeatable.
Then you got channels that spread false information. Hold on, goddamn. You got channels that spread false shit about Errol Spence. I mean, I spread false shit about Bud. Whereas I don't spread nothing false about Bud. I'd be trolling y'all about boots and shit just because I know most of my chat is rocking with Bud. So I'll purposely troll OG Shelton and troll Rodney, troll Q, troll Method, troll you, troll anybody that's picking, troll Jimmy, because I know everybody fucks with Bud. So that's why even some of these topics, I do it on purpose to get a reaction because it's controversial because most people are picking Terrence Crawford over anybody. And like I agree with y'all. And that's the thing. Like I fuck with Bud heavy. But it's just like the on me and Age Money's channel, it's not a lot of people that rock with Errol Spence. You know what I mean? So it's like, damn, like Errol Spence can't fight now. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I be
the only nigga that really rock with Earl Spence, YB is like Ben Israel, man. That's like really the only nigga that fuck with Earl Spence.
I rock with Earl Spence. Listen, I rock with both dudes. It's not an either or thing. It's not an either or thing for me. Like I like both dudes.
Right.
It's just analysis of a fight. Like to me, one of my favorite fighters is going to win, and one of my favorite fighters is going to lose on that night.
And I'm with both. But hold on. My thing is, why can't you ask questions? And this is the thing. I end up having to ask more questions about Bud because so many. It's more pro Bud, and I ain't mad at that. But when you ask questions about it, next thing you know, you trying to shit on Bud. You trying? No, bro. I'm just asking a question.
Come on, right side.
Y'all do be shitting on Bud. Did y'all make excuses?
Right side. Come on, let's be honest, bro. You think it's Spence and Boots?
That's what I'm saying. You making and then when we stop this nigga, then y'all niggas gonna go and cry.
I can't hear y'all. Like Jimmy, your audio breaking up, and as you breaking up, you talking over. I don't know who you were talking. I thought it was Brother Boston, but he gone too. So.
Nah, hey Jimmy, your audio's fucked up, bro.
Yeah, Jimmy's got a mic issue where he's out clipping, and then Shelton has a mic issue where it echoes if he's tough.
Yeah,
Jimmy, you gotta fix your audio, Jimmy.
Hey, but am I wrong, y'all? Does it seem to be like?
No, YB, you are correct, bro. I ain't gonna argue. There's a lot of pro Bud niggas in here, bro. It's kind of like pro Canelo also, you know. If you say one thing bad about Canelo, you got Prime and Jimmy going after you, you know. They like the team do out the motherfucker.
Nah, but I don't mean no harm by it either, bro. I like to start shit with the Bud and Spence.
It's cool. Like, no, it's
but who do I favor? Like if you ask me my honest assessment right now, of course, bro, you know Bud is my favorite welterweight, bro. So of course I'm like, yo, but I like Errol Spence too. So I'll be like, yo, I can see Errol Spence giving Kingpin EJ. I can see Errol Spence giving Bud problems with the volume. I can see Errol Spence giving Bud problems with the jab. Because I do think he has a better jab than Bud, and people will argue me down that he don't, but I think his jab is better.
Yeah, I think it's straighter, it's more active, and he works, and it's all more calculated. Like he said, that's what I'm
seeing. He don't
do
nothing better than Bud. Man. He don't do nothing better than Bud.
Yeah, he does a few things better than Bud.
Now you just lying, show.
No, I'm not.
Excuse. Now you just lying.
Okay, he throws more punches than Bud. That's one thing.
No, he don't, man. Bud,
okay, yes, he does. No, he does not. No, he does.
That man's the best welterweight that ever lived.
I mean, I hear you, bro, but he doesn't throw more punches than Errol Spence.
He's the best welterweight, bro.
You can say that all you want, but he does not throw more punches than Errol Spence.
So another. Y'all gonna cry, bro. Y'all gonna cry.
I'm not gonna cry because one of my favorite fighters gonna win.
Why nobody can't argue against Bud and you let him get off, bro? Why you can't nobody get off?
This is like, I mean. So, like to me, Errol Spence does everything behind the jab. So that idea that you're gonna run into something, he's not really a lunger and a leaper like Kell Brook, not necessarily not Kell Brook, but Sean Porter and Jeff Horn, right?
But Smoke, we know that Earl
I'm
been on
almost
the
done, bro.
defense
I'm
like
almost
that,
done. I'm almost done. I know this hurts you to hear that this may be a way that Bud loses this fight, but just swallow it, right? All I'm saying is, right. So you got
For the good of the universe, I'll be honest.
Bud ain't never losing.
For the good of the universe,
you got a guy who throws
They
straighter
want
punches.
Bud to lose so bad, Jimmy.
Okay.
Yo,
You got a
Jimbo,
guy
they
who throws
want Bud
straighter
to lose
punches.
so bad.
Okay. You got a guy who throws straighter punches.
Hey, Jimmy, you got to fix your audio, brother. That shit is fucked up bad, bro. We can't hear you, bro.
And it's not about Bud losing, bro. We can have a different of opinion as far as the fight goes. It's not about Bud losing.
Yeah, I mean, these are just keys to victory for both guys. You can do this thing for both people, right? So anyway, like I was saying, Errol Spence throws straighter shots. That's another thing that he does.
No, he
Not only
does.
does he throw more punches, but his shots are also straighter. Not only that, is he's better at cutting off the ring. So this idea that for one, the idea that like Spence being flat-footed means that he can't fight backwards. I've seen the guy fight backwards. I don't think that's the case. But for that to happen, that would mean that Terrence would have to be on the front foot. Yeah. I saw what I saw in the Kell Brook fight in the first 2 rounds was a guy with a very active jab be able to give and a bigger guy with a longer reach be giving Spence all kinds of problems, right? But even Kell Brook doesn't throw the amounts of shots that Errol Spence have, and I think the jab is, Kell Brook is just different. I think Bud had what is it? Spence's jab is better just because it's more active. I guess it's more like that. Kell Brook has a butter jab. His jab is nice. Smoke. I'm not saying Brook don't have a nice jab. I'm just saying I think Spence's is better just because it's a more active one.
He does
behind
do you believe that Spencer's gonna bring the fight to Bud?
Do I think
they could try to make it a dog fight, bro?
I think that they both will like take what the other person gives him. But there's the way that Errol Spence fights, and that is he throws a ton of shots and he does everything behind the jab.
But Errol Spence is a come forward fighter, so I think he has to bring the fight to Bud to be as effective as he can be. I don't think he's gonna sit there and fight off the back foot. So he got to bring the fight to him.
I mean, if he's fighting off the back foot, that would mean that Bud was on the front foot.
Exactly.
And that may happen at times in the fight. But I doubt that is like what the fight that we'll see. We may see that
it's not going to be
rounds and all that stuff, but I don't think that's the fight we're going to see with Errol on the back foot and Bud coming forward. Like,
agreed. Matter of fact, I think they may sit in the middle of the ring more than anything, but I think Bud gonna have to. I think he's gonna have to fight off the back foot.
Can I jump in here on this? What's going on, young Billy?
Best of the best, big champ. Spade is a spade. If you don't know about a spade is a spade, then you know a spade is a spade when you're talking the best of the best.
Hey, a spade, bro.
Hey,
best of the best. You know what we do.
You already know how we do. Hey, and I got a good one. I got a good one coming for y'all in a few hours. It be out this morning on that shit coming up, on the fight coming up this weekend. So make sure y'all check that out. But I'm gonna tell you though, man. I hear y'all talking about that fight, and I was hearing Smoke. Everybody talking about far as the walk through, far as how the fight is gonna go. Far as what you looking at, it's just Spence a great fighter, man. For all y'all who think, of course, y'all know I like Bud a lot more too. Just like young brother, I do like Bud. Bud is my favorite at 147. But all in all, being real with y'all, I'm a straight down the middle boxing fan. Real tough. I like all the fighters, for real. Errol Spence, a good fighter. Errol Spence, the truth. He got a package with him, and that's why he where he at right now. Yes, that is true. You're gonna give Earl his props. When they get in there though, everything with what people try and make you understand is that in the beginning it's just Bud. Bud is just he gonna let you, he gonna make y'all think that Earl doing what we think Earl can do. It's gonna go like that for a minute. It's just gonna go like that. It's just because how Earl box, you just gotta watch him and just look what he be doing. He a good fighter, but he is straight up and down. He basic. When he get in there, once they turn it, they gonna tell Terrence, they gonna tell Bud turn it up about 5 or 6. that's when they gonna start the notch gonna come up a little bit more. He gonna start switch hitting and all that shit, and he gonna get lost. The only way that if Spence wanna beat Bud, he better rough him up. He better take him in a roughhouse type of fight and use the skills that he got now. He better rough him up. He better do some dirty shit. He better do some shit. Because if you try to box Bud throughout the night, I'm telling you now, he getting walked down, he get knocked out. It ain't going to death. He is getting knocked out in the late rounds.
Hold on, real quick. I just want to make sure you. So you saying if Spence tries to box, Bud walking him down and knocking him out. That's what you saying.
In the late rounds, he's getting knocked out. He's gonna walk right into it. It's gonna that hook or what's it? It's gonna come like 7, 8, 9, somewhere around in there. He catching him.
Is Spence walking into some shit coming forward, or is Bud walking Spence down?
No, Bud gonna walk Spence down by that time. By them time when I'm talking about now, he gonna be walking him down.
Ninth round.
I'm gonna tell you, in the first 5 rounds, watch. Remember, I said this in the first 5 rounds. You gonna think Spence winning the fight. Watch him. Watch.
Spence for the first 5. Okay, I got that.
That's what you're gonna see happen. Then it's gonna change because they're doing some quick little homework. That's what they do. That's the homework. They got it all later. Okay, he did this. He's doing that. Now it's time to turn.
Yeah. I got you. Now this is my thing, and I'm not disagreeing with anything you're saying. I'm not disagreeing. I'm asking, does Bud have that power to knock Spence out in those later rounds? If you give up round early like that, I gotta see Spence winning 2 more rounds in the fight. You see what I'm saying? And if we didn't gave up 4, and I'm saying we making it real tight right there. You know what I'm saying? So
you know what he need to do? Spence gotta. If I'm taking Spence side, if I'm being honest, he's gonna have to do some rough tactics too.
But I'm not taking.
He gotta rough him up a little bit too. He gonna have to do some awkward shit and do what he usually do. And
Spence is not afraid of we've seen Spence get rugged, right?
But I'm taking Bud's side on this. This is my thing. I'm taking Bud's side on this. So if I'm Bud, right? Not Spence. If I'm Bud, if I didn't give up the first. If I say once again, I give up 4 or 5, right? Or we'll say even I give up 3 or 4. We're gonna say I give up 3 or 4, right? I put myself in a little hole there, and Bud is a fighter. So my thing is, does Bud have the power in the later rounds to get Spence out of there? That's my question.
Yeah, that's what he specializes in. He has the stamina. His stamina is something about his stamina. And the way he I don't even know how he's doing that shit. Like, it's just like he turns into another fighter after a while. Like it's like you get that once you get it going, it just automatically turns into something else. I don't even really know how to fucking explain that shit. That shit is crazy. And the only person, like, if you ask me, like I said earlier, I'm a boxing fan. Right now, from what I'm saying. From what I see, and notice that's how I'm saying what I'm saying, because they haven't really surely been tested. I really don't feel Virgil or Boots can show us, and probably Boots the most can get inside of what he do, can find a way counter react do in them later round. I think those 2 fighters, I just think I see that in them right now. I just see that.
So you saying that they have a better chance of getting to Crawford?
Yes. I think, as far as what I see. Yeah, as far as what I see. What I see. But I could be wrong. Spence could have it. You could be right. Spence could be right.
I just want to make sure I'm understanding what you say. I'm not trying to be right or wrong. I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
I mean, one of the other things about Errol, like there's 2 things, right? Him specifically as a fighter, he seems to get stronger later in fights. Bud may be finishing guys later in fights, but Spence is a guy who gets stronger later in fights. What's strange about this particular matchup, depending on when it happens, is that Spence has been really inactive. So the ring rust may show up. Like I'm expecting ring rust to show up early in this Ugas fight. I know he's going to get rounds in with Ugas, but who's going to be sharp when we go into this fight? Yeah, Bud gives up early rounds. Spence is not, he's not a fast starter, he's slow starter, but he just gets stronger as the fight goes on. I'm very interested to see what their activity levels are looking like, and also what the Ugas Spence fight looks like. Because we don't know, right?
Yeah, definitely. I want to see that. That's a definitely a good test. This weekend is definitely a good fight to see what we think we might be looking at. This will tell us a lot this week. I'm pumped for that shit. Quick,
Hey
I
man,
want to do
and this is my last thing. I'm gonna stop rocking on this after this. So YB, don't fault me for it, man. Where does is a lot of the Spence fans are Bud fans, bro? Like, I'm a fan of both. Where does this divide, bro? Like, why does it have to be so one way or the other, bro? It's like, damn, you gotta like either McDonald's or goddamn burger, bro. What is that shit? Why is it so? I know where it comes from. I know where it comes from,
Yeah,
but
boxing media, they have to have heroes and villains,
but
and that's the way that that's the way that they presenting this whole fight as heroes and villains. There were, Spence is a duck, and Bud is.
And you know what? You know why it's like that? Because I mean, even us, we like all on it. We really all can talk, and we kind of go with the same fighters in a way. Most of us like with H Money Channel, YB, and all of us. But we all have our differences too. I mean, we have differences on who we think might could beat between the two. But then you got the other channels that we know about that just got they just rock with those fighters because they particularly with that platform. So
but my thing is even like I'm a Devin Haney fan. I can argue with Tank fans all day, right? I can argue who gonna win that fight. I got Devin Haney in the fight. I know sound crazy. That's who I got in the fight. I like Devin Haney being Tank, but even in that argument, it's a different argument that we're having there versus EJ Bud Crawford argument, bro. Like that argument, and it's crazy to me because once again, being a fan of both, bro. And also, didn't even know this whole YouTube boxing shit existed like this. You know what I'm saying? So I've been watching boxing, but I ain't not necessarily on the YouTube platforms, those type of things. To see the odd that I see there, it's like, bro, it's crazy because I like both.
Let me tell you something. I don't mean to cut you off, but what you see with Tank and Devin, what you was talking about, Devin doing what he supposed to do. Bottom line, right now, straight down the middle. I'm gonna give it to you. Devin doing what the fuck he supposed to be doing. Devin is pleasing the fan right now. Tank is not pleasing the fan right now. All right, it's just down the middle. That's just how it go right now. And when Tank start pleasing the fan, that's when, out of my opinion, from my standpoint, I will say Tank is pleasing the fan. Tank not pleasing the fan. Devin is.
And I agree with that, but we can jump into that in a second. I just want to finish this EJ Bud thing. The divide, bro. A lot of the fans, we like both. A lot of it, man. The divide is crazy there, bro. Like I think that's why I think it's the biggest fight in boxing because of the fan base that's built here, and a lot of fans, we like both of them, but there's a strong divide if you ain't on one side or the other, bro. It's strong there. So
the bottom line is going to do 800 to 1 million pay-per-view buys. That's what's going to matter when it all ends. You know, when you hear all of the talk about Earl Spence do 300 pay-per-view buys, you got all different kinds of channels talk all kinds of shit. All that shit ain't none of them doing no goddamn major pay-per-view buys till they doing 500K or more anyway. They ain't none of them doing no major pay-per-view buys. So he doing 300K pay-per-view buys. They talk about Crawford, say Crawford don't do that. Crawford ain't never did do 50,000 pay-per-view buys. Not realizing Crawford been fighting on motherfucking ESPN all these motherfucking years, and ESPN got 100 million motherfuckers watching you box. So who gives a fuck whether you go on pay-per-view or not? When Crawford get on pay-per-view with Spence, we gonna buy that motherfucker just like you said. That's the biggest shit going on right now. When that motherfucker gets called, put that motherfucker on paper, and we know that shit gonna happen, that shit good, we gonna swipe this shit, we gonna put them numbers in that motherfucking TV, that motherfucking pay-per-view that night. Guaranteed. That's a guaranteed motherfucking fact. They getting my motherfucking money that night. You can bet that.
Hey, if it called, hey, I'm it is what I gotta
It'd
pay
be
for that.
$100 motherfucking dollars. They could charge $100 motherfucking dollars for that fight, pay per view. I'm paying it.
Man, you charge them near 150. I still might buy that motherfucker, bro. Cause
Motherfucking right.
man, that's that. But that's what the sport boxing is about. And all right, my bad. Hey, y'all going to rock, man. We'll stick on this shit. We moving on. My bad. I hold this panel up. Hey man, well, real quick then, Tank Davis, Devin Haney, bro. Well, first off, what you think about Tank Davis? What you think his next move is? Does he
Hopefully it's to get the hell out of that camp, like they saying he gonna do. Or go over there. If he gonna go with Al Heyman, go with Al Heyman. Go fuck with Al Heyman and see what Al Heyman gonna do. As long as you ain't dealing with Floyd and what's the name?
But Floyd done already told you, if you're doing business with Al Heyman, you're doing business with Floyd Mayweather. If you're doing business with Floyd Mayweather, you're doing business with Al Heyman. Floyd
But you know what? But then the fighters then stepped out there like Earl Spence and a few other fighters and said Floyd Mayweather and Deontay Wilder even said that Floyd Mayweather ain't got a motherfucking thing to do with my career. So they done stepped out there and said that. Floyd don't got listen, Floyd don't got nothing to do with Al Peoples. That's like me and you close. Me and you close work together. You Al, I'm Floyd. So I got my own little shit going, but you the boss. You been a big boss anyway. You running your whole shit anyway. I got my little side shit going on with Mayweather Promotions or whatever. You the boss. You already run. You got PTC. That's your whole shit. You running that. That's your shit. So I can say shit to you, but just because I might say something to you don't mean that you're gonna listen to me. Don't mean because I say, yo, you shouldn't let this happen, you shouldn't let that happen. Don't mean that I'm gonna listen to you. You probably could say shit like that. That's about as far as he can go. But if he feel like that, and Tank feel like you feel, or if anybody else feel like that Floyd still can maneuver his career through Al Heyman, then he definitely should be smart enough to don't even fuck with none of them and go run over there with Bob and them. Go
Man,
fuck with Top Rank.
and this is the thing: the biggest fights for Tank Davis right now, they're with Top Rank because Devin Haney, Lomachenko, Kambosos, they all fucking with Top Rank right now, right? But this is the other thing that I saw earlier today. I was talking to YB about this. If you got the Zone coming offering you the Canelo / Triple G deal, as far as you coming to sign with them, that's the check right there, bro. That's the real check. You know what I'm saying? 45 million for 2 fights, and then you got the opportunity, and Ryan Garcia being one of those fights, man.
That's another big fight. Like we was just saying. Like look, like we was just saying about Crawford and Bud, the same thing. Ryan and Tank. You put Ryan and Tank in the fucking ring together right now. You're doing 400 to 600,000 pay-per-view buys, guaranteed. Guaranteed. Easy. Might be more easy. That I don't know what the fuck they thinking about. Easy. That y'all want to recoup money, you're losing money, you're this, you're going through this shit. I don't know what the fuck is on Ellaby and Mayweather in them fucking mind. I don't know.
This the problem. First thing is it. First off, Floyd them they don't want to split the money. They don't want to split shit. They want all their shit. That's why Tank fighting Rolly right now. You know what I'm saying? They want all their shit. But
you know why? You know why? Because if you have both fighters on your platform, you eat from both sides.
From both sides. And you see, that's the thing. You can't, even though the Ryan fight is bigger, you got to split that shit. You know what I'm saying? And hey, I understand the play that Mayweather / PBC they're doing with Tank. The thing is at this current moment in time, this man need to be fighting the biggest fights, and with him to have his own promotional brand, go make your move, step outside of it, and go build your own deals. What's going to be most beneficial to you? Even though they said they making you money, now you can go have legacy fights, and you're gonna get paid for them. Go make your.
And that's the thing about it. You gonna get paid. That's what you just now said. Legacy fight. The people be saying legacy like it just don't mean nothing sometimes. Legacy mean a whole lot. Legacy mean money. That mean money. Every time you fight a legacy fight, a legacy fight gonna put that big motherfucking check in your pocket. You're not getting them fights for 10 million guaranteed. Probably do 500,000-700,000 pay-per-view buys, shit like that. You're not getting those you're not getting those kind of motherfucking fights with fighting no motherfucking nobody people don't know like Isaac Cruz and all that. That shit tank. You not no. See. We control the market. That's what they fail to realize. Like you, me, all of us, the fans. We control the market, especially when it comes to this motherfucking pay-per-view shit, because that shit is an hour run.
And see, that's the craziest thing about it. Tank fight on pay-per-view. Like you say, we control the markets.
Right.
Man, you got Tank fans right now that's gonna go out and buy the Rolly Romero fight. You know what I'm saying? I'm debating on buying that fight. I ain't gonna lie to you. I want to see.
You're not the only one. You're not the only one debating. It's a lot. That's it. You fucking up the money. You gotta think about if y'all sitting around right now and thinking about the money right now in the package before it even go out. Why would you put it out? Why would you put something out that people they undecided on if they're getting it or not? No, motherfucker. We want everybody to be getting our shit. So how much y'all shit gonna sell? We don't want no motherfucking put no package out that's undecided if they don't know if they buying our shit or not. No.
But we gonna buy it, bro. We want to see that good fight. We want to see that legacy fight, bro. That's what we want to see, and we gonna buy it, man.
Right.
They don't do it, bro. I don't understand how legacy don't as far as money go. I don't understand that because.
And you a promoter or manager or what they is, I don't understand it. When I look at Leonard Ellaby, every time I see him talk, I just be sitting there shaking my head like, what the fuck is he be acting like? Leonard Ellaby be acting like he be talking to a room full of fucking kindergartners when he talking into an interview with all adult hardcore boxing fan. Motherfuckers been watching boxing. Some people probably been around even before his fat dumbass been around. And you say shit that just make you a person just look at him and be like, what the fuck is he talking about? That's like that. I'll never forget the day he was in the interview when he said they asked him about when Tank went to 140 and they brought up Josh Taylor. He didn't even know how to respond to it. Like, if you gonna be real about what you're doing, if you really just putting Tank in fight, or you just trying to give him $1 million, and that's it. That's all it's about. Y'all trying to get a couple dollars. They ain't really worry about belts and all that other type shit. And just be real. Oh no, we don't need all that. We good. We don't want that. Just say that. Don't say. Oh no, he Josh Taylor, undisputed champion, but he doesn't bring anything to the table. He doesn't bring anything to the table. You just fucked that man career. You fucking Tank career not even saying something.
This is the thing. When I keep it in house, right? When I keep it in house, then Tank, I can give him his money. Then I can shortchange the whoever in house. I can shortchange them because they the best they gonna get anyways. And then I can feed my pockets, bro. I can line my pockets all the way fresh. You know, I done gave Tank his 3.
That's what they doing. They doing what you said right now. They over there doing all that dirty shit right now. That's some cruddy ass shit that they take from somebody's mouth, and then Floyd to disguise it and make him feel like he doing so good. And the bad part about it, Floyd know what it's like good off of one fight. You know what it's like to get 30 million off one fight in one night for 30 minutes.
But this is
like to get that.
But the thing is, because Floyd know how to eat like that, what Floyd want? He want more of that. And so now he making he the same thing we seeing with him and Tank. He done came out talking about, oh, Tank owe me 1.3 million, whatever. Bruh. So you really telling me that you gonna hold you really gonna come out publicly talking about 1.3 million? Bruh, you made 50 million one fight, bruh. You made 50 million one fight, bruh. Why are you talking about that with this young fighter who trying to come up? It's that, man. Don't get me started.
Man, all that money. That man, he would never listen. He never wanted to see. He would never want to see Tank. I don't think he would ever want to see any fighter do what he did, as far as money wise. He's just not that kind of person. Some people don't want to realize that. Like a lot of people that like Floyd, they just don't understand. Like a lot of people just don't understand. Like can't read people like Floyd. Floyd is arrogant as a motherfucker. If you can't tell, you just slow. Like if it takes you to be around him to find out, he would disappoint you. A lot of motherfuckers that like him, if they was around him every day or had to be around him, he would send their ass home, head down, disappointed, and hurt like a motherfucker. If they thought they had a fun.
But this is the thing. As a fighter, I understand the mindset. I understand the mentality. Is part of what made him great. You know what I'm saying? And so I understand that piece of it. I understand the arrogance. I understand all of it just because that's all of what went into his greatness. Even though I look at Michael Jordan, bro, my favorite basketball player of all time. One of
Mine too. Me and you both.
Depending on who you ask, possibly one of the worst, best teammates you've ever had. You know what I'm saying? He gonna cuss your ass out. He might punch you in the chest. He might cuss it. I mean, he gonna talk shit about you during practice. He gonna whoop your ass in practice. But he did all of that to build you to the best. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, that's true, but I wouldn't compare them to as far as everything I see in them as people.
No,
I can't compare them.
but that's only that was me only speaking of him as a player. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. So you only speaking as a player and Floyd in the sport.
Right, exactly. The traits I love about them. When I look at them outside of being the player, right? The different pieces, even like I would say Michael Jordan as basketball, that's my favorite sport. You know what I'm saying? But Michael Jordan as an owner, you know what I'm saying? He's been a terrible owner. You know what I'm saying? He's terrible. It's the same thing with Floyd as far as being outside the sport of boxing, being a promoter, those type of things. He's been pretty pathetic because he's put more emphasis on him versus him building his fighters. Yeah, Tank Davis built himself off of knockouts. That's what really happened.
Right.
He knocked motherfuckers out, bro. And because he knocked motherfuckers out, everybody want to see him fight. That's what built Tank legacy. It wasn't Floyd did. Floyd helped it. I'm not going to take anything away from Floyd, but at the end of the day, as far as going promoting Tank, no, he hasn't been a great promoter, and so Tank need to move on, do his thing, and I think I think he can do some great things, especially if he goes sign with certain. I'm not gonna call any promotional companies, but there's a couple companies he can sign with and really do some great things. So
let me tell you something. He go over there with Bob, like Bob told him. He already got a message from somebody from over there, but he go over there with Bob. They will get shit clicking in the direction he want to get it clicking in. All right, you want some war? You want war? All right, we gonna get war. We gonna get some war going for you right. We gonna get that war.
you know how happy Bob would be. That means Bob control. That means he controls 35 and 40. Yeah. If he controls 35 and 40, is so many great fights and money fights he can make there, and not to mention 30 because Shakur Stevenson is about to go watch Oscar Valdez, or they about to go fight. I don't know who going. I'm gonna say it's a 50-50 fight, but I got Shakur winning the fight. So
they fight next week.
Yeah. See. Man,
next week. So that is, you're right. For you to bring that up, yes, that is 50-50. That's another war. That's another Bob Earn war. And it's like we were saying, if Tank get over there, that's all Bob. Listen, that's all Bob Earn has done all his career. Doing it. I didn't win it. Look, I didn't win it all in Bob Earn shit. I didn't win all in every fucking piece of weed, and I could read everything from the beginning. That motherfucker from the beginning, let me tell you, he make you think you like this motherfucker right here. He make you think he like a motherfucker that fight pit bulls or something. Like he got thousands of dogs. He like his best dogs. He just like to see. I want Tiger to fight French. I'm putting them in today. I want to see which one of them motherfuckers, because I know these motherfuckers, one of them gonna rip each other the fuck apart. I gotta see who the shit it is. That's Bob is like a scientist with fighters. He like watching that shit. I think he get high off that shit. And he been making them kind of fights all these motherfucking years. So these motherfucking promoters nowadays, Al Haymon, all that shit, everybody like that right now, that shit coming up now. None of them, I don't even never even compare none of them.
But this is the thing. You have to look at the divisions because if you look at, like I said, 30, 35, 40, right? It's controlled by Al. I mean, excuse me, by Bob. But then you go look at 47, 54, 60. It's controlled by Al. You know what I'm saying? They got their footprints all into the sport. And I was like I said, with Devin Haney having to go sign to make the big fight happen with Kambosos as far as Undisputed, it's the same thing Bud Crawford got to do. He got to go sign with PBC to make the big fight happen because those are the sides of the streets that individuals have been talking about for who knows how long. You know what I'm saying? And it's interesting because I want to see what Tank does because now you have an opportunity to go to the over there with Bob Arum, but then you also have a big money offer that's coming from the Zone. If you take that the Zone offer, right? Yeah, you fight Ryan. I don't know who your next fight will be, but then you got to wait a couple fights for your real legacy fights. Even though I think Ryan would be a legacy fight for him, I'll give him that. I think Ryan, and even if they rematched it.
Eddie would make that shit happen. Eddie would get a lot of things popping for Tank quick too. Like they would move quick for Tank no matter which one of them get him. The reason they would move quick right now because he almost 30. So it's time now to start. Like Floyd let a lot of years go by that. Well, you could just use those years as the years he got to build himself up, get the knockout, he put on his little shows, let everybody come out, see what's up with him. But the thing is, everybody knows what's going on. It's out there now. Like that shit, man, you talk about now, out there so much that it hurt their pocket. It's out there. So now he has to change the pace to get the right motherfucking opponents in there so he can get the money that he do get. Because he can get the money. It's there. It's waiting for him to get it. It's just everybody saying, basically sitting back because everybody know what's going on. People sitting back now like, we not giving it to you unless you go fight this person. You're not giving it. No, you can't get it. You ain't getting it. It's like the punch. Like, you can't get it until you go clean up that shit and take care of what's the name around there. Then I'll give it to you so you go. You better go out. I ain't giving you shit. It's that kind of situation. You gotta go do what we want, and then you can get it, and we gonna pay.
And this is the thing. The thing is if he goes to top rank, even though those are where the legacy fights are for him, I don't know if he get paid. Matter of fact, I'm not gonna say I don't know. He's not gonna get paid nearly what he's gonna get paid going over fighting with, say, the Zone. You know what I'm saying? So I want to see. I'm interested to see what the PBC as well.
Right, I think Bob Arum gonna pay him like Bob gonna be paying him between like 3 and 6.
Man, he got you can ain't no way Bob can do that. If Bob bring Tank Davis over there, you can't be paying Tank Davis 3 to 6. You got to be paying him at least 15, bro.
I'm talking about like it depends on who he start him out with. Like if he start out with a regular fighter, if he come over there and get a regular old fight, he might start off paying him like that. But if he get the big fight, if he go over there and get the fight, man, you talking about like if he go over there and fight Ryan Garcia, he get a Ryan Garcia or he get a Shakur Stevenson, you get a fight like that, yeah, he gonna get what you saying, like 15. He gonna get like 10, 15 million.
But is Bob willing to shell that out? I don't think he about that life. Bob is a very savvy businessman, and when I say savvy, I mean cheap. And never mind.
He gave Kambosos 10.
Why? But look what he gained from giving Kambosos 10. Look what he gained. He gained 3 fights with Devin Haney.
Yeah, I know.
And Bob, if you go back and watch the interview, the press conference, look at Bob versus what's buddy name? Money, G Money, man. I can't call his name. G Money. He always trying to make the side deal. Kambosos promoter. I can't call his name right now.
I can't think his name either.
Yeah, I know who I'm talking about. Go look at when the press conference happened. Look how Bob was like, God, what's G Money name, man? Lou DiBella. Look how Lou DiBella was like. He was like, yeah, it's always been good when y'all done came over to fight over here. Bob was like, yep, well, the tide's about to turn. And Bob know that Dev fit to win this fight. That's why they signed him to a 3-deal fight because, and that's why at the end of the day they gonna let Dev bring the belts back. Tio may have been onto something with the conspiracy stuff, but I don't know. I don't know. But Bob, he finna get paid. That's
But
the way.
but the thing is, you gotta look at it like this too. This was Devin ticket to start his career, just to
Fact.
open it up. If I'm Devin right now, I'm happy as a motherfucker right now. If I'm Devin Haney, because if I'm coming in the game, I'm at the position like he is, and I know I want to be who I want to be, and I already got my own shit set up on how far as I want to be doing my own promotion, this, that, and I'm gonna be everything he got set up. He could take advantage of it all right off of this 3-fight deal. This will
And,
make him
and,
the biggest star ever.
and that was the genius of it. It was a 3-fight deal, bro.
Yeah.
Regardless, right now, if you ask Devin Haney, he tell you he'll fight anybody. That's what he'll tell you. You know
You
what I'm
get
saying?
3 fights, he get, man. Devin Haney get 2 fights. He beat Kambosos twice, then turn around and pick Loma fight or something and beat Loma too.
You know who no, you know who they gonna put him against, don't you? You think it's Loma? Watch him and Shakur end up being the fight, bro.
And
Watch it.
listen, if it be him and Shakur, either one. Like, and if he win, if Devin was to win, I'm just saying, if he win them 3 fights, he's skyrocketing.
Man, if he win the first fight, he's skyrocketing, bro. The first fight, if he goes and beats Kambosos in Australia this first time, he skyrockets.
Yeah,
He's
definitely.
and, and I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I said earlier, the reason I fuck with Dev Haney is because from everything I've ever seen about him, the dude has that old school mentality of, man, I don't kind of how we were talking about EJ. If you would, if for some reason, I don't know, I'm making this up as I go. If Bruce Ennis end up having that belt that Terrence Bud Crawford got right now, it wasn't gonna matter. EJ said he said he wanted to be undisputed. Hey, let's fight for that belt. That's Devin Haney, bro. I don't care who got it. If when Lomachenko had it, I'm calling Lomachenko out. When Tio had it, I'm calling Tio out. Kambosos got it. Let's fight Kambosos. You know what I'm saying? Like I respect that. I respect
Virgil, them Boots and Virgil soon gonna be holding them belts. Somebody,
man.
they better hurry up and get shit done.
I think you got to move up to 54, but Boots, Boots gonna be holding all of them, bro.
Boots gonna be holding them belts. They not playing around. Them boys ain't playing. I see them. I'm watching. I see them. They not playing, and they saying in their mind, they already got set in their mind that Spence and Crawford need to hurry the fuck up and do what they gonna do. They trying to take over.
Hey, man, the Butayer Stanley on this fight. I was saying it earlier. I think that fight right there is gonna have a lot to do with the 47 division after those belts are vacated. And man, it's gonna be very interesting because both of those two great fighters right there, they hella fighter. They'll stand in that motherfucking trade with your ass. So
because Bud gonna leave, Bud gonna go to 54. He been talking about that 54 a lot. That like he really wanna go there. So if I'm gonna tell you right now, if they play any kind of games, if they play any kind of games Saturday night after Saturday, and act like they trying to make this fight, gonna see. Remember what I told you, Bud. Bud gonna go to 154. He gonna leave. But the thing about it though, I'm gonna tell you, much as I love Bud, 154, boy, that's cool. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough, and especially with that boy up there, because it's gonna be tough. But Bud,
so do you have Bud? You think Bud he beat Charlo?
that's tough. That's a good fight.
What about Castaños?
Man, we was talking about that. Charlo gonna be rough with him. Charlo ain't gonna be no easy. He run through Bud right there now. And even Bud and Castano, the one. I can't say. I don't know because I don't know how Bud translate up there that late. And then that new tall motherfucker that new tall motherfucker I just watched, Sebastian.
What about Fundora? What about?
Oh my God, I don't know. I don't know.
Hey, I like Fundora, bro. I like Fundora a lot. I think.
Oh my goodness, he trouble. He trouble. He trouble.
I him winning the Lubin fight, and I think Fundora, man. If anybody can teach this man how to work off a jab and how to kind of work on the outside a little bit, this dude gonna be a real problem, bro. He gonna be
a baby. He a baby right now. They is gonna teach him. They know. I seen the holes too. They gonna close them holes up real quick because he already willing to do what it need to be done when you try to fight him on the inside. He fight on the inside like motherfuckers then told him. He fight like trainers then told him everybody gonna try to fight you on the inside.
Learn how to fight
right now. So look, everybody gonna try to fight you from the inside. So you gonna have to learn how to fight from the inside. Just beat the shit out of niggas from the inside. Cause everybody gonna think you weak on the inside.
He did. He beating the shit out of niggas on the inside. That's a problem, bro. If anybody now, he has an inside game. He has an inside game. If anybody teach him how to work off a jab, work from the.
If he really learn how to work his jab and really pluck you with that bitch off the end and keep that and do the inside, he gonna be, oh my goodness. And he got hooks. He know how to throw a hook. He throw hooks down inside your ear on the side of your jaw. He drops all that.
All day.
All that. Yeah,
all day.
He did all that.
And then, so he even if his jab only keep him at the mid range, just think about it. If he keep him at his mid range, that's his opponent's outside range, and so he's still landing everything he want to land, man. But
that's why I say if Crawford went up there, and then they threw him in there with him or something. God damn, I'd be worried about that. I mean, I know Crawford probably would give him a good fight. I mean, but that's still a
man, he can fight, bro. That man can. And the other thing, he ain't even got no defense. He has no defense, and he still. Imagine if he gets a little bit of just a high guard. I mean, damn, just a high guard. Give him the high guard.
And I would want to see him. I would not want to see him beat up. I wouldn't want to see him beat up Bud like that.
I think Bud got him. I think Bud's feet will just make that giraffe dude turn. Like that's the thing about Fundora is
right.
If you're not stationary, then what is he gonna do?
Right.
Man,
I see that happening. Look, I see what he's saying. Like I trust Bud to be able to move around and do the type of shit that he talk about, like to maneuver him because I see them holes. I know what he's talking about. But I just don't know, like if he got lucky and caught Bud. Or like, I wonder could Bud withhold his shit if he caught him enough with uppercut type shit and all that type of shit. So, cause he long as shit.
You finna be mad at me, bro. You finna be mad at me. But this is the problem. Bud inside game is not great, and a lot of times when fighters get on the inside, what does he do? He ties them up. I ain't mad at that. That's a smart thing to do. The way he fights. Man, Fundora throw too many punches to tie his ass up all the time.
No, that's what I said. That fight would scare me.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's about his feet. It's not about tying him up and what you do on the inside. It's about making sure that that dude has to keep resetting all night, so you're not on the inside.
Man, ain't no way you gonna stop him from getting. He walk you down, bro. But
he's not a walk you down kind of guy. Like the thing about 54 is there's no movers there. Everybody's stationary as fuck in that division.
Who you think? Well, you know they talking about trying to make him get the winner of Dano and Charlo.
I want to see it. I want to see it happen.
They're talking about leaving him get the winner for that fight. And that's like, damn.
I want to see that fight.
Yeah, I want to see that. Now that's very interesting. Yeah.
The one guy that we got to draw against him. Like, first off, dude was 6'1", but beyond that part, what he kept using is lateral movement and making Fundora reset. Sebastian, I also thought had a whole bunch of success with his foot movement too. I think he just wasn't using.
You talking about Javante Clark, Smoke? You talking about the boy Javante Clark?
No. But well, yeah, Javante Clark. That's
Devontae Clark, I think he's from
that's the
Cincinnati
one.
or something. I think he's
Yeah.
Ohio.
But he was able to use the lateral movement and making Fandora keep resetting, and that's like the only draw the dude has. Like he is a tall ass dude. I'm just saying his feet to me are horrible as fuck. But he doesn't need to. It doesn't come out because guys are just standing there.
But this is the thing. The only person at 54, in my opinion, who has that type of footwork is Harrison. You know what I'm saying? What we just seen from him.
Yeah, even Harrison spends a lot of time on the ropes.
Right, but and once again, but I think he's a more slick fighter than anybody else at 54 right now.
I think he lay on the ropes so much that Fandora will reach him and hit him a lot.
Yeah,
I don't
know. Wrong style.
I think he'll get touched by Fandora a lot, even though he move around like he did. I'm just surprised that. Let me tell you, I'm surprised that Lubin surprised. I'm surprised Lubin ain't do better than that, because I had Lubin being able to. The way Lubin box and sharp as he is, you would think Lubin would see through the shit that we sitting here talking about his feet and all that shit.
But the thing about Lubin is he's susceptible to fighting the other guy's fight. That's why I switched my pick. I had Lubin first, and then like 3 days before the fight, I was like, you know what? This dude don't move his feet enough to beat Fandora. He's gonna get sucked in fighting the other guy's fight. He's too reactive, not proactive enough. He's gonna get his ass whooped.
He did the first round right. The first round he came out right. He fought the first round right. Lubin. If he'd have kept, I don't know. Then in the second round, for some reason, he got into the second round like all of a sudden he trading with like he started doing the inside like he said.
And real quick, Smoke. Was that on KO? Was that on KO?
Yeah, that's on knockout.
But no. So this is the thing. It wasn't that Lubin didn't have the skill. The output from Fandora was just too much. After a while, it just became overwhelming, bro. The man, even when he knocked Fandora down, bro, when Fandora got up, the dude kept coming forward and kept throwing fucking uppercuts and hooks and short. That's what
I know. That's because you can do that if your guy's not moving. That's what Cunningham was saying. What the entire thing said, like every piece of film that you can see from Fandora, see what happens when he has to move his feet. It's a totally different thing. Like he becomes a different fighter. He starts to use that like unfurl that weird ass fucking jab he's got that comes into you in sections.
That's how he got knocked out. That's how what's the name caught his ass.
But at 54, who has the footwork to continuously turn Fandora at 54?
Well, I mean, that's what I was saying. That's what we're talking about. Bud, I think Bud does have those feet.
Well, no, I'm gonna tell you, and the only other boxer that I think give him the best. I think who would give him. I think what's the name? Who get ready unified? Give him not Charlo, the other one, Castano. I think Castano got another type of. Castano could probably figure it out.
But he's also another inside fighter. Like he's gonna get his ass tore up on the inside. He doesn't throw enough shots.
Yeah,
Castano was a little bit too much in love with his power. To me, I thought Castano was like stealing rounds at the end of the fight, and really it was just his aggression that he kept being on the front foot all night. But that ain't gonna fucking work against Fandora.
But what is Castano is 5'9"? Is he 5'9"?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know.
I mean, we looking at a 6'5" dude, bro, or 6. Who knows how tall Fandora is? The dude.
Fandora is 6'6". He's 6'5", 6'6".
Okay, well, we looking at a 5'9" dude against a 6'6" dude, bro.
And both want to fight on the inside.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't work. It's not gonna work for the smaller guy, bro. Because
one guy throws 70 punches around, and then the other guy throws 20.
Exactly. It's not gonna.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
And that's but that's the whole problem with Fandora is everything Smo just pointed out. He taller. He like to fight on the inside. Usually, when you get a taller fighter, you want to fight them on the inside, and so everything is against you in that fight because he gonna throw more punches than you. Man, and he got more.
See, I'm picturing him and Bud in there now, and I see that Bud movement. Yeah, that Bud movement is gonna be a little different from him.
Yeah, exactly.
The Bud movement will be different. Yeah.
But even if Bud moved different, my problem is what is Bud gonna be connecting with? When When he gonna be in range to connect without getting caught?
Yeah,
Right.
it's gonna be a very like if he's smart, it's very boring. Like I'm talking about Tyson Fury, Klitschko boring. Like you just keep moving that dude around and then hooking off the jab, taking what you can get him, and just making his feet look terrible. Like to go versus Ryan Garcia kind of shit.
I would tell Bud to go for the body a lot more. Fake like he doing headshots and do a lot of body shit.
And all that body work, you gonna get caught. I'm just trying to tell you, this man throws.
Not if you're not there for the next punch. I'm just saying, you just jab to the body and move around. It's not like you stand there. Like you're just shooting the jab while you're moving.
Man, listen, when you shoot your jab, you got what? But Bud got what? 72, 74-inch arms. Not Lubin. Fundora got 80. He got an 80-inch reach, and he got.
What you think the counter? So you saying when he shoot the jab, the counter gonna be there?
Nah, his feet ain't right for the counter to be there.
Gonna get out of range.
Like, have you checked out Fondora's jab? Like that jabbing contest? Nah, there's no way he's gonna be able to catch up to Bud. I don't think he catches up to Bud.
But the thing is, I don't think it's gonna be the jab that end up catching up with him. Bud he gonna have to score, and for him to score, he gonna have to get.
You thinking it's the volume of punches? You thinking the volume of punches would give Bud problems?
Even if he missed. So look, if Bud go to the body, right? Bud gotta get out of 4 or 5 punches ways, and Fundora might miss 3 of them, but he might hit your ass with 2 of them. You see what I'm saying? Like.
It's the angle, right? You just saw the Sebastian Garcia fight.
Yeah, agreed.
Right? So now, if you can imagine if Garcia used more lateral movement instead of just in and out. So you saw how faster Garcia's feet were than Fondora's? Like imagine like faster feet along with lateral movement, along with what you're trying to do is just score to the body, right? Like if the other guy is not. Here's the thing: if the other guy's not hitting you at all, then you don't have to do a whole lot of offense.
Real quick, what fight are we talking about? We said Sebastian Garcia. So we talking about the fight before this fight this time, right?
Yeah, exactly. We're talking about the success Garcia had against Fundora.
He had to jump.
The reason why he had success, the reason why he was getting success.
They went the distance, right?
Because his feet, went the distance. And, like some people were saying Sebastian got robbed. But the thing was, why he had success was that his feet were way faster than fucking Fondora's. It was all of a product of faster feet.
But
Bud had the same thing, but what he was doing was going in and out, not using not side to side.
But the difference is Garcia is a taller fighter. He's a much taller fighter than Bud is.
And it was also, I think that's why he was getting some headshots in there. But you don't need the head. You don't need the head to win. All you have to do is make sure you're not getting hit.
But okay, I just Well, this is the thing. Even with him and he had the faster feet, he was a taller fighter than Bud. But when he was jumping in there, he did end up getting caught a lot of times. In the exchange, and he was able to get off a little here and there, but he was getting caught. I had a 7-5 fight for Fundora, but a draw or a 7-5 fight for Garcia, I wouldn't have been mad at.
I'm gonna watch that fight again. I gotta watch that fight.
I hear you, but that's because it was essentially a pocket fight. What I'm suggesting is there is no pocket ever in this fight. If Bud is to win this fight, there can't ever be a pocket.
How can you can't win? So look, this is the problem, and I understand where you're coming from. My problem is so when Bud is trying to fight on the outside, he's fighting at Fundora's mid-range. When he's trying to fight at the mid-range, he's fighting at Fundora's inside.
Yeah, but we just saw in the Lubin fight that Fundora is not good at the mid-range. But the whole thing is about the pocket. Even if the mid-range is a whole different thing, you're still talking about being in the pocket.
But
the issue is you actually don't want to be in the pocket with Fundora at all. You want to be in an angle with him, not in the pocket.
See, that's the problem. You want to be at an angle with him. That's the problem. The problem is his ass is walking you down, and even when you're not directly in the pocket, when you're at your long range, you're at his mid range.
That's not the issue, though. The issue is people's feet at 54, because there's not the guy that can make those angles. All those dudes are essentially pocket fighters, all of them.
So what we saying is Bud has a chance because he may be able to create angles.
Correct. In the same way, like it's a more extreme version of the Victor Postal fight.
Agreed.
Just keep moving that dude's fucking long ass legs. And even it's even more exaggerated with Fandor because his shit is like straight giraffe. Like his shit, he's like, yeah, it is. Even Postal has way better feet than fucking Fandor.
I'm taking Fandor in the fight, but I can understand why you saying Bud can make it a good fight.
And guess what? It's the only way how he's saying how he would beat Fandor or how what makes him think Bud would be successful is the only way. Those angles right now is really the only way that you can master to probably beat him. You can't beat him the other ways, like you said, as far as sitting in front of him, mid range, battle with him inside, none of that type shit because he's so many fucking punches. So because his feet don't get set right, the only thing you could do, that's his weakness. So you got to take advantage of that and hit him and shoot. You got to shoot from different angles, and you got to continue it like he throwing the fucking punches at you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I agree. I'm
That's
not
the only way. Like we're just trying to figure out a way. Like you saying, we trying to figure out the way of how you would beat this man, and that's like the only way that we can say because you can't do it no other way.
And that's my exact thing is I agree with that. It's just that's you damn near got to fight a perfect fight to do that against him.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Hey, for the dude to be that size at 54, bro, I like him at 54. I like him a lot.
He's a problem. The other thing is he's young, so he isn't taking too much damage. But his career is not going to last long because his defense is trash.
Man,
so he said like once that chin is gone, it's going to be like highlight reels. Till he quits. Like I don't think he's going to be the same fighter in 2 years. Like for real.
Unless they tighten his defense up.
You can't tell me that if we can sit here and watch this man defense be trash, ain't no way he ain't in camp training on his defense. Ain't no way.
I mean, he's a crit. Listen, one of the reasons why he's so sharp is because he's really active. So what he is just doing is going into gyms and then going into pro fights. He ain't having these long ass camps.
Hey man, all I'm saying is the man is. They say this is what they say. This was what he said actually. He got the gym in the backyard. He always in the gym. I don't know what he working on, but I mean, if he ain't working on his defense, shame, bro. Shame on you.
I mean, he get hit clean a lot. I'm just saying, like he's young, he's sharp, and all that stuff. And
guess what? He put himself on.
Down.
Well, guess what? He put himself on the radar now, motherfucker. Last week, we watching him now. So I don't know. We don't know. I don't know if he's gonna go downhill, if he's getting hit with chin shots, or if he's gonna be knocking motherfuckers out. But Pandora is on that motherfucking radar. I'm watching this man.
Oh yeah, 154 is on notice. I thought it was a few fights ago. The Gallimore fight. I thought that you guys better watch out. But yeah, like the Lubin. I mean, Lubin is Lubin, but that's a problem. That's a problem. Like what he did.
What you think? You think he can come back? You think his career over, or you think he should just quit, or what should he do?
Nah, geez, I think he can pull a couple more million out of the sport if his punch resistance isn't gone.
Because you know when you take them they say broke the bone, some bone in his eye, some Kell Brook shit. So I don't know if he did some eye shit. I know the jaw was fucked up, but when you get them kind of injuries, man, especially them eye injuries, that's why Kell Brook never really finished. That's why earlier when I heard y'all talking about Kell Brook, not to bring it up, but real quick, but back to talking about Kell Brook, somebody said before Kell Brook lost, he was feared at 147. A lot of people ain't want to fight him. I don't know who said that, but whoever said that earlier, they made a good point. Because when before Kell Brook made the dumbest fucking decision of his life, and went to 160 to fuck with Triple G, he was good. And to be honest with you, I see Kell Brook being a different type of problem for Spence or Bud had he not had those eye injuries.
But even with the two broken faces, he was able to make a pretty penny. Fighting nobodies and getting his ass whooped by somebodies, and a fight that'd been marinated in his whole career, all that shit.
Yeah, I think he, he was a good fight. Another good fight that was out there for him. I think Floyd should have took a retirement fight with him. He didn't go up to fight Triple G yet. Floyd was right there. He fought Manny. He could have walked out instead of fighting Burgo for Undisputed, and that would have been a good fight. I don't think, me personally, my personal opinion, I don't feel like Floyd wanted to fuck with that kind of fight in the end after the Manny fight.
Man,
That was good, fresh Kell Brook. Been a good fight, and it been a good retirement fight, and it would have made a lot of motherfucking money. Damn sure wouldn't have been no 400,000 pay-per-views with him and Birdo did.
hey man, imagine Floyd over there in the UK, right? Imagine him going to fight Kell Brook in the UK.
For undisputed in his last fight. Come on, yo, that's the biggest fight. That's another big,
I mean, bro, he's doing 70 million in Vegas. Like, why in the hell would he go to the UK?
I mean, he didn't have to go to the UK. He could have did it in Vegas too. It could have went either way for me. That was a big that's just a big fight for you to be retiring. That's a big retirement fight right there. And people thought that Floyd was joking because after Floyd fought Manny, they asked Floyd, like, "Well, you gonna give us a big fight for the retirement fight?" And Floyd sat in that interview, I remember it like yesterday. He said, "Oh no, y'all said Manny was gonna beat me. I posed the loss. Manny posed did this, Manny. Now I gave y'all what y'all wanted. Now, you know how Floyd is. Floyd, I never forget the interview. He said, now, I'm going to give y'all what I want. I gave y'all what y'all wanted. Now it's my turn. So I'm going to give y'all, I might give y'all, I never forget how he said it. I might give y'all Kareem Mayfield or, I'm going to go Andre Birdo. And they was laughing. All the media was laughing. Everybody thought it was a fucking joke. But that shit was for real. He really did that shit. Yeah. That was some gay ass shit too. Yeah. That was some clown ass shit for real. I was mad as shit about that shit. Yeah. Your retirement fight could have went way better than that. Way better. You supposed to went out way better. You supposed to went out with a bang. And if you think you would have lost to Kell Brook, so the fuck what? You still, that fight you supposed to went out with a bang. Simple as that. Either Kell Brook or you could rematch Manny or rematch Canelo. Any of them fights you went out with your better. But that Kell Brook fight would have definitely been the perfect one right there.
And this is the thing. I agree, Smoke, that he could have fought in Vegas. I agree with that. I'm just saying that
fought Vegas, yeah, hell yeah.
I'm disagreeing. I'm just saying, just think about, man. Just think
if it would have been in the UK, I see what you're saying too. Hell yeah.
Man, just think about he would have took that shit to the UK. That Kell Brook is a star over there.
And he a star, and Floyd a star over there too.
And Florida star everywhere. And the reviews was gonna be so, man. And then it was for man. That shit had. That's the fight I want to see, right? Like those are the fights I want to see, bro. Like
Kell Brook ain't get that fight, and then Kell Brook went and fucked up. And when Kell Brook, before Kell Brook went to that Triple G fight, boy, you should have heard me cussing Kell Brook. I was mad as shit at they can't. I said they stupid as shit. I said he can go right up there and get beat the fuck up. His career over. He ready to beat up.
Get his ass whooped.
And that shit fucking happened.
Everybody wanted.
That shit happened just like I thought it was going to happen.
Nobody didn't expect that. Man, I don't even want to talk about that fight, bro. I don't even want to talk about that shit.
It was stupid, man. That shit was dumb. You should have fought Earl Spence anyway, right then and there. Why you ain't just fight Earl Spence right there? Why you ain't fight? I want to ask him why you didn't fight Earl Spence right there.
What was the point in going up in weight?
Right.
I don't
and
know.
Then you gave Earl Spence a good fight off a broke eye. You see how you fought him? Look how you fought. If I was sitting here talking to him now, so like, look how you fought Earl Spence and you was all fucked up. Why you went up there and fought? What's the name?
And guess what? When he took that fight, he already had a Jesse Vargas fight on the table.
Fact. Oh man.
Yeah, if you look at the article, he had already agreed. They agreed to principle with Jesse Vargas.
Yeah, Chris Eubank Sr. Like Eddie and Chris Eubank Sr. were getting into it over the particulars, and so Eddie got sick of dealing with Chris Eubank Jr. and like offered to fight to Kell Brook.
Hey, bro, this is one of the worst time in boxing, bro. I don't even want to talk about this shit, bro. Y'all can't. I don't. That shit is hard. Never mind.
Did you check out the media workouts today?
Man, Spence. Well, I checked it out. I'm gonna ask you what you think first. I got my opinion on it. What you think? Spence look good. Brandon Lee look like. Hey, Smoke, what you think on the undercard? I don't know if I got your undercard prediction. What you think on the undercard, bro?
Me?
Which one? Butayev, Stanionis?
No, before that, the other you got Pitbull Cruz.
And Gamboa. Gamboa is looking like fucking old man George Foreman in his workout. Like, what's he doing? Bro, what was that about? I'm like, man, if you don't get your fucking old little ass out of here, bro.
Man, yeah, and this the bad thing. I like Gamboa, bro. I like Gamboa a lot.
I used to like him too. All of us used to probably like Gamboa, but he do need to get his old ass the fuck out of here. He's right.
Niggas gonna be looking at Gamboa in 10 years from now. I'm like, man, Gamboa sorry as hell. I'm be like,
yeah. And then he keep letting them use them as a motherfucking punching, bro. He just letting them use him for just to get in front of motherfuckers and get beat up, man. That's crazy, man. I don't know, Gamboa crazy. He making money. Fuck it, he getting a check. So fuck. I don't know.
So what y'all think about and Valenzuela against Rayo against Vargas? What y'all think about that fight? I got an opinion on it too, but I'll let y'all go I can go if y'all want.
I don't know too much about them two, so I can't really come.
Vargas is 37 years old. The man is a gatekeeper now. He's a hell of a fighter. But in his prime, same thing with Gamboa. In his prime, Vargas was a hell of a fighter.
So what undercard fights are these? Is this Saturday coming up?
Yeah. That's this week. This is the PBC card.
Undercard for the Spence fight, right?
Yeah. But this is the thing. Now the next fight is the best fight, the co-main event, when you got Stanlionis and Butayev. I'm gonna put it out there, Smoke, and I'm gonna pass it to you, Smoke. So I want to hear your opinion on it.
What weight division is that?
It's at 47, and it's an eliminator. It's the title eliminator. I don't know if it's the WBO or WBA. I don't know what it is, but I know it's a title eliminator, and neither one of these fighters take steps back. They come for fighters, and these motherfuckers finna be slaying this shit out, bro. Like a nigga might not. It might not be a clinch in the match, bro. They finna be fighting. I'm ready to see it. I think I was taking Butayev, bro, but I listened to Ronnie Shields talk about Stanlionis yesterday, and that shit it damn near swayed my opinion. So I'm up in the air about it now. I got a prediction for you tomorrow. I got to think about it tonight. But what y'all got on the fight?
I right now I got Butayev. I got to just see a little bit more. I may change my pick later on in the week, but right now I like that guy. He looks like he can take a shot and give a shot. A little bit quicker on the draw. I'm liking him a little bit more than I'm seeing out of Stanlionis, but I'm gonna keep thinking about this fight. I wasn't really tripping off it until a couple of days ago, and I haven't really given it much thought. But yeah, like off the rip, like just off of the. They saw him fight like 3 times that I can remember. I can't remember what all the guys' names, like Chatterell or something like that. Saw that fight, and like the Jamal James fight, and like one other fight also. I can't remember what it was. He just seems to be a little bit. I don't know. He seems a little bit more trustworthy. But I need to go back and just take a look. But yeah, right now Butayev.
Hey fellas, I'm getting ready to get up out of here. It was definitely nice holding it down with y'all. Get back on here soon. I'm getting ready to take my ass to sleep.
Appreciate you, brother. Best fight or Best of the best. That's what it is. Appreciate
Yeah,
you, mom.
definitely best of the best. Definitely not no gay ass best fight the best.
Already, best. Hey, all love to you, big. All love to you, big bro. Appreciate you coming through,
Hey,
man.
I ain't know you was still in there, young Billy. I thought you done fell asleep or something.
Hey,
I did for a second, but shit, I woke up
Now,
now,
my
bro.
boy,
Oh, you did?
Yeah,
All right, that's
yeah.
tough.
best of
Ace
the
Money.
best, my boy, Baltimore. For
Hey,
sure.
Ace,
You already
Ace Money.
know.
It was good, brother. I'll get back with y'all, man.
Hell
Y'all
yeah.
keep holding
For
it down.
sure.
hey,
Alrighty, best.
hey,
Be blessed, bro.
I look for it again.
Yeah, best be. Hey, best could talk, bro. Best is one of them. You know what we do.
Hey,
Hey,
that nigga be cooking.
best be like, you know what we do. I'm gonna tell you about Tank. I love the
Yeah.
way I love the way Baltimore dudes say Tank. They be like, yeah, well Mayweather need to talk about Tank.
Now it's those
Yeah.
U's and do.
What we do. You know, hey, YB, you know what we do. I'll be like, that shit be cracking me up. Yeah, you know Baltimore. As soon as they say two, man. But yeah, bro, I can't wait. Right side, bro. Errol Spence looked in crazy shape. Crazy shape.
Man, hey, EJ, I was watching the workouts earlier today. You know what I'm saying, man? Hey, I'm excited. I'm excited for the fight, bro. I think Ugas look like he in great shape too, bro. Like I'm excited for the fight. I think it's gonna be a great fight, and I'm really my thing is to see. I'm excited to see EJ, bro. Like I'm a Earl Spence fan, but I'm not a Earl Spence fan. But it's like the nigga coming off of a layoff. You know what I'm saying? Not a huge layoff, nothing like it's been, but you know what I'm saying, the eye injury and shit, and then you got Coach Ronnie talking about one of his fighters in camp talking about how sharp he look, and just man, I'm excited to see the brother fight, bro. I'm excited to see it.
Yep. His fighter Emmanuel Alim is out there.
Aline, that's it.
Yeah, Emmanuel Alim. Hell yeah. I heard more than that. Emmanuel Alim FaceTimed him in the gym when I was there. He was like, bro, Spence breaking shit up. You know what I'm saying? He was like Spence fucking shit up for real, for real. He said like that's EJ that because he helped him prepare for the EJ the EJ camp against Kell Brook. And he helped him prepare for EJ against Lamont Peterson. And he was like, bro, EJ cutting shit up in the gym, like fucking boys up. So that's what Alim was saying. You know, so he was like, man, this dude. And he said, man, this dude is conditioned like back then, where he running twice a day, doing strength and conditioning, going to the gym and swimming after, you know what I'm saying? He said he putting 3-4 workouts a day in, you can't make the man sit down. He said the dude out here trying to prove a point because he reading everything people saying. So
That's and that's a dangerous fighter to be around, bro. That's a dangerous fighter to be around because I know I just being on different panels and shit, bro. Hey, if EJ listening, he pissed off because I done heard a lot of what is his eye gonna look like? You know what I'm saying? Him getting in the accident, that's because he was a drunk. I done heard a lot of that shit, and so if EJ hearing that shit, bro, and the reports are accurate, man, I think we could see the best version we done seen of this brother in a long time, and that's scary, bro. Like for the fighter, for the other fighter, not. I'm excited about it, but Ugas, that's scary for him. But I think Ugas look like he's in great shape. I was watching him train, and he look like he got a semi plan as far as what the body attack is gonna be. You know what I mean? And he like to fight southpaws, or he calls himself the southpaw killer. So I'm excited to see the fight because I think Ugas gonna come with some good tactics. Yeah, I think he'll be ready for the fight too. I think it's gonna be a good fight.
I think so too. It's just, man, when you look at it like, I just think dude got so much to prove. I think I don't know, bro. Like, I think because of the accident, the eye injury, I think people forgot how elite this dude is, at 147. And I think him and Bud are truly elite fighters at 147. And I think Spence is gonna remind everybody that he's elite and that he ain't fall off. I think that's what he's gonna prove.
I think so too. In his first time, though, I have to say, Spence is aged. His face is not the same. He's not that baby face kid anymore. He's got beard now. You can see wrinkles forming. I'm very like. I think he's going to do the business against Ugas. I think he's going to be the guy who becomes undisputed at 147. But I think as boxing fans, we better recognize that we should appreciate what we're seeing and what we're getting, why we can. I don't know how long he's going to be in the sport.
Yeah, speak on this. You saw that? You said speak on it, man. Cause you saw him age. You see his face.
Yeah, man. Like he's like a real sanguine. He's already talking like a veteran kind of thing. I don't know, man. I don't see like 15 fights left in the guy.
Oh, hell no!
Like 6 fights, kind of shit like that. Like
no.
3 years.
I agree with that. Yeah. I think that he got two left at 47, and then he up and does his best to become undisputed at 54. And if he can do it, it's all good and well. If he can't, then he still had a great career. You know what I'm saying? I can't take that from that man's career. So
yeah, then that boy Smoke said he see the wrinkles forming and shit. I said, damn. Yeah, damn.
Smoke. He looked that old to you?
It just like it's a conglomeration of stuff. But yeah, he's on some like old man contemplating retirement shit. Like he's not the young hungry dude. He's like I'm capping my legacy. Here's what I'm about. I'm about to get my 147. I'm gonna get a couple paydays, and I'm the fuck up out of here.
So who got more fights? Bud got more fights, or EJ got more fights?
Hell nah, Bud is already talking about he's a Hall of Famer. He said he was a Hall of Famer. He don't need to like 2 years ago. Like hell nah. It's the young boys' time. Like if I am at like the 140 guys, I'm licking my chops. Right? If I'm Josh Taylor, I'm licking my chops. If I'm a Devin Haney, if I'm a Tank, I'm looking forward to like 147 in a couple years, kind of shit.
But you think Tank go to 147?
Oh hell yeah, that's where the money is. He's going to 147.
Man,
he's waiting for all these dudes to get old and be cleared out, and then like Boots is not going to be at 147 for very long. He's going to stop. He's going to get a belt, but he's going to move on like real quick.
Tank can't go. When Tank go to 47, bro. Think about who will be at 47. Just think about that.
Yeah, Boots is not going to be there. Neither will Virgil. They'll both be at 154.
Well, Virgil already gone. But listen, this is the problem. Devin Haney, and even though I think Devin Haney, his weight will carry better at 47 than Tank's will. Tank is more compact. You know what I'm saying? So the weight, along with the length and reach, I think that carries better at 47.
Yeah. It may be. We'll have to see it, but I think that's the fight that they're going to marinate at 47. That doesn't preclude either one of them from going to 47. I'm just saying that's who I'm expecting to see in a couple of years. I don't think that Bud is. I don't think Tank is still like as a 31-year-old is still going to be in these lower weight classes.
Man, I don't see. Man, if Tank go past 40, bro, like I ain't gonna lie, he lose all his advantages. Once he go past 40, his power is good, but at 47, niggas can take shots at 47, bro. And imagine who he's gonna have to fight at 47. If Tank have to get in the ring with Regis, Gary Antoine Russell. I think Tank. I think he'll be the Teofimo. Well, that's a good fight. That's a good fight at 47. You know what I'm saying? I think Teo is a much bigger fighter, so. At 47, he'll be, he'll carry weight better. Man, I don't like Tank at 47, bro. Everybody too big and long for him. They too big and long.
Well, the point is they're not there yet. Like what I'm saying to you is the future of 147 is not the guys that are there now. It's gonna be guys like Josh Taylor.
Okay, I can see that. I can. But at the same time, I think Tank could be the Josh Taylor, but I think Regis Prograis at 47 beat Josh Taylor. I think the bigger they get, the harder they hit, and
yeah, it's just a question of how you build resumes, right? And who's the champion and all that other shit. Like these are guys that are dangerous fights, but they also would probably be winnable fights, right?
Hey, H-Money.
Go ahead.
Oh, what's up with it, YB? What's good, my boy?
Yeah, you had Tank's trainer on here the other day, man, about a week or two ago, and he said they think Tank can go all the way up to 54 for the right opponent.
54?
I think so. Yeah, I believe him though.
He said 54 for the right opponent.
Hell yeah, he's right about that. The same thing that Canelo be doing, moving up for certain fights.
He said they'll punish Virgil Ortiz.
Virgil do get hit a lot, but Virgil can catch him too, though. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that'll make it a great fight. But yeah, I can see Tank moving up to 154, maybe even 160 in the right fight at 160. I think so. Tank got the power.
Hey, H, remember when I asked? I said, "So what about Errol Spence?" He said, "We do it for the right fight."
Yeah, see, he right about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just like Canelo. Canelo ain't getting in there with better beef, man. He go up there and fight Bivol and Kovalev, but he ain't gonna fight better beef for sure. You know what I'm saying? So I think Tank, he got the power to move up in weight, and he's been doing it. He already showed he can do it.
Bro, no. We got to be real about this shit.
Nah, the Tank, yeah, he's special, dog. He's a special fighter.
Like physically, Tank looked fine at 140. He's got little ass arms and all that shit, but he's gonna be probably the most experienced guy and probably the better fighter than every fucking body there. Like the better boxer, maybe Haney at that point, but you can marinate that fight. I don't ever expect him to see it, but that's like the cash out fight.
I'm saying at 47.
Yeah, I'm saying at 47. Yeah, like he's going to be like by the time Tank gets there. Like right now, Tank is, he is the star of 35 and 40.
Agreed.
Right, like he's already there, and I'm saying like in another 2 or 3 years, like he has already been in the game way longer than Devin Haney. I think Devin Haney is going to turn out to be the class of the division, but he's not going to not all of a sudden going to become more experienced than Tank.
That may happen, but if look at
Josh Taylor or Regis or Ramirez, like all those 40s are going to be moving up.
Bro, Regis at 47, Regis beats the shit out of Tank. At 40,
I don't know what he looked like at 47. Like that's what I'm saying. Like Regis right now to me, like listen, I'm not saying that Tank needs to run a gauntlet at 47. He didn't run a gauntlet at 35. He didn't run a gauntlet at 40. It's cash out fights.
Yeah, you're right. Pick it, choose your fight. I got you. I'm just saying if Tank go to 47 and have to fight Gary Antoine Russell, he's gonna get stopped, bro.
Yeah, like, can you see any of those guys?
Nah, I don't think so. Bro. Tank got good defense. I don't see nobody. Come on, man.
I don't think that nigga.
Hell no.
Yeah, I think
Tank is fuck around and stop him.
Gary Antoine Russell stops Tank at 40.
Tank could probably stop him, niggas. Tank might stop most of these guys, bro.
At 47,
Gary Antoine Russell, all he did was beat Victor Poster, bro. He's a good fighter, bro, but he still got to show it. We need to see him fight Sabril Matias, Regis Prograis, and them guys.
But I can look at the fighter skills and say what I would project, bro. I'm looking at the fighter skills.
And Tank already he won a world title at 140. He's already been a champion at 140.
The problem is
Mario.
Listen, the problem is this. The problem is going to 47, you have a taller, longer fighter who's damn near as strong as Tank.
Come on, man. He'll knock the fuck out of Keith Thurman, dog. Tank showed he got more power than Keith Thurman, who's a welterweight. Tank Davis is a special fighter.
Tank
will knock the fuck out of Keith Thurman, dog.
I'm talking about Gary Antoine Russell at 47.
I'm saying he's a good fighter, but he still got to show me something, dog. All he did was beat a 40-year-old of Victor Postal.
Bro, I can look at the skills and I can project skills, bro.
It look good, but we got to see him in there with the top guys at his weight class. He at 140. We want to see him against Sabril Matias. That's
agree
what we
with.
want to see.
I agree. We only
Yeah, but
project.
Tank already proved he could win a world title at 140 because he already did that. That's all I'm saying.
This man fought Mario Barrios, bro.
Mario Barrios was an undefeated champion, my nigga.
Bruh.
He was a champion. And Tank knocked him out. Keith Thurman couldn't knock him out. And Keith Thurman a welterweight. They talk about Keith Thurman being the best welterweight. Why he couldn't knock out Barrios? Tank did it.
You got
don't
it.
Give Tank no credit. And he knocked out Jose Pedraza. He knocked out Pedraza. Jose Ramirez couldn't do that. So what you think? Jose Ramirez had beat up Tank? Tank can knock these niggas out.
I didn't say
doing it.
I didn't say none of that though. My only argument is this.
Yeah, but you trying to discredit his opponents. Saying Tank ain't fought nobody. But Tank, he knocking out top guys.
Hey, you putting words in my mouth that I didn't say, bro.
Nah, you hating on Tank, my nigga. You said Barrios like Barrios a nobody. If Barrios was a nobody, why Keith Thurman couldn't knock his ass out?
But that's not my argument. You making a total different argument against me, bro.
When I said Barrios, he knocked out Barrios. You said Barrios like Barrios. He wasn't a undefeated champion.
No, I didn't say
he was
that.
An undefeated champion.
That's not what I said. I never disagree with that.
Tank Davis go up to 154. He knocking out Tony Harrison. I promise you that, dog. I promise you that, dog. He knocking out people, dog.
Hey, you making arguments I'm not making, bro.
I'm just letting you know. Tank Davis go up to 160. He knock out Munguia. And I got money on it. He'll stop Munguia.
Chill, bro. Chill.
Stop Munguia.
How you got to take it? Hold on.
Knock out Munguia.
Got to take it 160, bro. Ain't nobody. How you got to take it 160 right now?
He can do it. He got the power.
No, it ain't no problem. I'm saying, bro. Ain't nobody arguing about that. How you got Tank at you done move Tank to 160?
Yeah, I could see him at 160, dog. For sure. He got the power.
You done moved him out of something totally different that we were talking about, bro.
Look, certain fights, he can beat them. He could beat certain fighters.
H, I told you if I ever, bro, I need you in my corner any day of the week, bro. I swear to God I do.
Yeah, I'm serious. Tank Davis, he's one of the best fighters in boxing.
Bro, you one of the best hype men.
What he did with Rolly, you gonna see what happened to Rolly.
Rolly gonna get stopped. We know Rolly gonna get stopped, bro. We know that.
Okay.
I'm just saying this. I ain't trying to take that from Tank. I ain't trying to take that from him. I'm saying that when he moves to higher weight classes against longer, bigger fighters, he's gonna be at a disadvantage because of his size. I'm not saying that. I'm not taking nothing away from him. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
How about Tank versus Haney? Haney.
Devin Haney beat Tank every day, bro. And Devin Haney, he too long for Tank.
He's a dangerous fighter. That's a dangerous fight for Devin Haney.
That's
a dangerous fight.
I agree.
Yeah, that's a dangerous fight.
I think it's a 50-50
fight. You say like it's easy, like you'll beat him every day out the week, like it's easy or something. It ain't just easy like that with Tank now.
Bro, Tank can win the fight, but I rock with Dev, so I'm gonna rock with Dev. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's a 50-50 fight, bro. Like if Tank catch Devin Haney, bro, he can easily clean Dev up, bro. He can easily clean him up. I think that Dev got to be much more defensively responsible. I think he has to make sure he sticks with the jab. And he has to fight a very boring fight to win the fight, but I think he can do that.
I think Tank can knock out Tony Harrison for damn sure.
Bro,
I can see him really going up to 154, knocking out Tony Harrison on some real shit. He got that type of skill and that type of power. You don't understand. Tank Davis is a special fighter, bro. Like this dude is really special for real, a special type of talent. And you're going to see, bro, you keep sleeping on Tank, talking about Tank ain't fight nobody and all of that. We'll see, bro, when the time comes, bro. And that's Floyd Mayweather anyway. That was Floyd Mayweather that decided, bro. Tank don't pick and choose who we fight. And Tank ain't never turned down no fights, bro. So y'all can keep saying that, bro. When the time comes, just be ready. That's all I got to say, dog. Because Tank Davis, he the most dangerous fighter in boxing, nigga. You acting like it's gonna be an easy fight for Devin Haney. What if Tank catch him? What's gonna happen then?
Devin going to sleep.
Sleep experts.
Devin going to sleep.
I'm saying you think Ryan can't get a belt at 47, and you think Tank can't beat Ryan at 47? You think they can't market that fight? Like that's gonna be a huge fucking fight.
I don't think Ryan is good enough, bro.
I don't know if Ryan can get a belt at 47, bro. I agree with that.
Okay.
So who do you and when Ryan
listen, if Paulie and Adrian Broner can get belts at 47, then Ryan can get a belt at fucking 47.
So niggas might actually be more exceptional than Ryan. Though. I'm gonna keep it a band.
I mean, they might be, but they might not be at the same time. I'm just saying, like, I'm not just writing him off. I'm just saying he's a little dude. Like, he's got a lot to learn. He's 2 weight classes down at this point.
So look, this is my thing though. At 40, what top contenders do you think he beat at 40? And the same contenders at 40 right now are going to be the contenders at 47. So who do you think
he's not at 40 now. Here's what you guys don't understand. What I'm saying to you is that in vacant title fights, you're not fighting the cream of the crop. Like Devin Haney was supposed to be fighting Abdulayev to get the WBC champion. Like nobody talks about Abdulayev being the best guy at 35.
But that's not.
He didn't fight that nigga for a vacant.
Sorry, not Abdulayev. It wasn't Abdulayev. Sorry, he was supposed to fight Luke Campbell. That was like the vacant title fight was, Luke Campbell. I'm not. You know what? And guess what? Ryan did to Luke Campbell, knocked him smooth the fuck out, right? And Luke Campbell. I don't think Luke Campbell would have beat Devin Haney, but same time, he's the guy that he would have faced for that belt. He's the guy that Loma faced for that belt, as a matter of fact.
I'm not disagreeing with none of that. I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying is so at that current point in time, right? Luke Campbell was a contender at 35. So what I'm saying is what you saying that Ryan can grab a belt at 47?
Yes, against some guy that's not really that good, like a Luke Campbell, in a vacant title thing because you got a couple of mandatory good dudes. You got like a 1 and 3, the guys ranked 1 and 3 in the sanctioning body kind of shit.
And my problem is 1 through 3 right now at 40.
Yeah, those guys 1 through 3 right now at 40 will not be there in 2 years. None of them.
They'll be at 47.
What I'm saying to you is, all right. So if you're saying that Josh Taylor is supposed to have this super long ass run and he's not gonna get touched up and fucked up and be a compromised fighter in like 3-4 years, then you can think that. But I'm not even talking about. I'm not even talking about the guys now that are 40. I'm saying that there's a scenario where you can get a thing at 47. You're just saying, hey, all these guys at 40 are gonna be like clog up the works, but they're gonna be fighting each other in between these times. They're going to be beating the shit out of each other. Like, they don't have long at 40, the guys that are the top guys at 47. I mean, the top guys at 40 are not long for 40. Like, Josh Taylor's moving up in his next fight.
So you saying that Ryan, he going to just slide through without having to fight the tough guys, and then he'll be able to get a belt that way. That's
and then you can babysit the belt. Correct.
I heard the WBA just scheduled a purse bid for Josh Taylor and the number 2 contender in the WBA, I forgot dude's name.
At 40 or at 47?
No, at 40.
Yeah,
it's for April 22nd.
I mean, the trainers were saying that it maybe staying too long at 40. They already said that they were going to, move up after the Catterall fight.
Yeah, they did. Josh Taylor came out on Sky Sports, made it very clear he's never fighting at 140 again. So
Kingpin EJ.
Hey, Beans, how was the Ryan shit?
You know what? I'm not high on Josh Taylor, but he did do a lot of good work. He beat Victor Posto, Jose Ramirez, Rodriguez Progress. He won the tournament. He unified the belts.
Jimmy, bro, you got to. Your mic is killing us, bro. Like, I ain't trying to cut you off, but you like cracking and shit, bro. Like, I can barely hear you.
Can you hear me now? Yo, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you good. You good.
Don't be.
All right, cool. What I was trying to say is, with Josh Taylor, you guys know I'm a Jack Cattrall fan, so that fucked up. But look, man, Josh Taylor be a lot of good guys.
You breaking up again, bro. You breaking up again, bro.
My boy deep in Wells.
I ain't trying to cut you off, Jimmy. But you literally breaking up, bro. Like we can barely hear you.
It's literally one Wi-Fi server in Wells. Period.
Rich, don't do that. Rich. Don't do it, Rich. Don't do it, bro. That nigga say this is what Wi-Fi server.
Hey,
Rich,
Bean.
you wish you lived where I was, bro. Like you live in San Francisco, bro. The homosexual capital of America.
Bro, you sound like you next to Finding Nemo, bro. Your shit sound like you underwater, bro. You gotta go fix it.
Like you breaking up, bro.
I'm finding Rich. That's what I'm finding.
Say it again.
You sound like Alexa, bro. You gotta stop it.
Yeah, those gay dudes in San Francisco will beat the entire fuck out of you, Jimmy.
That's what I'm saying.
Here we go.
Hey, that's what I be saying, bro. Like literally every person in San Francisco would beat up Jimmy, bro. Every person, bro.
Man, y'all gotta stop that, man. Y'all gotta stop that.
Yeah. Listen, the sucker free. Why do you think they call it sucker free? What happens in the sucker steps up.
Hey man, what we think about?
That's messed up, man. Why are you talking about sucker and men?
That's what happens.
It's more just because you get your ass whooped by faggots, don't mean that that's how I run.
Yeah, whatever, bro.
Just because you let fags whoop on you, just because you let martial men beat you down.
I hear you, bro. Yeah. I let people beat my ass.
Is that what you get smoke,
bro?
Is that what
Jimmy, bro, is a cat.
Step to the sucker free with all that funny shit you talk and see what happens to you.
We can't, please, bro. You gotta fix your audio, Jimmy. It's fucking things up, bro.
Yeah, we can't hear
People
you.
can't hear what you're saying, bro.
Bro, everybody in San Francisco would pick Jimmy up.
Can you hear me now?
Fucking neck, bro. No cap.
Yeah, it's kind of
hear
choppy though. Yeah, we hear you, but it's choppy though.
Give me a second.
It's fucked up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Y'all go ahead.
Hey, Smoke, could you imagine being in San Francisco and hearing some guy with a UK accent talking that shit?
Yeah, man, come on, man. Like those dudes don't stay on point. They'll whatever, man. Say what you want to say. Talk all that shit from the internet, but whatever, man. It's just retarded. These dudes come out here insecure as fuck.
Hey, nah, but Beans, bro, how was the little credential shit, bro, with the Ryan, man?
Who was that for?
The nigga Young Billy, the nigga Beans.
Billy done jumped off.
Oh, I ain't even know. I ain't even peep.
Man, and I need to know the same thing, bro. A credential brother, bro. We need all of that.
Set up shop. What up, blocks? We do all that. I need a sandwich, man. I'm finna make a sandwich. I'm finna spark this wood, though. Smoke with the guys, man. We talking boxing, bro. That nigga Earl is in crazy shape.
Hey, man.
I mean, I like Ugas shape too. But yeah, man, I just from what I just saw, Earl's looking very focused. Not that Ugas wasn't. I think Ugas. It looked to me that Spence is just a different level of fighter. I think it's gonna be a class issue, really. But we'll see. Like Ugas is a hell of a fighter, though. So,
hey, Smoke, is Ugas? Is he an A-level fighter?
At 47, yeah.
Okay. Is Kambosos an A-level fighter?
I mean, he's like on the cusp. Like I feel like he's like B+, A- in there.
Okay, well, I'm just.
I mean, at 35, like not as a fighter. Like if I was to say like is he a complete fighter kind of thing, but just at a 35, right?
Yeah. At the division. So all right, so who? my next favorite fight, Shakur versus Valdez. I don't know if I done heard either one of y'all opinion on it, man. Who y'all got in that fight?
I got Shakur in that one.
By decision, by knockout, how you got it happening?
I think it'll be by decision. Like I'm still not sold on Shakur, the knockout artist.
Mm-hmm.
Like I wasn't a big Jamel Herring fan. But the fight before the Shakur fight, he showed me something that I didn't expect from him. But then Shakur showed me something that I didn't expect from him in the Herring fight. So, you know, while I wouldn't be surprised if he knocked out Valdez, I'm not sold on him being a knockout artist. Valdez, you know, he's been dropped before and all that shit. You don't really need to be a knockout artist to knock him out, maybe. But I don't know. I don't think he should go for it. I think he may get beat up. I don't know. I'm just picking Shakur. I don't have it by method yet.
Who's a better fighter, Valdez or Kambosos?
I like Valdez more than I like Kambosos.
Yeah, I had to say Valdez, bro.
Yeah, I like Valdez.
I agree with that. And hey, I like Shakur to win the fight. Man, I don't know if y'all know OTB, but OTB he broke down the fight between Ugas versus Spence, right? And in one of the clips he had out there, he had Valdez. Not Valdez. Shakur sparring Ugas. Man, it was a very interesting session, and I know sparring is sparring, bro. So you can't take too much from it. But man, just Shakur, that dude has great ring generalship. He knows how to use the jab. He knows how to put the jab out there and blind you. Man, I like Shakur in that fight, bro.
He also got a mean streak. So if he hurts you, he's trying to get you up out of there.
Is that but even with the mean streak, he's smart with it. You know what I'm saying? Even when he's trying to get you out of there, he don't ever get out of position or allow himself to be one.
No, he's sound. It's just that I don't know, man. Like Shakur is so one of the things about Spence that I think is very underrated is his accuracy. He's a very accurate puncher.
Okay.
And Shakur is also really accurate. So if you're gonna use him, you know, the lefty accurate guy to get you ready for Spence, like I can see that. But Shakur don't throw shots like that. Like Shakur is a positioning guy.
No,
like
that sparring was a minute ago.
Okay, all right. I feel you. All right, okay.
To get rid of Spence. I don't think it was that.
You ain't watching Smoke?
Nah, I haven't seen it.
That nigga Shakur was like dribbling on his head, bro. Shakur is very much so very, very different, bro. That nigga's different, bro. He don't really use his feet that much, bro. Like he
does.
Yeah.
No, he does.
Yeah, he's an accurate shot selection kind of guy. He's like he positions himself, but he's all about his punch selection and his accuracy.
But the thing, this what was so crazy about the sparring session. Shakur, he's in range to touch you, but when you want to respond, he's that half step out of range where you can't respond to it. You know what I mean? He has that the footwork where he's always in range, but he's always out of your range. Exactly. Even if he's a stronger fighter.
He's good with the distance. He's pretty good with the distance. I think some of it has to do with who he's fighting, to be honest with you. But
Ugas is a champion, bro. Oh, okay, my bad. Go ahead.
Well, you said it was a minute ago, so I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know when this sparring happened.
That was a sparring. I think that was Ugas. I think getting ready for Manny Pacquiao. I think, bro. Because he was sparring southpaws who was smaller than him and faster. But I don't think that was a good – I mean, it was great work, obviously, because if you in there with Shakur, you in there with a nigga that can really put them bitches together. But
the thing about Ugas is he's really he's not – I don't think he's very good at leading, right? He's a guy that lets you lead, and then he's going to figure out, like, the holes in your game.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
And, you know, as a result of being that kind of guy, like distance control, it's kind of his thing, but he's more like he's trying to pick up on off your mistakes more than he's trying to like control distance kind of thing.
So let me ask, what are
dribbling?
as far as boxing goes, the skills in boxing, those intangibles, those skills that yeah, we got power, you know what I'm saying? You got footwork, those type of things, but those intangibles. What's the most important intangible? And I look at things like timing, range, distance, control, all of those things. What do y'all think is the most important as far as those intangibles go? Those things that can't really be measured outside of what we see.
Will to win.
Yeah, I
Okay.
was gonna say like heart and like you said, timing.
And I give y'all heart. I didn't even put that in there. I appreciate that though. Heart is definitely the top intangible, but I think timing as far as boxing skills go, timing and controlling distance. If you have good timing and you can control the distance, I think you can win any fight you win. Go ahead.
Well, the thing about there's a whole bunch of stuff that goes into it. Like timing is a product of a few different things, right? Like
Okay.
like if you want to throw a punch with speed and accuracy, then you have to have the correct foot positioning to do that. Right?
Agreed.
So you can be fast with it, but it won't be powerful. So even if you have timing, but it's an arm punch, what does that matter?
See, okay, I agree. I think timing and accuracy. Then that's what we'll have to put together. Timing and accuracy is what's going to be effective because when I look at timing, I agree you can have good timing, but you could place your punches wrong. I agree with that. But the great fighters, they have timing, and when I speak on timing, I'm talking about timing with accuracy. You know what I'm saying? Saying that when they do time, when they are correct in timing, Bud Crawford, one of the I think that's one of his top attributes outside of the dog in him is his timing. He doesn't have great power.
Who
You
you
know,
talking about, Floyd?
Hey,
but
some other shit too. Some other shit would have to be endurance, like stamina and shit like that. Punch, not punch placement, but yeah, punch selection and shit like that. And yeah, durability, not durability, but yeah, stamina and punch placement for sure, or punch
Yeah, stamina
punch
for real. Like
selection. My bad.
a lot of stuff. What people I feel like a lot in their analysis they don't take into account is gym shape versus fighting shape. Like how
Yes,
sharp
sir.
a person is.
Elaborate.
I mean, you can get a guy like right now. Ugas is the sharper fighter, right? He's the more active fighter. Errol has not been very active in the last couple of years. Like Spence is a better fighter, but Ugas is the sharper guy, and I think that you'll see that in the earlier rounds until until Spence figures out. I felt like we saw it in the Danny Garcia fight against him, right?
See, my thing with the Danny fight, because I heard some niggas talking about that shit earlier, and I heard somebody else talking about it. Bro, like, Earl arguably beat Danny better than anybody else ever has. So it's hard for me to gauge that nigga performance against Danny, comparing it to his performance against a lot of other people, you know what I'm saying? Because Danny just might be the type of guy where you might not look your best against him, bro.
Yeah, so I'm not even talking about that. I'm not even saying that part of it. I'm just saying what Errol looked like. It wasn't even so much about a Danny thing. I'm just saying like his shots were like sloppier. He's a little bit a step behind. He was kind of tentative with the shot. Like it was just a whole bunch of stuff where you could tell that he wasn't flowing. He just wasn't sharp. He's a better fighter than Danny. He'll beat he beat the entire shit out of Danny, all that stuff. But I'm just saying that I'm just judging the quality of his work.
My thing is, I don't even know if he could have had a better win than that against Danny.
I mean, it could have. So you could have had the same exact. So it could have been. It could very well have been that you could very well see Danny having more success, right? If he was sharper, but it's a different argument than whether or not he was sharp, right? I'm just saying what I saw was a guy that wasn't particularly sharp, even though he was the better guy, even though he's like outmatching all this stuff. Like it was mostly like a work rate and a distance thing versus he was sharp and accurate and and he had his game flowing, like especially early in the fight. He basically settled into a thing and settled into a rhythm of, again, I'm going to take what the other guy gives me.
Big EJ, I gotta call my uncle.
The guy who did the entire shit out, like the guy where he had it all flowing and we never seen that type of ass whooping, was the Mikey fight. He was very sharp in that. He was also very sharp in the Porter fight.
Smoke, tell me if you agree with me, because a lot of people be seeing that Porter and Spence fight different than me, but I had Spence damn near like unanimously beating them damn near like 9 rounds to 3. Like, I'm not saying that the fight wasn't competitive, but we counting rounds and shit, and I gave Spence the vast majority of the rounds. Did you?
Yeah.
Or how did you see that fight?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So this conversation we were just having about punching with speed and accuracy being a product of the feet. What I saw was Sean Porter trying to outwork him, but his feet were not fucking correct because he's always like doing that football shit. He has like sometimes his feet are not even on the fucking ground. So even though he's throwing a ton of punches, none of them shits are fucking accurate. They don't have any power on them, and they're not accurate. So he's just like smacking you a whole bunch and throwing a whole bunch of shots. And some of his work was flashy. But yeah, I had it like 8-4 with a knockdown. There was a lot of action in it also. And both guys were dirty as fuck. Like Sean with his head and Errol was low. But yeah, I thought like some of those rounds. Yeah, man. I had an 8-4. It wasn't like I didn't have it like 9-3, 10-3, 10-2, not that shit. But I had like 8-4 with a knockdown, so pretty comfortable victory. And both dudes to me were sharp. But that was it came down to like technical ability and kind of size, right? Like that. I think that was the difference in that fight. Errol's dimensions gave him kind of problems.
Take away the knockdown, did you have the fight a draw or something like that? That's my question.
No. I said I had an 8-4 with a knockdown.
Okay.
That's a comfortable victory.
Yeah. 2/3 of the fight. Okay. Yeah, I don't see Porter winning that fight. I don't see it being a draw without the knockdown at all. Like, I seen Earl win that fight. On the card pretty comfortably.
Well, the thing, what is it? I think a lot of the flashy stuff, the way that Porter was able to turn him, was real flashy, right? But for me, it was a product of Spence whooping his ass, getting turned, and then continuing to whip his ass. Like that's what I saw. But everybody was just interested in the turning part. So you got some flashy stuff. Maybe you give him some ring general stuff. He was pressing the fight a bunch, but I felt like Spence pressed the fight just as much as Porter did. Ring generalship like kind of went out the window really for the most part. That's like kind of a draw. That was a wash in that one. I think it was like clean hard punching is the thing that did it for me. Defense wasn't, it wasn't really a feature of this fight. It was more like the clean hard punching was the difference between these guys. Yes, because Sean Porter got them football feet. He's trying to rough you up and wrestle you and all that shit.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, I'm excited, man. Isaac Cruz, man, the pit bull, man, he ready to do his thing. He a monster, man. You know what I'm saying? He one of my favorite fighters. So I'm excited, man. So many great fights. That boy Butayev, he a beast. Butayev, man, don't sleep on him. I'm telling you, Stanionis, he's a good fighter too. But I got Butayev in that one. So many great fights, too, man. Butayev.
That's the best card so far this year.
Hell yeah.
I
And
usually be
Gamboa,
running
man,
late.
that shit gonna be lit, dog. I'm excited, bro.
It's
Oh
kind of
yeah.
funny that people were like hating on this pay-per-view. Yeah, I think it's one of the best pay-per-views like out there. Like I'm not like I don't really care for me. Like you know, it's not. You know, my entertainment bill is fucking higher than $80. Like for a single event. So, but beyond that, but you know, that's a different conversation. I'm just saying, like, given the landscape of boxing, and let's take the PBC pay-per-views out of it, just like all pay-per-views, this just seems like a pretty damn good one.
Nah, yeah. Most definitely. It's like by far better than that. It's better than that Canelo pay per view undercard for sure.
Oh yeah, that's right. The Zone's going pay-per-view model for the first time. Oh yeah, this is a bit like Bivol Canelo is it's a pretty good scrap. It's a good scrap. It's a great scrap. It's not even a pretty good scrap. It's a great scrap. Given the landscape of boxing right now, it's a great scrap. So I'm not hating on that one. Yeah, like if you are, you know, if you are one of those people that like watch your pennies and you want to, you know, pick and choose pay-per-view events, yeah, that's it. It's a good fight. I'm not saying that, you know, don't buy it, but I feel like this one to me, I'm more interested in this fight. But yeah, both are good. Both are good.
I'm still debating, like, am I gonna buy that Canelo pay per view, bro? Because I ain't gonna lie,
Yeah, go ahead.
this is hardest fight to me in a long time. You feel what I'm saying? Like I got Bivol beating them, so I might buy that pay per view, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, see, the thing about the Zone is I can't ever like. I'm trying to still shake the feeling that I'm being swindled. That's all.
I can feel that.
Like every month I got to put out for this fucking shit. I don't know. It's the same thing with ESPN Plus.
I can't get away with the Zone now. I ain't gonna lie.
If it wasn't, yeah, like it wasn't for like Disney Channel, like it's a package now. But yeah, anyway, whatever. I just can't like. I prefer to just have this whole thing as one entertainment package, fucking different channels and all that stuff. But that's just me.
That thing with the Canelo shit is that, you feel me? I just be feeling like that nigga be taking like fights that he know he can win, and I feel like if he think he know he can win this fight, he tweaking. There is no knowing you can beat Bivol, so it's like
Rich,
I can't really.
Am I coming through okay now?
No, you not, bro. But you coming in a little better.
Okay.
That nigga Jimmy funny as hell. Yeah, but it's just like with the whole Canelo shit, bro. At this point, like this nigga in a fight that I think he can lose, so that's all I can. I can't really get mad that this nigga want to demand the Zone, make him. I mean, do the pay per view thing, or else he can't. You feel me? Fuck with him, and I can't really blame the Zone for succumbing to the pay per view shit.
Hey, Rich, how you think in what fashion? You know what I'm saying? That's the real question. In what fashion can Canelo lose against Bivol?
I could just see him getting like outboxed. I don't think
No,
Bivol. I
no,
don't
let me
think he.
rephrase it. Can Bivol win on the scorecards?
Um, that's the thing right there. Um, I don't know,
I
but
don't need.
maybe. But I really don't even care to listen to these scorecards. I mean, you got to because the outcome be mattering. But like, I
You
really
just
don't
judge
give a.
that shit off of what you see.
Yeah, for the
Um,
most, well, nah,
yeah.
yeah. In every fight, I judge a fight off what I see. So
Right.
it's a certain niggas that most definitely ain't undefeated. Them niggas done lost for sure. Walking around with belts they don't belong to them, but I don't know.
Hey, is Is Rolly undefeated?
Hell no.
Yeah. All right. We good. We good then, bro. We good. I think it's interesting the way that these politics work out, though.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Mm-hmm. I want to see that fight though. If Canelo beat up on Bivol, bro, uh, that nigga super nice. I ain't gonna lie.
Bro, I hope Canelo lose just because it don't even matter if he lose. It don't even matter. I ain't even gonna lie. It. I just don't want to see Canelo versus Triple G, bro. I just don't want to see that fight.
They might make that fight regardless.
Oh, that fight already it's made now. It's already made. Win, lose, or draw. If it go to the scorecards, then Canelo gonna win.
Cause
But
yeah, he ain't fighting for his belts.
yeah, it's. But I still don't want to see that fight, bro. I do not want to see that fucking fight. I ain't gonna watch the fight. I'll get on here and let y'all tell me about it.
I ain't gonna lie, I'll watch that if it ain't pay-per-view.
What fight we talking about?
Canelo versus Triple G. That shit definitely pay-per-view.
Oh yeah, I'm watching that. Like, come on, man. Like, what?
I'm not watching that shit.
Nigga said what?
Like, what are you saying right now? Do you understand how many fights come on aren't Canelo versus Triple G? Like, we get a bunch of like, maybe you got a busy life and all that stuff. I just like boxing, so like, to me, this is a historical fight.
Smoke now.
A whole bunch of fights that don't mean shit to the sport. This is going to mean something to the sport forever.
What smoke now? You know, I fuck with the game as much as you fuck with the game. You matter of fact, you know it better than I know it. I ain't even gonna lie to you. My problem is what does this trilogy, Triple G versus Canelo, and I know H Money for the jump in this bitch hyping somebody up. Hey man, H is the best hype man ever. But man, what does this fight mean, bro? This fight don't mean nothing.
Do you think Triple G is going to the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, he a Hall of Famer.
Okay, do you think Canelo's going to the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, he a Hall of Famer.
So right there, you got two Hall of Famers fighting.
Bro, at 40 years, man, come on, bro.
So let me ask you this: is Kambosos going to the Hall of Fame?
Hell no.
Right. So Devin Haney, he might make it, and
he
then
might,
that's an undisputed
maybe
fight. Like, if you just talk about you want to talk about the historical significance, what does it bring? Just right there, it's very hard to get two Hall of Famers in the ring together.
But
at any point. So, like, whenever you have that opportunity, you should avail yourself of that opportunity.
So this is the thing. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you, Smoke. I ain't disagreeing. I understand the Hall of Fame aspect of it. I do. My thing is, bruh, this man, so you telling me Triple G gonna beat Canelo, who is what, 32? And Triple G about to be, he just turned 40, bro. This man,
I just watched fucking Ryan versus To Go. Like, what do you mean I'm not gonna watch Canelo versus Triple G? Like, what are we talking about?
I agree. But no, I don't agree. Hey, Ryan versus To Go, that shit was still, I paid for that shit too on the zone. Damn, hey, man, Smoke, I ain't gonna disrespect you because I fuck with you, but man, fuck you, bro. No disrespect whatsoever.
Yeah, it hurts.
Damn, bro, you just called me. You just put that shit on front. So you telling me I just paid? I did, and I had to. I bought the zone. You know what I'm saying? I watched Ryan versus To Go. Buy that shit, and that shit was horrible. That was a horrible fight. I'm still not buying Triple G. I'm not buying Triple G.
Watch fucking Emmanuel To Go fights. Like, you mean to tell me I can't watch, but I'm not gonna watch Triple G? I am gonna watch Emmanuel To Go fight, but I won't watch Triple G fight. Like,
I ain't watching that shit. I ain't watching that shit, man. I'm gonna probably buy it.
That's just some protest shit. I ain't got time for all that shit. They're not gonna, they don't like that. Don't even mean anything. Like, that's how I missed out on a bunch of Larry Holmes' career. Was that shit? He ain't Ali. Like, fuck him. He ain't Ali. Like, man, bump all that shit. You're gonna miss some shit you want to see with that attitude.
I don't want to see that shit though. I don't want to see that fight. I do want to see the fight, but I don't want to see the fight. I know how the fight gonna end. Ain't nobody got Triple G beating Canelo, bro. Ain't nobody got him.
Yeah, but I do have Canelo stopping him, and I want to watch that shit too.
Man, Canelo might not stop, man. Triple G, he should be stopped, but Canelo might not stop his ass.
That's what, now you got some intrigue, right?
Nah, man, I don't want to see that shit.
I ain't gonna lie, Triple G got rid of that one nigga, bro.
Saying I'm watching like
Murata?
Ted Cheeseman versus
Triple
Mike
G got
versus
crazy
Eggington and
jab.
all this shit, bro. Like,
Hold on, let me ask this. So y'all saw Triple G Murata, right? Did y'all see that fight?
yeah.
Did Murata get caught with a hellified punch that I missed?
He was beating the shit out of Murata. He just, like, you know, I picked the 9th round stoppage. It's a 9th round stoppage. It's pretty much what I thought. What I was gonna see with Triple G just looking, you know, more bald and better and more ripped. Like,
Man, Murata
But he
look,
got
man.
a crazy jab. He was beating the shit out of dude, bro. His left hand was going crazy. He was beating the shit out of dude. He was coming around the guard and hella shit, beating the shit out that man. Rounds like rounds 4 and on, 5 and on.
I'm just, man. Yeah, y'all right. I know y'all right. I'm mad. I'm mad at both of y'all because y'all right, but y'all right.
yeah, man, you're gonna be like, oh, like I didn't watch it in protest. Like,
I know.
You know, like, I didn't watch Larry Holmes versus James Bone Crusher Smith because I was like, that ain't fucking Ali. Fuck him. They still talking about that fucking fight. Like, you know, not everybody talks about it all the time. I'm just saying.
Right. No. You. It was a classic that you missed, and man, and that's man. I don't want to. I ain't gonna lie to you. So y'all purchasing Tank Davis versus Rolly?
You know what? That's my son's special kind of thing. Like my boys get me into those kinds of situations. Like, that is a tough one for me to not feel like I'm being swindled a little bit.
Hold on, y'all gotta answer the question.
At the same time, it is cheaper than going to the movies. I totally don't want. I hate the Marvel universe. Like, I'm grown as fuck. Like the comic book fucking shits, dude. I can't. Anyway, it is what it is.
Hey, look. Me and my son, we watch. My son is 7. We watch the Marvel shit. Oh, he know Marvel shit better than I know it, man. And I rock with him on it because we can rock on that shit. But yeah, nah, man. So let me ask again. Man. Tank Davis versus Rolly. Y'all purchasing that fight?
I'm not.
Yeah, I probably end up purchasing it, to be honest.
I think I'm gonna buy this shit too. I don't want to buy this shit.
I mean,
I don't even want to
it
buy
could
it.
very well be that I don't. I'm not. It's not because I really, you know, it's not like I want to see the fight that much. To be perfectly honest with you, but
I do want to see the fight.
Yeah, you know, it's on whatever. I mean, I doubt out. You know, my sons like Tank, so we watch the fights together.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm probably I don't even want to purchase this shit, but I'm probably gonna purchase it. Hey man, I'm gonna find a way to stream this shit. That's what I'm gonna do. All right, y'all didn't hear me say that.
Listen,
But,
like the market has an answer for boxing. This stuff, like, do I think it's a pay-per-view worthy fight? Of course
no,
not. Of course
no.
not. And so I appreciate that the market has a fix for this.
Yeah, I ain't even gonna lie, bro. They should have just put Tank on Showtime. It would have been better. Like,
Yeah.
it just would have been better for him.
I don't, man. But the thing is so many so many people buy those tape pay-per-views, and you know, and now
Nah, bro.
this.
I ain't hear a definitive number for that last one, man.
Yeah, and this is what I was just about to say. It was interesting what Tank said when he was like, bruh, y'all want me to sell out here and y'all put my shit on at the last minute. Who y'all think I am, Michael Jackson? You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think all that shit for publicity, bro. Like, the whole Tank Floyd shit that's going on right now, I think all of that shit is for money. I don't believe none of that shit, bro. I don't believe none of it. Tell me I'm crazy.
The believe what?
The Floyd Tank saga that's going on.
Oh, I believe it.
I think it's all publicity, bro.
I believe it's happening. I just don't believe that they care particularly.
But now I think they want it to happen. I think that it's more about selling shit than anything else.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think that they understand what the game is.
Yeah.
They're both just playing the game, right? Like it very could be that Tank goes back. I don't think he'll go back. I think it's 70-30 that he does not go back. But you know, if he went back, like what? Who cares? That kind of thing. Like, I mean, it's kind of a thing about Tank being cool with TMT's bullshit. I guess that would be the big knock about it. And I also don't think that I don't think Floyd is going to improve as a promoter during Tank's career. Like during Tank's career path. Like I think like Floyd might be a good promoter in like 6 years, some shit like that. But yeah, Tank ain't got 6 years to wait for Tank to become a good promoter.
Yeah, Floyd trying to figure that, man. So let me ask, what you think about Floyd having his fight? Go ahead. My bad. Somebody else.
No, go ahead.
Now I was gonna say, what you think about Floyd having his press conference and shit? You know what I'm saying? Same day as Tank's, even though he's supposedly Tank's promoter right now.
I think this shit's funny as hell, bro. Like, listen, my man is terrible at retirement, right? So,
Floyd,
but the idea that like Floyd is still playing the heel, and you're going to like make money off of a guy, you're like, you know what I'm gonna do on your way out the door? I'm gonna figure out a way to use you to sell my fight. It's hilarious. That's what I think, but whatever. That's just me.
You know, I think if Floyd, if he, kind of respected Tank, he would have done that. But I mean, look, man, I have no problem doing exhibitions. He's a retired fighter.
Jimmy,
a Hall of Famer.
You breaking up, Jimmy? You breaking up again, bro?
Jimmy, you gotta go get some foil or something.
Can you hear me now?
Every other word.
You got the max headroom mic. Oh, that's maybe over 2 over here.
Like we literally hear every other word or something like that, bro.
I do think it's funny as hell. It's just like the idea that like, Floyd fighting a sparring partner is like it's supposed to be a real event is like hilarious to me. Like people are really taking this shit like it's a real fight, and that Floyd is hurting the business and all this shit. Like, okay, like who is like on the fence about watching like a real boxing match versus watching Floyd fight a sparring partner for charity or for whatever fucking reason. An exhibition, how about that? For an exhibition fight. It seems like a stretch. It seems very desperate. But at the same time, if you're gonna do it, it's also very funny if this is how you're gonna go out. If Tank is actually leaving, it's even like funnier. Like he's just like, you know what? I can't make any more money off of you, so let me just boost this whole goalie thing up. Throw go a couple of rounds with the homie. Get some more money. There's a couple of my my diehard fans that'll tune into it. Yeah,
I think that shit ain't selling.
Yeah, I don't. As far as it being like a fight to take serious, or even like a real move to criticize kind of thing. Like if a guy's leaving you, like you don't really owe him anything, right?
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, now I can.
Is anybody else talking?
No, you good. Go ahead.
All right, I can hear y'all now. I can hear you. I can only hear smoke at first.
Nah, and the thing is my question is once again, Floyd is the master of gaining that public eye, right? I remember, and this is a different subject, but it all comes back to what we're talking about. Chameleonaire was talking about 50 Cent, and he was like, "Man, 50 Cent called me out and said this, that, whatever, whatever." And when I saw him, I was like, "Damn, I thought everything was good this day." He was like, "Man, all 50 Cent told him all you had to do was respond, and your album was gonna sell so many millions." You know what I'm saying? Starting this fake beat, bro. I believe that's what's going on right now, bro. Floyd and Tank starting as much smoke as they can. Why? I think they'll end up getting back together, and they just doing it for the fight against Rolly, bro. I hate to say it, but that's what I believe.
It's a funny breakup anyway. Even if they don't get back together, this is like it's hilarious. Like Floyd is still like has people in their feelings about like nothing. Like you got to do it. Hey, you know what? What I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do a press conference on the same day as your shit, right? And then let everybody call me everything. Like I'll just be the bad guy. I will tune in to get me knocked out. Everybody will see if I can get knocked out, but they'll be mad that it won't happen and yada yada.
Did that ever happen, bro? Have you ever seen a promoter have a press conference the same day one of their fighters got a press conference? They biggest fighter?
But no, but what if it's not his biggest fighter anymore? What like if the guy's leaving, then he's not your biggest. This is the last fight. You might as well milk it for every ounce you can get out of it, right? And also, I think it makes this fight like it brings more interest into this fight because I don't think he would have gotten one more pay-per-view purchase by just saying, Tank's one of my favorite fighters. He's a hell of a fighter. This is a great fight. Rolly's an up-and-coming guy. It's a dangerous fight. We've done a bunch of business together. It's been nice promoting him. Like whatever the hell you think he could have said as a regular run-of-the-mill promoter. This is more exciting. This is more titillating. It's more controversy. Like this is more compelling stuff.
So as far as Floyd Mayweather goes, Floyd Mayweather, the promoter, do you agree or disagree, Smoke, with what he did?
If I'm Floyd Mayweather, I think it's completely on brand for Floyd Mayweather. Like it would be very hard. Like let's say if Oscar came out and did the same thing at the last Canelo fight and fought like a UFC dude. I would laugh at it, but it would be like a weird kind of like off-brand kind of thing for Oscar. But like this is right up Floyd's alley. Like this is all you got to do is send a tweet, like have some promoters show up, and get 2 paydays essentially.
Rich, go ahead.
Bro, this nigga Smoke is just a comedian, bro. This is why I fuck with this nigga. That nigga really make me laugh. And I say that respectfully.
No, man, that's it's with intent. I am making myself laugh, and I hope that you're in on the joke too. If not, too bad for you.
That real townism. Where you from? Smoking the town.
Oh, I'm right up I'm right off Keller.
Oh, okay, in the east. Okay.
Yeah, I'm in the east. I'm in the East Hills.
Yes, sir. That's my uncle stay up there, man. My godfather for real. Mm-hmm. My great uncle. But hell yeah. My boy Smoke. Hell yeah. What we already talked about that Valdez Stevenson. Shit, we already fake touched on the Canelo Bivol. What's right after that?
I got Devin Haney over everybody at 135.
Wait, it's something in between there. Oh, what about Katie Taylor and Amanda Serrano?
I like Serrano in that fight, but that's a good fight. That's a good fight. I'm going with Serrano right now, but again, I might switch it up. I reserve the right to switch it up before the fight happens.
I got Serrano, but I ain't gonna lie to you. How real can I be?
You can be real.
I want to see. Look, I want to see Bumgarner, man. She the finest one in any division. So that's who I like. Bumgarner over everybody. I got Bumgarner over. No, I ain't gonna say that, but I like I like Amanda Serrano in that fight against Katie Taylor. I think Katie Taylor, she throw a lot of punches, but she ain't got that power that Serrano got. And so I like Serrano in that fight, but Alicia Bumgarner, she might be the best fighter, the best female fighter I've ever seen in my life. So, and that's what, and I'll say that with all biased.
She most definitely is good. I got shit right now. I got Katie Taylor for sure, but I don't think she'll serve her. I just think it'll be a good fight. But I got Katie Taylor edging her right now. But that could change though. You feel me?
Man, Katie Taylor throws so many punches. I can see it if it goes the distance. I think Amanda Serrano, her power, man, the way she fight, bro.
It's again with that feet. It's your feet. Like you can throw a lot of punches, but if you want with speed and accuracy, you need the correct feet, and that's what she does not have. That's the difference between Serrano and Katie Taylor, in my opinion.
Who don't have the feet, Smoke?
Taylor's got the work. She got the work rate and all that shit. But yeah, her shit, a ton of fucking arm punches. She slapping the shit out with her shots.
Right, and my thing is, I think she get hit too much. Her defense is below average, in my opinion, and I think she'll throw a lot of punches, and she gonna connect with a lot of punches. It's just Serrano power is much different, and Katie Taylor ain't got no damn defense. And man, so many. Okay, I ain't gonna say I didn't grow up in the boxing gym. I was around the boxing gym. I know fighters though. The first thing I've always been taught / watched fighters being taught is defense. If you ain't got balance, if you ain't got footwork, then damn it, you can't even throw a punch in the gym. How the hell can these fighters today? How they got their head straight up in the air? I just don't understand what happened to the balance in the defense. What happened to that coming before the punches?
Yeah, man. I was just mentioning the To Go versus Ryan Garcia. If you notice, man, like every time my man was trying to throw a jab, he threw it so goddamn hard, his back foot like left the damn canvas, and he was just like off balance. Like, what the fuck am I looking at? This dude. Anyway, yeah. It is what it is. Like work in progress.
Who are you talking about? Ryan?
Yeah, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan is you got Ryan beating Devin Smoke.
Ryan beating Devin? I got Ryan beating his meat. That's what I got.
Holy shit. Niggas be saying that shit. They be so serious, bro. Them niggas be crossing their fingers when they saying that shit, bro. Them niggas be they just be saying shit.
That dude, he had his feet together. He was crossing them up. he was falling into his shot. Like if he threw his jab so hard, his back foot would come up. So when he got close to go, he was smothering his work. He couldn't figure out shit. Like that dude's feet are straight garbage.
Yeah, Ryan.
To go is like a 30-plus-year-old. Like, isn't he on the wrong side of 35 even? And never fought anybody, never did shit in the sport. And this is what you look like against this level of competition. Okay, bro, whatever. No, I don't have him beaten Haney. Hell no.
You got Ryan beating Kambosos.
Do I have Ryan beating Kambosos? Nah, Kambosos is that in and out work. Where is it? Ryan beating? Nah, not the Ryan I just saw. No. Now, I mean, really, if Ryan is not knocking you out, what is going to happen?
If Ryan,
he's a big dude. He's a big dude, and he's like fast and close it down. And Kambosos doesn't really use a lot of lateral movement. He used mostly like in and out. So like that's better for Ryan. But it's not like Kambosos is gonna come forward. So all right, and he's not stationary. So like Ryan, I may still take Kambosos. I think I got Kambosos over that one.
if Ryan running into anybody who has his size and length, even if they don't have his power, he's losing. And the thing is he has horrible footwork. He keeps his head straight up in the air. Outside of fast hands, Ryan Garcia, fast hands and power. Fast hands and power. We got to make sure we give him credit for his power. But outside of that, it's so many fighters who can handicap Ryan Garcia because of his deficiencies. Hey man, the dude got to get better. He got to get a lot better. But he's young. That's the good thing. He's young.
I kind of like his attitude as a fighter. Like his skills aren't really there, and I don't mean his attitude outside the ring, but I mean once he steps in the ring, he's trying to fuck you up. He's not trying to let it go to the cards and none of that shit. He's literally looking to fuck you up when he gets in there, and I can appreciate that.
I like that to some degree. It just what scares me is if you run into a pressure fighter who's gonna put you on the back foot. You can't go in there trying to fuck nobody up.
Hey, that Isaac Cruz is going to be a hell of a one, right? Because now you got just two guys that's not really trying to take a step backwards.
Did you say Ryan Garcia going to lose when he fights somebody the same size as him?
Somebody did, yeah.
Yeah. Well, one Luke Campbell the same size?
Luke Campbell, yeah, they were the same. Yeah, they were the same size.
Is that why he got dropped in? Is that what you saying?
Nah, I think he got dropped because he keep his head, he keep his chin straight up in there. That's why he got dropped. When I said that, I'm saying if he went moving up in weight, if he fights somebody at 35, the same size as him, I like Ryan in that fight. But as he moves up weight, especially if he don't fix a lot of the deficiencies he has in his game, then at 40, 47, and with him having a problem making 35, if he didn't have a problem making 35, then he wouldn't have fought at 39 this past fight. But I just think it doesn't bold out well if he doesn't fix his deficiencies. And when I say deficiencies, his head is straight up in the air. His footwork is I guess I'll call it decent, but
it's abysmal.
You know who you describing? You describing Wilder.
Okay, that's cool.
See, but this the thing.
I'm just saying that power get you a long way.
I ain't gonna get too much over the deficiencies rather than things you just need to get better at. Because if you get better at certain things, it can hide certain deficiencies. The reason why his deficiencies show because you see the lack in so much other shit that he can't do. Where your jab, where your fucking shot selection. You throw the same type of punches. You telegraphing them. It's because everybody got deficiencies, but It's like what the fuck you do good other than your speed and power?
Right, and
You know.
I always want to give him. I want to give him as much credit as possible. You know what I'm saying? And he got to get better in certain areas. You know what I mean? So, but I think he's a young fighter, bro. Like, although Ryan Garcia, he does have the following and all that, and everybody want to put him in these different categories. The man is what, 23, 24 years old. He's a young fighter. So he definitely has room for improvement, but we got to see that we got to see that improvement.
All right, but how do we know he just can't do that stuff? What if that stuff wasn't in his game plan?
I'm not saying he couldn't. That's why I'm saying we got to see improvement. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm saying he has to improve his game and be able to do it. So in the last two fights that I watched, To Go and Luke Campbell, he had his head straight in the air. He kept his head on the line. Now, Luke Campbell actually was able to take advantage of it, but To Go ran the whole damn fight. So he didn't even look to really try to take advantage of it. But even then, I'm looking at two separate fights, but I'm seeing the same deficiency. So I'm saying if that's the case, then that's something he should be working on.
I could say this: Ryan will look so much better if he knew how to jab and move at the same time. If he could jab and move back at the same time, it'll open so much for his game. Because Ryan, somebody will come in toward him and he'll just move straight back, push his arm straight out. That's like, you could, with all the speed he got, you could take your steps back and shoot 2-3 jabs.
But
it'll open up so much for your right hand. It'll create your distance. You can do a lot. You'll be able to work more. But you not doing nothing. You grabbing onto it, nigga, moving back. You know, like that rough shit.
It's because the reason why he's doing all that is because when he throws a shot, when he throws a jab, he throws it with such force that his back foot lifts. Swings all over the fucking place. It goes off the line. It comes off the air. It goes all over the fucking place. So there's no like that second and third shot. If you're not stationary, he can't do anything about that.
Yeah, but this what I'm saying though, Smoke. How much better would he look just adding that one thing?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, what goes into that one thing? Like, it's.
I mean, you working behind the jab, him throwing the power shots.
Yeah,
you creating distance for what's coming next. It'll make him look so much different. But
most definitely.
So those just little things I'm saying. Like, yeah, he got deficiencies, but there's certain shit that you could just do better. That so much, basic.
But the
it's
issue,
a flip side
like
to that, though.
Things that he's doing is trying to knock you out. Like it's literally he's got to turn into a boxer, not a knockout guy. And I don't know what that's going to what it's going to look like with his what you're saying is he needs to work behind a jab. But
I'm just saying
that guy. If he's going to be that kind of guy, then he also needs to work on his defense. There's a ton of going into being that guy.
Yeah, I'm just saying
y'all want him to get in the ring and try new shit when he's stepping up his level of competition. Like, nah, that's how you get fucked up, man. You gotta stick to what you do good sometimes.
Oh, my bad, brother. Go ahead, my bad.
That's all I'm saying. I'm saying trying new shit or trying to do shit that you know you're not good at will get you fucked up in the ring. So that's why fighters tend to, go back to what they know.
Yeah, and I ain't saying that. I'm just saying, I ain't saying he even got to do it. I'm just saying when you look at boxing, it's so much shit that can open up when you work on some certain things. Like I don't suggest Ryan do none of this shit if he haven't practiced it in the gym. But it's things that you just need to be practicing in the gym. Getting your IQ up. It's more of a thinking. It's more of you thinking in the ring instead of just doing shit off instinct. Of course, you want to have instinct, but you want to be able to outthink opponents and do, set up what you do best.
Have you seen like Ryan catch and shoot?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like it's just kind of like
yes, I have.
If you're gonna start,
yeah, he does.
Against who?
But it's
I don't
certain things.
remember. I can like see him. I don't remember who he did it against.
Okay, that all right. If you remember,
But
I don't
wasn't
remember.
that
That's
what?
all, that's
Wait,
what I'm
wait.
asking. I'm not trying to put you on the spot or
Fonseca?
anything. I'm just trying to remember. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember, but I remember him doing that, but I don't remember who it was against for sure.
I
Bro,
think the best person.
what'd be a fight of the year? Let me just say this because it ain't really shit.
No, go ahead, go my bad.
A great fight would be Ryan Garcia versus Rolly Romero. That's that those two guys match up like I don't know.
And that's the problem. That's the problem right there. If a great fight is gonna be Ryan Garcia versus Rolly Romero, the same Rolly Romero we all expect Tank Davis to knock out. How the hell? All right, I digress. I'm not.
Rolly still top 10. Is he a top 10 lightweight or not?
Yeah, he
Hell
is.
no.
Yeah,
Hell
he is.
no.
Yeah,
I mean,
he
he is in
is,
the
man.
sanctioning
Come
body.
on.
He might be in.
Rolly the
by
boogeyman.
what standards? What standards are we talking about? If he's a top 10, what standards are we talking about?
When this is the standard. His like don't he got like 100% KO ratio?
Not no more.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Hell
Well,
no.
it's in the 90s.
We're talking
It's
about
in the
Jason
90s. Then
Marina's beat him.
no,
I was
you're
talking.
right.
Marina's beat him in the fans' eyes, right?
That's the only person he did knock out, though, right? And he don't get
No,
credit for beating. He
no.
don't get credit for beating Avery Sparrow, and we all know Avery Sparrow can box.
But
So
he got it's 2 fights he ain't had. I think he's 14-0 with 12 knockouts. I believe that's what it is.
that's what I'm saying. He fucking dangerous. Like that's enough right there, bro. He ain't got to be.
Bro,
That's enough right there. He dangerous.
Bro, he finna get his ass. So you got him stopping Tank?
Hell no, but man.
So what are we talking about? What are we talking
I'm
about?
just saying, just because he can't stop Tank, who's the best in the division, doesn't mean he ain't dangerous and still top 10. What if he stop everybody else outside of Tank? Shit, we don't know what's gonna happen.
Do you got Rolly? You got Rolly stopping Ryan Garcia?
I got Rolly stopping Fortuna or somebody like that. You know what I'm saying? I put Fortuna in there with him. He gonna fuck him
Fortuna beat the shit out of Rolly Romero.
Fortuna beat up on Rolly, bro.
Fortuna beat the shit out of Rolly.
Bro, look,
Rolly can't fight, bro. He can't fight.
Listen. Yidget and Sparrow can box,
Rolly
bro. Niggas ain't gonna sit here and admit that shit. But he done beat up boxers before. Y'all just seen it. People just ain't gonna admit it. So Fortuna just got beat up by little ass JoJo, man.
JoJo can really fight though, bro.
Bro, JoJo can fight, bro. Like JoJo is JoJo only losses to Devin Haney and to Gary Russell, bro.
Let me tell you, man, that Rolly hip toss is different.
Oh man,
I think Ron the spark JoJo.
Nah,
Rolly
what
get
about,
his hands on you, bro.
Rolly?
That shit is different.
Would he spark Rolly? That's a great fight.
Who?
Y'all didn't see what he did to Yidget?
I don't think that'll be a great fight, but
hold on. What was a great fight? Rolly versus who?
Yidget.
Rolly versus Ryan, bro. Them niggas is like them niggas.
Bro, Ryan ain't gonna beat the shit out of Rolly, bro. Ryan to beat the shit out of Rolly.
Ryan already schooled Rolly in sparring for real. I ain't gonna lie.
Bro, everybody, any decent fighter at 35 will beat the shit. Bro, Pitbull Cruz will beat the shit out of Rolly, bro.
Hey, wait. So
but Ryan is. I'm saying you naming killers.
You
naming killers and saying that they.
Man, I don't know what he do until he get in the ring with these niggas. I would think that he would lose, but
man, Rolly gonna flop that little dude. Ain't he like 5'2"? Rolly will flop his ass.
Hey, you crazy? Rolly ain't got no defense. Rolly only has power. The man can't box.
He don't
can't fight.
He don't need defense. He got to stay in.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie. Like what? You ain't
Look
really
at Triple G.
Bro, Triple G can box, bro.
Triple G ain't he ain't got no fucking defense though. He done been
he a better boxer than Rolly is.
I'm just saying, bro. It's possible to have a chin that stand up to
Rolly,
and shit, bro.
Man, if Rolly fight any of the top contenders, bro, he getting his ass sparked, bro. He getting fucked up.
I don't know that. What if his chin is crazy?
Man, that man ain't got no crazy beard like that, bro. He ain't got no crazy beard like that.
I ain't seen him dropped or hurt by anybody. He get hit clean.
He ain't fought nobody. You don't even know who he fought.
Who he fought?
Who he fought? Who?
I just said it. Yidget and fucking Sparrow.
Man, come on, bro. This man
And
said
when
you
did
did
a
this
fight?
guy.
When did a fight? Somebody pulled out last minute. He had to fight a replacement.
Shit, name me 2 people Eastside Cruz fought other than Tank.
Right. See what I'm saying? He'll say Cruz kill Rolly, but even Cruz himself ain't even fought no fucking body. So
Bruh,
what is we saying?
Cruz ain't fought nobody, bruh. He ain't fought nobody. The
Guess
problem
what?
is
Rolly and Cruz got the same
No,
resume. They
but it's
both about to
different, bro.
fight Tank.
Yeah,
So
but
what's the difference?
I'll
Well,
tell you what the
other than
difference
that,
is. Cruz can fight.
nah,
but that's
the difference is Yidget is better than anybody Cruz beat. Period.
all right, bro. You got it, bro. Hey, you know what? I'm not here to argue
Yeah,
it.
I
I'm not.
mean, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all ain't even got to go back and forth with him. Just say the name. Who?
No, I mean that's
What
the
you
issue.
mean? Who? Yidget? Yidget was in the fucking
Nah.
Don't
That's
be
what
a
I'm saying, though,
casual.
brother.
Y'all know Yidget was in that tournament, bro. And he
Yeah,
was
yeah. That's what
outboxing
I'm
Brand.
saying. Yeah, that's
If
what
his
I'm
fucking
saying,
eye,
brother.
if his fucking eye didn't explode, he could have outboxed dude and went on to fight. Like who knows what would have happened? But just because Rolly got in the ring with him and destroyed him, nobody want to give him credit.
Yeah.
That's all.
Hey
Y'all
man,
know that man. Yidget got hands, man.
this is. I ain't disagreeing with none of it. This is my problem right here. This is my problem. Regardless of who Rolly done fought, the only fight that matter is Rolly stepping in the ring with Tank Davis right now, right? And we all know he's gonna get his ass sparked, don't we?
Nah, we wouldn't, Marcus.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. When you got that high knockout ratio, it's most likely, you are gonna get sparked.
Hey.
That's what they both got him.
I mean,
Tank
really
got it too.
Niggas was calling
That's the problem.
Cruz a motherfucking cherry until that.
So all right. So who? All right. Who want to bet that? I mean, y'all, I ain't trying to call nobody name. I ain't saying nothing crazy about nobody. I love all y'all, bro. But if we gonna make these statements, bro, who got Rolly making it through the fight? Who got him making it the distance?
I do.
All right. What you want to put on it?
Nothing.
That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, hey, man, we could beat. Hey, no disrespect, no disrespect.
Get the fuck out of here.
Nah, right side.
Me being broke is a whole different issue than me fucking picking somebody in a fight, nigga. Just because I'm picking somebody don't mean my broke ass about to just throw money everywhere. No. I live in reality, nigga.
No. That's why I said no disrespect. That's why I said that. No disrespect whatsoever.
Y'all niggas be $500. Let's bet.
No, bro, I ain't no big better. I ain't no big better, bro.
You can bet 5 push-ups.
I'm from the projects.
That's hold on. That's what I was gonna say, bro. We can put push-ups on it. My thing is this. No disrespect whatsoever to you, brother. Nothing. No disrespect. I'm saying that if we gonna make these claims, then let's put. And once again, push-ups. I'm cool with the push-ups. But we can't just make these wild claims saying, man, ain't no way Rolly making it through the fight, bro. The man can't fight.
Hey, right side. And this my only claim. And this my only claim in right side.
Yeah.
Tank was supposed to fight Rolly first.
Facts.
He got called off. They replaced him with Andy Cruz. I heard everyone was mad saying he was a cherry.
Facts.
After the fight, Cruz becomes better than Rolly now.
Facts.
Now niggas mad he's fighting the same dude he was gonna fight in the first place. And saying,
bro, that's cat.
No. I'm gonna say no. Hold up. So I'm gonna say this. All that film out there, Cruz that he fought before, that shit was out there before. So nothing really changed other than they fought. So all I'm gonna say is we gonna wait until they fight. And gonna see.
There's one thing missing from your analysis that people thought Rolly was a cherry pick before then. Also, people always thought Rolly was a cherry.
But they were. But you're missing the fact they were mad. Rolly wasn't fighting no more. Why you fighting Rolly? He's like this cherry.
I wasn't necessarily mad at that. I wasn't mad at that.
The assumption smoke was everybody thought Rolly was a better fight than Cruz. That's what I'm saying.
But this is the thing. Go ahead.
I don't think that ever happened. Is the point? I think that everybody
Rich.
was upset.
Okay. Let me ask Rich.
Hold on.
No. We gonna ask somebody else. Rich.
Let me just
Rich. Am I lying?
Let me just finish this thing. That
I
nobody wants to see Tank fight either one of these guys.
Right.
Everybody thinks that both of these dudes are cherries.
Okay, 2020 hindsight, yeah, you can say that.
No,
but like
even
I'm saying,
even
in the
Rolly fight was called first.
Smoke. Okay. Well, okay.
Hey,
So
in the moment, bro, on some real shit. When the Isaac Cruz fight got made, I thought it was a better fight. Isaac Cruz has been better than Rolly, bro. Like,
he won. He was ranked higher.
Rich. I know how you come, but what was everybody else saying?
It was a cherry pick.
I think.
What y'all think?
Most niggas that
listen. I'm most niggas in this.
Hold on, let Rich finish.
Go ahead, Rich.
I feel like most niggas that really know boxing was saying like Isaac Cruz was the better fight because Isaac Cruz is better than Rolly. But the majority of people that consume the sport ain't real boxing fans, and they was most definitely mad that the Rolly fight wasn't getting made.
I wanted the Rolly
was mad
fight.
that the Rolly fight wasn't getting made. I've heard people mad that the Loma fight wasn't getting made. I heard people being mad that the Tio fight wasn't getting made. I didn't hear anybody saying like, "Oh, you know what? The next third guy should be up is Rolly Romero." I heard people being upset that Rolly Romero got accused of what he was accused of, but not that like they were interested in the Tank fight. Like, who?
Bro, nobody was mad at the Loma or Tio because all of them fought literally weeks apart. So we all knew they was fighting. So nobody was talking about why you ain't fighting Rolly, why you ain't fighting Tank. We knew what was on his plate. Devin, Tank, Tio, and Loma all have fights lined up week.
Nobody cares about fights lined up.
No, so this is what I'm saying. This what I'm saying. You trying to throw in like Tio and Tank?
No,
like, no, it wasn't. Nobody was thinking about them. We already knew they had a fight coming up.
Like
bro.
right now, Spencer's about to fight Ugas in a couple of days, and they're still talking about the Crawford fight. People are talking about the fights they want to see. It doesn't matter what you're lined up for, and none of that shit.
Bro,
the reason why they're talking about the reason why they're talking about
what was going down.
I got it. Everyone knew what was going down, and nobody was like it. That's the whole fucking point. Down. That nobody was calling for fucking Rolly versus Tank. Nobody.
That shit, all the belts and shit was getting cleared up. Everybody know that was some WBA made because they was supposed to be getting rid of all these belts. There was the fight that was called for.
But this is the thing.
I'm just saying what I remember. I don't really, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool for the debate. Yeah, okay. Everybody thought Cruz was better than Rolly somehow, but I remember motherfuckers like, damn, the shit, he was selling that fight. He came up there with the mink with no shirt on and on and da 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 da. They was going back and forth. I remember that.
I seen people say that Tank set him up or something to get out the fight.
But this is the thing.
But that has absolutely nothing to do with the making of the fight. The making of the fight, nobody was calling for this fight to be made. Nobody.
Right. And see, that's my thing. I think we're talking about two different things, though. We're talking about two different things because I agree. You know what I'm saying? I would have preferred to see Rolly instead of Isaac Pitbull Cruz the first time. But the thing was I didn't want to see that fight in general from the beginning. I think the making of the fight, those Tank Davis in this situation now, and it's beautiful the way the situation is happening because he has the fight because the WBA, I believe, WBA, WBO, one of them, they done sanctioned the fight between him and Rolly. Cool, I'm good with it. But now it's giving him the opportunity to say he wants to move on to fight those bigger fights. So it's a great situation that's going on right now. And so no, at the time of Pitbull Cruz being subbed in for Rolly Romero, hell, before the fight was happening, I can't even tell you I seen his fights. You know what I'm saying? I had to go watch or look for his fights to see what Pitbull was going to bring to the table. At the end of the day, though, just because of that, I still think he's a better fighter than Rolly is, and I unfortunately Rolly has been sanctioned for this fight, but Rolly, man, ain't nobody, none of y'all can't sit here and tell me that this man is a good boxer. He's not a
So
good
y'all,
boxer.
so y'all saying you want to see Rolly versus Cruz? Then is that what you saying?
No, I don't even want to see that. I think Cruz beats Rolly.
I
I want
mean,
to see.
why? Just because you awkward don't mean you can't win the fight, bro.
No. I'm not saying that. Man, I think Jackson Marina has beat Rolly, man. Like
Really, like just straight up, if Yijit had Tank's power, he would
he's
knock
not a
Rolly out.
good boxer.
He would knock Rolly out. Like if Yijit just could hit harder.
No, that's not true.
He was
Because Rolly
taking.
got a chin.
Yeah, I
Rolly
got it.
got
But
a
he was.
chin.
I got it. He got a chin against a guy who can't really punch. Like Yijit is not that dude with a bunch of power, and he was touching Rolly up.
What skills does Rolly bring to the table, bro? That's my question. What skills do he bring to the table? Skills, not physical attributes.
What does it
Skills.
matter? What does it matter when he getting the job done by knockout?
All
He
right.
obviously got something. If he getting the job done, like in the fashion everybody loves, then what's the problem? He has to have some kind of fucking talent.
Everybody don't love it. I don't love. I love skills.
He's
I
a
love
fucking
skills over
rough and tough
power.
fighter. You ain't see him
Yeah,
tossing,
but I would like to.
slinging
So,
get all the fuck around the ring. That's what he
But
do.
skills
That is a
versus.
skill. That is a
Okay.
skill.
All right, you got it, bro. You got it. You got it, bro. You got it.
The problem is this. The problem is this. Guys
You
don't
got
fight
it.
their way up the ranks anymore. They get like a little bit of notoriety, and then they get thrown into the deep end to make some other guy look good.
No, I want him to define skills because y'all think skills is like, all right, he got to throw a 1-2 and it got to look
No.
textbook and like, what the fuck is it then? Like
So
it's like y'all got one little way y'all want fighters to fight, and if they don't fight that way, then they ain't skilled.
no. I'm not saying. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
That's just what it sounds like to me. Go ahead.
No. When I'm saying, I think there's a difference between physical attributes and skill, right? So when I look at physical attributes, I look at power, size, speed. Those are physical attributes. When I look at skill, I look at timing. I look at judging or control of distance. The way you educated jabs. That's when I think those are different attributes. You know what I'm saying? Like I think Rolly has physical attributes, but I don't think he's a skilled fighter.
That motherfucker laying that right hand. But I ain't saying I don't oh no, that shit like oh no. Shit, I ain't even really hear bro say Rolly was like crazy like that. He just better than what people say. And at the same time, when you knock motherfuckers out, I mean, he ain't even got that many fights, but shit, for the people we seen, shit, he landed his right hand and shots on him. He knocked niggas out. That's cool, I guess.
Right. The guys that's supposed to be more skilled than him, they can't.
Mhm.
They land their money shots and it's don't phase them. Rolly land his money shots and he winning by knockout. I mean, shit. The man who winning by knockout is more skilled, obviously. But
No,
I
that's
don't give
not.
a
I
fuck
know
what
that's
I don't
not
give a
true at
fuck
all.
what you say. That
That's
is
not
true.
true at all.
Yeah,
That is
guys get
true
knocked
because
out by a less skilled fighter.
That's not true at all.
no, fuck that, man. Nah, y'all
Yeah,
just
yeah, the
y'all
same
think
thing.
skit.
The
like you
same
can
shit with
understand, like
Wilder.
Y'all think
All the
skit.
all
Y'all
them
like
niggas Wilder
defining
knocked the
skills
fuck
by
out.
technique and
Deontay Wilder is not the most skilled boxer. He's
you
not.
talking.
He
it's the
has the
same thing.
ultimate equalizer.
I'm saying, let
If
me
Errol
ask you this:
if
you
Errol
talking
And it's
Spence
a,
about
and
if
it's a
you
Errol
talking
Spence
skill to,
about
stops
and it's
Bud,
a
technique and
skill to land
fundamentals?
it. It's a
if Errol
skill to
Spence
land it.
stops Bud, it won't be because Bud is the lesser skilled guy.
Right.
But I'm saying Roy Jones didn't do it by the book, but people call him skilled.
But
Well,
Roy
yeah, he has
Jones.
great reflexes and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, yeah, he was like one of the best.
That's what
What they
I'm
say
saying.
about him,
But so why one
his claim to
awkward and
fame,
weird
his claim
fighter
to
is
fame is
skilled?
natural athletic
I don't
ability, though.
understand y'all.
Here,
I don't
okay, so
understand y'all, man.
well, here, this is what with the Roy Jones thing, and I'm trying so that you can understand. With the Roy Jones argument, what people say about him is he's the most athletically gifted guy. Like they're not saying that he's the most like technically sound guy. He's the most athletic guy, right? So with Rolly,
Wow.
you're saying with Rolly, you're saying he has power, and you mentioned Wilder, right? It's the same thing. Like with Wilder, and there's a difference. Like skills and talent are like kind of the same
Yeah,
thing.
that's what it is. It's talent
But
versus
really,
skill,
we're
bro.
just talking about when you're saying it about it. It's really what's saying the technical craft versus natural ability.
So
It's
you
really
telling me
the
Roy
thing
Jones
what they're talking about.
was not
Man,
skilled?
motherfuckers can
That what
say
y'all
that
Roy
shit
saying?
Jones,
however they.
listen.
I'm just saying. No, wait. I just
Brotherhood.
want to. I
Roy
just want to
Jones
hear
is
that.
talented, bro. He had hella
No,
talent,
answer
bro.
my question. Is Roy Jones skilled or not?
I won't say he's
I
not
mean,
skilled, but his
See,
claim to fame was
y'all
that
didn't
he was
talk y'all.
extra
Y'all
talented,
didn't
bro.
talk yourself into a
Can I
are
answer
you saying
that?
like in a
Can I
vacuum or
answer it?
compared to who?
And
Can
don't
I answer
answer it.
that?
Nah,
Can I answer if
don't
Roy
answer
Jones
it,
is
bro.
skilled?
Let's just move on. I proved my point.
Shit, yo,
I want to answer the question. Can I answer the question?
Rolly can fight,
Go
bro.
ahead. Go ahead.
So Roy Jones is very skilled, but he's also
I know.
he's also very physically talented. You know
Well,
what I'm saying?
once he was no longer fit, once he wasn't the fastest guys
He,
who weren't very
he
good started
right.
knocking him
He,
out.
I'm saying
Him
y'all.
out, right?
I think
but
y'all
Bernard
getting.
Hopkins,
Why was that?
but Bernard Hopkins is more skilled than Roy Jones is. Let me put it that way.
Bro,
Does
it's
that make
skill
sense?
versus talent, bro. Roy Jones is
Yeah, like why
talented, bro.
was the
Bernard
Joe
Right.
Hopkins
Calzaghes
is
of the world
skilled.
able to beat him? Why was the
I
Glenn
agree.
Johnson of the world able to knock him out?
You said what?
Why was it Joe Calzaghes able to outbox him, and why was like the Glenn Johnsons able to knock him out? Like those kind of guys, like
He was old as fuck.
exactly
And
because
then,
the physical attributes declined, and his
and
skills weren't up to his
B
physical
Hop get a
attributes.
robbery. Then B Hop get a robbery over that African
Bruh.
fighter.
What?
B Hop had got a robbery somewhere in his career, bro. I just forgot who he was fighting.
I thought
At the end
B
of
Hop got robbed a bunch of times. I thought he got
at,
robbed
at
against
the end of the day,
Jermaine
the
Taylor.
thing is,
Jermaine Taylor is not that skilled. Like Jermaine
No,
Taylor is also not that skilled.
I'm saying B Hop robbed somebody.
That
Like he lost the
nigga,
fight.
that nigga's undisputed.
Man, B Hop was overrated, man.
You just said
I
a
mean,
nigga,
I think that
a
we're just
nigga
trying to.
wasn't
I
skilled,
think
and
we're just
this
trying to
nigga
explain
was
this terminology,
undisputed.
right?
Oh
Like
God.
we're saying, like you can be physically gifted, but that doesn't mean that you have the craft of a boxer, right? It's a craft versus physical attribute, right?
But I'm saying y'all talking about technique and fundamentals and shit. That's just part of your style. Just because you don't fucking punch a certain way, don't mean you.
Those are the
Bro.
skills, bro.
Like when you
Those are
say
Bro,
the
y'all
technical
skills.
getting
style, right?
y'all
Like when you
getting
go into a
no,
gym.
y'all getting technique and style like fucked up and mixed up because
okay, so in your
niggas can
opinion, what
choose
is
to fight
skill?
how.
Hold on, hey, bro. In your opinion, what is skill?
Style is how you fight.
Hold
Not
on, Smoke.
Every
Smoke.
boxer should
Hold on a
box
second.
like
Hold on a
Mikey
second.
What
Garcia.
is skill though? What is skill in your opinion?
Right side.
What is
Hold on.
skill?
Right side. Before we
Everybody should
get too
box
far
like
into this
Mikey
thing,
Garcia.
these are really
You're
easy
right.
answers to do. This is really easy to clear up. Style is like whether or not you're a boxer, a brawler, whether or not you're a pressure fighter, whether you're a boxer puncher. That's a style thing. When you're talking about technique, it's whether or not you can throw a jab, what your foot placement is, your actual technical ability. Then your physical gifts
part of
is
your
how
style
tall
is
you
the
are,
way you
how
throw your
fast you
punches.
are, that kind of stuff.
No,
So you
that's not
telling me the
true.
way you throw your punches ain't part of your style?
The
Bro,
way you
that's
throw
just
your
not
punches,
true.
Because that's
okay.
all y'all whining about is the way he throws his punches. And just because
Right, but
you don't choose to
if the
throw
way
your
you throw
shit,
your punches,
just
if the
because you
way you
don't
throw your
choose to
punches is
throw
not
your
technical,
shit like Mikey Garcia or Earl Spence, don't mean you don't got skills. Like that shit don't make
That's
no
not.
sense,
But
bro.
that's not
It
what
don't
I'm
make no
That's
saying.
not
fucking
what
sense.
it's also not a
skills
style.
are,
It's
bro.
also
Timing.
not a style thing.
Listen.
That's
What
not what
have
skills
y'all
is, bro.
wait, what have y'all fucking complained about besides his technique?
Timing.
Bro,
Nah,
technique is
Go
skill,
ahead.
bro.
Go ahead, guys.
I'm
Go
gonna say
ahead.
this because at the end of the day, when right side was saying things that was skill, like distance, and like I was just saying, like shit, we talking about Wilder and Rowley, these guys who not, what we would say is skill, but landing their best shot is a skill. Setting up what I personally do best is a skill that he has. Whether or not he has the other skills,
Correct.
is
Just because you don't,
whatever.
right, and that's the thing about
But
skill. Like
Rolly
there's
has certain
yeah,
skills when we
exactly.
saying I done seen him land his left hand. I done landed his best shot is his skill. So yeah, he cool at doing that.
What the fuck?
and him
Yeah,
go in there
yeah. It's just not on
and
Tank's
him
level.
go.
It's just not on. He's not on
So
level. He's not on
so
Tank's level. It's not like. Yeah, it's not like he
we
can't set up a shot, right?
but we not but brotherhood not arguing that. He just letting you know that y'all just saying nah. He do hold certain skills because that.
No. I agree with that.
That's what it
Being
is.
able to land
That's an
your
argument that nobody's
You know what I
making.
mean?
hold on,
Nobody's saying that you can't set up a shot.
but being able to put punches together and land your best shot, that is a skill. I agree with that. What I'm saying is that even though Rolly can do that, right? He can do that as a skill. There are so many skills that he's lacking in.
bro.
That's one skill.
But do y'all
And,
really watch him though and how he set this shit
Bro,
up?
this shit is
all right,
this shit is
I'm
this
good.
shit
I'm good on it.
this shit
I'm
way
good.
more simple than you making it, brotherhood, bro. Like in every sport, bro, there are niggas that are skilled, like that are highly skilled, and then there are niggas that are not like that are just not as skilled as them, bro. Like to say that Tank is skilled, but then to also say, oh no, Rolly is skilled, he got skilled. Like, no, that nigga doesn't, bro. He
Yes,
he
he is.
he
They're
he
both
had
skilled.
he
Rolly
has
just
he
not as skilled as Tank. That's
that
the
nigga
fucking
brings
difference.
certain no, bro, no. There is no like real spectrum, bro. You're either
So
skilled
so
or you're
one guy
not,
gotta
bro.
have skills and one
There,
guy gotta not have skills. That's how every fight go, huh?
I'm trying to tell you the difference between them two niggas. I have you saying, bro, yeah, Rolly's not skilled, bro. Like Rolly is
I
not
guess,
gonna go
man.
in there and win that fight skill for skill at
Is
all, bro. What he
okay.
gonna
Can I
win the
say
fight
something?
off of he
Can
gonna
I
win
say
the fight
something
off
real quick? I just got
size
on
and
here.
brute force and shit like that. But skills, hell no, bro. Cause he doesn't throw a 1-2 better. He doesn't throw anything better for real. Cause his punches are silly. You feel me?
Hey, hey,
His
let's
feet are dumb.
let my boy Kazi rock, bro. Go ahead and rock, Kazi.
All right. So the one thing that I would say, what's it called? The Rolly is not as skilled as Tank, obviously, right? But he has a disruptive style. He's not the typical rhythmic type of fighter. He has this irky jerky, a la what's it called? A Vic Darcinian type of non-rhythmic, explosive type of what I'm saying, with crazy power. You know what I'm saying? Like so
Right.
that's a very disruptive to a lot of the opponents that what's it called that Cruz has faced. What's it called Tank has faced. You know what I'm saying? Usually, like when it comes to like rhythmic fighters, you can time them better. But when you have somebody that is irky jerky, you know what I'm saying, and explosive, like it's very difficult to time them because you don't know where the fuck that retarded ass punch is going to be coming from. So that would be
Yeah,
the
He has
only
that
advantage.
fighter power like that.
exactly.
Like Yajit was taking his shots a bunch. Like he was hitting Yajit a ton of
Nah,
times, clean as hell. Like they was like that
Yijit
dude's
was
head.
getting his fucking.
I know, and he
Go
wasn't
ahead.
going down. Yeah, I know he was getting his head blasted apart, and he wasn't going down. Like I don't know this crazy power. Like he's cool.
But
He's knocked out Yijit.
Yi-
That doesn't mean that now all of a sudden he has crazy
no,
power.
but Yijit got a chin. He was getting fucking bashed up by Baranchik and wasn't going down either. He just a tough dude. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
again. But so why are we talking about he has crazy power then?
Because he
Because if you
do.
have a chin,
What the fuck?
okay. So if you have a chin and you're not going down, how do you have crazy power?
Bro, come what we were talking about one fight. You gonna base it off one fight?
No, I'm
When
saying
he
like
got
what fight are you basing on that he has crazy power?
every fight, the majority of his
Okay,
fights.
apparently not every fight because Jackson Martinez, I think he lost that fight.
What has anybody else knocked out Avery Sparrow? I don't remember.
Who the hell is Avery Farrell? Okay, cool.
Bro,
Right, because
see you a
Avery Farrell
casual.
has a crazy
See you a
chin. Like
casual. Avery Sparrow can box,
knocking
man.
out so if you knock out Avery Farrell, that means you have crazy power.
No, that means
Yeah, of course it does.
you asked me who he knocked out. What the fuck?
Yeah, right. Again, because in the context of crazy power, not just who his knockouts
So
are. Who is the thing that you say that this is a crazy power? Like to me, crazy power is it's a one punch thing, and no matter who the hell it is, they're going
he
down.
has
Like
no
the
power.
idea.
No,
So here's the
no,
thing.
hold on.
So
He
crazy,
has no
power,
power.
crazy
Okay.
power to me is like Wilder because he's dropped literally, like he's either stopped or dropped everybody's been in the ring with.
Bro,
That's crazy power.
Hold on. To just clear things up, I'm not saying Broly has crazy power. I'm just saying if you did have that awkward, you know what I'm saying, disruptive, you know what I'm saying, non-rhythmic type of fighter, you know what I'm saying, that can land those punches, you're gonna have problems. You know what I'm saying? That's the only thing that I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Rolly does have that exceptional power like a what's it called, Wilder. You know what I'm saying? Definitely not. You know what I'm saying? Not even like a Triple G. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there it is. That's what it is, right? So, like, and that's all I was saying. Like, I was hearing Rolly being mentioned in the same sentence as guys who actually have crazy power, and he's not one of those dudes. He's got good power. He's solid power. It's like Ryan. Like, Ryan's got power, but he ain't got crazy power.
No, Ryan do got crazy power. You tripping? You ain't. If
No, it's
Ryan
just that we
Garcia
have a
and
different
Rolly ain't
definition of
got
crazy.
power, then
This
who
is
the
not an
fuck do?
arguable thing. This is a
Who
semantics
the
thing. Like,
fuck
if you
do
feel like
then?
it's crazy or I think it's crazy, I don't think it's crazy, there's no real way to measure that, right? Like, what is your definition of crazy? Crazy power, I mean, like not crazy, like insane, but like, what's your
I don't even remember
definition?
me saying that shit, and you were directing at me. Crazy power. I said he got. I said he got power. I don't know where the crazy shit came from.
Okay, just a second ago, you said he has crazy power. So now you're saying he doesn't have crazy power. You're not saying Rolly has crazy power, and you just said Ryan has
I
crazy
don't
power.
remember saying that shit, bro. I don't know
Okay,
where that
well, you
came
just
from. To
you
be
just
honest,
a second ago said Ryan had
you
crazy
must have
power. I
heard
said
somebody else say that shit and thought
well,
I
I
said it. I
said
don't
Ryan
know.
does not. I said Ryan has power. He does not have crazy power.
No, you
Somebody said.
said. You said why? You said how does he prove that? How has he proven that he got power? I said all of his fights. I just said he just do got power. He not. If you knocking out all of your opponents, I don't give a fuck what level your opponent's on. Everybody don't just knock out every bum they fucking fight. So
Very true.
whatever level they on. Like that's why you got guys with 2 fucking knockouts, 30 fights and shit. And you got other guys who got 30 knockouts and 30 fights, like
I was just
Ron
saying that
Ennis or
Ryan doesn't
whatever.
have crazy power.
Like
Like
nigga,
that's all
if
I'm
you
saying
got
is like
power, you
Ryan.
got power. If you knocking guys out, that's what the fuck you're doing. He got power, bro. Like what is the
Yeah,
argument?
no. Listen, like I said, that was my point. We don't disagree. Like I was saying, there's a difference between in
That's
my
my
mind.
point. What is the
In my
argument?
point. Okay, so again, we're not arguing, but you're interrupting me to say that we're not arguing. So all I said was that Ryan has power, does not have crazy power. If it wasn't you that said he does have crazy power, then somebody else did.
I don't know where this crazy shit came from.
The crazy power
I
came from the
really don't.
Cosmic thing, and again, like Cosmic
Yeah.
is the one who introduced it as a concept, and then we started talking about it. But it sounds like you were thinking that he did have crazy power, but now it sounds like you're saying he doesn't have it. It's just power versus not power, and you're not
I
even worried about
mean,
crazy power. Whatever.
who cares? We talking about some little fucking words, y'all. I like. All right, the difference between power and crazy power. I don't get 2 fucks about that. The nigga got power. That's all I said. Like, who fuck all that crazy shit? And
Yeah, no, it's all good. That's all good. So what do you guys think about Andy Ruiz fighting with Thriller, right? And going to the other side of the street, you know what I'm saying? Not dealing with PBC or Showtime and the networks that they deal with. So is it something that these fighters kind of hide behind the PBC curtain, and they say, "Oh, I'm not gonna fight this guy because he's on another, promotional company, another network," or is it
Ruiz
some?
running. He running from Ortiz. That's
He's
what he
running from
doing.
the team. I don't think so. Come on,
He run. The
brother.
old man's gonna lean his ass.
Nah, you crazy, you crazy. But anyways, but okay, but that's the only thing that I want to ask, because like there has been fighters from PBC that have associations with PBC that are going to other networks and fighting other guys on the other side.
But
So is
bro,
it something?
it can
Hold on, hold
easily
on, hold
be
on.
explained. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, okay,
I'm
but so like let's say if it, are you hiding behind the fact that you're with PBC and avoiding some of these fights? Is that a like kind of like a scapegoat? It's kind of like a ducking mechanism where you're just like, oh, you know what I'm saying? I'm with PBC. I don't, because like some PBC fighters are fighting other fighters on other networks. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, bro, he obviously it's real simple. He's going after money, period. Because
Exactly. But yeah,
Triller
but
is
some hold
overpaying.
on, hold
It's not
on.
just PBC; it's everybody.
No, I'm
Like
saying it's
literally, it depends on what organization you're with and who they have on their roster. That's all it
real
is.
quick though. Triller is overpaying fighters to fight on their platform. Simple.
Yeah,
Now,
and that's
now
okay.
Triller doesn't even have like they. So Triller is fronting like they're paying everybody to do it, but they actually didn't produce the money. Like Triller is really putting on rap concerts with some boxing exhibition involved in it. That's really what
They
Triller
dropped the
was
ball
doing.
with that TO fight too.
Yeah, they got involved with the TO fight to the point, but not to the point that they actually broadcast the fight. They didn't actually promote that fight.
I said they dropped the ball.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
got
Yeah, that's what I'm
involved.
saying. I mean, if you look at like Triller's, I mean, the seed money, they got like 35 million. Anyway, I'm not even gonna go into all the.
No, that wasn't my
I'm just saying
question.
the point of this whole thing is people like to say things about the PBC because the PBC is in the position that they're in. But really what's happening is, depending on whatever organization you're with, whoever else, the amount of inventory that they have at the division you're competing in, you're going to get in-house fights, period.
Well, but what you think Ruiz doing is what he asking. Is he running?
Yeah. No.
Ruiz,
It's not that he's running.
Like Ruiz is getting money. Like I'm sure if there was an organization that paid Ruiz enough to not fight on PBC, he would go not fight on PBC. It's not like
But he did.
But
he did fight on the zone in the past as well, so he could just be. Yeah. He just could be a free agent this whole time. Anyway.
That's what I'm saying. That's what, bro. So now you're understanding what my question is. It's basically that Andy Ruiz is fighting on another network, another promotional company, another promotional banner, and he's has business with PBC, right? So is it that these other boxers can't do it, or they're using it as an excuse to not fight other fighters,
or they just have fights at PBC? There's a third option. Yeah. I'm telling you, you're doing a false dichotomy. You're creating these things where there's only two options, but there's a third option. They just have more
I
fights
don't understand what you're saying. Are you saying that the fighters is lying about PBC not being willing to make fights?
Yeah, to go to another network like Top
Rank.
Work with Top Rank, work with the Zone, work with all these other companies. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing.
100%, bro.
And they'll say, "Oh, I'm not fighting this guy because he's over there." You know what I'm saying? And you're over here.
The only person who ever said that was Errol Spence. This is not like a PBC wide thing. And not only is Errol Spence the only person who said this, nobody is jumping ship.
I'm just asking. I understand.
I'm
just asking the question.
I understand. I'm saying not only is Errol Spence the only person who said this, nobody from any organization is just jumping ship and going around looking for fights like that. And if they are, it's because the organization that they're on doesn't have fights for them.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, didn't you just say Brotherhood? He could have been fighting King Kong Ortiz, right?
But see, that's what I'm saying. He doing it for a different reason than
Andy Ruiz could have fought. Andy Ruiz could have fought Wilder too.
He could have fought a lot of people.
That ain't the reason for Ruiz.
But you just said that PBC doesn't have fights for Andy Ruiz, and that's why he had to go somewhere.
Oh, that's what Smoke.
I didn't say the PBC had that. No, that's
not
I
know, Brotherhood. I'm just saying.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Yeah, I know, Brotherhood.
No, it's not what I said. No, it's not what I said. What I said was, guys, to the point that they move around is because they don't have inventory in that division. Like, so yeah, you had Wilder, you had a couple of guys there, but all of those guys had bigger fights, not worried about.
What about Mikey Garcia? Mikey Garcia, when he went.
I mean, listen, bro, I'm trying to make a point, and you're just going on and on and on and on. Like you're misunderstanding.
I haven't. I just got on the panel, bro.
I understand. You got on the panel, and still, I'm trying to answer your first thing. I don't know if you really are trying to make this point, and you're trying to figure something out, or you're just here to talk. So
I don't know if you're just here to argue all night.
I'm trying to talk about the point that you made.
I'm just trying to ask a question,
and I'm trying to answer, and I'm trying to answer it. And your question has nothing to do with Mike Garcia.
You're getting in your feelings.
I got it.
Smoke Aggie today.
Slow it down.
To keep with Andy Ruiz,
relax.
To keep with Andy Ruiz, to keep with Andy Ruiz, right, and not Mikey Garcia. The reason why Andy Ruiz went somewhere else is because PBC doesn't have heavyweights like that. And Andy Ruiz had a bigger fight by leaving, right? So they were top heavy. They had like 3 or 4 heavyweights, and those guys were involved in some stuff. So Andy Ruiz was a recent signing. He just got there, and an opportunity came up. If you notice, before that fight, they offered the fight to Luis Ortiz, and what Luis Ortiz promoter said was, "We already have a fight booked." They didn't have the inventory to keep those heavyweights busy, so Andy Ruiz could leave, right? But you don't see that at 154. You don't see that at 147 because there's a ton of guys over there fighting.
You said all of this, but you still didn't answer my question. But it's okay. You just want
yes, I did answer your question.
No,
but
you
I
didn't.
guess
You
you
never
don't
did.
understand your own question.
Actually, he was trying to ask you another question, but you went on and on
Right,
about
no,
the
because
first
I wanted
fight.
to answer the question that he asked before we go to another question.
Bro,
Well,
you
just ask him
long-winded,
again, man.
man. Relax. You know what I'm saying? Chill. You know what I'm saying? It's not a
Just ask him
competition.
again.
Jesus Christ.
Y'all tripping. Okay.
Yeah, this is no more questions. That's it.
No, because I don't know, like, if you're gonna say something else. It was just simple.
I'm just trying to answer your question,
You
bro. Like, you don't want an answer, then don't ask. Like, what
you
the fuck?
didn't answer the question.
Hey, yes, I did. You said, "What
What
about
did I
what's
say?
going on with these guys? Are they hiding behind their promotional? Are they hiding behind their promotional banners?"
And
No,
you agreed that people
no, they're
have
not.
said that,
I'm saying to the extent that you said. Anyway, whatever,
right?
dude. If you don't understand the answer, you don't understand the answer. If you don't understand the question, you don't understand the question. I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
you
know how
just
to help
wanna
you.
listen. You're backtracking. You know what I'm saying? You
Oh
agreed.
yeah,
You
I'm
know what I'm
backtracking.
saying?
That's
It's
what
okay,
I'm doing. I'm backtracking, bro.
but it's okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Let
I know,
somebody
but
else answer
hey,
the
it's not a
question.
competition.
Brotherhood, how do you feel about that? What do you think? You know what I'm saying? That's
What
all.
was it? What was it again?
So, do you think that some of the PBC fighters are using the fact that they're with PBC to not fight other fighters on other promotional companies? I'm not saying that they are. I'm just saying because, like, Andy Ruiz is going outside of his promotional company and doing business, elsewhere. You know what I'm saying?
I think it's like a case by case type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like certain fighters are probably, you know, signed to PBC to where they can't fight anywhere else. And then
Right.
you got other fighters that are just managed by Al Heyman, but they ain't
Yeah.
fucking signed to PBC or any network. They can fight anywhere. Like Amir Khan was still managed by Al Heyman. He didn't fall everywhere. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like Al Heyman is more than just PBC.
Yeah, no, I agree with that because, like, we don't know the exact details of their, like, association with Al Heyman. Like, if it's just a one-time deal, because, like, he's supposed to be just a person that advises you. He's not necessarily a promotional company, so
Exactly.
we don't know if they have it. How would you even say that? Like, an advice contract? You know what I'm saying? Is that even such a
No, he's
thing?
not an advisor to everybody either. Like it depends on your thing. Like PBC is a production company, so if you have a promotional company, you might have a contract with the PBC. Because Al Heyman does not advise, he does not manage, and he also doesn't promote Luis Ortiz. He has none of those
and
contracts with
and
him.
yeah, and Ruiz and Mikey Garcia ain't the bigger name fighters.
Right.
Like you
I'm
got
just I'm just
Spence and
trying to
Tank.
understand
You
though.
got
That's
Spence
why
and
I'm
Tank
asking
who
the
probably
questions.
have like 3 or 4 fight deals with the networks like Showtime and Fox. But then you got guys like Ruiz and Mikey Garcia who ain't got no type of deal with Showtime
Yeah,
or Fox. They just jump bouncing around. So it just
yeah,
depends what your status is.
yeah.
Yeah,
No, I agree. I
exactly.
agree totally.
It's a
Yeah,
status. It's a status and the inventory, and this is true for everyone. PBC, not PBC. It's how many fights your organization has for you. Period.
yeah, and that's good. So that's what I'm saying. Like, so, like, there's certain fighters that
Big fights
like
though,
that
specifically.
they can be made.
No, but
So
they don't
look,
even
look,
have to
look, hold on,
be.
hold on,
They
hold
don't
on.
even
Can I
have to
say
be big
something?
fights.
Hold
Like
on, hold
Zach
on.
Parker versus like Dudu is not a big fight. But like he's not jumping ship. He's not looking to go for like all these other places. And he's just sitting there in Matchroom, and it is what it is.
Yeah, but if he's
Well,
your
look,
advisor, then I would advise my guy to go over to another network and get that money because I'm gonna get paid off of that shit anyways.
But,
You know what I'm saying?
well, that's just a blanket statement. It
So
depends on which fighter you're
okay,
talking
so
about.
anyways,
Like, which fighter do
uh,
you think he should be
listen,
saying he
listen.
should leave?
No,
You can't just
so
say like a
like
PBC guy should leave, then just go
smoke,
somewhere. Like,
smoke,
which
stop,
fighters
like
go where?
stop with your just trying to attack everybody. We're just trying to
I'm
have
not
a
attacking anything.
conversation,
I'm trying to
bro.
figure out what the fuck
Relax,
you're
it's
talking
okay,
about.
man.
You're making general
Listen,
statements that don't make sense. So I'm asking you to clarify because I don't understand what you mean.
man, you were amazing in Revenge of the Nerds. I
Awesome.
remember
Well,
that shit. That
amazing.
was
I'm just trying to figure
amazing.
out what you mean,
So
bro. That's it.
anyways, listen, uh, um, Brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? Imagine Virgil Ortiz versus Danny Garcia on the zone
mhm.
in New York or in LA. You know what I'm saying? Or in Texas. You know what I'm saying? That's gonna be crazy, right? At 154,
Yeah,
right?
that'll be a good fight.
And what would Danny Garcia have to do? He would have to go and
Do
work
you
with
think that
the
the
zone.
PBC would stop Danny
Nobody
Garcia
talking
from
to you,
doing that
Smo.
fight?
Nobody's
know,
talking to you.
right?
You're trying to
I
argue.
got it.
It's okay.
I got it. I know
Exactly.
that you don't want me to talk, but you can't stop me from talking. So please give
Yeah,
me the
no,
same
I know.
Here we
respect I'm trying
go,
to give
man.
you.
Motormouth,
Right?
Motormouth, chill, relax.
I
It's
got
okay.
it. I got it, bro. I'm not telling you to chill, and I'm not telling you to not talk. So please extend to me the same respect I extend to you. I'm just saying
Okay,
I
then
don't think
get
that
to the
Danny
point. Stop
Garcia.
trying to
I don't
argue,
think that
bro.
I
Have a
don't think I'm not
conversation.
arguing with you.
Relax. It's
I'm
okay.
not arguing with you, and
Okay.
you don't need to tell me what to do. Please, just stop interrupting. All right, how about that? Like Jesus. So I'm saying that Danny Garcia, that fight would be a good fight. I don't think the PBC would stop that fight from happening. If that fight didn't happen, it would be more like Angel Garcia, not Al Heyman.
Yeah,
We'll
but
see.
but what Oscar De La Hoya be interested in paying Danny Garcia that much money to get in the ring with his fighter and possibly knock his young ass out. You see what I'm saying? And then go right back to PBC afterwards. You see what I'm saying? That's why that shit don't happen.
For me, is I just want the best for the fighters, for them to be able to go anywhere they want to go, fight whoever they want to fight. You know what I'm saying? Like the same thing with Tank Davis. Like he should be able to go to fucking the zone to get a fight with so and so. Go to Top Rank to get those belts. Go, you know what I'm saying? Like stay with BBC and stay with TNT. Like do all of that shit for your greatness, for your sake. You know what I'm saying? Not for
Yeah.
your promotional company or your management or your, you know what I'm saying, like things like that. And then
But look, it don't happen that often though because
I know,
the
but
the
it is
promoters the
kind of
promoters
sort of
rather
though.
have you on a
Things are
long term
changing though.
deal.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, the
things are
promoters
changing.
rather have you on a long term deal for sure. So that's why it don't happen as often.
Yeah, I mean, and you see what happened when it did. Like you see what happened with Tio when he stepped out. Like Tio right now thinks the reason why he lost is a big grand conspiracy once he went outside of his promotional company.
No, but Smoke, that was
Yeah.
different because Tio was with Top Rank and he went to somebody else. But it would be different when you're like a Devin Haney, where you have your own promotional company and you're a free agent. You know what I'm saying? It would be different with Tank once he's finishes his contract with TMT. You know what I'm saying? He becomes a free agent. You know what I'm saying? Like Terrence Bud Crawford, where he becomes a free agent. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I'm talking about. And
Yeah,
they can, you know what I'm
so
saying? Like
there's
they
not a
can move
bunch of free
around.
agents, and there's not a bunch of
There
free agents in
isn't. There
boxing.
isn't.
So
Of course not. Of
you
course not.
got so like most of them, most of the free agents are on the PBC, right? And but the PBC and most of those free agents are at the
Yeah.
PBC in
But see,
divisions. Let me finish. That
go
most of
ahead.
those guys are free agents in divisions where PBC has a ton of work for them. So there's no reason for them to go anywhere.
Yeah, but at the same time, there's also a ton of money that they can get from other sides because they don't have as much work. They don't have as much staff. They don't have a much people.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
but that doesn't really
No,
exist for most of these guys.
that's where you wrong, bro. They can't get all that money from the other side because nobody about to overpay them just for them to leave. You know what I'm saying? They want to lock them into long term deals. So
No,
you think you see how Mikey Garcia got 7 million from the zone and never and he came back to the zone like years later and just got beat, but he's still free to go anywhere. They don't like that shit. Like you know what I'm saying? Like we paying you all this money and you just run away with it. Like that's why. So what you saying is wrong, bro. You saying they could be getting all these big paydays if they was free to go anywhere, but no, it's not the case, bro. They ain't
you know,
getting
I
them
know.
big paydays unless they stay in one spot.
Like that's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
they
If
want
you're worth the money, if
to.
you're worth the money to an organization, to any
Yeah.
organization, then
Yeah, they want
the
to keep you
organization you're
in. No,
with
I
is
get that
probably going
too.
to
I
keep
get
you at
that too.
home, right?
If you do get a big payday and you a free agent like Mikey and Ruiz did,
But
then
hold on,
you just a lucky motherfucker. That's a
but
rare
brotherhood.
No,
occasion.
But hold on, let me
it's
say
because
something real
it's
quick.
yeah.
Let me say
Okay,
something.
yeah, go ahead.
Uh, um, they use Mikey to get the name off of him. You know what I'm saying? Because Mikey
Yeah,
was real hot shit, so they paid him to get that name off of him. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, like like, bro, like if you can have your guy beat Mikey Garcia, you know what I'm saying? Like, or like,
You don't understand. It goes deeper than that. Jesse Vargas is a PBC guy too. Like both of those guys were
exactly.
PBC dudes.
Exactly. And look, that was the zone trying to a failed attempt at them trying to go to the Mexican market, getting two Mexican fighters, putting them
yeah,
together,
yeah.
and paying them a lot of money. They they didn't realize that they really, it don't work the same with that Mexican shit when it's like American Mexican. They didn't
Yeah.
they didn't hit the heart of the
American
country.
Mexicans versus American Mexicans doesn't sell as. Ooh, no, Fernando Vargas versus Oscar De La Hoya. That
Oscar,
sold very
yeah,
well. Yeah, that was very,
but
very, very unique. Yeah,
but that's
but
Oscar though, you know.
but all I'm saying is, I just want to see. Okay, so the question would be, how can we get a lot of these amazing, talented fighters to be able to go and to any network and any promotional company? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that a real thing? Is that even possible, or we just are we like believe in magic, or you know what I'm saying? Because like
You have
we see that some of them have, you know what I'm saying, like, right?
Yeah, I mean, you have to have the boxers get together and form a union or something, and they fucking pay for their own fights. You know what I'm saying? They put the money up for the
Yeah,
networks
brother, you are
instead
right.
of and close the promoters out. You know what I'm saying? And
You are right.
also close the belts out, like the sanction bodies. Only thing it should be the commissions, the boxing commissions, and then the fighters. That's it. The promoters and the rest of the motherfuckers can step off.
Yeah, in this modern age, like, bro, you can literally put out fucking YouTube videos and make your money off of like donations and all different types of ways of making
You
money
guys
off
are
of
you're missing
your
like
footage. You know what I'm
huge
saying?
parts of you're missing huge parts of how the game works. Like
Yeah, I know.
how do
Smoke.
you let me finish a point. Damn. How do you develop a fighter in this system? Like who's supposed to do that? Who's the matchmakers? Like
Let's
are your
think.
boxers all supposed to be their own matchmakers too? Who's supposed to go to
They
the media? Are they
could
supposed to
be.
do their? Are they like who's supposed to negotiate with the sanctioning bodies? Is that also supposed to be what a fighter does?
Bro, why not start your own sanctioning body? Your
That's what they
own.
got
So in between
managers for.
training, you have to
That's
deal about like you have to like manage a sanctioning body.
You can still have a manager, but that you ain't gotta be a promoter. You see what I'm saying?
Like listen, we saw the evolution of Tank, right? Like Tank, if you saw Tank 4 or 5 years ago, there's no way that you would be like you would put that a microphone in front of that dude's mouth, right? There was a time when he needed Floyd to be his mouthpiece. There's guys who need they need promotion. I don't know what Loma
Yeah,
would
no,
be
I
like.
agree with that.
I don't know what Loma would be like if there was no Bob Arum. Like would he be Loma in even?
Yeah, Bob Arum said that Lomachenko was the next Muhammad Ali.
Yeah, and
You
he
know what
also put him in the right
I'm saying?
fights. And he also had him in championship fights in his second and third fight. Like, is Loma going to be able to do that by himself?
Yeah, no,
I,
that's
I
crazy.
think no promotion would work if it was the best fighting the best all the time though. Fuck promotion, we getting
Yeah.
exactly what we want, you know.
I'm
So
I'll
saying, how do
take
you even
I'll
become
take
the best? I'm
I'll
saying, how do
take
you even
that.
develop as a fighter to become the best? That's also
I
like what the promoter does.
tournaments is
yeah.
the best thing that you can do.
Right.
Tourneys.
So it's just
That's
going to be
what you have to
Olympics,
do.
their entire fucking thing. You go from
No, no,
amateur
Bro,
no,
you
no,
could
no.
tournaments to professional.
restructure the
Professional.
whole
The
game
Super
of
Six,
boxing
Super
like the
Six,
way it works.
the
Yeah, the
Super
Super Six
Six,
works.
the
Yeah,
Super.
the
You
Super
know what I'm
Six
saying?
works
Super
in little
8,
divisions
Super
where there's no
10.
money. That's why the Super Six works. Like the Super Six is working at 140 and 168 and all this like weird shit because
But
it's still a professional. Like people are trying to get paid. It's prize fighting.
Yeah, but
It's not like it's not
they
smoke.
tournament
produce
boxing.
some
It's
of the
the
best fighters though.
smoke.
They
It's the
produce.
sanctioning bodies that control like how everybody get to the top. So and I said we should delete them. So what are you saying? Like
I'm saying like
I'm
I'm just
saying the
saying.
whole thing. Wait. I'm saying the whole thing should be restructured the way it worked, the rankings and all that shit. So
All right,
it's
I'm
not
with you.
even.
Okay, so if we worked all of that stuff. Like let's say the rankings and who you decide who's the best and all that stuff. It'll be done by tournament and done by committee. How do you develop fighters?
The amateurs still exist.
Right. So that's it. Like that's the only thing is like you got to go through the amateurs. So you got the
Yeah, no,
amateurs
I
now
agree
And I
because
with
now
that.
you
mean,
have to
you
No,
now
no,
you
could.
have to
no,
change
hold
it.
on. Can
You
I say
also have to
something?
change it.
Can I
You
say
have
something?
to change the
I
rules
mean,
because the rules for
that's what they
amateurs are
got
different
4
than the
and
rules in the
6 round
professional
fights
thing. Right?
for. That's what they
Brother,
got like
brother, didn't smoke. Can I
lower
say
level
something real quick?
competition for. Go ahead.
Brother, real quick, because I don't know if it's a rumor or if it's a fact, but it would be the saddest fucking day ever. Boxing is not going to be in the Olympics, so like a lot of the countries, they pay, you know what I'm saying, for gyms and coaches and things like that in their countries, for kids to develop and go to the Olympics, right? So now you're eliminating that, like that's just gonna be crazy, bro. They're not funding boxing. You need to keep funding boxing.
So if the Olympics gone, does that mean like the Golden Gloves and all that gone too?
No, it's not gone, but
Yeah, no, like
it's not
we
gonna
like
be on
Golden
a
Gloves is
global.
our shit. Like it's not like that's
Ain't that
our
like state
national
level? Ain't
amateur.
that state level stuff?
Yeah,
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 that's the
but
state level stuff. Like, and that's what I'm saying. Like, how do you develop a guy? So you have a guy, you see him coming out the Golden Gloves. He won a few national championships. You think he's got the goods. Like now, how do you go about developing that guy?
That's how you should do it then. Like just how
bro,
the
did you
colleges
know
go by
Sean
state
Porter
too.
beat Usyk? Sean Porter beat
Yes,
Usyk,
in the
right?
amateurs at 168 pounds.
Isn't that crazy?
Not
You know what
really,
I'm
no.
saying? No. What I'm saying is, like, isn't that crazy that these two fighters from different parts of the world are fighting each other? You know what I'm saying? And that's what you're going to eliminate when you're not competing on a global stage on the Olympic level. You know what I'm saying?
They didn't fight each other in the Olympics. It's just the amateur thing. Like amateur is still worldwide.
Yeah, no, I know, but you will still have other fighters that would have never fought each other. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah, I
you're
mean, you
denying
still got
people
world
their.
games. You still got intercontinental games. Like there's still amateur, like competitions to be had. Just because it's not the Olympics, you can still rise high in the amateur ranks. But just
But
even
ain't
making the,
those
but even just making the transition, I'm saying, let's say you're an excellent. Like if you take a look at Vladimir Klitschko, let's just go here for an example. The dude got a gold medal, right? But he didn't even challenge for a real title until he was 10 years a pro. Like you got to develop also. It's not just the amateurs, and then now you're like a complete fighter. And that
I
that
mean, well,
development process is like,
bro, everybody choose to develop however they want though in any way. So it's like
Right,
a
I
lot of
agree. I
different
agree.
ways. It's a lot of different
yeah,
ways.
there is. I'm just saying that it's generally the purview of the promoter to do that with their matchmakers, right? Like so part of the Ali Act, like a promotion, they have to get their rankings from Fight Facts, right? They don't use BoxRec, they use Fight Facts. So you have to scour through all these fucking fights that are happening all over the globe to show you the kind of work that your guy needs. Like that was very excellent matchmaking to put Ryan up against To Go.
Yeah,
I
man.
mean, I think the manager could do all of that stuff, but
Yeah,
what do I
that's
know?
what they should be doing. Man, when you do have a good manager, that's what they're supposed to do. So like sometimes like when you put your family member to run your shit, when you have don't have, you know what I'm saying?
That's not what it is.
You
We got the
know,
Ali Act, bro. Like you have to split these positions up. Like what you're saying is get rid of the Ali Act because the Ali Act says that your manager can't be the promoter. The manager and the promoter have to be two separate people.
no. What I said is when you have your family member or your close friend be your promoter, your manager, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit doesn't work. It doesn't work. Hire a professional manager. You know what I'm saying? Hire the fucking best. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Not
Yeah, that's
everybody
the
has
my
access to the
thing
best.
is I think we getting it all mixed up because the problem here is the guys that we don't like are pro managers slash I mean pro managers, excuse me, promoters slash managers. That's the problem here. If they were separate, then it wouldn't be much of a problem. We got Eddie Hearn who does both. Bob Arum does both. Like we got the same guys that trying to get the money from promoting is signing the contracts and writing the contracts up and shit. That's the problem. And they doing certain things to, you know, basically line their pockets
You know
as
what it
far as
is?
promoting goes.
You know what it is, brotherhood. We don't really hear a lot from managers. Like and when you do, like you don't understand that that's what's happening. Like, I remember Luis Ortiz manager made a big splash because they said that the AJ lowballed him, right? And then he had to go around and do a mea culpa, saying that like, yeah, 5 million was cool, and we would have taken it for 5 million, all that stuff. But before that, you never hear from Luis Ortiz's manager, or you have Angel
Hmm.
Garcia, who's Danny's manager, but you think dad kind of thing. Like it's very rare that we hear. Like we've never heard from AJ's manager, never.
Yeah,
Like,
but
you
Eddie
get
Hearn
Shelly
is his
Finkel, who's
manager.
like a huge manager, right? So Shelly Finkel's a worldwide manager, Hall of Fame manager kind of thing. So you get those guys, but for the most part, we don't hear about a fighter's manager. We hear about the promoter, we hear about the fighter, not really the manager.
But no, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Eddie Hearn is a manager. That's one of his titles. You could even see. I think that was on the Matron website where I saw it.
Yeah,
But
I don't disagree with it.
he got a lot of different titles to where he controls a lot of different things. More, he more than just a promoter. So it's crazy.
Yeah, no, and I get that part of it. I'm just saying, I think that it would be great for. I mean, at least for boxing fans to understand the difference. If we had more managers being more vocal and upfront.
Yeah,
Like right
No,
now,
no,
it's
they
kind of like,
shouldn't. No, no,
you
no.
right.
That's what your promoters for. Your manager shouldn't be yelling and
I'm saying,
screaming.
but we don't know the difference. That's the whole. That's why the mix-up is happening. Is
Yeah.
because we
That's
don't really
the
understand the
problem.
difference between these two jobs.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
my problem, bro. The guys that's writing up the contracts and shit is the same guys on camera talking shit and doing all that extra stuff. I think it should be separate. Cause we got Eddie Hearn goofy ass saying dumb shit in the media, about the AJ versus Wilder fight, and then it affected the contracts, right? Like all the shit he was saying and all the lies he was making up, the proof of funds and giving flat fees, just all that bullshit. It just seemed like it should be separate. Man. If it wasn't in the media, it seemed like it'd have worked out better.
Yeah. I mean, negotiations in the media don't really work.
But that's what I'm saying. If he wasn't a promoter slash manager, he wouldn't be in the fucking media. He'd just be a manager in the office, shutting the fuck up like he's supposed to. But no, you bring in
Yeah.
your management shit. You got all your business out in the open because you a motor mouth, and that's your other job too, is to run your fucking mouth. And
Well, I mean,
No, no, no.
in this
contract
specific
negotiations
instance,
has
in
become
this specific
drama.
in this specific instance, AJ has a manager, and the manager never spoke. So it seems like, it was really Eddie Hearn, the promoter, versus Shelly Finkel, the manager.
Yeah. Which is why Finkel was the more quiet one. He'd only say a few things here and there, while Eddie
Yep.
Hearn drop a video every 12 hours and shit on IFL TV. Hour long ones too.
Hey man, motherfuckers, the brother, they be involved with the fucking sport of boxing. We've seen boxers that love it. They come on to these small channels too. You know what I'm saying? Like, and they love that shit. I'm saying like that they live, they breathe it. You know what I'm saying? They're about it. You know what I'm saying? They like it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like I don't know. I always tell people, man, you never know who's gonna be in here watching this shit. You know what I'm saying? Also argue about random ass shit.
Yeah, these fighters be listening because I always hear them whining and shit about what the fans say.
Yeah, exactly.
They
And
like, you know who the worst offender is?
this is crazy, man.
Crawford always whine about the fans, bro. They always saying I ain't fought
TBC,
nobody, but what
TBC,
about all the
TBC.
champions I fought? What about 140?
Yo, okay. So I've been listening to everybody. Uh, so what I think with Spence and Terence Bud Crawford, you know, um, I think Porter had he was able to land on Bud, specifically to his body. You know what I'm saying? Like he was pressuring him. So
Mm-hmm.
Spence is a taller, longer guy. So what you would do, and he's a southpaw. He's a natural southpaw. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not saying that he's a better southpaw than Bud, but he's a natural southpaw. So what you would do is you would use the high guard, poke your head in, you know what I'm saying, and try to push him back, and then jab, you know what I'm saying, to the midsection. Don't jab to the fucking head because Bud is very good at avoiding jabs against him. You know what I'm saying? Push him back and then work the body. You know what I'm saying? And keep on doing that. You know what I'm saying? Over and over and over again. So, but TBC is going to be able to fucking counterpunch. That's what you're going to have to be worried about.
Yeah, he gonna run, bro, and counterpunch like he did versus Postal. His shit might work
And
too.
Porter too. What's the Porter
But
fight?
Porter outboxed him, man. I don't get it, bro. He's supposed to be this
No.
master boxer, and Porter was outboxing him.
Yeah, no, I know. Because it was the pressure. It was the fact that he was getting pushed back. So
I think he's
but
just an overrated boxer, bro.
you think so? Tennis Bud Crawford? You crazy?
Bro, if Sean
That's
Porter
blasphemy. That's
was outclassing,
blasphemous.
no, if Sean Porter was
Nah.
outclassing you, anybody else Sean Porter outclassed, people would just call
Hold
him a
on.
bum or say like they ain't got no skills or some shit.
No.
But
But this
since
is the
we
thing.
already talked Crawford up, like we can't say that, I guess. But
No. Let me say this. It's so he did have some. I don't want to say difficulties, but it's just finding the range. Once you find the range, like so, Porter will give you trouble to like he will give anybody trouble. So it's just like finding the
I think
range.
after the sixth round, it was no longer a competitive
The
fight.
distance.
Or even after the fight, said that Bud was a special fighter and he's a level above Errol Spence and Keith Thurman.
no, Porter is known for giving people problems with pressure and his work rate and stuff like that. Not outboxing people. He was doing like his second or third best thing
Nah, I don't think he was
and beating Crawford
outboxing
with it, bro.
Crawford though.
That ain't even his main skill set. So he was doing some shit that he not even known to do to Crawford, bro. And Crawford's supposed to be the best.
Yeah,
Are you
no.
serious?
So I think the way that he was able to land on Crawford's body that was definitely significant. Because like if you have a tall, rangy guy like Spence, with a real good pressure style fighting, like Spence, yeah, he's gonna give fucking Crawford a whole bunch of fucking problems. So I do
Mm-hmm.
agree with that.
I don't think
But
so, man. I don't think it's that competitive, the fight, if I'm honest. I think if you look at Bud's career, the guys that troubled him are guys like Gumbo and Porter. These guys are very short, very fast, awkward ambush fighters, right? The guys that got awkward rhythm, very fast speed, in and out, ambush style. Errol Spence fights nothing like that.
no,
Nobody he ever fought is go to the body like him though.
No, but Spence knows how to like kind of like hunch down, and work the body more. Like you know what I'm saying? Like he knows how to like and bro, you look at his frame, and when he hunches down, and then he starts working the body because he's used to fighting smaller guys. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I've seen from what I've seen from him, is that's what he does. So like the way that he like crowds you with his punches, like they're coming from everywhere. They're coming from all different type of angles, and that's how you know he fights small guys, because like that's what you do to small guys. You can hit them from all different type of angles. You know what I'm saying? It's not just like certain type of punches, and that's the creativity that I think that he's been used to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's gonna be different when he fighting Spence. That's all I know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's been living off dudes that didn't have a jab or damaged fighters. When we saw what I saw in the first two rounds of Kell Brook lets me know everything I need to know about what it's like to fight, what he needs to do against guys with jabs. Like if he ain't
And who's
stopping,
Spence been living off of?
say
Keith
again.
Thurman's leftovers. Who's Spence been living off? Keith Thurman's leftovers.
Yeah, but again, I'm trying to break down Bud's thing, not whatever you're trolling about. Like I'm talking about
No,
Bud
I'm not
being able to
trolling, man.
fight.
You just said he's living off
I'm
damaged
talking about
fighters, and
Bud being able to
what fresh
fight guys
lines
that have a
has.
jab.
No, I'm just
Yeah,
saying,
I'm
what
talking
fresh
about
lines
No,
has
you
Spence
better
for?
Bud.
chill,
Again, that's not about
please.
Bud being able to fight a jab. So if you don't have anything to say about Bud
Okay,
fighting a jab, but you need to
Cal
pivot to
Brook won
Spence,
Battle of the
then you're
Jabs
not
against
talking about what
Spence,
I'm
though.
talking about.
But Spence lost the Battle of the Jabs
Yeah, but what do
to
you
Brook, right?
again?
He had to grind
No, he
him down.
didn't. First off, no, he
Yes,
didn't.
he did.
And the second part of it is,
Yes,
what
he
does that
did.
have to do with Spence? What does that have to do with Bud?
He's fighting Spence.
Okay, what does that have to do with Bud being able to fight against a guy with a jab?
Okay, Cameron's got a better jab than Errol Spence, and Bud took
Who's
that
got a better
away.
jab than Errol Spence?
Yes.
Brook. That's why he beat. That's why
Who do you
Kell
think has
Brook
a better
won the
jab?
battle of the jabs.
I'm sorry, your mic is
Terrence
real bad.
Bud.
Your mic is real bad and you're messed up. Like, who are you saying
I
has a better jab than
agree.
Errol Spence?
Terrence Bud
Kell
Crawford
Brook.
has a better job
Kell Brook has a
than
better jab than Errol Spence. He has a good
Yeah.
jab. Like Kell Brook has a really good jab, but it's
No,
not as
he has a
accurate
better
as
jab.
Errol Spence. I don't know if
No,
it's
no,
better.
no, no. It's better. That's why.
I
It's
understand. I
round. No,
understand
no, no.
everything you say is a fact, even though it's
In
your
the
opinion.
6 rounds
I got
before
it.
he gassed
I
out
got it.
because of the weight cut.
The round went
Because
1-6.
before he gassed out, no, you're just running your fucking mouth. You're bumping your mouth. You're not even
Again,
listening.
this has
You
absolutely
just keep
nothing to
howling.
do with Bud. What you're talking about right now has nothing to do with Bud, which is the
No,
actual
no, no.
point
You
I'm
said
making.
he lives off damaged fighters, and I'm asking you what dangerous lines and Spence for.
What? What does this have to do with Bud being able to work with Bud? Yo, the
Bro,
point is
Bud,
about
wait,
Bud
listen,
fighting against a
Bud
dude with a jab.
took away.
Do you not understand the point, Jimmy?
You're not listening, are you? He took away Brook's jab.
Are you listening? The point is Bud being able to fight against a guy with a jab.
Yeah, and you took away Brook's jab.
Okay, no, he didn't take away Brooks' jab. He hit jab.
Yes,
He
he did.
hit Brooks
Yes, he did.
with a counter thing. Like
What, 2
Brooks was
rounds?
still jabbing. He didn't take Brooks' jab
Okay,
away.
2 rounds.
And Amir Khan
Right.
also has a pretty good jab, and he didn't take his jab away either.
Well, he beat the fuck out of Amir Khan. I don't know what you're
Neither one
talking
of those
about.
do. And Bud, I mean Errol, he may be compromised, and he may be damaged also. We don't know. But I'm just saying that it's the jab that he has an issue with. Like if you're going to be leaping into him like Gamboa and Porter and Jeff Horn, then you're going to see a different guy because they're not working behind the jab.
Yeah, I mean, Gamboa's an ambush fighter, and so is Porter, so their jab wouldn't be of much note in it.
And like Gamboa has never had a jab. His jab has been trash his entire career, even as an amateur. He had a trash. His jab is not his game.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, that's
No,
what I'm saying. Like
there's no point of Gamboa using a jab. He's not really a long range fighter. He's an ambush fighter. That's never been
I'm
his.
just
His
saying.
style isn't jab based.
That's the point.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's all the point. Yeah, I mean, I think Kell Brooks, one of his best attributes is his jab, like really. And I think he was tearing Bud ass up with the jab. Like it wasn't just the jab, but it was also the size. Like he was having a problem with Kell Brooks' jab and Kell Brooks' size.
I mean, look, Kell Brook has a really good jab. No one's actually beat Kell Brook in the battle of the jabs outside of Golovkin, right? Errol Spence had to grind Brook down. He didn't take away Brook's jab. If you look at the first 6 rounds, Spence was losing the fight. He had to grind Brook down. Obviously, Brook was coming down 2 weight divisions. Golovkin had just smashed them to pieces. The IBF rehydration clause. It wasn't the best version of Brook, right? If we're honest. But when Brook was sharp and fresh, he was actually out jabbing Spence.
No, he wasn't. Spence was blocking that shit.
No, he lost the battle of jabs. Errol Spence's jab was worthless.
No, he was. Spence was hitting him with that jab to the body from the beginning.
No, bro. He lost the battle of the jabs. But Kell Brook, he was so weight drained because he had to come down 2 divisions. And then the IBF rehydration clause. Golovkin had just destroyed him. He only had 1 fucking eye. I mean, he was done.
Bro, you realize Spence broke his other eye with the jab? And he
Bro, that
jabbed.
was an injury already coming.
No. Let me just
Golovkin
explain it.
smashed
I
his face
remember
in.
this fight like it was yesterday. Spence jabbed him one time. Kell Brooks started backing up. Spence jabbed him hard like 2-3 more times.
No.
Backed him up
The
into the
first 6.
ropes
Did you watch that?
and fucking he put him down for the first time. So you know
Yeah,
what I'm
in
saying? A
what
lot of
round?
gonna
In
say
what
he
round?
lost the
The
battle of
first
the
6
jabs
rounds.
when that shit happened.
Yeah, in the first 6 rounds, the judging was all over the place. Like nobody, I think, like it wasn't even clear who was winning anything. Like all the judges were split on all the
That was
fucking rounds,
UK
like damn near
judging.
all the rounds. Like I think maybe Brooke got like 1 round that he won
Do you
decisively
think
in the first 6.
Errol Spence won the battle of the jabs against Kell Brook?
I don't think
Really?
anybody won the battle of the jabs in the thing. I think that Kell Brook was like really it was his right hand that was keeping it in the fight, and it was Spence's body punching.
I'm just saying when Kell Brook had a gas tank, was
Yeah, it was
obviously
like
being weight drained.
left to the body,
He was
and
forced to
Kell
come
Brook
down 2
overhand right.
divisions, and then the IBF rehydration. It was just way too much. After 6 round, Brooks gas tank just fucking
If
blew
they
out.
both have the
the way that fight
if
started
they both
was
have the
Earl
IBF
Spence trying to
rehydration, why would that be worse?
Because Errol Spence was coming down from middleweight. Brooks bulked up to middleweight to fight Golovkin, right? Brooke had to bulk up to
What
middleweight.
does that do with rehydration?
You don't know what
No,
the hell
you're not
you're talking
listening.
about,
This is
Jimmy.
the problem.
No,
He bulked up to
I'm
middleweight
asking
to
you,
we
fight
what does that
shouldn't
have to
Golovkin.
do
listen
with
to you. You don't know
rehydration?
what the hell you're talking about.
Because it's harder when you move back down 2 divisions and then you have to rehydrate as well. I mean, that's tough, bro. I'm just
No,
going like,
everybody rehydrates. Like everybody rehydrates.
no, but that's what I'm
Nobody
saying though. With the
fights
IBF,
nobody is sitting there going there like, oh, like there's no way that Kell Brook has ever actually fought on fight night 147 pounds as a welterweight. He never did that.
yeah, that's what I'm
Man,
saying though. It's a
going up
rehydration
for one
clause.
fight don't kill you, bro. That ain't no excuse.
I don't.
It's
Yeah,
just
I'm not
one
quite.
fight.
I don't get the correlation. Like I get that he came down, but what does that have to do with the rehydration? I don't get what your point is really.
No, I'm saying there's a rehydration. You know the IBF has a second day weigh-in, right?
Right. What I'm saying to you is, so what?
Soft rehydrate.
What is the point? I
No, it's
don't get
worse
the
for a
point of
guy.
being off.
Okay. But you don't let me finish it. You're going way too emotional. This is your problem. You're not letting me
You already
finish.
said it a
My
bunch of
point
times. I'm
is,
asking you to make it
no,
make
I'm
sense.
trying to make my point. I'll answer your question. No, if you want, I'll answer your question. That's no problem.
Cool. I'm all
Smoke.
ears. Go ahead.
My point is this. All right, cool. So my point is this, right? You're saying Spence had to abide by the
They both had to
rehydration clause.
Everybody
Yeah,
rehydrates.
he did. But this is the problem, though. This is the problem. Spence didn't bulk up to middleweight and then drain himself back down 2 divisions. But Spence was an active
What does
welterweight
that have to do with
fighting in the
hydration?
welterweight division.
And what does that have to do with hydration?
Bro, I'm saying not only did he have to drain himself back down 2 divisions, right? The IBF rehydration clause on top of that. I mean, come on, man. Brook was not exactly in peak form, was he? Let's be honest.
I mean, if you say peak form, like it's not the same guy that fought Porter, which is my point. That the point I was trying to make earlier when we were saying Porter versus Spence versus Bud, and judging all of the results of all those fights when he's not really the same fighter in any of those fights. Like the guy that fought Porter is not the same guy that fought Spence, and it's certainly not the same guy that fought Bud.
No, it's about the same guy that fought Bud, because
How is he the same guy?
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. Let me finish.
You didn't understand. I didn't finish. I didn't finish my question.
Can I finish?
How is he the same?
No,
guy?
you asked me a question. How is he the same guy?
That wasn't the end of my sentence. That is, you're stopping me mid-sentence, right? So how is he the same guy if it is years removed and you haven't even fought in that division 4 years, and the fights were years removed, and the Spence that the Brook that Spence fought only had 1 broken face, but the Brook that Bud fought had 2 broken faces and hadn't competed at 147 for years. Not just one fight, but for years.
Should I answer your question now?
Yeah, I'm on mute.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll answer your question. This is my response, my rebuttal. My rebuttal is this. Kell Brook had a much longer time to rest and recover. Kell Brook was not moving down 2 divisions, he was moving down 1. And Kell Brook actually said he had a much longer training camp for the Terence Crawford fight. He had more time to prepare. And also, key point, there was no rehydration clause. When Kell Brook fought Errol Spence, he had to do a second day weigh-in. He was so happy. Kell Brook was so happy. He said, I'm fighting Crawford, I get to rehydrate way more. I'll be bigger and stronger. I'm not moving down 2 divisions, I'm moving down 1. I mean, he was coming off
regardless, Brook. Everybody know Brook looked better.
Knockout defeat.
Wait, he looked better at the Earl Spence weigh-in. Everybody know that. He looked drained
like,
as fuck
I mean,
at the Terence Crawford
listen,
weigh-in.
Yeah, like you're saying that he only had to move down 1 division, and that's true. But he hadn't fought at 147 for years. That is not true when he fought against Spence. So, like, really, what are you talking about?
It was just 1 year, and he was only on the layoff because of the injury.
Cool. How much did Kell Brook weigh before he fought Crawford? His last fight, when he fought that Australian guy, he was 150 on the scale, right?
Okay, is that 147 pounds or no? And that's on the scale.
No, I'm saying
rehydration. Wait, hold up a second. This entire, and that's what I'm saying. It's a jumbled mess. I'm really trying to.
No. I'm saying moving down 2 divisions is easier than moving down 1, and you got that's what you guys are saying. And having the rehydration clause is better than having
Again,
that.
I said he hadn't. I
But
said
it's
he hadn't
different
been
when
at
you've
that weight
been
for
there for
years.
years.
So
Yeah,
he fought for the
you
WBO,
missing
right?
that part.
Well, he didn't bulk up to middleweight, did he? He's a guy that
For
fought at
one
light
He
fight,
heavyweight.
went from,
one
again. He
fight,
had not
bro.
fought in that division for years.
And he had
Yeah.
2 fights at
When you
light
talking
heavyweight.
about
Okay.
you talking about one fight compared to years of fights at 154. It,
Yeah, but he spent
it
7 months bulking up to middleweight, right? Got destroyed, right? Had his
no,
eyeball
it's not the
surgery,
same, man.
surgery. Look, bro. At
Bro,
the end of
it's
the day,
easier
there
to
was,
do this. It's easier to do it for one fight and going up and down like Canelo been doing and shit, rather than staying somewhere at a weight for years and then moving back down. Like, what part
no,
don't
no,
you
no.
understand?
Canelo's never done that. Canelo's
What
never
are you
moved down
saying?
2 divisions.
No,
No, when
I'm
Canelo moved to
saying he
fight
moved
Kovalev,
up. I'm saying he moved up
and then he never
and then
drained
came
himself
right
back down
back
2
down,
divisions,
bro.
though.
I'm saying he did it.
No,
He
in the
did.
1 division, though, not 2. Cabrook had to move down 2, though. So
Move
Yeah, I know.
down too.
Again,
Bro, he didn't have to move down shit, bro. He all he had to do was gain weight for a fight. He didn't have to. You tripping, bro? You looking at it backwards as fuck.
Can I ask a question real quick to Jimmy? Jimmy, I have a question for you.
yeah,
What
go ahead,
weight
mate.
was Kell Brook when he went into training camp for both of those fights?
Which fights you talking? We talking about Crawford and the
Yeah,
Spence
and
fights, right?
Spence. What weight was he when he went into training camp for both of those fights?
To
He
be honest, man, I'm not
he
sure.
don't
I
know.
mean, Kell Brook is known to balloon up.
Because the reality of it is, it doesn't matter what division you fought in previously when making weight if you fought at 147 before, right? If you've done it multiple times, it's about what your starting weight is going into that camp. That's fucking stupid, Jimmy.
Always bulking up in weight and draining back down is easier than moving down 3 pounds. I don't know what you're saying.
Bro, it's gonna be easier for him to make 147 in 2017 rather than making it in 2021. Period. What part don't you understand?
Okay, what about the IBF rehydration clause, though?
What about it? That don't stop him from
When he
making the
fought
weight.
for
He still got to make 147 regardless.
when he fought for Crawford, he didn't have to, he could rehydrate as much as he wanted, though, right?
Well,
You see how big he got?
rehydration is irrelevant. It's about making weight. Whatever you rehydrate to, like that shit is irrelevant, bro. 10 pounds is enough
Okay.
anyway.
I'm saying, like, what
Okay.
weight do you think he was rehydrating to when he was fighting 154? Like, what weight do you think he was fighting at?
I thought when he fought Crawford, he looked about 160 in the ring, at
No,
least.
but that's not my question. He didn't fight Crawford at 154. He fought Crawford at 147. When he's fighting at 154 for all those years, what weight do you think he was stepping in the ring in on fight night?
That's not relevant, though, because you're comparing the Brook that fought Spence, the Brook that fought Crawford.
I'm just asking you, like, for a thing. Like, if we're talking about Kell Brook's weight, right? Because this whole thing is about his weight right now and rehydration, right? If he's rehydrate and everybody rehydrates always, or for the most part, like most people rehydrate. Like, it's not like like Kell Brook is the only guy rehydrating in boxing, right? He was rehydrating at 154 also. Stands to reason that he was big as shit at 154 also, right?
Man, fuck all that. Crawford fought a bum, Kell Brook, man. Get over it.
All right,
He
well,
had like
GGG just wiped his ass. GGG just wiped his dirty, nasty ass for Brook. Smashed his eye socket. And Spence weight drained him back down 2 divisions. You know, IBF rehydrate. I mean, you guys are making it like he fought a fucking Apex Brook.
Okay, so
Spence
Spence
didn't
didn't do
drain
anything.
him.
Spence was just
Spence
the
was
mandatory.
the A
Like,
side,
Spence was
right?
only
He
the
was just
mandatory for IBF. He didn't make Brook do
That's
anything.
so strange.
Brook
That's such a
drained
strange.
himself.
What's strange?
It's just strange to say that Errol Spence drained Kell Brook. They both
Right.
fought with the
No.
same rehydration clause. No, hold on. That was imposed by the IBF, bro. What are
Right.
you
And
talking about?
Spence was fighting at
No,
154
I'm
a
saying
few
the
fights
WBO.
too.
Okay, but there was no hydration with the WBO, though. That's what my point is.
But how does that
Who
make that
cares?
Errol's fault? or that Errol
No,
drains.
no, look at Errol's fault. But these guys are saying no. These guys are saying that Errol fought a prime Kell
Dude, you
Brooks.
sound fucking crazy,
Right?
dude. You saying it ain't no it wasn't no rehydration clause, so that's what make the difference. It was still 4
All right.
years
No, no,
later,
no, no, no.
motherfucker.
No,
It
but
was
you're
Wait,
moving
hold
down
on,
2
hold on,
divisions.
Jimmy. What's more
What
important
part
to you?
don't you understand?
Jimmy, what's more important? I want to know from Jimmy here. What would you
Yeah.
rather have, right? Would you rather have a harder weight cut, right? Or would you rather have an extra eye? Which would you rather have? Would you rather have
harder weight
zero eyes or one eye? Zero eyes or one eye?
I'd rather have one eye than zero.
Exactly. The
So
man had zero eyes after the Spence fight.
against Crawford.
After the Spence fight, he's been fighting with zero eyes. Both of his eyes gone. Both. He's plates on both sides of his head.
Okay, that's plates though, but he's not blind though. No, but he's not
makes
blind
a
though.
difference to punch resistance, Jimmy. It makes a difference to punch resistance.
Yeah, that's what turned the fight around. When Crawford hit him with that left hand in the second round, you start seeing Kell Brooks blink at 1,000,000 miles a minute. That's a second.
Yeah, but my point is this: you guys are saying that no. You guys are saying Errol Spence fought a prime Kell Brook, yeah. And my response was that's not true. He bulked up to middleweight to fight Golovkin, got smashed to pieces.
Nobody
and
said he was prime.
Then he drained
Nobody said he was
himself.
prime.
No. I said he drained
Literally,
himself
nobody
down.
said he was prime. Nobody said that.
Listen,
He didn't bulk up to fight Golovkin, by the way. That's a myth.
Yeah,
he cut
that's what
less
I'm
weight.
saying.
He cut less weight to fight Golovkin. He
That's
cut
what I'm
less
saying.
weight.
No,
He didn't
that's not
bulk
true. That's
up.
not true.
He
That's
just
not true.
just
No, that's not true. That's not true.
So you can
Because I remember,
understand
no, that's not true. That's not true. He did bulk up because during the training for Golovkin, he was doing more strength training.
You're comparing.
No.
You're comparing the Kell Brook that Porter fought, the Kell Brook that Spence fought, and the Kell Brook that Bud fought, and saying that Bud did a better job because he got the better results. Meanwhile, you haven't taken into account that those are three separate fights. Those are really not the same fighter, even though it's the same dude. They're not like the guy that Sean Porter fought is not the guy.
Sean Porter fought the best Brook.
And it's also not the guy that Bud fought.
Yeah.
Sean
Porter fought the
about
best
primes
Brook.
or anything about that. It's just it's a separate argument whether or not they're prime or not prime. Like the only prime guy is Sean Porter.
No. Your point was this, yeah. Your point was this. Errol Spence is fighting all these prime guys. I'm like, wait a minute. Didn't Kell Brook just get smashed to pieces by Golovkin? Wasn't he coming down 2 divisions? Did the IBF force a rehydration clause?
Also, not my point.
Wasn't he coming off a surgery?
Arguing that shit.
I don't understand how all of that shit takes away from Kell Brook's skill set. You acting like just because he lost to Triple G mean he can't fight no fucking more. It's like, is that what you saying?
You're not listening though, are you? That's your problem, man. You're not fucking listening.
You making stupid points because Errol Spence still got in the ring with the same motherfucker that would have been in the ring
I'm saying
if he didn't fight Triple G, man.
That's not
but
true.
no,
Sean Porter fought the best version of Kell Brook. I'm cool with saying that.
The difference
I'm cool with saying that, but
is Crawford fought him 4 years later. He's like in his mid-30s now, man. 4 years and 2 eye injuries.
Sure, my point is this, yeah. You can say that you fought a younger Brook, cool, but you're out here saying you fought a prime Brook, this and that. I'm like, nah, that's not true, man. That is not true.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, also, nobody said that.
Spence didn't fight
Literally, nobody said Kell Brook was in his prime.
No. You said that Crawford's fighting damaged guys, this and that. I'm not okay.
Nobody said.
Listen. You said he fought a damaged guy. Listen, you can't say he fought a damaged Brook, yeah. When Gennady Golovkin beat the fucking shit out of Kell Brook, smashed one of his face in half, right? And then Brook had to weight drain himself 2 divisions with the IBF rehydration. Like, you guys are sitting there making it like he fought this magnificent version of Brook.
Nobody here is going to... Listen, I don't think anybody is going to deny that neither of them fought Pete Kell Brook. Porter did.
Correct.
Neither of them fought Pete Kell Brook. But Spence fought a Brook closer to that than Crawford did.
Much closer. And that Triple G shit don't just destroy Brook's whole career. Like, y'all got to...
But Errol Spence does. Okay, man. But Errol Spence does. Okay.
Neither did Errol Spence.
The combination.
It's being 4 years later. What part?
It's a combination. When was the last... Look, you can say, okay, he went up to middleweight and then he came back down. Okay, in a year period, he fought back at welterweight. Right? Then he doesn't fight at welterweight for nearly 4 years. Then that's when Crawford fights him. That's a difference.
Spence and Triple G destroying him. I care about it being 4 years later. Like he ain't the same motherfucker.
I mean, was he like when he was fighting at 154? Wasn't he the same weight on fight night than he was against Kell Brook?
Who?
I mean, sorry, when he was fighting against Triple G, wasn't Kell Brook when he was fighting 154 with these rehydrations? Like Kell Brook is only weighs so much, right?
He the same size
No, when he
every
fought
time he
Triple
fight.
G, bro, listen, when he fought Triple G, he bulked
How
him.
much
Look, he
did he
did more
weigh?
strength training. He put on a lot of muscle. I don't
I'm
know,
saying,
man.
what did he weigh
There
against the
wasn't a
Triple G?
technical
Listen,
weight.
he did more strength training because he didn't have to do as much cardiovascular training to make weight.
Yeah, that's just how
He
it
had an
is.
easier time because he doesn't have to cut as much weight. He spends more time cutting to make 147. 4 years later, that's even harder.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's saying you basically saying going to 160 for one fight did more damage to him than staying at 154 for those 3 or 4 fights and draining himself after.
no, I
Like
didn't say
I
that.
don't
I said
understand
no.
that.
That's not my point. I'm saying the argument you're using for Crawford, saying he did. Oh, he fought, and I agree with you. He fought Faded Brook, but Errol Spence did not fight a prime Brook. I mean,
He
the whole
didn't,
situation.
but
Okay,
he
Errol
wouldn't
Spence
have
struggled
faded.
more. Okay, but
Did
Errol Spence
anybody
struggled
here
more.
say? But did anybody say he fought a prime Brook? Did anyone say
No,
Brook was in his prime?
nope.
As a matter of fact, repeatedly
No,
said
no,
he
no.
was not.
Smoke was saying that. No, no, no. Smoke was saying
No,
that.
I was
You
not.
were saying
No,
no,
I
no, no.
was not.
You Smoke. You said
No, I was
Bud
not.
fought damage broke,
No, I
damage
was
this,
not.
damage
Even
that.
though you keep
And my
saying that I
thought
said
was,
that, no, I did
what
not.
prime monsters did Errol fight? I fought lightweight and Mikey. Kell Brook coming down to divisions. Keith Thurman's leftovers and Sean
You're
Porter.
creating an
Like, come on,
argument.
man.
Creating an argument so that you can argue that thing. Nobody said that.
No, no,
What
no,
I
no,
said
no.
was
Bro,
the
you've
way
been
that
dick riding Errol Spence, yeah.
the issue. The only reason this even came up was because you were saying, all of their best wins, all of these best guys that they fought, right? Like Sean Porter fought all these
No, no,
fucking
no,
dudes.
no. You took
And
about all of Crawford's wins, yeah.
I am not done.
Listen.
I'm not
And
done.
I could do the same to
I'm not
Crawford.
Jimmy,
Spence just
Jimmy,
as
I want to
easily.
hear the point. I
I'm
want to
not.
hear the point. I want
Yes,
to hear
I'm
his
not
point.
finished. Right, exactly. So the comparison of the Kell Brook performances against Sean Porter, Errol Spence, and Bud was the conversation, and the conclusion was because Bud stopped Brook and Bud stopped Porter, then he was clearly the better of all of these guys. Meanwhile, you're not taking into the account that these are different fighters. The guy that Errol Spence fought, the Brook and the Porter that Spence fought is different than the Brook and Porter that Bud fought, and the Kell Brook that Spence and Porter and Bud fought are all different dudes.
Yeah, and Kell Brook started declining when Crawford like way before Crawford fought him. He wasn't declining when Spence fought him. He just got beat up by a bigger guy. He didn't fucking decline. Now it was 4 years after that Crawford fought him. He started declining when he fought Michael Zarafa and looked like shit. So
Okay.
that's the
But what did you
difference,
do after
bro.
that?
That's the difference.
What did you do after that? You got a knockout win.
What you mean knockout win? He looked like shit before he got that knockout win.
The knockout win over Max DeLuca, Jimmy.
It was the worst fighter
I mean,
than
a
the guy he
knockout win
looked
is better
like
than a
shit
knockout
against.
loss, right? So
It
Zarafa better
is.
than that guy, man. That's why he looked like
Rafa's
shit.
better than DeLuca, though. And way
yeah,
better.
I'd say so.
Way better. We all know that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Max
But Sean Porter,
Max the
look,
who?
Sean Porter. Listen. Sean Porter being compromised is not true. Keith
Yeah,
Thurman beat
Sean
Sean
Porter
Porter
took a
before.
Okay,
dive, bro.
so now you're just saying that Kenny Porter's full of shit, right? You're just saying that like when Kenny
He
Porter said he threw in the towel
Kenny Porter is known
because
for being a sore loser, bro. Every spot fight, Sean Porter's lost. Kenny Porter's got a
right.
bucket of
Wait,
Because
excuses.
he's
he's
a
a sore
sore
loser,
loser who's willing to throw in the towel?
right? And he's a sore
Kenny
loser,
Porter.
so that makes him a liar.
No,
Listen,
Kenny
it's the
is
sun,
full of
man. He's
shit.
a prideful
I
guy.
agree with
Listen, at the end of
I
the day,
agree with
So
you
bro.
on
now,
that
so
one,
now he's
Jimmy.
Listen,
not
why did
trusting.
Errol Spence make him throw in the towel? Why did Errol Spence make him throw in the towel then?
Right. So again, so what did Kenny Porter have to say about it?
Kenny
Say about
full of
what?
shit.
Yeah, right. So what Kenny Porter said was he didn't prepare correctly for it. That's why he threw in the towel
And what did Sean
from
say after
training
that?
camp.
What did Sean? No, no. What did Sean say? No, no. I'm asking you, what did Sean say about that?
What did Sean say? He said, I'm rocking with my corner, and if my
No, no,
corner
no.
don't
What
want to
did
lose to
Sean
me,
say about
then
his
No, he
training
said
camp?
I'm
I didn't
hiring
he
now.
said
No,
I
no, no,
didn't
no. What did
expect
you
that to
say?
happen. I did not.
No,
He
no,
was
no. What
like,
does
that's
Sean
the
say?
last thing I expected to happen.
No, no, no. What does Sean say about changing his training camp?
What do you mean changing his training
The
camp? It
reason
wasn't
why he
about
tried different things in his camp. Listen, bro. The reason why he tried different
no,
things
it
in his
wasn't about
camp.
trying different things. He said he wasn't showing up to it. He said he was like
Yeah,
he was distracted and
yeah.
doing other shit. Like
Sean
the
Porter
reason why
did.
Sean
No,
is
no, no. That's not true.
retired right
That's not
now
true.
is because Sean
I
Porter
know
Nah,
he.
that's not true.
wasn't
That's not
tripping
true.
off fucking boxing.
No,
Look,
he
Sean Porter
right,
looked like
smoke.
shit
He
against
right,
Ugas.
smoke.
Come on, man.
Hey, he right,
Sean Porter
smoke.
looked like shit against Ugas heading into the Errol Spence fight, right? He lost to Keith Thurman, but you guys are dick riding it because Errol Spence got a fucking split decision. Cool, man.
Yeah, Sean
It's the
Porter
same
did
Sean
do
Porter that
some
lost to Ugas,
changes with that Ugas
that got
fight.
beat by Keith Thurman, but Errol Spence pulling off a split decision. That's the most amazing thing. Why? Because he had Keith Thurman's fucking vacant belt.
He beat a good fighter to
Wait,
get it though.
when the fuck did Sean lose to Ugas?
Now I'm saying he looked like shit against Ugas. Most people think he lost, right? Before that, his most notable fight was losing to Keith Thurman, right?
I think
No,
So I
that
mean, what
no,
legendary
hell
form?
no, man. You tripping?
I'm
Sean
Bro,
Porter
just
he
got
didn't
a
lose to
great
Keith Thurman.
resume.
I'm still lost on most people thought Sean lost. Like I thought Sean lost, right? But I've had arguments with so many people who thought that Sean won. That's like a 50-50 debate. That fight, there was 3 swing rounds in that bitch, Jimmy.
Look, sure,
Yeah,
man. Sure. My point is this, though. What great form does Sean Porter have going into the Errol Spence fight? Losing to Keith Thurman, getting getting the
he
controversial
beat
decision
Danny
over
Garcia.
Ugas.
He beat
Bro,
Danny
Danny Garcia
Garcia.
ain't fucking
Wait, hold
shit
on.
Okay, so what great
at
form did he
He
have
beat
going into
welterweight.
the Bud
Garcia
fight?
and Ugas back to
Danny
back,
Right?
right?
Garcia is
So
a
like
fucking gatekeeper.
COVID.
Garcia and Ugas back to back is the same thing Spence doing right now. So Porter already done what the fuck Spence is doing right now. Just let that sink in.
But this is
Okay,
all
that
an
ain't shit.
argument.
What's your point?
Isn't this all an argument between Spence and Crawford? Jimmy, like if you're gonna like shit all over Danny and that and stuff like that, when are you gonna
No,
start
it's not
talking
even
about
that, bro.
When are you gonna start talking about Benavidez?
Yeah, but
Right.
bro. This is what Spence fans all they do: tear apart his resume. And I'm like, okay, cool. You can say Errol Spence has got a better resume at welterweight, but it's not fucking leaps and bounds, is it? I mean, fucking Danny Garcia, Mikey Garcia, Sean Porter. I mean, come on, man.
Okay,
Spence got
right. So wait, hold
wait.
on.
Spence
Before
got
Sean
way
Porter,
less fights though, man. He got like 15 less fights than Crawford. That's the difference.
they're all at welter. The one thing I want to ask Jimmy myself is
Yeah,
right. So Jimmy, Bud, before the Porter fight, right? Before that
yeah.
fight, who was Bud's best win at welterweight?
A welterweight, Jeff Horn.
Jeff Horn.
No,
Yeah, an
Amir
undefeated
Khan.
champion coming off the Pacquiao win.
Uh,
Yeah, I mean that's better than gatekeeper Danny Garcia or fat lightweight Mikey. I mean, you gotta take your pick in it.
what?
Mikey Garcia was
Mikey
a fat
better than
lightweight, bro.
Mikey better than
Bro, Mikey's
anybody
lost
on
to fucking
Crawford
Sandine
resume.
Martin, a fucking cab driver.
Mikey also beat Jesse Vargas at 147.
Yeah, in the bloody war. A semi-retired Jesse Vargas who's working as a mayor right
That's
now.
yeah, but that's been a Mikey Garcia who's been retired for 4 years.
What
Yeah,
did
he
Mikey
haven't fought in a
Garcia do
year.
at welterweight outside of looking like
Didn't
garbage?
Virgil Ortiz stop Green Machine?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Virgil's a really good fighter. I rate Virgil really highly.
Okay, so you got a prospect to fight like
That's my thing.
Wasn't Jose Benavidez like drag like didn't he get
Well,
wasn't
then
he
a
judged
cab
by
driver
50?
just beat
Look,
Mikey.
hey,
So
Wasn't
what's
yeah,
your
dra-
point?
wasn't he
Benavidez just
What's your
got beat
point?
up by a
What's your
cab
point?
driver.
Since when is
That's my thing.
hold on? When is Martin? Since when is Sandor Martin a cab driver? By the way, Jimmy, I want to know this. Just because he's not like the most prevalent of names, and he got robbed years ago in a fight against fucking Yigit, doesn't mean that he's some cab driver. That dude is actually really capable. That dude hasn't
Yeah,
lost in years, and the only times he has lost were fucking bullshit. Like absolute horrific fucking Mikael Fox level robberies, bro.
it was Yidget that beat him.
I think it was Yidget, or was it Yidget or Relic that he got robbed against?
Would you say Mikey had good form at welterweight though? I mean, his 3 welterweight fights include getting shot out by
He's
Errol
had 2.
Spence.
Yeah, he lost
Got
to Spence. He beat Jesse Vargas, and then he fought against Sandor Martin.
okay.
Yeah.
He's lost 2 out of his 3 fights at welterweight. His only win was a war
Okay.
against Jesse Vargas. I mean, I don't know what kind of welterweight win that is, bro. You know.
I mean,
I mean,
why
I'm not quite
everybody gotta
sure
be
how
beating
much
the
of it
top
will.
guy?
I mean, you know, then he
When the fuck was
dropped
Mikey a
a couple
top guy?
times.
Wait.
I
When the
said
fuck was
why
To be
Mikey a top
fair,
guy?
everybody. I
Well,
said why
to be
everybody
fair,
got to
the
beat the top
argument,
guys. Like the whole
the
top 10
argument,
got their place in the sport, man.
the argument with Mikey Garcia, by the way, Jimmy, was never about welterweight resume, right? The idea of that fight was it was meant to be a pound for pound matchup for Mikey. That's
Yep.
what that was. That's what that was built as. And everyone saw now it's being twisted as
bro.
what was Mikey as a
No,
welter. He
Mikey.
wasn't a welter, but no, hold on, he wasn't a welter, and nobody acknowledges him being a welter.
Yeah.
Nobody
Yeah,
called
that
him
was a
great for
clusterfuck,
trying to
though.
do it either.
Listen, Mikey Garcia should have fought Lomachenko, right? And Spence should have fought Crawford. Those are the fights the fans wanted. No one was asking for Crawford.
Hold on then. Let's do it like this if we're gonna do that, right? So Bud's been in 3-weight divisions, right? When has he fought a 4-weight champion?
Bud's been in 3-weight divisions. Yeah, when has he fought? Never. I think Danny Garcia, Mike. Yeah, he
A
fought Gamboa
4-weight
division.
champion,
Undisputed.
yeah, he never.
Yeah, he didn't fight Dan. He fought Danny in the amateurs. Like he didn't fight Danny Garcia.
No. I'm saying
Wait, how many
Gamboa 3 division.
divisions Amir Khan had a belt in?
Yeah, I don't even think Gamboa's a 3 division
Just the one.
either. Yeah, I don't think
Fuck,
Gamboa's
he's
a
never fought a 4 division champion. Okay, cool.
I mean, if you count baby belts, maybe, but
I'm telling you right now, bro. If you fought Mikey Garcia, it wouldn't be no UD. Crawford would knock the fuck out of Mikey Garcia.
yeah,
He probably
He
would.
doesn't need no fucking UD.
He probably would.
No,
It would have been a
wouldn't.
great. I would have loved to have seen those two dudes fight at 140 pounds when Mikey was just moving up. I would have loved to have seen it.
I mean, Mikey waited for Crawford to drop the belt so he could get a vacant belt against Lipinets. So Mikey could have fought Crawford, but instead he waited for Crawford to drop the belt so he could, cherry pick Lipinets win. So
Crawford's supposed to have fought Lipinets.
And that made him a 4 division champion. Going through Crawford's garbage can.
But let's talk about garbage. His resume, since you brought garbage up. Like, hey, why all of the fighters that Crawford beat is getting beat the fuck up by everybody
Name me
else?
one time. Listen, name me one time Errol Spence beat a top 3 welterweight.
Point, bro. Let me finish my point. Postall keep losing, and Dongo keep fucking losing. Horn keep fucking losing. Hank Lundy keep
Donnie
losing.
a gatekeeper. Sean's retired.
Everybody you on
Mikey
his
just lost to a cab
resume
driver.
let me finish, bro.
You realize whenever you ask a question about Bud, he's just going to start talking about Spence, right?
Yeah, he don't want to talk about. He don't want to talk about the truth, bro.
No, you're not keeping the same because you're not answering any of the questions. You're just talking about Spence.
You don't want to talk about the truth, bro. Everybody on his resume on a losing streak, bro. That's why his resume
I agree.
like shit.
Errol Spence, Mikey just lost. Porter just lost. Danny, I mean, his career's fucking over. Cal Brook, he just lost to Crawford. I mean,
look at who they losing to. Look at the difference of who they losing to. And Dongo losing the guys that fight at the YMCA and shit, bro. Like, come on.
Yeah, like the guy that Mikey just lost to. All right, cool, man.
Shit, he better than man. Come on, man.
No, he's not, bro. Come on, bro. Sandy Martin, the fucking fighter.
Bro,
come on, man.
Dongo just got beat by like some low level Namibian
and Dongo's
fighter,
bro. And Dongo's about 4 years old. You know that, right?
So when Jeff Horn was fighting for the Oceania title, does anybody remember who that guy was that beat him?
But who got the lead the journeyman at 140? Does anyone remember that?
Even remember that dude's name at all?
Does anyone remember the 4 dudes that beat Ugas?
The 4 dudes it's 4 dudes that beat Pacquiao that I don't even fucking know. So what you mean?
Okay.
Have we seen?
Don't remember
have we seen
wait.
Gunshot Wound Benavidez ever fight again?
Nope.
Didn't
okay, name me this. Name me this. When did Errol Spence beat a top 3 welterweight? Just name him. You say he's got all these great wins. Name me a top 3 welterweight Errol Spence beat.
Again, this is a straw man.
Cal Brook was
all
a top 3.
Errol Spence has a better resume than Bud Crawford at 147. That's it.
No, Keith Thurman and Manny Pacquiao ranked.
Sean Porter was top
Floyd Mayweather as well at that time. No. Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao, and Keith Thurman were ranked ahead of him.
In 2017?
That's better than Bud. Correct.
In 2017, Floyd Mayweather was ranked ahead of Are you crazy, Jimmy? He wasn't ranked.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
he
he
fought
was
Conor
fighting
McGregor in
Conor McGregor,
2017.
bro.
2017.
He fought Conor
He
McGregor in
had
2017.
All right, cool, man. Kell Brook, a dude coming off of a knockout loss, moving down 2 divisions. All right, cool.
So
I
Porter,
mean,
wait, Sean Porter
let's
wasn't top 3 when he was a champion? You telling me he
no, he
wasn't?
wasn't.
And
No, he
so, and
wasn't, man. He really
what
wasn't.
did
What?
what
You
did Kell
crazy.
Brook weigh? What did Kell Brook weigh against Triple G? What was
I
his
don't
weight?
know. I didn't have a scale ready.
Okay, cool. So what was his
I didn't have
weight?
a scale in the
What,
dressing
and
room.
how
I don't
much was
know.
it? So then why do you keep mentioning it then? If you don't know how much
Well, I
he
mentioned
weighed,
it. He bulked up to middleweight. Listen, I mentioned he bulked up to middleweight,
what was his weight
right?
though? How much did he weigh?
Smoke you out
Because
your
you're
fucking
putting a
mind,
whole
don't
bunch
you?
on the fact that
Clearly
he
put on muscle, man. Are you that retarded?
great. So what did he
Are you that
weigh?
fucking retarded?
How much did he weigh? You're putting all of it on his weight. Like you're like he moved up 2 weight classes. Okay, how much did he weigh? Because if he weighed 160 fighting Kell Brook, and he also weighed 160 the entire time he was competing at junior middleweight, what are we talking about?
So when he stepped on the scale to fight Errol Spence, he was the same weight as when he stepped on the scale to fight Golovkin, yeah?
Didn't he fight at 154 pounds after he fought Errol Spence?
No.
No.
He moved right down from Golovkin to Spence.
No,
Yeah, he did. No,
After
he
he
here you
fought
did.
Errol
go.
No,
Spence,
Here you,
didn't he
no.
fight at
wait,
154 pounds?
fellas, can I do
Yes,
this
he
real
did.
quick? So at the end of the year 2016, going into 2017, Ring's annual ratings, right, at the end of the year. So this is after the Golovkin fight, going into the Kell Brook and Spence fight. Top 10 welterweight rankings, I'll give it to you now. Number 10 was Ponomarev. Number 9 was Jesse Vargas. 8 was Spence. 7 was Danny Garcia. 6 was Amir Khan. 5, Timothy Bradley. 4, Manny Pacquiao. 3, Sean Porter. 2, Keith Thurman. And number 1 was Kell Brook. Number
Was it
1.
No, wait. Did Manny Pacquiao, Tim Brett? No, I saw Manny Pacquiao was still fighting at that time.
Yeah, he had just beat
Yeah,
Jesse
he said number
Vargas.
4. He literally said
He was
Manny
number
Pacquiao
4 with the rankings. He was number 4.
Kell Brook
Going
was ahead of
into
Manny
that one,
Pacquiao off of Jojo Dan win.
Kell Brook was
All right.
rated number 1 by Ring Magazine. And you're saying,
Off the Jojo Dan win.
when's he fought a top 3? There you go. Kell Brook was number 1.
Coming off a Golovkin knockout loss. All right.
Yeah, because he
At
didn't lose that
middleweight.
welterweight.
You're
He
talking
didn't
about
lose
the
that
welterweight
welterweight, bro.
division.
He was undefeated at welterweight.
All right, sure, man. All right, he was ranked number 1 in the division.
He was the longest
Fighting
standing
Jojo
champion at
Dan.
welterweight. He was the longest
Fighting
standing champion
Jojo
at
Dan and
welterweight.
getting knocked out by Golovkin. All right. I mean, all right.
Oh, so
I
fuck the
guess.
Porter fight.
No, I mean, if beating Jojo Dan and getting knocked out by Golovkin makes you the number 1 welterweight, then.
There you go. I'll leave it. I'll drop the link for you to even see it, just for yourself, Jimmy.
No, I mean, sure, man. I mean, all right. I guess that makes him more credible than Keith Thurman and
Do you realize Porter
Manny
was the
Pacquiao.
champion? You realize Porter was a champion when Brooke beat him, right?
Yeah, and I think Sean Porter fought the best version of Kell Brook. Yeah, I give him credit, man.
So what the hell are you talking about?
And Kell
Jojo
Brook
Dan. He
may
beat
have been the
Sean
best
Porter. He
version, I
beat the
guess.
champion.
When did he beat Sean Porter?
He beat the prime Sean Porter, and he did it in the U.S.
No, I'm saying, when did he beat Sean Porter?
in like
You said
2014.
2016?
Okay, when did he fight Errol Spence?
That was like way
2017?
back.
Okay, cool. And what was his fight before Errol Spence?
Triple G?
All right,
In
cool, man. Put that
September.
all into context.
Oh no,
Put it into context. All right. That's what I'm saying. Put it all into context, innit?
It is put into context, but for some reason you can't put Bud's resume into context at all.
Jimmy,
Listen,
I'll
I'm
ask
not-
you this. I'll ask you this. Which version of Kell Brook would you have rather fought?
Which would I have rather fought?
If
In
you
what
had
sense?
to fight
The one that-
a version of Kell Brook, the one who was in the ring against Spence or the one who was in the ring against Crawford, who would you rather fight?
Which one would be easier? I mean,
Which one would you rather have a fight? Which one do you think you'd have an easier chance of having a good fight against? Either way, you're gonna get killed because you're Jimmy and that's Kell Brook, right? Like just like
Kell
I'm
Brook
Mark.
is shit. I would never lose to. I would never lose to a fag. I would never lose to a fag. But anyway, that's besides the point. My thing is this, yeah.
Yeah, no, 2014. Sorry, it wasn't 2016, 2014.
Everybody
That's
here
what I
would
told you.
rather fight. Everybody here, if we had to fight a version, if we had to, we would rather fight the one Crawford was in against.
Hey,
We
bro,
would.
he just destroyed Amir Khan. Cowboy just destroyed Amir Khan, man. So
And that
Who
means
he couldn't
hasn't?
be too sharp.
I mean,
Couldn't be too
Amir
sharp.
Khan did beat Billy Dib, right?
Yeah.
Wait, so you giving
3
credit
years
for
ago.
Amir Khan, but
And
not
wasn't Amir
credit for
Khan
Danny
coming out
Garcia?
off of knockout loss, right?
You just talk shit about Danny Garcia, but you just praised Amir Khan. You see what you just did? Didn't Danny
Hey,
Garcia
man, you're going up
flatten that
against.
motherfucker? Didn't Danny
Listen, when you're
flatten his
taking out
ass?
Errol Spence dick riders, man, you gotta,
Man,
you
you
gotta roll
dumb.
with the punches. You know?
Yeah,
You
I
are
got it, but
crooked.
I
Listen.
mean, you can call it Errol Spence dick riding, but it
No,
sounds
no,
like
obviously Amir Khan was washed up, man. I
you're
know
too
him. I
busy
know him, man.
riding Bud's dick, and you're
Listen,
just
this is
jealous
my
that
point.
other
This is
people
my point.
people
Jeff
are
won
riding his dick
undefeated
better,
champion who
out with a
beat
better
Manny
resume.
Pacquiao, right? Bro, Jeff one was an undefeated champion, Olympian. He beat Manny Pacquiao. Controversial, but he had a great fight with Pacquiao. He gave Pacquiao just as good a fight as Tim Bradley or Keith Thurman, right? I thought he was a quality fighter. I welterweight, especially.
I'm
That guy
sorry,
was
Jeff
fucking
Horn gave
sick.
somebody a credible fight. Who did he give a credible fight to? Jeff Horn.
You're not listening, are you? I said Manny Pacquiao. He beat Manny
I know.
Pacquiao.
I'm asking you about Jeff Horn. I don't want you to just
No, I
speed
said
bump
Jeff
past
Horn
Jeff
gave.
Horn. Like, all right, let's talk about this Jeff Horn
Jeff
when it
Horn
comes to
proved
the
he was on the same level of a Tim Bradley or a Keith Thurman when he fought Manny Pacquiao, man. Right?
Okay.
I thought
Says
that was
who?
a quality win.
Says who? Says
He was an
like who says
undefeated
that Jeff Horn
champion.
was on that level?
Okay. Name me one undefeated champion that Spencer's fought at
Okay, so
welterweight. Go on.
again, we're still talking about
Go
Jeff
on.
Horn, right?
Name me an undefeated reigning champion.
Didn't Jeff Horn get his ass beat by a ton of guys who were bums? And
A
wasn't the
welterweight.
controversy like what wasn't
A
like the
welterweight.
reason like wasn't
A
that
welterweight.
I
You
got it
said what?
and wasn't
A
everybody
welterweight.
talking about how Jeff
You,
Horn didn't win that fight? And
I
also
mean,
that
it's controversial, sure.
the
wait a
referee
minute. You
let a whole bunch
said,
of fouling go on. Like, wasn't that the thing
yep.
about that fight? Or
Yeah, it was a
just
What was y'all
talking about
controversial
how he's
win.
undefeated?
Jimmy? Ask your question
Wasn't he
again.
like a
Well,
part-time teacher?
He was an Olympian and he was an undefeated champion, right?
So is that
If
a
you want to
wrong
dick
that he
crack
was
Keith
not a
Thurman's
part-time teacher?
leftovers, apparently
wasn't
beating Keith Thurman's
when
leftovers was great.
Mikey
Listen, when Keith
Garcia was
Thurman
the
did that shit
undefeated
5
champion?
years ago, who was praising
Keith
him?
Thurman never fought Jeff Horn.
So Mikey wasn't the
Listen, when Keith
undefeated
Thurman beat
champion.
Danny and Porter,
Yes, Jeff
were
Horn
you
never
riding his
did any
dick?
of that stuff.
Were you riding his dick?
So Jeff
Jimmy,
Horn never did any of that. So when
Brotherhood.
we're talking about Jeff
Jimmy,
Horn,
Mikey
No, when
was the
Keith Thurman
undefeated
beat Sean
champion, bro.
Porter and Danny
yes, but
Garcia,
but
were you
none of
happy
that
now?
Your
that
question.
doesn't make Jeff
Were
Horn
you
a
happy
better
now?
fighter.
Answer his question though, because he's stupid and he
Well,
asked the
he's
question
better than Danny
thinking Spence.
Garcia, though. Yeah, 100%. 100%, man.
You
What the fuck
silly,
did Danny
bro.
Garcia do at welterweight?
Okay.
A lot more than
Danny Garcia
Benavidez.
was a champion at welterweight. And you
Okay,
think
and
that
Jeff
Danny
Horn wasn't. Well,
who
beat
do you think?
Robert Guerrero.
So let me ask you this:
All
who do you
right,
think
man.
has a better resume at welterweight, Jeff Horn or Danny Garcia?
Jeff Horn.
Okay, there it is.
I'll be honest with you. I would say like Danny, like overall win, lose or draw has the better record, but in terms of like the key win in the column, like on paper, Jeff Horn has that Manny
Yes, he has
Pacquiao.
Manny Pacquiao
Stop
on
it.
his
He has the Manny Pacquiao
Stop
win,
it,
and
man.
that's a great
I got
win.
it.
It's
I
a
got
great
it.
win.
He has a
Stop it.
correct. I said who has a
On
better resume,
paper,
not who has the
on
best win.
paper,
Y'all
Yes,
gotta stop it.
better
What's
resume.
Danny Garcia's
No,
best
fuck
win?
that. Danny already
What,
didn't
watch the
Danny knock out
Brios.
the guy that beat
Robert
Pacquiao?
Guerrero. Come on, bro.
Didn't
Robert
okay.
fucking Guerrero. Are you having a fucking laugh?
he? What
Are
about
you having a
Eric?
laugh?
What about Eric Morales? Didn't he beat
Robert Guerrero
Pacquiao?
coming off 2 fucking
That's at
losses.
140 though. That's at 140 though.
Robert Guerrero coming off 2 motherfucking
That's at 140
losses.
pounds.
So what?
I'm just saying. I'm just asking about welterweight because all this is about welterweight resumes.
Yeah,
It's not
Man,
about
fuck that
overall like lifetime
fuck that
achievement.
Pacquiao win. He was old anyway.
Well, fuck everything Errol Spencer done at welterweight, man.
Well, them fighters wasn't old.
Okay, so yeah, so there's one unified champ at welterweight.
Okay, how do he get his belts?
He
Keith Thurman's
beat champions.
leftovers.
By
He
beating the
beat champions.
Keith
That's
Thurman's
what he
leftovers.
did.
By beating
Unlike
champions.
Crawford.
They certainly weren't Bud leftovers, were they?
What was Sean Porter? Keith Thurman's leftovers who won his vacant belt.
Yeah, but they weren't Bud leftovers, were they?
Jimmy, can I ask you something? Because
Yeah, go ahead.
it just crossed my mind when earlier you were talking about Ugas and Porter,
right?
and you said like Porter lost to Ugas, right? Because that's your opinion, right? That's your opinion.
That's not my
now
opinion.
I want to no. Yeah, who did you have winning that fight, Jimmy?
It's been a long time and it was a close fight, but would you
All
say
right,
Sean Porter?
but anyway, I know that you do care about your own take on who won a fight as well, right? Like all of us do. We do take that into account. I'm sure we do.
I
Not
mean,
just
it
the
was a
paper.
close fight. I mean, I'm not the consensus.
But I'm getting to a point here, Jim, because I've had you on my show in the past, right, Jimmy? So I want to know: have you ever in your entire life said that Manny Pacquiao was robbed against Jeff Horn?
Have I ever said that? Yeah, I've said it.
All right. But now you're bigging up that Jeff Horn thing just for the
I'm not the
Crawford thing.
consensus.
You've
though.
said it was a robbery. You've said it was a robbery, Jim. That's a contradiction of your
Okay,
own
well, based
beliefs.
off that. Okay,
That's
well,
a
based off that.
contradiction of your own beliefs on how good you really
No,
believe Jeff Horn is, no?
Okay, well, based off that, then Errol Spence lost to Sean Porter. Because I scored that fight 7-5 or Porter, so I guess Errol Spence is undefeated then. So
You scored at 7-5, and did you count the knockdown too? So is it draw?
no, it doesn't work that way.
If it's a draw, it'd be if 7-5 with the knockdown, so that'd be 114 or 114. He would have won it by a point, not 2 points. So that would be 114, 114, not 115, 114.
So I guess if we're going by my standard, Errol Spence doesn't have any belts and he's sitting on a loss. So if you want to go by my
two champions. What else you want him to do?
What I'm saying is Crawford don't do split decisions.
Hold up. You thought you didn't think Spence beat Kell Brook?
No, I'm talking about Sean Porter.
Okay.
Yeah, but you said that he wouldn't have been sitting on any belts. That's what Smoke's getting.
Yeah, right now he wouldn't be. He would have lost into Sean Porter, right? And right now they'd be with Terence Crawford. So I guess Terence Crawford is the unified champion if we go by my logic, then, right? Because if we have to go by my logic in one situation,
no,
then we have to go across the board.
Yeah,
you can go
across the board,
Jeff
but I'm just talking about
welterweight.
in terms of you bigging up somebody's record based off of your own thoughts and your own standpoints. You can't really base the Jeff Horn win as strongly as you want to.
Listen, on paper, he was still undefeated champion, coming off of a massive win over Manny Pacquiao. So
on paper,
I don't want to hear about no on paper.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you got it 7-5 with a knockdown, then you still don't have him winning.
Yes,
yes, you do. You score fucking fights, old man. You're old as fucking dirt. You know that.
Look at it like this. Wait, hold on. So Porter wins that. It's fucking 7 rounds to 5. That's a 115, 114 fight.
Yeah, so if you take a point away if you take 2 points away.
No, it's not 2 points. It's 1 point, right?
It's a 10-8
1
round.
point. It's 1 point. Because he lost that round anyway, so that's 10-9. You take 1 point off. You're not deducting a round. Like, you're not deducting 2 points. You only deduct the 1 point.
All right, so
that's
that round that you got the knockdown,
10-9.
and that's one of the 5, right? I guess that's what you're saying.
That's one of the 5 that he won, yeah. Obviously. He's not going to have he's not going to have Porter winning this
114.
winning that round.
I get you. 115, 114.
114, 113.
114, 113. Okay.
My thing is this, though. Danny Garcia, Sean Porter, Keith Thurman's leftovers, fought for his vacant belt. And Errol Spence has got his legacy based off that, man. Like, come on, man. One Olympic champion was Errol
any of those
Spence.
guys? I'm still confused. You keep saying that like that's a bad thing, or that anybody.
Yeah, he did. He beat Sean Porter. He beat Sean Porter. He did. He fucking beat Sean Porter. And he knocked him out.
Who did?
All right.
Oh, you said knocked him out. That's okay. That's Porter. I mean that's Bud. Okay, but what does that have to do with Keith Thurman's leftovers?
Listen, you're not listening. You're saying he's a unified champion. And I said he's unified. I mean, fucking now, man. He hasn't got much of a title run, has he? Right? Kell Brook coming up a fucking destruction.
But here's Jimmy. You're saying okay. Oh, he beat fucking Keith Thurman's leftovers. Well, Sean Porter is Keith Thurman's leftovers. Your opinion, Ugas leftovers, and fucking had a fucking one got dropped against Spence leftovers. Come on.
No, I'm not big in
the board. Let's go across the board then.
No, I'm saying if you want to be kind to everyone, we can be kind to everyone. But I'm just tired of the whole Errol Spence has got an amazing career
This is
because
about
he
trolling. This
beat
is
Keith
about
Thurman's
trolling fan base.
leftovers.
Right. This is about drama and trolling
I'm just
fan base.
saying, man.
Yo,
It's crazy.
this is so ironic. I'm up here defending Errol Spence. This is
who's snoring though? Hey, H Money, what's up with the snoring guy? Like you might.
yeah. You have somebody snoring, H. Help us out here.
That's the right
Help us
side.
out.
That's the right side. That's the right side. Watch tomorrow. Tomorrow he'll be on apologizing. I'm so sorry, fellas. I don't know what happened.
You fell asleep is what happened. Look, all I'll say is, like, this level of, like, hatred for both guys on either side is ridiculous. They're both very good fucking fighters. That's why we all want to see that fight, right? We all want to see it, don't we?
Yeah, I don't even think it's that controversial statement to say that Errol Spence has a better resume at 147, and Bud has a better resume in general.
I'm asking you though, how many undefeated champions did Errol Spence beat at welterweight? I'm talking about reigning champions.
Why are you asking that? Are you?
You see, this is actually what's bugging me out the most, Jimmy. Right? When it comes to undefeated champions, right, in boxing history, right, throughout the history of this sport, when has that been a prevalent question on how good somebody is? By how many undefeated champions? It's by how many champions and good fighters you've beaten. It's very rare you have undefeated champions. And normally undefeated champions, they're undefeated most of the time because their resumes are weak.
No, that's true, Mark. But your thing is you're being, what you call it, a neutral affair. So they hype up Mikey Garcia, he was undefeated. But when I said Jeff Horn was undefeated, it doesn't like...
Is this straight up, yes or no, Jimmy? Do you think that Errol Spence has a better resume at 147 than Terrence Bud Crawford? Yes or no?
No.
That's what this issue is, right? Based on what? Is it based on Jeff Horn being an undefeated fighter?
Look, I think at the end of the day, when you get a fucking split decision against Sean Porter, and the other dude blasts him out, like, I mean, one guy beats an undefeated reigning champion, and Jeff Horn coming off a Pacquiao win, and the other guy fights, whatever.
But you thought it was a robbery.
Gennady Golovkin did flush down the toilet.
You thought the win was a robbery.
What win?
The Jeff Horn win. This undefeated fighter you keep talking about. You thought it was a robbery.
Okay, well then, so based off my logic, so based off my logic, then Errol Spence lost to Sean Porter, then, right?
But here's the thing. Based on your
so
logic,
no, you can't have both. You can't pick one. You can't cherry pick my logic, though. You have to go across the board.
I'm not cherry picking your logic. You agree that Errol Spence beat Kell Brook, right? You agree with that premise, right? So Errol Spence is a legitimate.
I can't even hear you over the snoring, to be honest. I can't hear you over the snoring.
I hear you. So.
Yo, H, can you fix that snoring? That is bad, bro. That man needs to get checked for sleep apnea and sinus infections.
He's getting some good sleep right now. You know, it's been a long day.
That is some good sleep.
Yeah. So Errol Spence beat Kell Brook. He is a legitimate champion. Meanwhile, Jeff Horn, the guy that Bud got his belt off of, you don't think really beat Manny Pacquiao.
It doesn't matter though, because on paper, listen. It doesn't matter though what I think.
But you just said
it doesn't matter.
In your opinion, you
listen. We go by the consensus of what's on paper.
You're saying that
I thought Manny Pacquiao won the fight. Yeah, no, listen. I said I thought Manny Pacquiao won the fight. I've said it on this panel many times. So this isn't anything new
so Bud
or groundbreaking.
So then what you're saying is Bud shouldn't even have a belt.
Okay, well, the Errol Spence shouldn't have any belts because I thought he lost to Porter.
You're saying he didn't beat Kell Brook? Do you think he should have beat Kell Brook or not?
Well, he should have lost him to Porter, though.
Right, but correct. But he was a champion, correct? So he was at least a champion at 147 because he actually beat a champion at 147.
And Jimmy, think about this based on your thing, and you know how like different promotional outlets move. Let's say hypothetically in this world, Sean Porter, he ends up beating Spence. He's the unified champion. He goes in and he has that fight with Crawford. Do you believe that fight actually materializes then? Or do they still keep the belts in house? Because Sean's now Errol Spence.
Yeah, I don't think it happened. I think the only reason Porter took the Crawford fight is because he had nowhere else to go.
There it is, buddy. So that Crawford wouldn't even get the Porter win.
Yeah, if your trainer stops the fight and says, "I stopped the
How
fight,"
can Crawford's resume be garbage if he's knocked out Errol Spence's best wins? Listen, Errol Spence's resume is leaps and bounds ahead of it. Well, how can your resume be leaps and bounds ahead of it?
Well, who says leaps and bounds? You're just saying that, okay.
It's not.
You're the one who's saying leaps and bounds. You're the one who's saying that Bud has a better resume. Not that Errol Spence's leaps and bounds are better.
No, I said they're comparable, man.
Bud has
They're
a better
comparable.
resume at 147.
No. That's not what you asked me. You said does Errol have a better resume?
Yes or no?
I
do you
think
Bud has a
Errol's
better
resume
at 147, and you said yes.
Errol's resume is a bit better at welterweight. Overall, with accomplishments and achievements, Bud's better pound for pound.
Exactly.
At 147, Bud has a solid resume. Spence has a good resume. They need to fight each other. They need to. They're clearly 1 and 2 in the division.
Mm-hmm.
Having the argument about who's got this better resume, they need to fight. Fights aren't won on resume.
No,
they're not won on. I mean, on fucking resume. Fucking what was that fight that happened a couple of weeks ago? Oh, huge fucking upset. No, a few months ago. On resume, right, and where they were on their trajectory, Kid Galahad is going to destroy Kiko Martinez, isn't he? Where they are in their careers at that time, right? On their recent run of resume, he gets knocked the fuck out. Fights aren't won on paper. They need to fight each other because the whole argument of their resumes is who's better is because that fight's not happening. I don't give a fuck until I see them fight.
I think it's two separate arguments, right? Like, I don't think the argument was about who's the better
No,
fighter.
Mark. So the thing is, the 3 top welterweights in the sport right now, it's fair to say are Crawford, Spence, and Ugas, right? They're the 3 top dogs. All 3 of them are fought Porter, right? What happened? 2 dudes got split decisions, a win and a loss, in fights that could have gone either way.
Yeah.
And
one
obviously
got a
Crawford
stoppage
knocked
win.
him out.
And one got a stoppage win, right? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So Robert Hellenius, Charles Martin, and who's the other one who fits into that piece? Adam Kovnatsky.
Yeah.
Spring to mind. Throw Gerald Washington into the mix. Styles make fights.
I think Bud
they
just
all
has the
have
most
fucking dog
right?
shit resumes. But they all beat each other.
Yeah, look, man. I mean, Smoke is a guy that this is the crazy thing about Smoke. He's got Crawford as a pound for pound number 1 fighter in the sport, but he doesn't even think he's the best fighter in his own division. So that's his logic.
I have the same thing with Canelo. And
no, that's the same thing with Canelo. Canelo not spend the last fucking 5 years. Canelo spent the last 5 years at light heavyweight. Okay, Canelo's made several defenses of his title. Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right.
again, so is he fighting at light heavyweight? He's fighting at light
Canelo
heavyweight.
spent the last 5 years at light. I'm asking you. That's not Canelo's division.
All right.
We both know that's not Canelo's division.
Is he fighting at light heavyweight? Is he the former light heavyweight champion? Is he still fighting at light heavyweight?
Is he the active reigning light heavyweight champion?
He's about to not having the best light heavyweight fighter. I don't.
Look,
Crawford spent the last fucking 4 years at welterweight. He's a champion at the division. He's made 5 defenses. That's his division.
Yeah, because
that's his division.
I didn't have him pound for pound.
And he's even talking about going to 54. Smoke, the crazy thing is he's saying he'll go up to 54.
Because I don't have him because I didn't have Crawford as a pound for pound because of what he did at 147. I had him at pound for pound because he did at 140.
No, that's listen. It's illogical.
No, it's
listen,
very
you said
logical.
You got a degree. I don't believe you.
You just don't like the logic.
I mean, I don't like stupidity.
Listen, it's not like I don't have Errol Spence as a pound for pound guy. He's just not as high as Crawford. I also think Errol Spence is a pound for pound guy.
No, he's not, man. No, he's not.
Okay, apparently, just because you don't think he's a pound for pound guy doesn't mean that I don't think he's a pound for pound guy. We're talking about my list, not yours.
What do you hold your list by?
Say again.
What do you hold your list by?
It's a kind of it's like a kind of a sliding scale, but mostly I have skills and accomplishments, and then who you got in there with against those things.
We might as well put Golovkin and Better be on the list as well. Then. Because having 2 belts is all it takes to be on the list in one division. Fuck it, put Better be on the list.
Did I mention belts at all?
That's what I was supposed to done.
About belts.
Because we know, come on, we know he ain't got the deepest resume.
I didn't say a damn thing about belts.
So, dude, can I,
Probably
so
based
can
off
I
of
ask you this?
sort
Can I
of
ask you this
sexual
then?
emotions. Then is that what it listed based off?
Okay,
Sexual
I said what
emotions.
it was. Did I mention emotions? I didn't mention belts. I didn't mention
No,
emotions.
no, you're saying it's not belts or accomplishments. So is it sexual feelings? All
Okay,
right.
I said what it was, and I didn't mention any of the things that you're talking about. So
What we saying? Look, if they meet at a catch weight like 150, would you say that they fought for the one, like say they meet at 154, but they meet at a catch weight at 150? Would you still say that they're fighting for the middleweight titles, or we say they're fighting for the unified?
what are we saying? If who fought who at 150?
No, I'm saying if they met at a catch weight, like say they
Who's
met
they?
at
Well,
one,
no, I'm saying who are you talking about? Who's the they?
Errol Spence and Bud,
If
just for
Errol Spence and
example.
Bud fought at 150, would I think it was for the welterweight title?
Yeah, or the middleweight title.
No.
Not the middleweight title, sorry, super welterweight titles.
Super like no.
Well, the super welterweight titles are spoken for.
Yeah.
Right, there's
So let
two
me ask. So let me
champions
ask
in
you a
that
question. So let
division.
me ask you a question about this then. So what do you count? What are you saying? Do you count Manny Pacquiao's eight division titles?
No, I think he has 7. Definitely, I think he has 7 off the top of my head.
No, he's got 7.
I don't think he has a
He's
that
he's
140
No, yeah,
pound.
technically got 7.
Yeah,
He's got he's
No,
got 6 alpha. He's 6 alphabet 2 lineal.
There you go.
didn't he beat Ricky Hatton for the IBO and Ring magazine?
Yeah, but that was considered lineal.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
considered a Ring magazine lineal though, right?
No, it's considered actual lineal.
He was the
Ricky
actual lineal
Hatton.
because of Costa's
Yeah,
knee.
yeah. Ricky was the
Yeah, I think
140
Manny
lineal
Pacquiao's
champion.
the weight division. Yeah, man. He beat Margrio for the vacant 54 belt.
No. He beat. See what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He fought
140
Mark.
wasn't like the lineal. That's a cool one. Like that's nice, but
No,
like
he faced
now you
Margarito at one.
gotta mix and match all the different kinds of champions you can be in
No,
order
but
to get to
he
8.
Yeah,
beat
just like Floyd
Margarito at
Mayweather fought
150.
Canelo at 52. Yeah, just like Canelo fought Floyd at
Hold
50.
on. Let me answer this. He did fight Margarito at 150. That's in the junior middleweight division. Anything below 154, above 147 is junior middleweight.
Yeah, like
No,
Errol
but that
Spence
was for
came
the
in. Yeah,
no, but that was
yeah.
for the middleweight title though. That's what I'm saying to you.
No, it was for the junior middleweight title, the junior middleweight WBC title.
You sure?
I'm pretty positive. Super welterweight, junior middleweight, 154 pounds. It wasn't for no middleweight title.
No, it was for it was for 154, but then they met at 150, so then that doesn't count. That's what I'm saying to you.
Why doesn't it count?
Because they didn't meet at 154. So how are you fighting for the super?
Has Crawford fought every one of his fights at exactly 147 pounds?
No,
It's
on the
below
scales.
one.
No, on the scales.
It's
They're
below
144.
140. Okay, so not on the scales in the ring. All these guys they're above the weights anyway.
No,
I'm
that
struggling. I'm
doesn't. No,
struggling to
on the
understand
same
what you.
day. On the same day.
What you mean?
As in they weigh on the day of the weigh-in. They're weighing 147 pounds. In the ring, you can weigh whatever you want.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying to you. And
Okay.
Margarito Pacquiao was
Margrio was 170 pounds, right? No, but that's what I'm saying. Margrio was 170 fight night, so I don't get what you're saying.
Here's the thing. It's not. You don't have to weigh in at the exact number of the division, right? You don't have to. I mean, you know Nonito Donaire and Inoue, right?
Yeah.
Donaire weighed 116 pounds in that bantamweight fight. 116, 2 pounds below the limit. So Margarito and Pacquiao, they were 4 pounds below the limit. Okay.
Fair enough.
They're still above the welterweight limit. It's being above. If you're above the welterweight limit, you can't fight at welterweight. But if you're within the limit, right? If they go above 154 pounds, they can't fight for that title on the way in. If they're inside the limit, they're fighting for that title. If the title's up for grabs.
Yeah, it's how Floyd Mayweather and Canelo unified, even though it was a 152-pound catch weight. But both guys had belts and they were champions, so they could unify.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So, I don't know. I just wanted to ask that guy. It was a bit flat, floating around in my mind. Like, oh, does that count?
Look, you can take away the level of credit for the catch weight if you want to, but it does count as a 154-pound title fight because it's within the 154-pound limit. Once they're within that division. It's just about making that weight, so you can't come in above it. Coming in below, it's fine.
Okay, fair enough, man. Just wanted to ask that.
Yep, I feel like for the good of the universe, man, Crawford has to destroy Spence. Yep.
Keith Thurman's getting that fight, man, before any of them get it. I'm telling you. No one's more important in the company, fam. I'm telling you. And Keith Thurman is fucking Alheimer's client.
You know what? I'm cool with that fight actually, because Errol Spence has been avoiding Crawford for years.
That's if Errol wins this weekend. No, let's not jump the gun. Let's not jump the gun. Who am I the only person here who's like really excited for this fight? I think it's going to be a really good fight. Ugas and Spence, really good fight.
Yeah. Should be. Very competitive.
I think that's a really fun fight. Really fun.
I just hope Ugas wins though, because I just want to see a few pussies bleed.
Are you not excited for the fight, Jim?
Yeah, I'm alright with the fight. You know, it's a good fight, man. You got two champions, unifying titles. You know, I like Ugas. You know, his backstory from Cuba and stuff, the struggle. And Errol Spence, you know, him and Yellow Beezy, they doing their thing. You know, yeah, man. Get the smoke. Be honest. Did you only become an Errol Spence fan when he was dancing with Yellow Beezy and trying to kiss on him? Be honest.
That's more your generation than mine. Like, you know, I'm grown. Like, I don't even care about shit.
No, because I'm pretty sure that's what Brotherhood's into.
Like, not only would, like that not make me a fan of anything. Like, I wouldn't think to ask anybody that shit because I'm
just saying, man. Like you get very heated when it comes to Spence.
The entire question
because you like Yellow
is
Beezy.
a generational one. Like, I'm too old for all of that shit. I would date, like, even if I thought, like, I'm too old to even think to ask somebody.
Yeah, like you old enough to be my grandfather, man.
But yeah, I'm sure. I wouldn't be surprised.
And what do you think, man? Do you think there's YB was speaking about? You think there's too many belts?
Yeah, man.
I think there should just be two belts: the WBA and WBC.
You know, I don't mind the belts. I have to keep it real because 4 belts. I mean, you know, that's not that many. I feel like there should be more unifications, though. I mean, it's never going to go back to what it once was for so many reasons.
Unfortunately, man.
Do you feel like the only way Brad Crawford could get Errol Spence in the ring is to walk out with Yellow Beezy or do a live with him? I think Errol Spence might see that as an act of war. What do you guys think?
I don't really know what the hell you're talking about with Yellow Beezy, to be honest. That shit's just weird to me, Jimmy. I'd like.
No, I'm saying.
I don't know. He's looking for Errol Spence. I think he spends a lot of his time trolling Errol Spence fans. And
No. What it is? Come on, did you guys not see the live?
We're all like Errol Spence fans to troll and shit like that. Like,
I'm just saying, man. Like you like Wilder and Wilder taking his ass. Talking about he wants to get pregnant. You like Spence? He talking
like I'm an Errol Spence fan because of
kissing Yellow Beezy. I mean, all your fires are suspect.
Exactly. I've been watching boxing for all this time, so I can become a fan of a boxer because of his relationship with a rapper. You got it. Yes.
Oh, he's a rapper.
That's not the relationship. Yeah, he's a rapper. He's like a failed. He's like a C-level rapper.
Yeah, excellent observation.
Listen, man. When another man's doing some weird behavior, fam, it has to be a question that you can't be surprised when next man are questioning your behavior. You get me?
So when he asked Crawford to cross the street, was that code word for something?
Hey, don't kill me, Jimmy. Don't kill me, man. You get me? Them two just need to get it on, fam. They need to rumble, rude boy. That's what they need to do.
They need to get it on, do they? Yeah. They're gonna pump the Yellow Beezy music in the background, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
I'm saying, bro, he needs to. Like, he needs to do a live with Yellow Beezy. I feel Errol Spence would think like to do a live with another man's wifey. That's kind of like an act of war.
You better just win that fight, boy. And some WWE shit is gonna happen, fam.
Now, you know what? I'll be honest. I actually do want Spence to win because I feel like Crawford versus Ugas. It's not like a big fight the way Spence versus Crawford
Earl
is.
Spence and Bud is not happening next. I'm telling you that.
Now, Mark, would you be as hyped for Ugas versus Crawford for Undisputed compared to Spence versus Crawford?
What if Ugas beats Spence? Of course. If Spence beats Ugas, I'd still have the same amount of hype.
One more thing. H, take right side off before he starts snoring again.
All right, Jimmy. Like, I'm not a fan of these fighters. Like, so I just want to see the best fights happen. So if Ugas were to beat Errol Spence, then I would look at Ugas as like on his welterweight resume, with wins over Pacquiao, with a win over Spence going into that fight. Oh, that's a nice little run, isn't it? Nice
If
little fucking
if
run.
he beats Spence, fam, he goes into the Hall of Fame, fam. I don't give a fuck what anyone says.
No, I just feel like Mark, like the build up, the bad blood. I mean, I just feel like them fighting would have meant more because they're both undefeated.
I feel. Listen, I feel you, right? But don't ask me that. I'm like ask guys who actually cared about like who's fighting who for the belts, bro. Like if it ends up as fucking Dillian White versus, let's say, fucking, I don't know, let's say fucking Hellenius out of fucking nowhere somehow manages to become the champion, the unified
No, he
champion.
smacked
Right?
that guy up already. He smacked him up already.
I don't care who it is. I just care about who's the best at that time. I don't care who it is.
Okay. So the winner of Uga Spence is like a big legacy win for Bud, regardless. No, so if Ugas wins,
absolutely.
Of course.
Yeah.
Undisputed is top Errol Spence. Like, you get me?
And that's if Bud wins that fight, Jimmy.
Yeah, if he wins.
So I'm saying I hate it when it's not about fucking Errol Spence and Bud. Like, fuck that. You get me? It's not about them. It's just not about them two, fam. Fuck that. We've been waiting.
Turning into almost like Joshua Wilder.
We've been waiting half a fucking decade. Joshua Wilder, yeah. Joshua Wilder. And look at fucking Andy Ruiz is fighting. He's fighting that bum now. Like, who the fuck is that?
That Tyron Sponge guy.
Who's Sponge? Who's that?
He's supposed to fight Usyk.
Who's Sponge?
And then the whole Tyrone Sponge.
Yeah.
Sponge.
Yeah,
Whatever the fuck his name is from. Who is that? A Triller tin can. A tin can from Triller.
He's a world-class kickboxer. That's who Tyrone Sponge is.
No, they're not kickboxing. They're putting on the gloves, the mitts, not the mitts. Sorry, they're putting on the gloves, man. The gloves, 8-ounce gloves.
I know.
They're not doing no knee kick, no knee punch, all that shit. No flying elbow, or what is it? Superman punch. None of that stuff.
Look, I know who they are. I know what they're fighting in.
I'm saying it's alright to talk about UFC and that, or kickboxing. I don't care about that. That Sponge guy's a tin can.
So Mark,
have you ever seen Tyrone Sponge fight?
Oh my god!
I've seen him fight once.
Against who?
I'm not too sure, but I'm not too sure who the opponent was, but I saw him fighting it. I've only seen him fight once.
I can't remember ever seeing the dude fight. I remember him. The only context I even remember his name is about the Usyk fight.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? You got a chance of beating Ruiz?
I don't know. I've never seen him in there with anybody of top caliber.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I've never ever seen him in there. Anyone of any any notable relevance.
He did struggle with Italo Pereira though, so I would say that he's going to get mashed up.
All right. Hey Mark, I haven't got your picks for this weekend's fights. Who you got? Uga, Spence, Stanionis, Stanionis, Butaev. Who else? Isaac Cruz, Gamboa.
I got Cruz smashing Gamboa, obviously. Uga, Spence. I'm still kind of undecided. I think it's gonna be a Spence decision win, but I'm wondering about the eye and how it holds up. and Ugas has a very good jab. So does Spence. So that'll be intriguing. And with Salas in the corner, it's always interesting. And then Betoyev Stanionis, I think, is going to be the fight of the night. I think it's going to be a brutal war, and Stanionis gets stopped late.
What about Cody Crowley
against Josecito Lopez?
Yeah,
I think Crowley's going to get beat up against Josecito.
Swear down.
And Brandon Lee, that's the other dude fighting, right?
But I do need to say this. To be fair, I'm a Josecito Lopez fan, so don't take my word at all on that. I love Josecito. It's one of my favorite fighters.
Okay.
I think the Canadian guy is
Brandon Lee versus this Ochoa guy.
Yeah, Brandon Lee's gonna smack the shit out of him.
That's a can job. That's a can job.
Yeah. Some free TV. That's on free TV as well, Brandon Lee. You don't have to pay.
And do you think Conor Benn stops Van Heerden?
I think he knocks him out, man. He knocks him out, cleans him. Same thing he done to Algeria.
Yeah, didn't he have a draw with Boots? Then Van Heerden
it was because of the head clash, innit?
Okay.
Yeah, it was a draw. Yeah.
No contest, no.
No contest.
Yeah, no contest.
It was before the fourth round.
Put a shit little blemish on his record.
Like the second round. Was it the first or second round? It was like
the second round, I think.
Yeah, was that no contest?
Yeah.
That's all.
Why the fuck were they saying on the zone he drew with Boots? They were saying on the zone he drew. Okay.
Oh, bro, fuck off with the zone, bro.
Yeah, that was
their media is fucking terrible. Their media is terrible.
Fuck the zone, man. They lied to us. They lied to the member of public. The members of public. They lied to us.
Yeah. There's never a draw when the fight doesn't go to the cards.
No, it was like I was thinking like a technical draw maybe after 3 rounds or something.
No, man. After 4, I think it's after 4 rounds it goes to the scorecards, isn't
it? Jimmy, don't forget. Only the other week, DAZN put up a graphic about returns. Ali, after like not getting his license back with the draft, they put Mike Tyson coming out of prison. They had George Foreman after 10 years. They put Vinny Pazienza up there after the spine, the horrific spine injury where they thought he'd never fight again. And then they put up Ryan Garcia due to mental health.
Fucking hell.
Did you see that, Smoke?
Yeah, I heard about that, man.
No, I did not. No, I didn't.
Hold on, let me get this link. Hold on. I'll be back.
Yeah, so Smoke, they were comparing Ryan Garcia's layoff to Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson's layoff.
They're comparing whose layoff?
Yeah, Ryan Garcia was out the ring for 1.5 years with his issues. They were comparing that to Muhammad Ali being shelved for 4 years, and Mike Tyson going to prison, or the other guy.
4 years. Why weren't they comparing it to Emmanuel Tagoe, who had an even longer layoff?
I'm not sure, but they were saying that like Ali came back and he won, and Mike Tyson came back after a long layoff and won, and they had a graphic up with another fight as well.
Right. So Muhammad Ali came back and fought the number 3 guy, then the number 2 guy. I think he fought the number 4 guy, the number 3 guy, the number 4, whatever. It was highly ranked guy. He fought top 5 guys in his comeback.
Smoke. It's not about that. It's just the fact they compare it. Look. Smoke, I put it up in the private chat. Click on the link. That is one of the most pathetic fucking things I've seen. I've never seen. So, Jimmy, when you're reading articles with the zone, they put up the fight was a draw or a majority decision. Always recheck that because their writers suck. Okay, they suck.
Yeah. So you guys need some contest, I'm like.
Yeah, Smoke. Yeah.
You didn't tell me they had George Foreman a decade, right?
And then Ryan Garcia's little head due to fucking mental health and unwellness.
Well, damn, that's Vinny Panzianza. When he came back, he was built as fuck. Like he was not the same dude when he came back. I guess George Foreman was fat as fuck when he came back. Wow, that's rare air. He got Ryan Garcia right in the middle, 15 months. There's a lot of guys that are on 15 months. He's in rare air indeed, huh? Like, let's see. We got.
What about fucking Murata after nearly 3 years before Triple G?
I mean, why not Sugar Ray Leonard? 4 years, and then Marvin Hagler.
Really, he was coming back from a torn retina though.
Yeah, whatever. He was out of the ring for 3 years, 4 years. Damn.
They fucking have a fucking graphic up and they put Ryan Garcia in there for boxing's greatest, the most anticipated returns.
The most anticipated returns in boxing.
The fuck.
Like seriously, I'm more anticipating Usyk's return in the Joshua fight, and I'll tell you why. Man's coming out of a fucking war zone.
Is it really a return to the ring if you're only gone for 15 months?
Yeah, absolutely, Smoke. It's a return to the ring if you're gone for 2 weeks.
Yeah, I guess. I'm just saying.
Yeah, man, if you're going for over 380 days, then it's definitely a return to the ring. Now 380 days.
And they just put Vinny Pazienza in there, by the way, to make the 15 months seem possible because of his being 14 months, right?
And that's not what he looked like when he came back after the layoff either. That was like later on in his career. Like anyway, it's a whole thing.
Yeah, let's not get into that.
Yeah, like really the most anticipated return of Ryan Garcia and they got Muhammad Ali at the bottom too. Like forget all this stuff. Like yeah, his return to the ring much less anticipated than Ryan Garcia. I can feel that.
Absolutely. Right? Yeah,
Mike
no
Tyson.
No one wanted to see Ali return.
Yeah. Mike Tyson. Nobody was tripping off that. Like I still remember Peter McNeely's name to this day. But no, that wasn't. That is.
But Ryan Garcia and Manuel Zagal.
Ryan Garcia. Why do they have George Foreman 10 years though? That's my.
It's just
man. They should be doing that. They shouldn't be doing that, man. Because I like Ryan Garcia, and I know they're trying to build him into a star, but like, man, they can't be doing shit like that. That shit's embarrassing, bro. That's embarrassing.
Smoke is busting up, boy.
Yeah, Smoke's broken right now.
Smoke is dying right now, for hey, fam, I'm Smoke laughing at that. Hey, don't kill me, man.
Yeah, Smokey, you good, Smoke?
I'll Smoke there laughing like that,
Why did you show me shit like this, man? You trying to hurt an old man. Leave me alone, man. Shit. Ow, that's my stomach. Ouch.
For anyone who doesn't know, when me and Smoke did our own podcast together for a while, shit like this would happen regularly when we were discussing topics that were on the come up. I would send them whole loads of fucking info, and Smoke would just die laughing, and we'd have to postpone it for 2 or 3 days.
Oh man, it's just the amount of like the PR that happens in boxing. Like Jimmy's talking about how Ryan Garcia has $22 million, right? Or remember that Sam Peter was 34 years old. Like that how they're pumping like.
What are you talking about? Listen, I said Ryan Garcia's the richest lightweight in the division, bro, and I showed you the fucking receipts. He's the biggest star in the division. It's not my fault.
Whatever, dude. It is your fault for believing that shit. That's all on you. That's nobody else's fault but yours.
Okay. So more Instagram followers.
Is he the biggest? Hold on, Jimmy. I'll ask you this though. I'll ask you this: is he the biggest boxing star in the division, or is he making his money through social media?
I mean, he just sold out the Alamo Dome, 15,000 fans.
Fair play to him. Fair play to him. First time ever selling out. Congratulations.
No, he's done it before when he fought at the StubHub. He did 10,000.
In really smaller places, right?
Jimmy, don't give me the StubHub stuff. Jimmy, don't give me the StubHub stuff. I know that StubHub market inside it. Mate, half of those tickets had to get comped. Come on, Jimmy.
No, the StubHub Arena in LA.
No, he believes it, bro. He believes it. Like somebody.
What are you saying?
Bro, okay, I guess some 10 million followers on Instagram are fake. Seems to be your bots, you're right.
You think I don't know about that. They bought all the tickets and that they bought Oscar De La
He's
Hoya
got
bought
10
all the
million
seats.
followers on Instagram. I mean, he must have some star power.
He probably he does have some star power
What
on
does it got to do
Insta.
with $22 million? What does that have to do with $22 million? Celebrity
Endorsements.
Listen, I
endorsements
showed
are
you the
like
link.
different things.
Okay, go on his Wikipedia page. It's a link to his net worth. It's $22 million. I mean,
Right. So, and why do you believe that's true?
Ryan Garcia would make more money if he started open OnlyFans than he would in the ring.
Yeah, and it still wouldn't be $22 million.
Oh shit!
Listen, Ryan Garcia's video was only up for a day and it had over 3 million hits, bro.
Yeah, and
This
that's
kid's
still
a
not even $1
fucking
million.
star.
That's not even $100,000.
Who else is doing? As sure as Tank Davis ain't doing those numbers. Devin Haney ain't
On
doing those
Instagram, like,
numbers.
what does that have to do with
Lomachenko ain't doing those numbers.
Do you think
And
that because he has
Lomachenko's my
more money
favorite
than Tank, he
lightweight.
has $22 million?
Tank Davis is what is 4 million. Okay,
I mean, I get it.
you
Why
want
do
to use
you
the low
think?
end?
I'm just wondering, like,
Okay,
where
let's
do you
use the
think it
low
came from?
end.
Like, Tank Davis
Listen.
is fighting pay-per-views and Ryan is not, but you think that
Okay,
Ryan
50,000
has
buys.
$22 million.
Okay. All right, 50,000 buys. All right, cool,
Yes,
man.
that's
I'll fucking
so.
flop.
How many buys did Ryan get?
No, in all fairness, Tank did do the shit pay-per-view the last fight. Right?
Yeah, I'm saying, but
Yeah,
so
50,000
so
buys.
what pay-per-view did Ryan do?
That's what Mayweather's only got $1 million, bro.
Okay, I'm just saying,
Let's
like,
go
you
to
have
leave.
one guy. You're saying that Tank does shit pay-per-views, but you're saying Ryan Garcia has $22 million, he's never done any pay-per-view. So where's the $22 million coming from in your mind?
Bro, he fights on the zone. He fights on the zone.
So he fights on the zone. So since we fight on the zone, there's a lot of guys who fight on the zone. So are you
Okay.
saying that like Ryan gets to? Are you saying that Boo Boo has $22 million also?
I mean, Boo Boo was getting $3.5 million a fight minimum.
I understand. Do you
when he
think
was
that
on the
Boo Boo
zone.
has $22 million?
I mean, he might be worth over 10. Yeah.
Okay, so you think he's worth? You think Boo Boo might be worth over 10, but Ryan? Okay, how many fights do you think Ryan's had on the zone?
Listen, Smoke.
Like you
Smoke.
think, like you said, like 5 fights on his own? You think in
Smoke.
5 fights he earned
What's the
$22
low
million?
end? Listen, okay, let me just finish, man, before you cut me off. Tank Davis's high estimate is 4 million.
What does that have
net
to do
worth.
with Ryan
Right?
having
No, let me
$22 million,
finish.
bro?
Let me finish.
Tank has nothing
Forget
to
the
do with my
22
question.
million.
Tank has literally
Listen,
nothing to
forget
do
the
with my
22
question.
million. Let's go on the
Tank
low
has
end. It's 10
nothing to
million.
do with my question.
Okay, the lowest estimate I could find was $10 million. There's nothing lower than that.
I'm asking you,
And
what
that's
makes you
still
think
worth
those
more
are
than
true?
Tank.
What makes you think Ryan Garcia's numbers are accurate? Based on him
All right.
beating Fonseca?
Several reputable websites, man. So
Right. So
everyone's
what
lying.
makes you
Then. The
think that?
website's lying.
Okay. So what makes you think those websites are reputable?
Non-affiliated Golden Boy website lying. They've got nothing to do with Golden
Okay.
Boy.
Why do you think that? I'm literally asking you, like, what makes you think it's $22 million? And it's just because somebody said so. That's
No,
really the
I'm
only
saying it
thing.
could be 10
Like, you
million.
don't think it's because
Listen,
it's
it could be
so
10.
do you think? Okay,
Smoke.
so you
It's
thought he
between
was
10
worth
to
$22
22.
million before he sold out this last fight. You thought he was already worth that because the website said that before this last fight. So this $16 million.
Listen, I'm just giving you the numbers,
right?
man. If you can't handle it, bro, like sexually, if you can't take it, I mean, it is what it
I
is,
can
man.
handle bullshit all day. I'm just wondering why you can't. This question is really not about what I can handle. It's about what you believe.
Listen, he's the biggest star in the division, and you can't handle it.
Okay, I get it.
We both know why you can't handle it, and we both
I'm
know
just
the real
asking.
reason.
You keep saying he has $22 million. I'm just wondering why you think that's real.
Listen, we both know the real reason you can't handle it, so it is what it is.
Yeah, because I don't live in a land where I think like websites have accurate information about a guy's net worth.
No, man. We both know the real reason.
All we're talking about. But I'm wondering why.
I've seen you in other podcasts, and you slipped up a couple of times.
Okay, yeah,
Smoke.
sure.
You have slipped up a couple of times.
I'm always slipping up.
So, you know.
Right? All these other websites, these non-affiliated websites, like who the fuck is affiliated with who? Like, how would you even know that they're affiliated or not affiliated? Like,
so 10 different websites that got nothing to do with each other, or Golden Boy or the Zone.
How do you know how many websites are affiliated with?
Well, okay, can you produce me information that is more
is Ring
concrete than
Magazine
what I'm giving
affiliated
you?
with Golden Boy?
Ring Magazine isn't the source I'm using.
Is Ring Magazine associated with Golden Boy?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Okay, so if Ring Magazine gives a report and 10 other websites pick it up, what do you think about those reports?
Listen, I'm not using Ring Magazine though. So
Yeah, man.
Sorry.
He tried to. Yeah, man. He shot man in the foot there. Still. Yeah, Smokes is sick man. He's a sick man still. Smoking some.
Smoker just got listen. Smoker just got
Charities.
for Ryan Garcia.
Yo,
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's go around in the circles. Go around in circles. Yeah. He thinks Ring Magazine is out here trying to sabotage Tank Davis. That's his whole thing. He said Tank Davis is worth more than Ryan Garcia.
what
He's
does
not,
Tank
bro.
Davis have to do
He's
with
not.
Ryan
I'm sorry.
Garcia having $22 million?
Listen. We both know, yeah. We both know
What
why you
does
don't like
Tank
Ryan
Davis
Garcia.
have to do with Ryan Garcia having $22 million?
But you're crying like a little faggot on 150 Scream saying Tank Davis is the biggest star. I pulled up some receipts and you didn't feel
What does that
comfortable.
have to do with
And ever since
$22
then, you've got to
million,
stick up your
bro?
ass.
What does that
Listen,
have to
you've
do
got to
with
stick
$22
up
million?
your ass ever since.
I got it. I'm just trying to
Listen,
figure out why you think he has $22 million.
I don't think it's a stick either. I think it's something else.
I've heard you say on several occasions that Ryan Garcia has $22 million. And I'm just wondering
Okay.
why you think that.
All right, you want to use the low estimate then 10 million. Okay, let's use the low estimate then 10 million.
Okay, so you think between 10 and 22 million, like that's okay, whatever, dude. If that's how you roll through life, go ahead.
I'm saying you were saying Tank Davis is the biggest star. Listen, Ryan's got more Instagram followers. He sells more tickets. He does bigger ratings on YouTube. His net worth is more. I mean, bro, I'm just giving you the receipts. You know, it is what it is,
No,
man.
you're giving
I'm
me
sorry.
receipts that you believe, right? Like,
I'm sorry, I'm breaking your tribal heart.
right? Like, I mean, I hear
I'm
you.
breaking your tribal heart.
You
It
believe
is
it,
what
you
it is,
believe
man.
it, bro. I know it is what it is. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it think.
Oh, good God. I'm fucking dead.
All these conspiracies, they're trying to hold Tank Davis back.
Do you think it's a conspiracy, or do you think that's how media works?
That's what you're saying.
I
You
got
said it's a
called a conspiracy theorist just the other day for saying there's corruption in boxing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Listen, my favorite lightweight is Lomachenko. So I'm not even a massive Ryan Garcia fan. My favorite lightweight is Lomachenko. But I mean, look, man, he's the biggest star in the division. He sells the most tickets. He does the biggest hits on YouTube. He's got the most Instagram followers. He's got the biggest sponsors, right?
How many? Okay, so how many tickets did Tank sell against Isaac Cruz?
I mean, PBC was saying that the rumors they gave half of them away for free.
Okay, so
that's
how many?
Yes,
there's rumors that Ryan Garcia they gave him all away, but forget the rumors.
Why did they extend? No. Why would you extend the Alamo Dome?
How about this?
What do you
think the attendance was for Tank versus Isaac Cruz? What do you think the attendance numbers were?
How many highlights? Okay, how many views did that highlight video get?
I'm asking you a question.
Listen, fellas, if you're gonna have a conversation, you're asking each other questions, right? And y'all just answer each other's questions. Don't question each question back. Like Smokes answered most of your questions, Jimmy, but you're not actually answering. So do it back and forth. Like answer a question, then give him a question in return. It's a good convo. Enjoying it. I'm laughing my ass off.
I mean, you're saying it sounds like you've bottom line this whole thing, like you've done the research. So I'm asking you, like, what do you think the attendance was for Isaac Cruz versus Tank? Since you're like Ryan does so many more
tickets. Probably did over 10,000. I think they probably did over 10,000.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure.
What about Leo Santa Cruz?
Oh, Leo Santa Cruz is a massive star in LA. He probably brought out a lot of fans. Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think the attendance was for that fight?
I mean, Leo Santa Cruz, like I said, man, he's a big star in LA.
For that fight, I got you. I heard you say that already. What do you think the attendance was?
Yeah, for Leo Santa Cruz. Yeah. They did sell out though.
What do you think the attendance was for that fight?
I think it was 13,000.
All right,
last
so
time
like
I checked.
13,000. So another one that's over 10,000. Okay, cool. What do you think about the Gamboa?
Because Leo Santa Cruz.
No, so the Gamboa fight. So now the Gamboa fight.
No, but I give that Leo credit though, because they fought in LA, innit? So I mean, come on, they fought in Leo's hometown.
I heard it. LA versus Texas.
They fought in Leo's hometown. So I mean, they fought in Leo Santa Cruz's hometown. I don't know
Leo
what more
Santa Cruz is not from LA. That's not his hometown, but whatever.
He's based in LA. He's based. No. He's based in LA.
No, correct.
Bro,
he's based in LA.
All right.
He's not from LA. He's not even from America. He's from Mexico. But whatever. That's a different thing.
You know his oldest fights are in fucking LA, right?
What do you think? No, all his fights weren't in LA, but that's a different subject.
Most of his fights are, yes, they were.
I mean, whatever. It doesn't
even
matter. He's not from LA. It doesn't matter.
Well, Tank isn't from LA either. So what's your point?
That's my point. Isn't anywhere they're from. I'm trying to talk about the attendance at the fight, not who brought the people there. That's what you're trying to spin it to. I'm just asking you about the attendance. What do you think the attendance was for the Gamboa fight?
I'm not sure, man. Smoke, to be honest. I mean, wasn't that on an
Do you
undercard?
think it was over 10,000? How about that? No, he was. There was.
I mean, he's only been headlining events.
That was the
No,
headline.
was he on undercard?
All of these are
Nah,
tank
I'm pretty
headline
sure.
events.
Nah. I'm pretty sure it was an undercard.
Yeah, you're incorrect. You should look it up.
Nah, I'm good.
Okay, cool. So we got 3 events. Tank Davis has been in over 10,000 people, right? That you even think like off the top of your head. I'm not even like asking you for the numbers, but you think all of those fights did over 10,000 people, right? How many fights do you think Ryan Garcia has done over 10,000 people?
So it was this fight, clearly, right? Then we had obviously COVID restrictions for 2 years. And what was that fight where he fought Cinco de Mayo 2018? You know the one I'm talking about. We discussed it the other day. We sold out the StubHub over 10,000.
Yeah, no, that was 6,000.
No, it wasn't. It was over 10.
No, it was not. It was 6,000 people.
No, you're talking about the Luke Campbell fight.
Okay, so Luke Campbell was 4,000. Together, combined, it was 10,000. Sure.
Smoke, you don't know what you're talking about, man.
Okay, so you need receipts then, I guess.
Listen, all I'm saying is that the proof is in the pudding.
You're just talking. If you
No, the proof is in the pudding, though.
5-second rule to figure this out.
Listen. The proof is in the pudding, right? In his last fight, he did a bigger crowd than Tank has ever done. So, he's never done.
Really? So you know what you don't even know what the numbers are for Tank fights. So how would you know this,
bro? Listen. Is Tank being sponsored by Gatorade, Hennessy?
No.
I'm asking you.
No more about attendance.
No, because he's the biggest star, right? Not what the sponsors are. Come on, man. The sponsors always go with the stars.
Listen, you're saying that he did 16,000 one time, so he has $22 million, even though he had $22 million before this fight, right?
So
no, I'm saying it was a high end.
According to my sources, Ring TV, who are associated with Golden Boy, and Ryan Garcia is a Golden Boy fighter, so I wouldn't say they would bring him down. The Cinco de Mayo fight against Jason Velez had 6,625 fans in it. Continue, gentlemen.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I've
what year was
600 of those fans.
Cinco de Mayo 2018. Jason Velez.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
6,600.
The one that was Oscar running around saying the fight sold out.
It did. It was a small fucking place. They didn't only had a number of tickets available. Like they don't open up the higher decks and all that shit. It's promoted.
They sold out their allocation of tickets, Jimmy.
Okay.
So yeah, so there's $22 million that you're like, where is this coming from? You think Gatorade paid him $22 million?
Hennessy might. Actually, no.
Hennessy paid him $22 million.
No, okay. So Smoke, if he's not the biggest star, then why aren't they giving the other like
that would mean that he has more. He makes more money in endorsements than AJ. That's what you're thinking.
I never said that. What are you talking about?
Well, how else would we be getting 22,000? Where would we be getting this 22 million from then?
Listen, I said that's the high estimate. The low estimate is 10 million. You want to use the
low
low estimate.
So he's getting more endorsements than Canelo, but not as much as AJ. But actually, even this AJ, I think AJ is 10 million in endorsements. So he's getting the same amount of endorsements that AJ gets.
I mean, look, Devin Haney, a guy
lot
that's really
of fucking endorsements. It's a lot of endorsements because he's got what Under Armour, Protein Plus, JD Sports, fucking
the heavyweight guy, gold medalist, but Ryan Garcia in 3 fights on the zone, doing the same kind of.
Well, Devin Haney was an undercard fight, right? The zone are paying him $3 million a fight. The Nevada Commission even approved that, right? $3 million. A guy that can't sell 4,000. Hear me out, Smoke. Let me finish.
Ryan Garcia.
Devin, no. I'm saying Devin. I'm saying the zone.
How does that help Ryan Garcia?
Bro, the zone might be paying him $5 million to fight for all I know. He's selling more tickets. He do bigger numbers.
So we know that Devin Haney is making those millions. We know that Mikey made those millions. Why do we have to guess about Ryan Garcia's millions? Why aren't we hearing the same?
Well, because if Devin Haney can't sell 4,000 tickets, right? Who on the zone's YouTube
same
page?
Ryan Garcia who pulled up a fight. He was pissed off about how low his purses were. Only 3 fights ago. Only 3 fights.
Yeah, that's why Golden Boy. Yeah, bro, that's why Golden
Boy. They upped his rate, and against Luke Campbell, he made $1 million.
No, that's not true. I think he made 1.5.
Okay, he can give them 1.5.
He's guaranteed $1 million. He's guaranteed $1 million. We don't know.
Where's the other 20.5 million?
From Thirsty Thoughts on IG.
Yeah, like Instagram and Francisco Fonseca.
I mean, look, but that don't make no sense though. Why would
sorry,
Devin
10 million.
Haney?
You
You
said 10
can't.
million. So where's the other
No,
8
no,
million?
smoke. Devin Haney. Come on, let's be honest. Devin Haney can't sell 4,000 tickets in his hometown, right? His videos don't even get 1 million hits, but
What's
he's
his
getting more money
hometown?
than Ryan.
Where's his hometown?
Las Vegas.
Isn't he from Oakland?
He's based in Vegas, isn't he? He's from California.
This is based versus hometown shit's getting fucking redundant.
Okay. But that's his hometown, though, right? That's the base city. I mean, okay, whatever you want to call it, base city, hometown, right? He's based in Vegas. He couldn't even sell 4,000 tickets in JoJo Diaz.
So you're saying that
when the highlight, bro.
Okay, so what do you think?
When the highlight video came out, this is the same DAZN YouTube channel.
What do you think the JoJo
Diaz?
Diaz? How many people do you think showed up to the JoJo Diaz fight? Not 4,000. You think fewer than 4,000 people at the JoJo Diaz fight?
Joe Herring from Warwick Radio reported they did 4,000 tickets.
Okay,
it was under 5.
So you didn't
like
none of this. Have you ever bothered to check? You're just like talking.
Okay, so Haney's a bigger ticket seller than Ryan. Is that
never looked at this stuff.
No, Smoke. Who's a bigger ticket seller?
Wait a minute. You're saying that he couldn't sell 4,000 tickets in his hometown. But now we've come to find out it's not his hometown, the town he's based in. Okay, cool. So
under
now
5K.
you're telling me that Linares didn't have 4,000 people there? For the Linares fight?
Maybe.
What will you say? What will you say if, let's say, Haney beats Kambosos, right? Let's say he does, Jimmy, just hypothetically, and that's in front of 80,000. What would you say then?
No, bro. My thing is this though, and I actually do like Devin Haney quite a lot. My thing is this though, Devin Haney, a guy that can't sell 5,000 tickets in his home state, right? His videos when they released it on DAZN's YouTube page didn't even hit 1 million. Ryan Garcia doing 19 million views against Luke Campbell, right? 15,000 tickets, being sponsored by Hennessy, Gatorade. His net worth has been reported to be between 10 to 22 million. 10 million followers on Instagram. That guy's a smaller star than Devin Haney. How the fuck does that even make sense?
Because there's a world outside of social media.
Like I would say that Ryan does more numbers, and that's obvious. Than Devin.
I would definitely say it on social media. I don't know if he does more numbers on DAZN.
You think Devin Haney does more numbers on DAZN?
I don't fucking know. Why wouldn't he?
None of us know.
What?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Like, why wouldn't his fights be bigger than Ryan's fights on DAZN? Like, why wouldn't?
I'll tell you what. Listen, DAZN has an official YouTube page, right? You want to compare the viewership of both fights, and these are free to view, right?
That's up on their free, but we're talking about like their actual subscriptions. So we're talking about whose fights live are getting more views. So Ryan's fans probably aren't willing to pay. That's a possibility that you're not taking into account here. Like you can be a consumer. You can be a consumer of free products and a consumer of things that cost money. For example, when you go to the store, you can pick up a bag of nuts, or you can get those nuts on the free sample from the girl that's walking around saying, "Here, do you want this nut?" And you turn around to her and you say, "I'll give you a nut." Right?
Yeah. Is it more likely that your Instagram follower is going to also look at your other social media content versus?
Well, historically speaking, if you look at the biggest actors in Hollywood,
what's the historical context on social media?
Well, The Rock is the biggest box office draw. He's got the biggest social media following. Ronaldo is the biggest soccer star. He's got the biggest social media following.
So, do you realize that that Rock is not even the top 15 box office draw, and all of the people who are in front of him, all of the people in front of him have a less social media following than him.
Okay, so The Rock isn't Smoke. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, do you?
Oh, okay.
The Rock is the highest paid actor in Hollywood.
So which one of
The Rock is the highest paid actor in Hollywood.
You're trying to tell me I don't know.
The Rock is the highest paid actor in Hollywood.
Made money in film and TV and lived in Hollywood. You or me?
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, do you?
Okay, cool. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's cool. Yes, Yellow Beezy. Let's talk about that.
You have listened. Fuck, you're obsessed with Yellow Beezy, man. Can we move on?
I'm just telling
That's
you.
a Yellow Beezy.
You should look up this stuff. You keep just saying shit that don't make any fucking type of sense. Rock is not even top 10. He's not top 15. I think he comes in at like number 17.
All right, bro. Okay, if you say so. All right. If you say so.
He is top 20. He's top 20, but he ain't number one. Like, get the
All right,
entire
man.
fuck out of here. Like, a lot of Rock's fucking movies flop. A lot of them.
Hey, watch your mouth.
According to this list I have here, Rock is 15. So Stan Lee is number 1, Samuel L. Jackson 2, Frank Welker 3, John Ratzenberger 4, Robert Downey Jr. 5, Bob Bergen 6. What?
Yes, all of these people. Like,
Samuel
Rock has
Jackson.
a bigger social media following than all of
Bro,
these people.
they're trying to give that motherfucker credit for the Marvel Universe. Come on.
Well, The Rock wasn't part of it.
Scarlett Johansson is 7.
Box office draw, but
Alan
but he didn't get
Tudyk
a
is
fuck piece of that.
8. Warwick Davis is 9. Andy Serkis is 10. Benedict Cumberbatch is 11. John Favreau is 12. Chris Evans 13. Paul Bettany 14. And then Dwayne Johnson at 15 with Don Cheadle at 16.
Yes, and Rock
Hold on,
literally
give me a
has
second.
more social media following than all of those people.
You think Samuel Jackson's got a bigger net worth than The Rock?
You said box office draw. Now you're talking about net worth. Net worth.
He's the highest paid actor. No.
You said
He is
box
the
office
highest.
draw. You said he was the number one
Listen,
box
listen,
office
bro.
draw.
I remember. Listen. I saw a segment on MTV News, yeah, where The Rock was the highest paid actor in Hollywood.
Right? Okay, cool.
Listen, The Rock is the highest paid actor in Hollywood, man. It's impossible.
No, he is not the
And
highest.
Samuel Jackson.
Now
It's not
you want to go to
possible,
a different metric.
bro. It is not possible that Samuel Jackson is making more money than Dwayne Johnson.
Okay,
That's not even possible.
Okay, it's not possible
That
in
is
your
not even
world
possible.
because you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
The motherfucker's a side character in every movie. What are you talking about?
Okay, we're talking. Okay, why isn't Rock part of that sideshow?
According to what I found, The Rock is worth 3 times more money than Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, if you're talking about net worth, that's a different
Yeah.
thing. But you can do anything from net worth. Like, you could have net worth be it could be from investments. As a matter of fact, The Rock is like Hawaiian royalty. Like, his mom was like a princess and shit. Like, this dude probably
No,
has
she
land
wasn't.
on the ass in
These
Hawaii.
guys were broke. You're crazy. This guy was fucking evicted, man. These guys were on the verge of homelessness when Rock went into wrestling. You don't know what you're talking about.
That's because you can't sell them. Like, what?
The Rock came from very humble beginnings, man. They used to live on rent. They didn't even have their own fucking
right.
house.
Very humble beginnings. His mom, like Hawaiian princess, and his dad, a wrestling superstar. Sure. Humble
You
beginnings.
realize
Very
it.
humble. Salt of the earth.
His dad was a superstar, bro. You do realize in the 70s, Rock's dad was making fuck all. You do realize that, right?
Okay. You know who was really making fuck all? The janitor. A guy from humble beginnings.
Bro, The Rock gave his mom the first home they ever bought, bro. They were living on rent. They were evicted.
Yeah, he was making more than a bus driver.
I'll be honest with you. Back in the 80s and 90s and the 70s and shit, to be able to afford steroids, you mustn't have been that broke.
And he was like a bodybuilder too. Like, he came off a thing like that. He's like a converted bodybuilder to wrestling. And it says, I'm like, The Rock is cool. I'm just saying, like,
Imagine being able to afford to go to college. Humble beginners.
I'm saying, the dude
Afford.
played college. He played Division I
He
football.
got no. He got a scholarship.
Got half scholarship.
Football.
Half.
Okay, so The Rock, according to him, during a documentary, him and his parents were evicted 4 times, right? So because they were rich, they had to keep getting evicted because they couldn't pay rent. I mean, okay. So rich people get evicted over and over again because they don't have the money to pay $500 a month. I mean,
None of your facts actually turn out to be facts. You should probably like go and look at the documentary again.
I said The Rock is the highest paid actor in Hollywood. He is. His net worth is what, $500 million.
And then now you're going to the richest guy, like the richest guy.
Listen.
Listen.
You're trying to give Samuel Jackson credit for the fucking Marvel universe. Oh my God, you're trying to give Samuel credit.
You literally said box office. That's why I'm telling you he's not the biggest box office draw.
Can I give
top 10 the box office draw.
Can I give proper humble beginnings? Proper humble beginnings. MJ, Michael Jordan. That's humble beginnings. That's humble beginnings.
Yeah, shit,
Okay.
Ryan Garcia's humble beginnings.
Yeah.
Like all these dudes are humble beginnings.
Yeah.
Like, not the fucking Rock, bro. Like the fuck.
The Rock. Oh, come on, you're out of control,
like,
bro.
Really, dude? Like, whatever. whatever. Like how
The
much
Rock was so rich. The Rock was so rich they didn't even have their own fucking house. They were living on rental properties when they kept getting evicted. But apparently these guys are rich. You're all right, man.
It's not this common
listen,
for. It's
all I
not this
ask for is
common. Hey, hold on, smoke. Let's smoke. This is what Jimmy's not in. It's not this common for wrestlers to rent. They're going from place to place. It's not this common.
No, but I'm talking about his family though. Him, his mum, his dad, they all lived on
What,
rent.
fucking Hector Moivia? His
I think
granddad?
his dad was there.
His fucking
No,
granddad
his mum and
promoted.
dad. No, because I remember that his dad was telling him not to get into wrestling because his dad basically said, I spent my whole life in wrestling and I've got nothing to show for it. Look at us, we're in this shitty 2-bedroom apartment with fuck all. So his dad was actually trying to talk him out of wrestling. So that's bro, this is why his movie production company
Yeah,
is
bro.
called
This is the
$7.
same. Here's the thing. Like, if you weren't
Bro,
going around saying like Ryan Garcia made $22 million, then maybe I would like be
when the fuck did
inclined
I
to
say
believe you,
that?
right? But like,
No, I said The
you're
Rock.
saying
This is
like,
why he called,
I think that
bro.
I
This is
think
why
we're
The Rock
living in like
called
an
his
alternative
production
universe.
company. Bro, this is why The Rock called his production company $7.
I mean, I know you keep saying that stuff, but
That's
you
how
also
much
said that
money.
Ryan Garcia has $22 million.
I never said that.
Yeah, you
I
did.
said
You
the
said, "Hey, I
highest.
got it from these reputable sources."
No, I said the high
And then you
estimate was
said, then you
22
went from
million.
22 million to 10 million.
No, I said that's the low estimate,
Quite the
Smoke.
precipitous jump. Like, right? I'm saying, like, what you seem to be living in a fantasy land. I don't know if you actually believe this or you're just trying to troll, but you seem to be living in a fantasy land. Maybe it's for the trolling, but if you're doing whatever it is, it's weird as fuck.
Yo, Danny the Great, why don't you get your pussy ass on the panel? You talk all this shit, but you're too much of a faggot to ever jump on. This is crazy, man. Danny the Great is one of the biggest pussies I've ever seen. He's talking about me pulling up. Yeah, he can't even pull up on the podcast.
Yeah, man.
Danny the Great,
You know
I'm
how
challenging your
often
manhood.
Hey, speaking of pulling up, I remember when Muhammad Ali he pulled up to that Sonny Liston press conference with Sugar Ray Robinson. You know what I'm saying? At that weigh-in. Hey Jimmy, you know about that? When Muhammad Ali and Sonny Liston in their first fight at the weigh-in, Muhammad Ali pulled up with Sugar Ray Robinson.
Nah, bro. I don't know
Yeah,
about that.
man.
Tell me more about it.
Sugar Ray Robinson obviously is a pound for pound the greatest fighter that ever lived. You know, and of course Muhammad Ali, he looked up to Sugar Ray Robinson. You know, and Sugar Ray Robinson was a mentor for him. You know, and when Muhammad Ali was a young fighter, he wanted to fight Sonny Liston so bad. Muhammad Ali actually pulled up to the man's house to call him out. He pulled up to the man's house in a fucking tour bus and called this man out.
Yeah, that was crazy, man.
That's free smoke. Imagine pulling up to your opponent's house just to call him out. You know what I mean? Just to make a fight happen. He literally went to the man's house, Jimmy. You know that? Went, knocked on his door and called him out to fight.
Yeah, bro. Sonny Liston was like a mob boss, man. He was a gangster. So, yeah, man.
Well, he was
One of
like,
the
if
most
you owed the mob money, he would go pay you a visit if you didn't pay. He was one of those guys. I heard he was like one of the most feared men in boxing. You know, people was terrified of Sonny Liston. He was like Mike Tyson before Mike Tyson. You know, he was a George Foreman before there was a George Foreman. And Muhammad Ali knocked him out. He knocked him out 2 times.
Twice.
Muhammad Ali pulled up to the weigh-in, to the Sonny Liston weigh-in, bro, with Sugar Ray Robinson looking for the smoke. Muhammad Ali was all about smoke. He was the smoke, man. And shout out to Get the Smoke.
Yeah, that's my guy right there. I got, I definitely, the reason why I'm not a fanboy for anybody is because Muhammad Ali took all of my fanboy space.
Man, Muhammad Ali was a killer, bro. He was a killer for sure. He fought the best. He fought everybody, bro. You know what I mean? From George Foreman, Archie Moore, Bob Foster, Ernie Shavers, Ernie Terrell, so many fighters. Sonny Liston, Joe Frazier, Ken Norton,
Floyd Patterson.
Ron Lyle. Who else?
Floyd Patterson.
Floyd Patterson
Ernie
two
Shavers.
times.
Ernie
Ernie
Shavers.
Shavers, Ron Lyle. Man, so many
Ken
fighters,
Norton.
bro. Ken Norton. And
Floyd
beat them
Patterson.
all.
I mean, fucking,
Yeah,
he fought
Only
everyone.
3-time lineal guy ever.
Yep.
And like the real lineal, not the Ring Magazine lineal.
Yep. Yeah, bro. I don't think anyone would ever surpass Ali, especially a heavyweight. I just can't see it happening, man. It's just too much. Too much
But
inside,
Ali,
outside the ring.
he looked up to Sugar Ray Robinson. Now, Muhammad Ali said that Sugar Ray Robinson is the greatest fighter pound for pound. Muhammad Ali said he's the greatest heavyweight that ever lived, but he said Sugar Ray Robinson, pound for pound, was the best. Jimmy, what you know about Sugar Ray Robinson?
Bro, I'll be honest. Sugar Ray Robinson is one of the most loved and respected fighters in the history of boxing. If you ask any fighter, champion, historian, media guy, who's your top, ATG, the first thing they say is Ray Robinson. They call him like the grandfather of sweet science boxing. The guy's definitely a legend. Top ATG. And there must be a reason why so many people love. I'm talking about everyone, man. Champions, historians, media guys. Like they all love Ray Robinson. And these are people that don't even like each other, but the one thing they agree on is Ray Robinson being a pound for pound. He was like a revolutionist. Like his fighting style, his IQ, he was like ahead of his time. I'm not too familiar with him, but the guy's clearly a legend, man, because everyone loves and respects him so much.
They said he's the greatest fighter that ever lived. Even Muhammad Ali said that Sugar Ray Robinson was the greatest fighter, pound for pound.
Yeah.
And that Muhammad Ali, a lot of his style was from Sugar Ray Robinson. From watching Sugar Ray, Muhammad Ali wanted to be like Sugar Ray Robinson. That was his idol. That was the fighter that he looked up to.
Yeah, I'd say he was the most complete fighter in history. He could do everything. Box, brawl, punch. Technical boxing, defense, everything. Chin, heart, speed, power. He had everything, man. Moved up and down different divisions. Fought so many Hall of Famers, so many champions. Was fighting like 9, 10, 12 times a year. The guy was just a beast, man. A legend. I definitely see why people rate him so highly.
So, just hey, let me ask you this question, Jimmy. Like, if it's not Dwayne Johnson, who's the highest paid actor, who would you think it was?
How do we go from Sugar Ray Robinson and Muhammad Ali to Dwayne Johnson?
No, I'm just saying. I'm just wondering. Like, I'm
Look,
sorry.
I've actually left I've left the mark on you mentally. Like the comments I make, Smoke, they affect you, don't they?
No,
because I said that 10 minutes ago and it's still bothering you.
I'm not bothered by it. Like to me,
You are?
I'm a little bit like it's more like a fascination. But I get the
I mean,
argument.
look,
Right?
Smoke, the
in
guy's worth
boxing,
half a
so
billion.
here's the thing. So here's a real thing.
Smoke,
Like
he's
Ryan
worth half
Garcia
a
is
billion
doing
dollars.
Ryan Garcia is doing something in boxing that nobody else is doing, right? Like he has this whole like revenue stream. He has a second career as a model and all this stuff, and he's like a really popular social media thing. So it's a funny like kind of phenomenon to talk about, right? So. But I mean, so I mean, aside from the argument, and let's keep it boxing. At another date, it's gonna come up again, and I'll ask you again, and maybe you have you'll thought about it.
I'm not even a big Ryan Garcia fan, but like when I see that the Zone put up his highlight video for his fight, and in the first day it's done over 3 million views. He's got 10 million followers on Instagram. He's selling out arenas. Like fucking, he's got sponsorships by
Yeah, and
Gatorade.
he doesn't even have a fucking belt. I mean, he doesn't
Exactly.
even have a
I'm
belt
shocked,
for
bro.
crying out loud. The
I'm just
dude is
saying, like,
Bro,
selling
I'm
out.
shocked.
It's insane. It's
I'm just
insane
saying,
what
like,
he's doing.
so Dillian White, right? Like, Dillian White is selling out arenas and doing pay-per-views, right? But like, no one is
Yeah.
going like Dillian White is $22 million. Like,
I think Dylan White's the level of Ryan Garcia though, because bro, like this guy's got sponsorships of Gatorade, Hennessy, Maybelline. Like,
I mean, I hear you, I hear that, but like, AJ also has sponsors out the gate. I don't even think
yeah,
that there's
bro,
another
this
boxer.
guy's a
I'm just
prospect,
saying,
bro.
I don't think that there's another
Bro, he's
boxer.
not even a champion.
I
He's not
get
even
you.
a
I
champion.
understand that. I understand all of that, which is why it's perplexing to me that you think this is true. Like, AJ gets more sponsorship money than everybody else in boxing. Like, no matter
Is
what
Ryan
you
Garcia a
say,
star?
right?
Because
That guy reportedly,
Smoke thinks he's not a star.
gets.
I think he's a
Well, that's
star. I mean,
Smoke's opinion. You know, that's
Yeah.
his
So
opinion. For me,
AJ, for what he was reported to get 10 million from all of his endorsements, right? He's getting 10 million. How in the hell is Ryan Garcia getting the same as AJ or more?
Smoke, Ryan Garcia is a 23-year-old kid who's never won a belt. The fact that he's selling out arenas, he's got fucking 10 million followers on Instagram. He's got all
I
these
mean,
big
it's to the point
sponsors.
where Ryan Garcia doesn't even need a belt. He doesn't need a
This
belt.
is why he don't even care. Yeah, bro, he don't even
That's
care.
why I think a guy like Ryan Garcia, to be honest, like he has the chance to pretty much change boxing. He does because he doesn't need a belt. Most of these fighters, they want to get a belt so they can get more money, Jimmy. Most of these fighters, they're chasing belts so they can get more money for being a champion. But a guy like Ryan Garcia, he already has Gatorade. He already has endorsements with Maybelline. He sells
Hennessy.
tickets. He sells tickets. It's sold out every time that he fights. You know, and he's fighting Emmanuel Tago. He's fighting a guy that people don't even know, and he's still selling out. So imagine if Ryan Garcia gets rid of Golden Boy, he gets a network deal. He starts promoting his own fights, and he started getting paid off those ticket sales. He starts to get a piece of that pie.
Bro, I didn't even watch the fight live. I went on the Zone's YouTube channel to put the video up. It only been up for a day, right? It's already got over 3 million hits. I play it. The arena sold out. He's got Gatorade. He's walking out with fucking the Paul brothers.
Like, how much of that do you think goes to Golden Boy?
Yeah, a lot of it goes to Golden Boy. That's why he needs to get out of that deal with Golden Boy, and then he could really like change boxing. If he could get a deal directly with DAZN, and he's already a big ticket seller, you know, Ryan Garcia can really change boxing. He doesn't even need a belt. He really doesn't.
H, look at your stream. H, your stream did over 10,000 views, bro. Like, the kid's a star. Like, you know.
He is. He is, man. I mean, they said 14,000 people was in the Alamo Dome to watch this guy fight. So that's crazy, man. He's not even a champion, and he's fighting a guy like Tago that nobody knows. So imagine that means this guy could fight anybody, and he's gonna sell out. He's gonna sell out no matter who it is.
Yeah, and it's just there's just levels to it, right? It's like you get, and I'm very interested to see what levels he gets to. Generally, this is this weird double-edged sword when you have a guy who is this popular and this flawed, and trying to make it in boxing.
Yep.
How is this gonna work out? Like, I don't know. Like, I think Dillian White has done a great job.
I have to be honest, bro. I think Golden Boy
I think Dillian White has done a great job of like walking the tightrope.
Hey, do you think Golden Boy protected Ryan Garcia?
Let me finish.
I think they are, though.
Let Smoke finish. I answer your question. Go ahead, Smoke.
Yeah, of doing pay-per-views and having a whole bunch of people show up to his fights without fighting for a belt. But now he's run that course, right? Like, let's say he's been on that run since like 2018 kind of thing. Saying that he rode it for like 4 years. So now he's got to go up against Tyson Fury. I don't think anybody thinks he's going to beat Tyson Fury, right? And the run is like kind of over. I don't think he can keep milking that cow. Like, you got to fight somebody. I don't think after this fight he's going to go back to being pay-per-view. Maybe he will. I don't know.
Yeah, to see the thing with Ryan, Ryan is like he's so popular, he's gonna sell no matter who he fights against. People want to see Ryan Garcia. People are willing to spend their money just to watch Ryan Garcia fight. And that's huge, man. Because I mean, there's a lot of boxers in the sport, a lot of good fighters, but these guys don't sell. There's a guy like Gary Antoine Russell who's a good fighter, but nobody knows him, and nobody is spending money to watch this guy fight. But a guy like Ryan Garcia, people will spend their money just to watch him fight. Now, I don't think Ryan Garcia needs a belt, honestly. And I talked about that with somebody earlier today, and it was like, "Oh, H Money, I'm not with that. Ryan Garcia needs a belt. That's some Jake Paul shit. That's being like Jake Paul not fighting for belts." But the thing is, Ryan Garcia is different than Jake Paul because Ryan Garcia, he's fighting real boxers. Jake Paul is fighting fucking UFC guys. He's fighting NBA players. But Ryan Garcia is a real fighter. He's a real boxer. He's fighting other boxers. You know what I mean? So that's the difference between Ryan Garcia and Jake Paul. Ryan Garcia, he's actually a good fighter, right? He really is.
It's just a weird tightrope because what happened? Like all right, so like we had with Dylan White, right? Let's keep it there. He was on a really nice run, and then we had his like weird situation with the Rivas fight, and then he went back to being an undercard guy, and then he got knocked out. Like, what happens when you build a guy like this and he experiences some adversity? Like, is this a fan base that's gonna keep coming out and see him fight if he's getting knocked out by like guys that nobody cares about?
Well, he got dropped, right, in his fight with Luke Campbell. So he's been through some adversity already.
Yeah, but I mean, he got up and won that fight. I'm just saying, like, if he goes and can his career sustain more? I mean, mental health. I think you can spend that one, right? You can do that. And I think you can also spend some like gloves or like a PED test. I think you can get it over that sort of thing. But if he gets stopped by like a Gamboa kind of guy, can he recover from a thing like that?
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't see him losing to somebody like that. It looks like he's gonna fight Jojo Diaz next. What you think about a fight between Ryan Garcia and Jojo Diaz? Who you like in that matchup?
Yeah, he should look better in that fight because JoJo's gonna come for him. He ain't got to go look for the dude. And I like that fight for Ryan actually. But at the same time, JoJo, JoJo could catch him. I mean, if Ryan knocks him out, then more power to him. But if he gets knocked out by Jojo Diaz, like
JoJo's not a big puncher though, Smoke.
I know he isn't, but neither is Ryan. Neither is Luke Campbell.
Yeah, but he got backed up. He wasn't able to finish him. You think JoJo can possibly knock him down or even knock him out?
Yeah, I think Jojo Diaz can. Now, that's the thing. Like Jojo Diaz, I think is a more aggressive guy than Luke Campbell, but it's not like Ryan was really like hurt. He was on a queer street or nothing like that. So, I don't know. I'm just I don't know. It's risky. Do they really even put him in with Jojo Diaz? Like, I'm not sure that even happens. Like, if you're gonna put him in with Emmanuel to go, I don't think you follow that up with Jojo Diaz, but maybe you do.
He was supposed to fight JoJo before he got injured, and then Devin Haney ended up fighting JoJo Diaz. So it's a fight that that was supposed to happen in the past. So they should make it happen now, and I think it's a big fight. JoJo Diaz was at Ryan Garcia's last fight with Emmanuel Tago, and it's a fight I think that's going to happen. And do you think that's a big fight, Ryan Garcia and JoJo Diaz?
It's a decent fight. Like I like it for if they actually believe in Ryan Garcia, right? Like if they're like, you know what, we're building this guy up and we feel like he's ready to, challenge for a title in the next like year, kind of shit. Then JoJo is a good fight. But if you're thinking, hey, you know what, we want to see what he's got, want to develop him, and he doesn't get a fight for another couple of years. I mean, what's the point in fighting JoJo Diaz right now?
Yeah, that's a pretty big fight though. Ryan Garcia and JoJo, both from California, both of them Mexican.
I think that I think the boxing world would welcome that fight.
Hell
I don't think
yeah.
people will pan it or anything like that, like that the way that they were with the to-go fight. But yeah,
if he sold out with Emmanuel Tago, a fight with JoJo Diaz would even be bigger than that one. And it's not even no belts on the line, but people will pay money to watch that. So that's what I mean. Ryan Garcia making big fights, no matter who it's with. He's just a big name at this point, and people want to see him fight. Imagine
I don't
Ryan
think he
Garcia.
wins that fight. I don't think he wins that fight, and I don't think that Golden Boy thinks he wins that fight. Because if you're not stopping JoJo, then what's going to happen in that fight? Like, is it going to be like? I mean, I could see Ryan, because Ryan don't get tired like that, and he does throw a lot of punches, but JoJo got them angles. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a really risky one.
It's a good fight, and JoJo is a pressure fighter. JoJo, he's gonna bring the smoke, and Ryan Garcia, he does a struggle with pressure. If a fighter could put pressure on him and get on the inside with him, I think they could give Ryan Garcia some problems. But I don't think JoJo is the type of puncher that could knock him out. I think JoJo could probably hurt him, but I don't see JoJo knocking him out. I think it'll be a good matchup, and JoJo Diaz, he got beat by Gary Russell Jr. JoJo Diaz is a very small guy. JoJo Diaz is only about 5'6". I think about 5'6". Ryan Garcia is about 5'11". So Ryan Garcia has a size advantage over JoJo Diaz. So I would lean towards Ryan Garcia. I think he's a much bigger guy. JoJo is good. He's a southpaw. I think he could give Ryan some problems. I think it would be a competitive fight, but I think Ryan will probably knock him out. I'm gonna go with Ryan Garcia by knockout.
I guess it would have to be like I could see him outworking him too, because JoJo's gonna come forward. They both would be coming forward, right? And that high guard is gonna be absorbing a whole bunch of stuff.
They'll probably have to fight at 140 too, because Ryan he can't make 135 anymore, so that'll probably be at a catch weight.
JoJo at 140,
maybe at a catch weight 137 or something. Like, I don't know. You don't think so?
I mean, the higher weight it goes, the less chance I give JoJo, right?
No
exactly.
way, they're gonna
favor Ryan. That'll work to Ryan's favor. What's good? What's up, Cassidy?
What you saying, H? You good, yeah?
Yeah, who you got, Ryan Garcia or JoJo Diaz?
All right, Garcia, man, for sure, man. You get me, but that JoJo Diaz, you're a former Olympian. You get me. I'm not. Them Olympian guys are tricky, So he definitely knows what his best punch is. I'm not too sure, I'll go for Ryan Garcia though, innit? You get me?
Yeah, he's a very good pressure fighter too, and Ryan Garcia does struggle with that type of style. So I think JoJo will give him some good work in there. But I think Ryan could beat him though. I think Ryan is much bigger than JoJo, man.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I would be very surprised if Golden Boy put him in there. Like they seem to be in like kind of protection mode because they don't really have assets. Like risking, I think it's a winnable fight. I think it's a good fight for Mikey and a very winnable fight for him. But at the same time, JoJo's not really a to-go. Like to-go, what we saw in that fight, just straight up, when it comes to the size difference, if you dip down underneath Ryan's punches, he can't do shit. And if you go to the angle, he also can't do shit. So
his punch selection as well, man. He doesn't have a large repertoire. Like he does the same. He's kind of repetitive. Like that's what.
Yeah, it's because once he throws his right hand, he's all fucking balanced.
But that's why he's getting better though. Like, you know what I mean? He's starting to develop different things.
I'm just saying his last.
What do you think he's trying to? What do you think he's developing, H, man?
I seen him working on his jab in his last fight. Like usually Ryan Garcia, he doesn't even throw the jab. But this fight with Tago, you seen him throwing the jab, working on it. So I think he's a work in progress. He's only 24 years old,
24.
so he's only 24, so he's still getting better and better.
Yeah, that's why. That's why I don't think the JoJo fight really happens. Like, see, like right after Canelo became like undisputed, they started talking about Makabu. I never thought he was gonna really fight Makabu. Like, there's just the stuff that people say after a fight to like trying to gin up interest and all this stuff. Like, I would be very actually surprised if they put him in with JoJo next.
Who does he fight next, though, man? Who's the right opponent for him?
I don't know.
I think JoJo Diaz. JoJo is a good fight, man.
Yeah, no, JoJo's a good fight because we know who the hell he is, but he's probably gonna wind up fighting somebody who we don't know who he is.
Well, they talking about him fighting a Maxie Hughes for the IBO
yeah, there we
belt.
go. Maxie Hughes for IBO. Like, there you go. Like something like. But
I heard Eddie Hearn is pushing for that fight.
Yeah, there.
Well, if he gets that, then you get me. Try and make him
He gonna knock the fuck out of Maxie Hughes. I like Maxie Hughes. He's gonna beat his ass. What's good, my boy Outlaw? What's up with it?
On, my bro? What's going
up,
on,
Jay?
H, lad? What's up, JPS? At City K, what's going on, lad?
What you saying, Outlaw, man? You good, fam?
Yeah, good, bro. What's going on? What are we talking, Ryan Garcia?
Yeah, Ryan Garcia and JoJo Diaz. Who you got in that one?
Yeah, I think JoJo's probably. I think he'll give him some trouble, lad. I think it'll be a good fight, but I think he's too small. I think Ryan will beat him.
Yeah.
In the end, might even maybe stop him, catch him, or drop him a couple times, and maybe win a decision. But I think JoJo will give him a tough time. But
he's tough though.
Yeah, he's tough as lad.
Tough though. He ain't ever been stopped, so.
Yeah, his style is better for Ryan. It's just that he's a kind of tricky for Ryan. So.
Yeah, I've seen giving him some trouble, but I just think he'll come up short. You know, because he's a bit too small. I think Ryan will win, but it'll give him a tough time.
What y'all think about Ryan Garcia and Sandor Martin, the guy that beat Mikey Garcia?
That's a good fight. See, that's a good fight. See, that's a good fight now. See, that's what we're talking about now. You get me? Sandor Martin's no slouch. You get me? He's got almost 40 wins. You get me? 2 losses, I think, to my correction.
He can give Ryan some problems, though, for sure. I think Ryan got the power to probably knock him out. But Sandor Martin is a tricky fighter, very smart boxer.
Tricky. High IQ fighter.
He beat Mikey.
Yeah, and you see Mikey Garcia. If Mikey Garcia was to come back and fight Ryan Garcia now, what chance would you give Mikey Garcia? Would you? That's a nice fight.
I don't even think Mikey really deserves a fight with Ryan at this point. After Mikey got beat by Sandor Martin, Mikey got to get back on a winning streak, man. You know what I mean? I think Mikey, like, he's a big name, but at this point, I would like to see Mikey, you know, win a fight and work his way back up.
Yeah, you're right. He's a big name, though.
That would be a hard fight.
Got beat.
He doesn't have the power, though. So I think he might, if he might get like robbed against Ryan. You know, probably wouldn't get a decision against him. But even if he made him look bad, but
Mikey got some power. He got some power.
No, Sandor Martin, the Spanish lad.
Oh, Sandor, yeah. Okay, yeah. He ain't got no power. Yeah, no power. He's good. He's very good technical boxer, though. You get me? He uses the ring. He uses the ring very well, as in that the IQ. He's got a decent chin. Yeah, he's decent chin. I'm not too sure if he'll be able to hold Ryan Garcia's shots, though. You get me? Ryan Garcia. I'm interested to see what Joe Guzan does with him. Interested to see what he does with him.
I think that's a good move, lad. Because I think Guzan, because there was too many people at Renaissance, bro. You know, I think he needs a trainer that can focus on him. And from what I heard, Guzan's like an old school, doesn't take no fucking around in the gym. You know, he's on these guys. So I think that's exactly who Ryan Garcia is.
He looks like he's on some military shit. He looks like he's going to be like, yep, get up in the morning. We're going to go for a 6-mile run. After you come back, we're going to hit the bag for fucking, half an hour, 45. We're going to hit the bag. Going to do some fucking 2 hours of skipping. Yeah, he looks like that kind of guy.
Yeah, that's what these young fighters need, bro. You know, that's what they need, lad.
Yeah, man. Fucking get your ass in there and don't come out. Get your ass in the lab. You're not coming out until you make up and cook up my potion. Interesting, man. I just can't wait for this. What is it? It's the face off. It's the weigh-in. The face off today, right?
With Spencer Nuga.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assume it would be, lad. Yeah.
Yes, I'm just just waiting for that as well, man. Waiting for all them face-offs to get me the weigh-ins and things like that. Going to be an interesting interesting weekend of boxing. So
You got winning that fight, bro.
I got Spence just because it comes down. I just break it down to the technical abilities and just the outline of everything. Like, you get me? I can't. How can I go against Spence? Like, you get me? It's not gonna be easy though. You should. Ugas should put him through fire. You feel me? Ugas should put him through fire. But we'll see if Ugas comes out competitive. Like, if he, like, I don't want it. I just don't want it to be they get in there now, ding ding, the fight's going, and then Ugas doesn't come out with any fire. It doesn't look like he didn't come there to win. You get me? I don't think that's gonna happen, but I just don't want that to happen.
Yeah, I favour Errol, bro. I think Errol will do a job on him, lad. I think Ugas will have his moments, but I don't know, bro. I think Errol's got the style to do a job on him because Ugas is still kind of flat-footed. I know he fights well against southpaws, but he works everything off his jab. And I don't know, bro. I think Errol can still out jab him, and he'll be able to, just because he's kind of still stand in front of Errol. I think Errol will be able to out jab him and push it back and work everything off the jab, you know, and eat up his body. I think Errol might stop him late, lad.
I'm not too sure about that. I don't think Salah's preparing Ugas to get stopped, boy. I think he's telling them, put your whole balls on the line, bro. Whole balls on the line. And the thing with Errol is that what makes him so fucked is that he wants to scrap. Like, he doesn't mind going into the phone booth. Like, I see Terence Crawford sometimes. He's not hesitant to go inside to get, like, but he likes to clinch. Like, he's not inside fighter per se. He might throw a 1-2 uppercuts here and there, but Errol Spence, he wants to bang. Like, you get me? He wants to bang. He can bang. So if it goes into there, I see him running over Ugas, man.
That's what I see, bro. That's what I see, lad. Because I think Errol can out jab him as well, lad. And that's what I mean. I think Ugas is going to be in front of him. So I don't think Ugas is not like the Cuban like Lara and that can move around, you know. Ugas, he's still kind of flat. I don't know. I think Errol can get to him.
Yes.
Yeah, he likes to stay. His range is like right there. He's like a kind of a pocket guy, like just outside of it. He's like a dip in and out kind of thing. I don't know.
That's not good against Errol, bro. It's not going to work, lad. I don't think.
And I saw something as well. Like, Errol Spence has got the best output of all welterweights, super welterweights. Him and Fundora, they got the best output of punches. I think he throws like about. I think he connects about 21.7 of his punches in one round, and everyone else, the normal average of welterweights is 16.8. Like Ugas, Ugas, Keith Thurman, all those guys. Yeah, man. But he throws about 21 punches. 21 punches around.
Yeah, he lets his hands go, bro.
That's what I'm saying to you.
Let your
so
hands
I think
go.
his punch output will be crazy compared to Ugas.
That's even a lost thing in today's boxers, bro. A lot of lads just don't let their hands go, you know.
That's what pisses me off. Like, you coming in there to fucking fight or what, fam? Coming in there to stand there. So Adrian Broner used to piss me off. Like, the guy's just gonna shut up, high guard all night long, throw no bangs. I don't want to see that, fam. Throw some fucking combination punches, fam.
What I like about this fight is they both guys amateur pedigree. Like, they learn how to throw real clean shots. Like, you can see the shots that land really well, but I think that Spence just does it a little bit better and a little bit more often too.
Correct.
I agree, bro. Yeah, I think Ugas will give it, because he is coming to win. So I think he will give he'll make it a good fight, but I think Errol will just do too much for him in the end, bro. And like I said, I'm not saying I'm 50-50 on whether or not Errol will win it like a unanimous decision or maybe stop him late. I think he could stop him late. I think he will chop him down to the body, especially after round 6 onwards, bro. Ugas is going to start feeling that body attack.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very good fight. I think it's going to be a competitive fight. I think Ugas got a very good jab. I think Errol Spence, he got a great jab as well. Both of them are great body punchers. I think Ugas got a great defense as well. I think it's a competitive fight, but I think Errol Spence is bigger than him. He's not that much bigger than Ugas, but he's naturally a big guy. And on top of that, I feel like he's younger. He's only 32 years old. Ugas about 35. He's almost 36. So I think, the younger fighter is going to pull it off for me. I'm going to go with Errol Spence.
I agree, bro. You got to stop each height, or you do, lad?
No, I think it goes to 12 rounds. I think, he'll probably beat him by a unanimous decision. But I think it's going to be close, though. I think it'll be a competitive fight. But I think Earl, probably beat him up towards the end of the fight, edge it out. But I don't see him knocking him out. And if he does knocking him out, I think that's making a statement. If he does,
I'm looking at 116, 114.
Yeah, you're probably right. Now I'm thinking of it's going to be hard to knock out Ugas because this will be the moment. It is going to be hard to stop him.
But both fighters are very aggressive, though, and Ugas is coming to win. He's not going to try to survive. Ugas, he's going to put everything on the line, So I think both fighters they gonna come to fight. I think it's going to be competitive, but I got to go with the younger fighter.
Do you think that Spence is underestimating Ugas anyway?
No, I don't think he's going to underestimate Ugas because he knows what's at stake. He knows if he beat Ugas, he gets this undisputed fight with Terrence Crawford. So he's not going to overlook Ugas.
Yeah, no, he's not sleeping on him. He'll be coming in. He'd be wanting to make a statement as well. I think this will be the most fire Spence has had in him probably since Kell Brook. I reckon
he knows Ugas means business, man. You could see in Ugas' eyes. You could tell, so he knows he's going to be in a real fight in this one.
Ugas has been trying to play possum a little bit in this. I've noticed the way he's moving.
That's why I cannot look past Ugas, because he's not a dickhead. He's not coming there to lay down. Like, I personally think that he's at 147, he's a better fighter than Danny Garcia. Like, you get me? He's not coming there to lay down. Like,
I'd agree with that.
He's not coming there to lay down. I don't care.
I thought he beat Porter, lad.
That's what I was about to say. I don't care what anyone says. He beat Sean Porter. They didn't count that knockdown just because Sean Porter was in his hometown. You get me? No one speaks about that. I think I was in his hometown. You get me? He lost that fight, man.
I didn't have Ugas winning. To me, it was just.
You didn't count the knockdowns.
It's nuanced stuff. It's little stuff. But mostly
you didn't count the knockdowns.
It boils down to mostly Ugas just didn't throw enough shots.
Yeah, I don't see it as a robbery or anything, but I had Ugas 7-5, but I was a close fight, but I did think he edged it. But it shows anyway that he's at that level.
Yeah, it was one of those things where it was like competitive kind of thing. It was like we have baseball here and we do a tie base goes to the runner. But basically, like draw round kind of thing where you can't really pick a guy. You generally just get to the champ, right?
Yes, I know baseball. Ken Griffey Jr. is one of my favorite athletes. I know baseball.
It was just a lot of rounds where just like, I can't really pick between these two guys. Nothing really happened. Giving it to the champ. It's like that kind of thing.
Yeah, I can see that. Like I said, I personally had Ugas, but I agree with what Cassidy was saying. Like, I think he is a better welterweight than Danny Garcia. I'd pick him to beat Garcia.
I mean, both of them moved up from 140, right? So Danny was better at 140 than Ugas, who was at 140.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that is true.
And now, Ugas is better at 147 than Danny was at 147. Yeah, but I don't know. Danny was in he was in some boring ones. I think he kind of got hold. The Danny Sean fight could have gone either way. Also, I think Sean.
You're right. But Porter won that fight though, because
I think Porter outworked him, right? Yeah. And that's why he got it ultimately. In my mind,
why does he fight? Why does he fight? Why does he fight? He fights the 11th or 12th round, like he should be fighting in the first.
Yeah. He even did that against Errol, bro.
Why does he do that? Why does he do
what
it's in his head?
Stealing rounds, championship rounds, and all that kind of stuff. You want to close the show and all that,
By the way, guys, I'm about to get my what's good, guys? I'm about to get my prediction or the breakdown of the Ugas Spence fight, man. Because when this fight first got announced, I chose Ugas because I like Ugas a lot. He's a good counterpuncher. Spence, I do know that Spence does have flaws. I do see flaws in Spence's game. But after studying this fight, for the combined days I've studied this fight, it has to be hours, right? And man, now I'm convinced Spence beats Ugas 9-3, 10-2 type of fight because, for one, Ugas doesn't have the volume to beat Spence. You need volume, you need activity to beat Spence. Ugas is a counterpuncher, right? He waits for you to come in. Ugas does not have a offensive jab. He has a counter jab. That's one. Two, I don't like the way Ugas reacts to double and triple jabs. Go rewatch the fight with Ugas and I think it was Robinson. And in that fight, Ugas would get hit with the triple jab, double jab, and he would back up in a straight line. His guard very high, and the weight would be on his heels. I'm like, that's asking to get like jabbed up by Spence and then a straight left to the body by Spence. And since Ugas's weight is all on his heels, Spence could fucking land combos after that and then pivot out right. That's how Spence will beat Ugas, man. When Ugas is facing a guy that's moving a bit, he won't throw a jab at all, and Spence can move pretty decently. So after starting this fight more and more, the less excited I get about the fight because I'm not convinced Spence wins easily, man. That's how I see the fight, bro. Ugas is a good counter puncher, but he's just not active enough.
Hey, loss, and I was saying as well, Brad. I reckon Errol can out jab Ugas as well, lad. Do you agree with that as well?
Yeah, but I will say though, Ugas does have a good counter jab, but the Spence knows how to move and jab at the same time pretty good. I know it looks kind of off balance a bit and looks awkward, but Spence can do it decently. And that's how I see the fight. But the double jab, man, go watch Ugas and Robinson, and you'll see what I'm saying. Ugas does not know how to take the double jab at all. He backs up in a straight line, heels. All the weight on his heels is asking for his body to get ripped apart, man. That's how I see this fight going. Spence will win 9-3, in my opinion. 9-3.
Yeah, I think Spencer's even got the better jab out of the two, bro. I even think he's got the better jab, and I think he will out jab him. And once he starts out jabbing him, bro, Ugas is going to be right there, because like I said, he stays kind of in the pocket. I think Errol's just going to work that body, bro. That's why I think he could even stop him late. I think it depends how tough Ugas is, lad.
So it could be heartbreak though, in the sense that not of the upset, but something that we all think could happen is that Spence may just be a compromised fighter, right? If all of a sudden his eye gets broken or his face gets broken, I'm gonna be a man. Talk about unrealized potential.
But I had more concern with the Danny Garcia fight. I don't know. I think he'll be all good, but it is still a question, of course. You can't overlook it. Sure, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, he would pulling out of fights because of injuries. It's is Cassie a cab driver? What the fuck are you doing? Arguing with one of your passengers?
No, he's going to work, bro. I think he might be a traffic control or something.
Yeah, no, but Spence does have flaws, man. I think the biggest flaw is his defense. Go watch the Sean Porter fight. He does have flaws, man. A lot of flaws in his defense. He keeps his head he keeps his head in a straight line when he attacks. He doesn't get his head off the center line, but it's not gonna be Ugas isn't the one to beat Spence, man. I think the only guy that beats Spence is Crawford. Crawford's the only guy that beats Spence right now, in my opinion, because Crawford is just he can punch and move forward at the same time.
I still think that fight.
His balance, his footwork is great. Huh?
What I don't like about Spence, his defense is actually pretty good for a pressure fighter. For a pocket pressure fighter, is really good defense, in my opinion. Right? It's just in the style that he fights. But what I don't like about him is I think he has a lazy jab. He leaves it out there sometimes. Not early in fights, but he gets some sort of I don't know. I don't know.
Spence, look, man. Spence is this. Spence does have good defense when he's boxing, but when you have somebody that's aggressive like Sean Porter, Spence defense it looks like shit. When someone's coming at him really aggressive, Spence defense looks flawed. I know his defense looks good when he's boxing Danny Garcia and Mikey, but when he has a guy that's lunging in crazy like Sean Porter, Spence defense doesn't look the best. But at the same time, who's gonna come in like Sean Porter versus Spence? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean
you can't compare for a guy like Sean, man. Sean's
that's the other thing is Sean Porter was someone with his head a lot.
Yeah, he's coming to put his whole grill in your chest all night long.
Yeah, he was totally leading with his head against it in that fight, and then Spence just started hitting him low. Like it's a different,
You need to rough up Spence, man. That's what I'm saying to you. You need to rough up Spence, man. Rough him up.
exactly.
Don't let him control. He said he's going to control that. He's going to be the man in that middle of the ring. He's going to control Ugas. He's going to dictate
exactly.
What part of the ring he's going to control that. Ugas needs to make sure that he pushes him back, make Errol Spence fight on the back foot. Because Errol Spence doesn't like to fight on the back foot. Not saying that he can't, but he doesn't like to.
Ugas, man, he can't dictate the pace, man, because he's a one punch counter puncher, bro. What I've noticed from Ugas is he only counter punches single punches. If you triple jab him, double jab him, he's not gonna counter that, right? He counters punches and he usually does it by one punch. That's it, maybe two sometimes. He's too inactive to win a fight against Spence. Spence is too active. That jab is too active, you know.
I do like the solid. I do like Salas in his corner, and to figure out like some of the flaws in Spence, and maybe come up with a game plan to leverage those flaws to the best of Ugas's ability. But I just don't know if it's going to be enough. I don't think
that's something we can all agree on that, right? Salas is definitely one of the greatest.
Yeah, exactly. No, Ismail Salas, in my opinion, Ismail Salas is the best trainer in boxing, and that's just me.
Hey,
but
bro,
at the same time,
this lad was in our come to our gym a few months ago. He trained in Cuba for a bit with Salas, like back in the day, and he showed us all the drills and stuff. Bro, this lad Salas is a real genius. I've never even seen the stuff that this lad showed me. It's crazy.
Yeah,
the
dude's solid.
Drills. Bro, you wouldn't believe the amount of stuff Salas has, bro. I've never seen it in a boxing gym. Like, he's a real genius, bro, for sure. These drills and that this lad showed me, I'd never seen before. So Salas is definitely a special trainer.
Yeah, he's solid. Salas is a solid trainer, but at the same time, like, the trainer can only do so much. Salas would give me hope if I'm Ugas, but just after seeing these Ugas fights, I've been going back and watching them. Ugas is definitely a very talented fighter. He's one of the best counter punchers in boxing, but man, it's just styles make fights, and the dude's just not active enough. What I've seen these past fights, I've been rewatching, and I just see flaws, man. Like, especially just the way Ugas backs up in a straight line. I don't like that at all. I don't like how he reacts to double jabs. That's the main reason why I'm picking Spence. Those two main reasons.
Yeah, I think that they will be waiting for the Spence's left hook to the body, and I think they're going to try to counter that with like maybe a straight right or something like that. I'm not quite sure, but I think that's probably what they're looking at. Like, because Spence, he likes to work behind the jab and then whack you to the body with that left hand, right?
Yeah, Los Texas was right though, man. I can see him doubling and tripling up on the jab, working behind it from there. The Ugas is fucked.
I've never seen Ugas counter somebody who throws a double jab or a triple jab. I've never seen it. Every time, even Pacquiao, when he was throwing the double jab, the triple jab, Ugas would just step back in a straight line. That's all he would do. And you can do that against Pacquiao, but you can't do that against Spence, because Spence's bread and butter is the double jab, triple jab, then straight left to the body. That's his bread and butter. And I don't think anybody in boxing does it better than Spence when you just jab and then straight left to the body. I mean, you got Shakur Stevenson too, but Spence has proved to do it at a higher level. And dude, that's Spence's bread and butter, man. So I mean, what Smoke is saying could be true, but I've never seen Ugas counter somebody while they're throwing a double jab or a triple jab. I've never seen it.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, like, if I'm Salas, that's what I'm doing, right? Like, I'm implementing a game plan specifically for this guy, and this guy's propensity to do exactly what you just said. Follow up the jabs with that left to the body.
If I'm Salas, what I'm trying to do is when I'm Ugas, and let's say in the first couple of rounds when I got the center of the ring, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to bait Spence in to throw a jab, right? Because the thing about Spence is Spence will throw double and triple jabs, but only when he's the aggressor. He won't throw double or triple jabs when he's kind of, on the back foot moving around, right? When he's in that situation, he most likely throws one jab, right? So if I'm Ugas and I'm in the center of the ring, I'm trying to bait Spence into throwing a jab because I know he's only going to throw one jab if he's moving around the ring. And when you do that, counter that jab, right? Try to bait him to throw a jab, but only when you're in the center of the ring, all right? Don't try to bait him to throw a jab when he's more aggressive and coming forward, because if you do that, he's going to double it and triple it, you know? And when Spence does throw the single jab, he does leave himself open because, for one, he doesn't throw much feints when he jabs. And second, like you said, it's kind of like a lazy jab. He does keep his face a bit open on some sides. So if I'm
Yeah, that's a good question.
bait
That's a
him,
good question. Los Texas or in the panel. Like, what do you think Spence lacks in? What does he need to put in his arsenal?
Yeah, like I said, he needs to feint more. He needs to throw more feints. He needs to keep his
Yes,
head
yes.
off the center line when he's
Yeah.
throwing a punch. When it comes in,
I think his head movement for sure, bro. And also, lad, he seems to fight up and like go back or go forward. He doesn't really fight like lateral or have other moves. Like he seems to just go straight backwards or straight forward.
Like what's
You know what I mean?
Outlaw Los Texas and Smoke and that. This is what I'm talking about. When it comes to this is why I have to think about these type of things, because when I think of fantasies, matchups, and all these type of things,
Lost you,
Yo.
Cassidy.
Cassidy K, still there, lad?
But I was
how
about to
Shakur
say,
Stevenson said that if Canelo Alvarez was his weight, he'll beat him. I think that the style for Errol Spence, that's what I'm saying. He'll struggle with a style like Usyk, Tyson Fury. You get me? Barn Burner is like a Dillian White style for Errol Spence. Like, you get me? I'm just saying, the styles make fights.
Yo, no, exactly. And you was talking about what does Spence do that can't be fixed, and you talked about going back in a straight line. Yeah, he used to do that, but I do think he fixed it a bit. I seen him pivot out when he fought Danny Garcia. He would pivot out, like he would maybe throw a straight left
That's
to the
true.
body or
That is
straight
true.
left.
He actually impressed me
And then,
against Garcia, bro. He looked
yeah,
good early on,
yeah,
lad.
yeah, and then you would pivot out right. That's really good by Spence, man. I mean, man, you can watch Spence, and you can see so many flaws. You know, I mean, he does have flaws, but at the same time, it's very hard to beat him because there's like it's the mixture, man. It's the package. He has power. He has high volume. He's an active fighter. He throws a lot of punches, and
Yeah,
he's
it's annoying
athletic.
still. It's annoying still. Yeah, he's everything.
He
Yeah,
can move.
he's got power. He's
He can
durable.
move.
Everything like that.
Yeah, durable too. And when you're in the ring with him, you can watch film on Spence all day, and oh look, he's easy. Like if I'm Ugas, oh look, he's so easy to counter. Right, his straight left is telegraphic. I can counter it, with my right. But once you're in the ring, it's almost like you get overwhelmed by like the dude's activity. You know what
And
I'm
also,
saying?
bro, he
Plus, like,
reminds me.
yeah,
He reminds me of Chavez. Like, I'm not saying he's on that level, but the way he'll eat at the body. You know what I mean? He invests in the body
His
early
fighting
on.
ability can be on Chavez's level. You get me? His fighting ability can be on Chavez's level. Not the accomplishments or not whatnot, but we're talking about strictly fighting ability. If no one knew, if you take a non-boxing casual, or if you take a non-boxing fan and you sit them down and you get them to watch Chavez Jr. and Errol Spence, they don't even know who them both are. They'll think, oh, wow, they're both on the same level. Or Errol Spence might be better than Chavez. You get me? It's arguable.
Chavez had more to his game. Like he had, I think he could move his head more. So I think Chavez had a bit better head movement. He could cut the ring. Plus Chavez could even fight off the back foot. Like Rocky Lockridge, who was a great 130 pounder. Chavez beat him boxing on the back foot. Like to me, I think he was more well rounded, But I just meant Spence the way he goes to the body. Like he invests in the body early. Like he's one of them lads. He hits you to the body and you feel it for rounds on end. It wears on you,
Who do you think,
yeah. But
yeah, if Ugas was a little
Cut
bit
out,
more lateral with his thing, like he has really good lateral movement, but he likes to be I think he likes to be on the front foot versus the back foot.
That's an interesting take.
Yeah, like the pull counter. The pull counter. Ugas has to utilize the pull counter against Spence a lot, but man, it's just the dude is like he's a one-shot counter puncher sometimes, man. Like you gotta have volume to beat Spence. It is. I don't know. Man.
Yeah. I think he's actually this weird hybrid pressure fighter where he uses the pressure that he uses is to be just like right outside of punching range. It's not like really about using the angles. I mean, he uses angles all right, but it's really more about like his distance control. And yeah, I don't know. I think he's gonna get his ass tore up. Actually, if
I
Spence
mean,
is the same Spence,
he must have. I mean, Ugas must have power because if you kind of compare Sean Porter against Spence and Crawford, Porter was more aggressive against those guys compared to Ugas. So Ugas definitely has to have some power, but I just can't see him pushing back Spence too much, man. I mean,
I thought he fought
early in the
the
fight, yeah, I
same
mean,
fight.
maybe he is starts. Spence likes to, move a bit.
So
I mean, I'm saying Spence likes to move a bit in the first couple of rounds, but then he gets working.
Yeah, so
There you go.
the Spence to me, like, and I'm sorry, the Porter that I saw against Ugas was a continuation of the Porter that I saw against Garcia, and that's when he like started outboxing and using his toes and all that shit. That's not usually how he fights, not really ever. Like he unveiled that particular part of his game against Garcia, and he kept that thing going against Ugas. But I don't think that's really a good style for him because his jab ain't active like that. But yeah, I don't know.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's just I'm feeling to me it's a what game plan can Ismail Salas come up with to like the way that Kambosos was throwing that overhand right over Teofimo's left. You could tell that they worked on that in the gym. I'm wondering if they can do something like that with Spence. Spence in that left to the body after the triple jam, right? After he doubles the jab, because Spence often doubles the jab.
The thing about Ugas is he has to be one of the most improved fighters in boxing, and you don't stop improving. So he's definitely fixed his flaws since the Robinson fight, but just what I've seen in that fight, just the way he handles that triple jab. I mean, I don't like it, but maybe he can fix it. Salas does notice the smallest things. He has to fix that move in Ugas's game, But yeah,
right.
It could be a war of attrition. It could be that Spence used to be a guy that I would not bet that you'd win a war of attrition against. All the way up into the Danny Garcia fight, and maybe he's not that. I don't know. I don't think Ugas is the guy to exploit it, really. But maybe I don't know.
I mean, look, Ugas' best chances if Spence he's fucked. He's been inactive. He just got injured with his eye. He looks skinny to me. Like he looks real skinny to me now.
I thought that same thing.
To his past, so
you guys thought Spence looked skinny,
Ugas,
or
listen,
you guys referring to Spence?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he looked on weight. I thought he looked good today. If that's what y'all referring to.
No, but not compared to like his regular self. When he was maybe 3 years ago. And the thing about it is, when he's younger, let's say the Kell Brook fight, the Peterson fight, even the Mikey fight, he had more muscle. Because I guess his metabolism was faster back then, so he can cut fat out quicker. But as you get older, your metabolism slows down, and I think your body just gets bigger, so you have to cut some muscle off too. You have to cut off some muscle to make 147 after the years. Now he's 31, so when you make weight for 147, now you got to cut off muscle. Before, when he was fighting Kell Brook and Peterson, he got to keep some of that muscle, but now he's cutting that muscle off, and really he just looks weak.
I think he actually. I have a different opinion. I think he actually looks good, and I think he figures something out. I think he figures something out with his body. He's learning how his body works. You see what I'm saying? And I think that with this new nutritionist, I think that he's in a good place because compared to that time that you're referring to, like with the Mikey fight and those fights, I felt like he was actually struggling. And he would actually probably attest to that if you look at the interviews. He looked too big. He was trying to figure it out still. You know what I mean? That's my opinion.
No, yeah, and that's a good opinion. And people in the comments saying he looks ripped. I mean, you can look ripped but skinny. You know what I'm saying? Like I think Spence, he looked more fuller in like maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Fighting the Mikeys and the Kell Brooks and Petersons. He looked fuller. Like he looked He just looked bigger and fuller. You know what I'm saying? Like now he just looks skinny. Yeah, he's ripped. Of course he's ripped. You know, but to me, he looks like thinner. Like his muscles ain't that full.
He
It's weird.
always looks
All
thin
access.
around
I
this
thought his
time,
legs
but does
looked
he look
spindly,
this
really.
good though? He always looks thin around this time, but I'm talking about getting ready leading up to a fight, like 3 days out. He always looks really skinny, but does he look this good? He usually doesn't look, to me, this good. He looks great.
Good in like this boxing ability.
Yes, I would
Or
say
what?
that too. Of course,
Like
Spence always looks good as far as his ability in the ring, from what I see. But I'm talking about when I look at a person and I look at around their eyelids and I see how their face is shrinking in, he doesn't look that way to me. He looks good. He looks like, okay, you're in shape.
Oh, I
You're
know what
not
you mean.
looking like after you get off the scale, you're gonna have to go hit the bottle. You see what I'm saying? He looks good.
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I guess that way, but I see it a different way. I mean, he doesn't look bad in my opinion, but he doesn't look as full as he used to. But even in a Danny Garcia fight, in that fight, I feel like Spence looked skinny compared to his Peterson fight, the Kell Brook fight, which I mean, it's normal. Like if you're gonna be at 147 for that long, like you're gonna have to start cutting muscle off to make weight
Right.
in your 30s. I mean, it's normal. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Like I'm not saying it's a major flaw in Spence, but like I think Spence is gonna win 10-2, 9-3. But I'm just laying out what could happen. Like I'm just laying out hope for Ugas, basically. You know, like what can go good for Ugas, and that's one of them. Is Spence, in my opinion, he looks weaker compared to his old self.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. We'll find out.
Ugas said he's not fucking having it. My man said he's gonna knock him out. Ugas said I will not accept the look. I will not accept the look. So I'm just gonna take his word for it. You get me? Because I have faith in Ugas that he will do well. But he said he's not gonna have it, so we'll have to see if he lays down. If he doesn't lay down, then we're in for a very, 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 very interesting fight.
Well, I'm a Crawford fan, but I do respect Earl Spence. I
Yes,
respect
most definitely, most definitely,
Jordanis
most definitely.
Ugas, but I do believe Spence and what he says. You feel what I'm saying? And
Yeah, yeah,
he's
yeah.
gonna come to stop this dude. And
That's what
I've been saying for the
he ain't going
last
in there.
month
I don't
now
think
that
he ain't going in there for no 12. Let me get some
he gonna
12
stop
rounds
him
underneath my
in
belt.
around
No, no.
seventh or ninth round. He gonna stop him.
You
I
think
don't
he gonna
believe that
stop
he'll
That's
stop
what I
him. No
Ugas?
see.
one's ever stopped Ugas. I don't believe he'll
I
stop him.
know.
I don't
It's
know,
a
man.
first time for
It's
everything.
hard. It's hard because I mean, you got Spence coming off a down near 2 year layoff, a year and a half layoff against a guy that's never been stopped, and he's gonna stop him. You know, plus he looks kind of like he's more skinny now. He don't got as much muscle now.
Yeah,
And
when
I
you asked
mean,
him, before,
That
he
don't
said
his
he
past
ain't
that
few
don't
stopped.
say
fights.
He
nothing
laughed, he
to how
chuckled, and
he
then said, "I
goes.
ain't stopped
No,
no one
but
for
his
4 years."
past few fights, he hasn't been aggressive though. Like even that, like against Danny, he wasn't aggressive. Against Mikey, he
I hear
wasn't
you on
aggressive.
that.
You know what I'm saying?
I
So
hear
I
you
mean,
on that.
look,
But
He
Spence
laughed
is
and
the
chuckled
type
and
of
said, "I ain't
fighter.
beat no
if
one in
you're a
4.
Premier,
I
I
ain't knocked
can't
out no
see
one
it.
in 4 years."
He goes on streaky. He goes on streaks of his knockouts. You see what I'm saying? You're a Spence fan. You know it. You see what I'm saying?
I do find that
He
weird though.
may turn up
That bad man,
just because he ain't got a knockout
that bad
in some
skinny
years.
black man
Don't
from
mean he ain't
Omaha.
gonna
He's
knock
got
the
9
guy out.
knockouts in a row. Like you get me? And Errol Spence ain't knocked out nothing in 4 years. So
Well, shit. Don't think that Spence ain't a knockout guy. He knocks guys the fuck out.
well, when you ain't knocked no one out for almost 4 years now, I don't consider you as a knockout guy.
You know
Look,
who's
I ain't a
knockout
Spence
guy?
fucking fan. I'm just telling y'all, like, don't put it past him that he could stop Ugas. Like, he could.
No, but you
But
know
what
who's
what do you
knockout
but you
guy?
put it past? But I'm
The
saying
knockout
you
guy
put
is
it past
Bud.
Ugas though to stop Errol Spence. I'm just saying.
And like I said, to how skinny he is today, that doesn't say anything to how he'll look on the night of the fight. Spence ain't gonna be no fucking little skinny small guy on the night of the fight.
Nah, he
He
should
did
come in
against
there
Danny
about
Garcia.
150. Maybe no, maybe 155, 158.
I believe in Spence. You feel me? Maybe y'all don't believe in y'all guy like y'all say. You feel me? I believe in him.
Hey. Anyways, man, look. You want to talk about knockout artists at 147? That's Terrence Crawford all day. Terrence
Yeah,
Crawford is
Terence
a
Crawford,
knockout
fam. He's got
artist.
9 knockouts in a row, fam.
47.
What the fuck?
Look.
He's a knockout
Spence
artist.
is the best southpaw in boxing. Period. You
Huh?
feel me? I don't see how he is. In my opinion, Spence is the best southpaw in boxing.
Hold on, sir.
He's more fundamentally sound. All that shit. How all of a sudden y'all don't believe in this guy?
Hold on, sir. So he's technically better than Lomachenko. He's technically better than Lomachenko. Is that what you're trying to say?
Before we even go there, because you may or may not think that he is more, at least fundamentally sound than Loma, because Loma has like crazy footwork that actually isn't that sound. But anyway, he uses angles. But Usyk is
he's not even forget Lomachenko.
Usyk is a great fighter. You feel me? This ain't to knock no other fighters.
I'm just saying, but Usyk to me is a lot more fundamental, like the way that Spence is also fundamentally sound. I don't know that Usyk is better. I wouldn't say that Spence is a better southpaw than Usyk.
Yeah, in my opinion.
But you see how we can have an argument there. You can't necessarily say that he's not.
No, you said Spence is the best southpaw in boxing. That's what you said.
Yeah,
I believe he is.
Man, talk about skills, it's Usyk. Talk about resume accomplishments, it's Usyk, man. I mean, dude, if you compare Spence's resume to Usyk resume, I mean,
I'm not necessarily comparing.
We're not talking about resume.
I'm not talking about that because then it's not even close. I would definitely say Usyk is
all around.
If we go all around it, of course, Usyk is a better fighter than Earl Spence. You see what I'm saying? He's a unified heavyweight champion of the world.
But he's a better
I'm not going to argue
but that's accomplishments. We're just talking about technical ability. We're
just talking about what we see in the ring. You know what I'm saying?
It's still Usyk. The dude has better footwork, a better jab, a better.
That's your opinion, though. You feel me? I got mine. You feel what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with your opinion either. I love Usyk. Usyk, one of my favorite fighters. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah, but when you judge a guy's technique and all that stuff, it's opinions, right? It's not a fact. But the fact is,
right. None of these is facts of what I said up here. Nothing I said so far.
I'm not saying Tank Davis is better than Errol Spence either, but Tank Davis is a good southpaw fighter as well.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't think he's better than Errol Spence.
But I think
Tank is a great southpaw.
It's arguable.
Yeah, I think that like for me, Lomachenko can't fight going backwards. Right, like I think he's a great southpaw, but
you think so? You think so, Smoke? He can't fight going backwards. You think Smoke?
Hell no. He's
MOB
a different fighter. He's a completely different dude going backwards.
Fair enough.
Tank is pretty good going backwards. I think Usyk is probably like a better one than Spence. I don't know. I feel like that's a bet. Like if I was gonna say who's the best one, I would pick Usyk, not Spence. Not because I think there's a huge thing, but yeah, it is what it is.
Well, you can argue that he's the best southpaw in boxing. You can argue it. Let's leave it at that.
He's definitely one of them. Yeah, sure. He's one of them. Like who else we got? We got Josh Taylor. I think he's better than Taylor.
Josh Taylor, like in my opinion, not to change the subject, he has a lot of deficiencies.
Yeah.
Offensively, and he doesn't have a great punch selection. He starts to do the same fucking thing like what he did against. You guys know I'm talking about Carbo. What's the guy's name? Catterall. He looked terrible that particular night to me.
Yeah, no, I mean.
Well, no one ever speaks about what he did to Regis, though, man. He was a close fight, but he beat Regis, though.
It started off as a close fight.
And that's the thing is, it's always close, and he had to turn up against Postal. Postal was in that ass until he made the adjustments. That's what I like about Josh Taylor, generally speaking, is the adjustments that he makes throughout the fight. That gets him to win late. Dropping Ramirez saved his bacon. Like Ramirez was getting in his ass, right?
Right.
He's someone as well. Sorry to cut you, Smoke. I just want to speak about Ramirez. He's someone that pisses me off as well. Like, you get me? He needs to work on he needs to hone some of his skills here and there as well, man.
Yeah, he doesn't make adjustments. That dude fights one way the entire fucking
he doesn't
fight.
make adjustments. So, and that's the thing in this boxing game, man. You have to learn how to adapt and make adjustments.
Right.
If you cannot,
that's what it's all about.
Yeah.
And if we talking styles, that's what separates, the levels.
The levels of that's what separates the levels of this shit, man. Hey, what's up, Tony? Hey, what's up, Tony, fam? What's up, man?
What's up, OG?
Hey, YB was saying some good stuff about you, man.
You on your way? You on your way to the
We got your sound is horrible, bro.
Yeah, I'm headed to Dallas. I'm headed to the bank. Me and my oldest and my middle son are gonna be in Dallas. I have to stay in Irving. It's sold out on Cooper Street there in Arlington. But I'm headed that way now as we speak.
Well, you're from Arlington, yeah?
Well, I was born and raised in Texas, but I live up. I own a construction business outside of Fort Smith, Arkansas. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's what I'm saying. The construction is nice, you know. You and Carl Hansen do the same thing, kind of.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Holy. We live over there, but we have all good.
Is that Odell Beckham Jr.?
You breaking up a little bit, OG. But shit, you on your way to the fucking fight. Shit, let's go.
Yeah, let's go, man. You get me? You're there, man. You're there, man. You get me? You're there.
Yeah, I'm on. Like I said, I'm on my way to. Well, I got to go to the bank, and then I'm headed towards Dallas. I'm gonna be at the weigh-in, and I'm gonna hook up with YB about 3 this afternoon. I got his ticket and all that shit, but
yeah,
we're probably about.
That's what he said. He had some very, very good, positive, good, respectful words about you, man. He said he's gonna link up with you there, innit?
Oh yeah, listen. I'm gonna try to get him to come up tonight. That way, he could be at the weigh-in tomorrow. You know, because last time I was there, I watched Canelo and BJS at the weigh-in there in the face-off in front of the stadium. So hopefully he can make it. But hey, listen.
Yeah, he's gonna link you, fam. He's gonna link you, fam. He said he wanted to link you, fam. He's gonna link you, man.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I think YB said he was gonna go live. While we said we're probably maybe 35, 40 feet from the ring.
Oh shit, yeah, say nothing, man. That's gonna be live, all family. Make sure you enjoy that thing there, man.
The MOB is everywhere, man.
Oh yeah, well, like a lot of people saying that they were. Somebody said this morning they were giving tickets out. Well, let me explain something to you. Anything roll 10 and above is over $1,500. The closer you get, it goes up to $2,700. And I have 4 tickets, and each cost me $1,200. So, and there's no giving no tickets out. I'm going to say there's probably going to be 74,000 people there.
Shit.
Yeah, that's calm still. That's calm, man. That's calm, man. Yo, that's good, man.
That shit about to be lit.
But anyway, I'm going to try, if hopefully YB can meet me there late this afternoon. If not, maybe come in if he comes in real late. But I'd like to be there at the weigh-in. I wish H would have had some merchandise, or YB would have had some merchandise I could have wore, because we're close.
So I told H, man, you need to H, fam. You need to get that H money fucking that thing on the jumper, man. Get that H money image on the jumper, hoodies and caps and shit, man. That looks hard, fam. Get me, go sport that.
Yeah. But hey, listen, y'all. I'll see y'all in Texas.
Say
all right,
nothing,
OG,
Tony.
Be safe
fam.
out there.
Say nothing, Tony, man. Real G.
Oh yeah, let's get back to comparing the styles, bro. We was having a great convo. I fuck with it.
Yeah, man. Where was we, man? Where was we, man?
Shit, we was talking about Josh Taylor.
Yes. Josh Taylor. Yes, and Ramirez. Josh Taylor and Ramirez.
I thought that Ramirez was actually winning the fight until probably about the 5th round. Josh Taylor started doing a lot of chippy shit, dirty shit, but he got away with it in that fight. You see what I'm saying? Especially that uppercut out of the clinch. That shit was really, really slick. You feel what I'm saying? That's slick. But he got away with that shit. And I don't really think that Jose Ramirez really recovered from that shit the rest of the fight.
No, he didn't. Well, he visibly, in my eyes, anyway.
Yep. And then Josh Taylor, he showed like a different level to his game than I believe he did against Catterall. Catterall didn't fucking play into his hands. He didn't allow him to go into his counter punching like he did against Jose Ramirez, because he started hitting that dude with some fucking sharp, clean
bricks. He started hitting that dude with some bricks.
Hell yeah. And that's what really won him the fight. He went to a different level in that fight that we waited for in the Catterall fight and never saw.
Correct.
We never saw it come out.
I know. I want to see what he does at 147. I want to see what Josh Taylor does at 147. I want to see what lines he's trying to fight up there. Cause I want to. That would be a good fight. Him and Boots. I'd like to see that. That would be a good fight.
You know,
No, it wasn't dirty. It wasn't a dirty tactic. It was slick. That's what I would call it.
You know the dirty ass tactic we were talking about earlier. You know, since we're pumping all these fights, Rolly versus Tank, real quick. Rolly versus Yiga, like what that dude was doing to him throughout the entire fight was dirty as fuck. Yeah, half Nelson at one point, body slammed him.
He was bullying that Yiga. He was bullying that Yiga guy.
Like, I don't know where to get these refs from, but he was the elbows he was throwing, the heads, all that stuff. Like he was always framing off my man.
Yeah, he ain't doing none of that
They
shit.
let some of these dudes get away with everything. Like, get away with some of the most absurd shit. Like that ref was allowing Josh Taylor to get away with hitting Catterall in the back of the head. You guys see
but that's what I'm
overshooting
saying to you, Kush. Josh Taylor is the unified champion. They're gonna allow him to get away with certain things. He is the A side in that ring. He is the fucking cash cow in this Scotland. He is the A side in the ring. They're gonna allow him to get away with certain things. You understand what I'm saying to you?
I hear you, but if let that be Errol Spence or Terrence Crawford in the ring, they gonna fucking warn him.
Of course, he ain't gonna be the A side in there. He ain't gonna be the A side.
No, I'm talking about like them fighting just a regular opponent, like just a regular opponent. They're gonna fucking warn him like of just one fucking shot to the back of the head.
If he comes over there, if he goes to America, then most definitely. But if he stays over here, then I doubt it.
It's almost like they're condoning it because when they warn a fighter that's a really good fighter that's conscious of those type of things, they warn them and the shit don't happen again. But when you just let a dude just keep doing it, you feel me? I don't care who it is. That shit is dirty.
It is, man, but you have to do anything to win the fight. This is what I'm saying to you. You have to do anything to win the fight.
No, I'm talking about the ref doing his job. The fighter, do your shit. Do you do whatever you could do to hurt that man if you the fighter? Shit. But if you the ref, then do your fucking job. You feel me?
I hope the ref don't fuck up the Ugas and Spence, man. I want him to rock it out and bang it out, man. I do not want the ref to play a part of this fucking thing, man. I hate when the refs it's on the refs to make a decision of who won the fight. Like they get me certain key areas where they make certain parts of certain
if Ugas get the fucking somehow teeing off on Spence, and then Spence start hitting him with low blows, I want the ref to fucking call him on that shit. Warn him.
Correct.
Because I could see the fight going that way. Spencer, he'll do whatever he got to do to win the fight. You see what I'm saying? I seen him do that shit with Sean. I don't want to see that shit against Ugas. That should have pissed me off.
Well, fair enough. To his corner though, like to his Jews. Sean Porter been doing that to everybody. He's always done to bro.
Sean headbutt you and do all that shit too. So I get it. Like Spence, that showed me Spence is gonna do whatever he need to do to win the fucking fight.
So he's a dog. Spence is a dog. He's a dog. He's a bulldog. Rottweiler, pit bull, fucking staff, fucking King Corsair. He's everything.
Man, Spence gonna brutalize Ugas, and then we're gonna hear a lot of people talking about how dirty Spence is.
I don't think he's gonna brutalize him, man. I think Ugas knows what's at stake here. Ugas knows that he can throw a monkey wrench in this thing. He can throw a monkey wrench in this thing. When you know that you can throw a monkey wrench in this thing, you're up for it. You feel me?
So Spence to me is more like Ward is. Like if you try to go there with him, then he is going to go there. But I don't think he's inclined to go there. Right? Like he was super dirty in the Porter fight, but Porter was leading with his head. Like Porter was super dirty in that fight.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Still, yeah, Porter was fucking fuck off dirty in that fight. So
yeah, that's what Wilder didn't do. Like you're not supposed to let a guy just.
I think a lot of those punches were getting
walk
smothered
around and foul you and all that shit without you fouling him back.
Yeah.
No,
when Sean punches, he lead with his head, and he has short arms, and he smothers them with it. So he smothers the punches and does more damage with his head. It's crazy.
I mean, and then he smothers the other fighter's punches by closing the distance. So a punch that would probably land higher ends up landing sooner because it's lower.
Okay, yeah, correct. You're correct there. Correct right there. That's a good point.
Appreciate it.
Nah, man, just analyzing these facts is so interesting, man, because we just need to see them rumble in the ring, man. And what's so funny is that it's good that we've seen the measuring stick of Sean Porter fighting Ugas. What's so funny? He fought Ugas, Terence Crawford, and so you can take a measuring stick from those fights to see where actually
Hey, Cassidy, you gotta fix your audio, Cassidy. You like real low.
Okay, you hear me?
What up, eh?
Yeah, there you go. You better now.
Yeah.
Yo, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just Cassidy was real low. Cassidy, repeat what you just said. Say it again.
No, I was just saying it's good. It's a good measuring stick that we got to see Ugas fight. No, sorry, we got to see Sean Porter fight Ugas. We got to see him fight against Terence Bud Crawford. We got to see him fight against Spence. And to me, I'm always going to keep saying this. I think that he lost. I mean, I think that he beat Sean Porter. So you get me. It's a good measuring stick to see where they're all at. You get me, because they all faced the similar opponents. Or you get me.
Right.
So we have a better calculation of what will happen in these fights.
Earl Spence looks strong as fuck today at that.
He does. He looks like a
for sure.
He looks like a Zulu warrior. He looks mad.
That nigga Spence looked like he ready. He was hitting the miss with the hat on and shit.
It's funny how he got that hat on though. I wonder why he had the hat on though, hitting the mitts and shit. I never seen somebody wear a hat like that.
Shit, man.
I was like, why you don't take it off?
That easy for him. Or his hair probably was fucked up. Somebody must have messed his haircut up or something. That's why he had the hat on.
Yeah, that's funny, man. I don't know why. I don't know.
That shit was kind of lit, though. I ain't gonna lie, bro. That shit was kind of lit.
It was lit. I like the atmosphere. And then it's like anybody could have pulled up over there to, see Earl or Benavidez and them Isaac Cruz and shit. So I like how they promoting this fight. They doing a good job, getting the people involved and stuff. Open workout and shit, that's cool.
More media, more fucking.
If that was nigga, I'll pull up, man. If it was like, in Memphis, if they had fights like that and they had the fighters just out there like that, nigga, anybody could pull up. You know what I'm saying?
It seemed like you could get real close.
A lot of Mexican fans out there too, man. The Mexicans, they love
like
boxing.
It was a lot of people either. It was like just
a lot of Mexican fans out there.
T-shirt and shit, like. Dudes wasn't even dressed and shit, bro. Like, dudes are just out there.
Hey, Earl Spence, he got a lot of Mexican fans because he out there in Texas.
Yeah, I didn't understand the baseball cap. Like, I didn't understand. Like, he was married to that shit, like Floyd.
Hey, Earl, a hard dude to understand in general.
Like I said, somebody probably messed his haircut up, man. He's trying to hide his haircut, man. Somebody pushed his hairline back, man, so he tried to hide it.
I don't know. I think that shit was kind of hard though. Maybe I'm kind of like a little young and shit.
I'm trying to say my hairline's 100. My hairline's done, boy.
Nah, he kept messing.
Nah, that's Jerome. Jerome trying to talk shit.
No, it's funny, man. That's funny, man. Hey, Jerome, because I already know my hairline. It's done, boy. Trust me. It's had its good days, boy. It's had its good days, boy.
I feel like my nigga Spence was trying to let everybody know it's strap season and he back, bro. Like.
My man kept fixing it. Like, I don't know. It's just like, why are you wearing a baseball hat?
That shit
was
kind of tight, bro.
Maybe it's hot out there or something. I don't know. I didn't get it.
Ain't nothing to get, man.
Shit. He kept adjusting and shit. It was an issue for him. Unless that's going to be one of his moves, like the adjust the hat move in the ring. Like, the fuck, I'm looking at.
Hey. What is a knockout
part of
win
me
do for him?
Part of me fucking with y'all saying, bro, but Spence hard, bro. That shit was tight, bro.
It was tight. It wasn't tight enough. The shit kept moving around though.
What is
he
a
had
knockout
super
win?
tight on there. Like I said,
Derek James put it on his head. For him to pound for pound
Smoke clouded my nigga Spence. What's up, man?
What does a knockout win do for Spence on the pound for pound list?
What it does is it get my attention. It get me excited about this fight. It make me aware and raise my antennas that okay, shit, Crawford, you better come with your A game, and you better not deny no call out for shit. That's what it does for me.
All right. It don't slide him up on that pound for pound.
Yeah, of course.
What?
Yep.
Sorry, Earl Spence.
Yeah, with a
Because
knockout win.
for me
Of
right
course,
now, Earl
man. Of course,
Spence
man. Of
dropped
course,
on
of
my
course, of course.
list. Just a little bit. He dropped on my list. I put him like 6 or 7 right now.
But this is
But
what
if
pisses
he
me off,
knocked
though.
Ugas out, bro, then I gotta put Spence like number 4, right behind Crawford. Wherever
This is
Crawford
what,
is on anybody list,
But
he gotta be behind him.
but this is
but
what
you know
pisses
what
me
this
off, though,
fight
fam.
does
How come you
though?
guys are
Like,
like?
look, if he beats Ugas, that definitely puts him back at the number 1 welterweight spot. That
For
would
sure.
make him the number 1 welterweight for sure.
Nobody can deny that. That's a real boxing thing.
But
I
then
think
this is
that
what I
he's
don't
still
understand, fam.
technically number 1.
Have you man got Jamel Charlo on your pound for pound list?
No,
Not
I
me.
don't.
No,
I don't.
Jamel, just the little one,
Yeah,
Jamel
no,
Charlo.
yeah, neither one. Neither Charlo brothers.
No,
have
I
one.
don't. I
How
don't have
come
him
you
on
don't
my
have? How
list.
come you don't have him? How come you don't have him on?
I
That's what I'm
used
saying
to
to you.
until I heard
Yeah,
Clish's
yeah,
reasoning.
I just think
It
he's
made
like
some
kind of
sense with
basic
that.
and
The
he gets
reason
killed a
that
lot.
I don't have him on my list is because of level of competition. That's why I
What
would say
for the
he's not
small?
on my list.
The small one.
If he beats Castano, then yeah, I will entertain putting Jermell Charlo on my list.
No, he has
I
to. No,
have
he has to.
skills.
He has to be on the list. He has to. He's got all the
See,
belts.
I have
But
skills
not
as a
before.
premium. I have
No, but
skills as a premium.
you can even say now that he's got 2 belts. He's got 2. Well, how many belts he got?
Yeah, I don't give
He
a
got
damn
He
about
three
has
that.
three.
belts.
He has 3,
And
but
then how is he
still.
not in the pound? That's what I'm saying. How is he not in the pound for pound? But he got 3 belts. But these guys that don't have no belts, no ain't
Okay,
on the pound. No
Because of
Lomachenko on the pound
because
list.
of the
let me
competition
ask you
that's
this.
on the list.
Let me ask
The
you this,
competition
Cassidy.
that's already
He's been
on the
fighting killers.
list.
Who do you think is a better
Look
boxer?
at the other contemporaries on that list that are in the top 10, and then justify to me why I should put him on my top 10 compared to these other guys that most of us, the consensus, have on the top 10.
Well,
We're
I'm gonna
putting
ask you
Bud.
this.
We're putting Bud. We're putting Bud on there, innit? We're putting Bud on there, so we have to put him on there then, because Bud hasn't really faced any
No.
major
Okay.
contemporary. That's what I'm saying to you. But I can't
Go
get
ahead,
onto Bud
Smoke.
because
I do want to hear what you got to say, Smoke.
I
Go ahead.
want to ask. I want to just ask you
Sorry,
in general.
Smoke,
Like,
go on.
do either one of you guys think that Charlo is a better boxer than Gary Russell Jr.?
No way.
Do you have Gary Russell Jr. on your
A better
pound for
boxer
pound list?
style wise?
He's not active though. He's not active.
Yeah,
though.
in
He hasn't
any
been active.
right. But do you think he's a better boxer? I don't care how many times he fights if he's not as good as the guy.
I don't believe that he's as good of a boxer as Gary Russell Jr. No, not even
That means
close.
that is Keith. Wait, let me ask you this, Mo. Is Keith Thurman a
But
better boxer?
he's a
Is
better
Keith Thurman a
winner
better
though.
boxer than Gary Russell Jr.?
Yes, he is a more
Hell no.
accomplished
Hell
fighter.
no. Gary Russell
He's
Jr.
a better
is
winner.
Gary Russell
is one of the
Jr.
best
is like
boxers in
was a
boxing.
longer reigning champion and all that though. Defenses, all that though. You feel me? Gary Russell Jr. is what? Is he a 2-division champion?
He's
You
a
feel me?
division champion. He's only fought
One
in one
division
division.
champion.
And
But
he's
Gary
very
Russell
active
One
as a
division
champion.
he ain't no fucking pushover.
But
You
I'm
feel
just
me?
I
saying
mean,
he's
but
one of the
Jermell
best.
Charlo, he could
He's one
stay
of the
at
best
that weight
boxers in
and rule it
boxing.
for a long time as well with 1 belt.
Yeah, I'm saying he's one of the best guys in boxing, one of the best boxers in the entire sport, and nobody has him on their pound for pound list.
I don't
Yeah.
agree with that. I don't agree
Well,
with that. I
I
don't
mean,
think he's
did
one
he
of the best. I
unify?
don't agree with that.
I don't. Do you have to unify in order to be a pound for pound guy? I don't think so.
Well, I mean, we talking about Jermell Charlo, who's unifying.
Yeah, I don't care
and
about that. Like I said,
No, but you have
I'm
to care
talking
though,
about a
Smoke.
body best.
well, I
I
mean,
don't
that's
go
your
for like
decision not to care.
like
I
it does
mean,
not
his
matter
style
to
is
me if you
great, but
fight.
is he a better winner?
But
No.
listen, it doesn't matter to me if you're not even a better boxer. This is boxing. This is not like belt collecting.
I mean,
Smoke.
I think there's better
Smoke.
We're talking
boxers
about
than
pound for
Gary
pound
Russell Jr.
boxers.
that
I'm
I
talking
wouldn't put
about
on that
skills.
list.
I'm talking about boxing skills. I'm not talking about your ability to collect
No,
belts.
Smoke.
Even
I would agree with you that Gary Russell, yes, he is more skilled than Charlo, and in some aspects, if you put it that way, he would deserve to be put on the list. But you can't justify him being on the list, putting him next to the contemporaries that are actually on the list in a lot of cases.
Okay, there's no the list. That's first off, and I can justify whatever the fuck I want because
There
this
is
is
a
all made
list
up.
because
No,
there's a
Coach,
list
this is a
that's
made
put
up
out there
list.
to the masses
Like
and
God
that
didn't
people
God
agree
didn't make
with.
up a list.
and
God didn't make up
argue
a list
over it.
for
You
pound
could
for
deny
pound
that
guy.
there's no list, but there is actually a list that's
No,
been
there's
Okay,
set
several
there's
that
a
the
lists.
list,
world
smoke. There's
argues
smoke,
over.
smoke. There
Several.
is a list,
No,
smoke. There is
there's
a list.
several lists,
You
and
can
they're all
deny
made
it,
up.
but there's actually a list, Smoke.
No,
Like
Yes,
there's
no,
actual
you're
there's
not
list.
one
understanding what
there's
I'm
one
saying to you.
guaranteed. There's
There's
one
a ton of
credible
lists.
source. There's one credible source.
There
It
is
may
not
not
one.
be.
Arguing
It
There's
from
may
no
back
not
to
be
credible
just get
source.
based
back to the
on.
topic at
It
There's
may
hand.
not
literally
be
no
based on
credible
fact. It
sources.
may be
All of them are
based
just trying
on
to sell you
opinion.
something.
Hold on, hold on,
But
hold on.
there's
One at a
always
time,
a
yo.
How
One
is
at
list.
a time,
ESPN?
man.
What makes ESPN's list more credible than Rings?
I didn't say
That's
that
not.
it's more credible
No one said
than
that.
another
Okay,
or
great. So
anything like
that's what
that.
I'm
I'm
saying. There
saying
is
that
no the list.
there's a list
No,
that most of
there's
us can
several
agree
lists.
upon that's always out
Yeah,
there,
right,
and
but
we
that's what
argue over it.
I got it. But now you're talking about a consensus that we can agree upon and all this other shit, and you'll still have people who don't agree with you.
Yeah, but what's the
Okay,
minority?
but
What's the
we
majority
argue
though? What's the
over it.
majority though?
I'm not
I'm telling you,
disagreeing
but
with that.
that's what I'm telling you. There is no
What's the
list.
majority though?
There's
What's the
only a bunch
majority
of
though?
shit that you can say, and you go like, "This is what a lot of people say." And
Okay, so
Okay.
where are you going with this? Like, what's your point?
what I'm going with it is, for me and my criteria, I put skills as a premium because this is boxing, and I put skills, not the ability to like collect titles
See,
and all this other shit.
So what
no.
justifies?
That's what
So
I'm saying.
what
Because that means that
justifies
AB.
your
That means that
reasoning?
AB will be
So what
pound for pound. You
justifies
get
your
me?
reasoning for putting somebody on your list over the next man if there's no list?
Right. Because the title comes from boxing skills. It wasn't about like Sugar Ray Robinson collecting a bunch of titles. They were talking about his ability in the ring.
He asked you how you measure the skills up to other boxers.
Right. Correct. Your actual boxing skill. That's where the pound for pound list came from. It was about
Okay,
skills.
so how do you measure Gary Russell's skills to other boxers that are on the quote unquote list?
It depends on which list you're referring to, correct?
Okay, so let's go off of your list. Who are you comparing him to that you would put him over?
Who would I put him over?
Because
Can't
we
even
don't
compare
have a
from the guys had like
disagreement
three
on.
fights. The guys had like 3 fights in 7
We
years.
don't have a disagreement on
So I
Charlo. I know
got
that
you. I
Charlo
think
is
I
not a
understand what
better
you're saying.
boxer than Gary
Right.
Russell.
So who do I think
what's
Gary
the
Russell
point?
Jr. is who do I put him over that's in my list? Oh, Ioka, right? I have Ioka on my list. I put him as a better boxer than I have him over Estrada.
No.
No, we're talking about skills
Smoke,
wise,
man.
right? No, I'm just talking about skills wise, right?
Okay.
I'm just saying, like Gary Russell Jr. is a better boxer
This
than
is
all
the
of these
thing.
guys who are on my list.
This the thing, Smoke. There's a couple of segments that you actually missed. We actually did this shit on the show. We broke down a list and we actually separate that, bro. We had a list based upon just sheer skill, and then there's a list based upon just we're talking about pound for pound. That's different. What you're judging it based on, you want to break it down to just one category, just skills. But pound for pound is more than just skills.
If you say so, but it's just because you
It
say
is.
so doesn't make it because there's no criteria. God didn't
But
create a
if
pound
you
for pound.
if
Oh
you
no,
go around this
come on,
panel
Smoke, man. Come
and
on,
you
Smoke.
ask
Come on,
them,
I'm
Smoke,
trying
and
to
man.
you
tell you,
ask
bro. I'm trying to tell you
to
that
you, it's
with
not
pound for
based
pound.
upon. It's based
I'm
upon
telling you
just
the pound for
skills.
pound skills.
But
The pound
that's
for
your
pound list
definition
used to
of
be
pound for
skills.
pound. That's
And no, it
yours,
was
though.
their definition of it, and they're the ones who came up with it.
That's your definition of
And then
pound for
now
pound,
it's
bro.
changed.
Like,
Okay, now it's their definition, and I was just rocking with it. But now
but
everybody's
that's not
definition is
pound
a
for
little bit
pound.
different.
If we have my
Do
boy
you have
Haplo right here, he would tell you that
Lomachenko
that's
over
not pound
Gary
for
Russell
pound.
Jr. on your
Do I
list?
have Lomachenko over Gary Russell Jr. on my pound for pound? No.
Why?
I think that
The guy smashed him up.
Lomachenko
How
was
can you not
kind of a
have him over
little
him?
bit. I think
The guy smashed him up though. The guy smashed him up.
again. I mean, they
He beat
fought. It
up
was
Gary
a hell
Russell
of a
for the whole
fight.
12 rounds.
I think he got robbed of a knockdown, but also I think like while Gary Russell's been really consistent, I think Loma's gotten like better. He's like his technical, like they're both really good boxers, right? But I just think Loma's a better boxer. I mean, you don't have the same kind of flaws as
You
let
say
me think about
Loma's a
that.
better boxer than Gary Russell Jr.
Well, I mean, I thought actually now that I'm thinking about it, I got to think about it.
I
Like they
think that
fought,
Gary
right?
Russell gets hit a lot more than he needs to.
I think so also, and I think that Lomachenko can't fight going backwards.
For me, he's just been too inactive. You can't have 3 fights in fucking 6 years or something like that. No.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. You got to start going to inactivity and all that kind of shit, which
Yeah,
don't really
so
have
yeah,
anything to do with pound
he's
for pound.
sniffing. He don't sniff nowhere near no pound for pound. He ain't
No, I
sniffing
mean that's
shit.
what I'm saying. Like I don't have like it's cool if you have it. I'm not saying that your list is wrong and like all this things. I'm just saying there is
No
no
one's list
right
is wrong. No
way.
one's list is wrong. It's subjective, innit? You get me? But man's just saying, Kush was just saying, and I'm just saying that there is a list, like there is a universal, like worldwide
no, it's
list.
not. It's literally Ring Magazine and ESPN because they have the biggest voice. That's it. And then
If that's what
everybody
you
in the
believe, I'm
YTPC
not
when
gonna
their own
argue that.
opinions, right?
Yeah, I'm just letting you know that that's your opinion. That there's not a
Well, I can
list that
also
we
say it's a
argue.
Yeah, like
historical
you put
fact.
Gary Russell in front of
I'm actually,
Ioka. You put Gary Russell in
what I'm
front of
actually
Ioka. I can't
pointing
say
out to is the historical record. I'm telling you where it came from. Like the first one is the boxing. Like first off, pound for pound, the concept of pound for pound in the modern, in the modern idea, it's
If you're gonna
changed.
say that to me right now, Smoke, post the link and show me.
Okay, why don't I just say it and then you can find it yourself?
No, how about you post the link and show
I
me?
mean, you can ask
If
me,
you're gonna
but
say all
I
that
mean,
shit without any
listen.
studies
There's
behind
no,
it, and
I
what
don't
you
have to
say
pay a
is
price
fact,
for what I'm
if
saying.
you're gonna tell me something is fact,
I'm not trying to
then
tell
and
you
not just your
anything. I'm
opinion,
not trying to tell you anything. I'm
then
just
make
trying
sure
to
you
finish the
post the
thought.
link, bro,
I
because I
literally am
don't.
not trying to tell
You
you
feel me?
anything.
I don't go off
I
that
don't
shit.
care
thought
about
you
what
said
you
that
think
I
about the
thought you
link.
said you
I'm
bring
just saying.
receipts for everything you say
Right.
yesterday.
So if
I'm
you
just
don't
saying.
understand,
That's why I always say shit is my opinion. Because
okay,
if I'm gonna tell you some
awesome.
shit is
And
a
I'm
fact,
talking about the historical
I'm gonna
record.
come with some
Yes,
receipts
and I'm
behind
talking
it, bro,
about. So
every
that's
time.
what you do, but that's not what I do. So the
No, it's smart to
historical
do that
record.
because that's how I could differentiate when a nigga is capping or not.
Awesome. I
You
don't
feel what I'm
care
saying?
how your difference between a guy's capping. That's not my issue.
Okay.
That's your
Well,
issue.
I don't believe you. How about
I
that
don't
then?
need for you to believe me.
So whatever you say, it
Great.
don't
It's
even make
awesome.
sense.
It's not the Bible. It's just a historic record.
I know.
Right. So
I know.
when it
Do you
came up
I
to
know
factor
what you're
Sugar Ray
saying
Robinson,
is not the
when it came
Bible.
to
pound for
right,
pound
I know.
smoke?
so in the very first time, the very first time we heard this whole idea about pound for pound, it was in the heavyweights, and that was like over 100 years ago, and no one really talked about it again until Sugar Ray Robinson. And when it came to Sugar Ray Robinson, what they were talking about is his skill set, like what he could do inside the ring, and it was like that for a long time, all the way really up until like Manny Pacquiao Floyd thing. In my experience watching boxing. Like, if you need links for this whole thing, that's on you, bro. That's not what I'm here for. I'm not a
You
library for
see,
you.
if I ask my boy Haplo, hey Haplo, drop me a link on that shit. He gonna drop me a link.
Great,
So
and
it's
so
whatever
that's
you say,
why
my
there's
nigga.
a difference between
And I done
me and
already
Haplo.
looked it up, so I already know what the deal is about
Okay,
pound for
great. So
pound
if
and
you
how
already
it
did
came
so
about.
great, so then
I
you
don't
know
need
that
you
what
to
I'm saying is
describe
absolutely
anything to
correct.
me, bro.
So you know what I'm saying is
That's
absolutely
Smoke,
correct. Since you
smoke.
looked it up, you know
Listen,
what I'm saying is absolutely correct.
as a casual, listen. When I hear what you're trying to say about skill sets, but when I hear that, it makes me think this dude is supposed to be as a pound for pound skill set fighter. He's supposed to be so nice with his skill set that he can go to any weight class
any
and his
weight
skills will
class, any weight
translate.
class. Yeah.
Yeah, I
And I don't.
mean, yeah. I'm
But
saying,
how can you say that his skills translate when I don't even know if he's the best fighter in his weight class?
well, I mean, if you don't know that he's the best rider in his weight class, then you don't know that, right? But again, we're talking about a skill set, not whether or not is it like however you feel like you figured that thing out, right? Like, I didn't have T.O. on my top 10 just because he beat Loma.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, a
That's
bunch of
fair.
people did, right?
But wait.
I mean,
Was
it's a fair
Loma on
thing
your
to
pound for
do that.
wait?
Like,
Was Loma on your
like
pound
just
for pound
because you
list when you
beat the
beat him?
guy, just because I think a guy is a better skilled boxer and you get beat by that guy,
And
like,
what I'm saying
does that mean like
was Loma
now
on
he's
your
a
was Loma on your pound
pound
for
for
pound list
pound
when
better fighter?
Teofimo
Like, I don't think so.
was Loma
I
on
don't
your
think
pound for
like
pound list when he
Ruiz
fought?
was a better pound for pound fighter than AJ. Like,
No, I'm saying was Loma on your pound for pound list when Teofimo Lopez fought him?
of course he was. He was
So
like my
that means
number 2 guy.
that Teofimo Lopez is now on pound for pound because he beat the
No,
guy that you put on your pound for
that's
pound list.
your thing. That's
No,
not
but
what I
that
think. Like,
doesn't make no sense, though, Smoke.
here's what I think.
That
Right.
don't make no
So
sense, though, Smoke.
here's I'll tell you how it made sense. Teofimo Lopez wasn't even in my top 15
You're the
before that.
king. You're the king. You're the king. Wait, you're the king of the court 1-on-1. You're the king. I come now and beat the king
No, I
on the
mean,
court. I'm the king now on
okay,
1-on-1.
Right. That's if that's
It
the way
doesn't
you
matter if
run
I
it.
didn't dunk. It doesn't
I
matter if I
understand.
didn't dunk or I made all my
It has
shots
to be.
from free throws or whatever.
Bro,
It's the fact that I beat you. Now I'm the king.
okay,
Now
I
I'm on pound
understand.
for pound.
I understand that that's the way that you do it. I'm sure that
It's
you're
not the
very
way that I
selective
do
with
it.
yourself.
It's just logical common sense.
No, but it's not logical common sense because it doesn't
Salute
happen in a
ID.
bunch of times. Like, and I can name a bunch of times when it doesn't happen, and you didn't do it, right?
Go ahead, Smoke. Go ahead.
Right, but just to finish my point off, right?
No, go
Like,
ahead. I
I
want
didn't
to
have.
go ahead. Mention. No, give some
I'm
examples.
trying to, bro, but you keep interrupting me. So let me finish. So
Wow.
when Teofimo Lopez, before he fought Lomachenko, I didn't have him in my top 15. So he's not going to jump 14 spaces to where Loma was just because I had a Loma ranked higher.
So
Because I didn't have Loma.
wait. You
Let
didn't have
me
no skills.
finish.
You didn't
Let
have no
me
skills. You
finish,
didn't have
bro.
no skills.
Let me finish.
No, he didn't have any skills.
Loma. I didn't have Loma up there because of one fight. Loma took a while to get there, and then fought a whole bunch of guys to stay there. Like him beating Loma jumped like 5-6 spaces. He became like number 12, But one fight ain't gonna get you all the way into like top 5 because you beat one dude who
So he
happens
beat
to be a top
he beat
5.
the best guy in the division, and that only jumped him up to 3 spaces.
No, I said he could jump up like 5 spaces, but he's like not in my top 15 before that.
No, but his skills. No, but why though? Because he's got skills. His skills are elite.
I mean, sure, because he beat because he struggled with Nakatani and knocked out.
No, it's because
Coleman?
he's got skills. No, because he's got
I mean,
skills. Like
but,
Gary
but,
Russell Jr. Gary
but
Russell
we
Jr.'s
saw
got
his,
skills.
but we saw okay. So in his skills, in this Nakatani fight, what did we see about his skills?
That's just one fight, though. You're speaking about
I
one fight.
understand.
What about the fights before that?
The dude hasn't had very many fights. That's my entire point.
I be who I be.
Yeah, that
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Because he's fighting low-level competition, he wasn't very high on my pound for pound list. And what I saw was he had a ton of defensive flaws. He over relies on power, not really on his jab. Like it was a whole bunch of stuff about Teofimo.
What's low level competition though? What's low level competition though, man? Richard Coleman is not low level competition. Nakatani is not low level competition.
Who did he fight before Nakatani?
Magdaleno, he's not that much of a low level competition.
Okay, cool. So I don't know what you mean by mid range or low range or high range. If you think that Nakatani and that dude are like, I don't even think they're middle road competition. I think they like.
Hey, Smoke, can I ask you a question about your Lomachenko and your who are you comparing Lomachenko to? But Lomachenko on your pound for pound list does what, or just any fighter being ranked highly and another fighter not being ranked on your list, does one loss make that fighter drop off your list?
Depends on what the loss looks like and who they lost against. Like if you are like a top 10 guy, like if let's say you're on 10 and you just lost to a guy who's like 20, like right? I don't know. Like if you're dropping off the list. You're not gonna be on that thing anymore. Like you were a cuss dude anyway, and you lost to like somebody who's not even anything, right?
Right. So it depends on like
Loma dropped
how you lost and
Jerome
who you lost
Benjamin.
to.
I feel you, man.
Yeah, and then who you looked like and all that stuff.
So is Jojo Diaz Gary Russell Jr.'s best win?
I don't know about best win, but I don't really base the pound for pound list off of a best win. That's more like a comparing resume kind of question.
I mean, but if you don't have a worthy adversary to test your skills against, then how do you know your skill set is supreme?
I don't know who is it that's supposed to deem something worthy. Like, are you saying Tug is not worthy? Like, what is
Jordan
worthy
played
not
Kobe?
worthy,
Would
right?
you consider them worthy adversaries?
Like I think Loma was a worthy adversary. He lost the fight, but he looked good fucking in it.
Did he?
Right.
Yeah, they dropped.
No, he did not. No, he did not. No, he did
dropped
not.
Loma. What the fuck?
He dropped. Sorry.
He dropped Loma in that fight.
I didn't think.
So Lubin dropped Fundora. Lubin looked like
shit.
Lubin dropped Fundora. Lubin looked like shit.
No, Lubin also didn't look like shit. It's just that Fundora looked like
he was. He was eating right uppercuts all night long. Like he wasn't looking like shit.
But he didn't look like shit.
Look at his face. What do you mean he wasn't looking like shit?
Okay. Literally, he looked like shit at the end of the fight. But I'm saying
exactly. So that means he was fighting like shit.
Okay. I mean, no, he was fighting the wrong fight. But in the fight, he didn't look bad. Like he didn't look
bad. But his face says another. His face tells another story.
Again, you're talking about a certain thing. Like
I don't know. Kush, Marcus, H Money. Did Lubin look bad? Did Lubin look bad in that fight?
You have to understand
the result was bad, but Lubin held his own in the fight.
Exactly.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, he didn't like Lubin.
He held his own. What do you mean he held his own?
I have another question for
say
Smoke.
He had a bad game plan. He
fought the wrong fight.
Could have evaded a lot.
Right, but he didn't. But he didn't go out like no sucker, bro. He held his own in the fight.
No, not going out like a sucker. He looked bad. He didn't no defense.
Yeah, the result was just bad. He had a bad
looked like he was
slip no punches.
Low skill set. He looked like low skill set. That's what it looked like.
Right.
Yeah, Lubin doesn't have a low skill set, so he looked bad.
It looked like styles make fights, and also attributes make fights. So because Lubin is susceptible to fighting the other guy's fights, a lot of his shit gets rough. Right, but that's not him looking bad in the fight. Like to me, we're talking like two different things. I agree with you that his face looked horrible afterwards. Right, so yes, we agree there. He looked bad in that sense. Looking in the mirror, sure, but he was fucking Fundora up, and that drop was a legitimate drop. It wasn't a flash knockdown. Like that was damn near.
He had great moments. He had a warrior's heart, but as far as game plan and execution, it looked bad.
Yeah.
Right. I wanted to ask Smoke a question. So based on your pound for pound, would you rank Josh Taylor currently as a pound for pound fighter?
Yeah, I had him as a pound for pound guy.
Salute, Joe.
I like it. Like I said, I like the way he.
I'm talking about after what happened with the Catterall thing.
I
and all
mean,
that.
like I haven't really redone him pound for pound since then, right? Like I just do it.
Was
like,
Catterall in your top 15? It was Catterall in your top 15?
Fuck no.
So then that's what I'm saying to you. What are you talking about?
But Josh
That's
Taylor
what I'm
wasn't
saying.
ranked.
That's what I'm saying. How can you say
Cassidy? Josh Taylor wasn't ranked number 10. Because Josh Taylor wasn't ranked number 10.
Hold on.
Right now you're just talking bastard, but you don't
Teofimo
understand
Lopez.
what
No, wait,
is.
hold on.
That's why
Teofimo
you're
Lopez.
confused.
Wait, hold on. Teofimo Lopez.
The reason that I asked that question, Smoke, ain't so much just because Jack Catterall wasn't ranked. It's also because I felt like in that fight he exposed some flaws in Josh Taylor's game. You see what I'm saying? And that's why I would drop him so much in addition to them robbing Catterall. You see what I'm saying? I feel there needs to be some kind of punishment.
He went back to the bottom 5. Like he was in the top 5. I had him like I think somewhere around number 5 before the fight. And then he dropped like, bottom, like he's still in top 10, but somewhere close to 8, 9 kind of thing.
Okay. He would be off my list.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna be like, oh, I think Jack Catterall beat him, so now he's top 5 pound for pound. Like,
no, fuck that. No. Now, if another question, if Kambosos is to beat Devin Haney some kind of way, would you rank Kambosos pound for pound then?
I was going to ask you that as well.
Will he crack your top 10 is what I'm asking. I'm not asking if he's a fucking top 5 pound for pound. You guys there?
I would move him up to. I would put him in the top 10, and I would drop Loma off.
Yeah, Loma's gone. He's done. If Kambosos beats Haney,
I'm just saying, like Haney's not in my
we didn't
top
hear
10
nothing you
pound for
said,
pound,
Smoke.
right?
Say it again, Smoke. We didn't hear nothing you said.
Oh, I'm saying that Devin Haney is not in my top 10 pound for pound. So like beating him isn't going to like Teofimo Lopez wasn't in my top 10 pound for pound, and neither is Devin Haney. So beating
He's got skills though. He's got skills though.
I got an answer for that. He
does have skills. He's got the best jab in the lightweight division.
I feel you about what you would rank him and whatever, but Devin Haney and Teofimo Lopez are drastically different fighters. If he beat Teofimo handily while he was being pursued the whole fight and won convincingly, and then he fights Devin Haney and he's the pursuer and beats him in a whole totally different style, back to back in 2 unifications for Undisputed, that shows skill set to me. So,
I mean that's what I'm saying. I got to see it. Like that's the thing. Like I can't predetermine it. Like I'm just saying, just like straight off, just saying he won the fight. I don't have Devin Haney ranked that high that it's gonna all of a sudden like propel you to a place. Like I think like Monster and Donaire is like the issue, right? Like what's gonna happen in that fight? Like I feel like there's way more at stake in my idea for pound than Devin Haney and Kambosos.
The reason I would have to put Kambosos there, maybe consider having him crack my top 10, would be based on level of competition and who the man beat. You see what I'm saying? The guy's been going to his opponent's backyards, whether you guys consider Lee Selby and the other guy, worthy opponents or not. He went to their backyards. The guy's been defeating these guys. You feel what I'm saying? Extended training camp with all the difficulties he had to experience along with Teofimo. You see what I'm saying? And came in there and beat the guy. He goes home and beats Devin Haney, the last piece to the puzzle. I'm gonna have to consider putting him there.
I mean, that's the thing. Like that's the thing about collecting belts and pound for pound lists, right? And I'm not mad at it, right? I'm not just saying that. Like,
I just consider it. That's all.
And I feel it. I'm not trying to discount it and saying there's no justification for it. I'm just saying that's not really a thing for me, just because stuff like this. Like if you have two guys, like, and the same thing goes for Jermell Charlo, because that's where this started. Like there's two guys fighting that aren't on my pound for pound list. So what does it matter who wins that fight for the pound for pound list?
I mean, but he beat Tio. That's the only argument I would have
Tio wasn't on my
from that angle that you're taking. The only person that beat that was of established order was Tio. But I'm saying he's been beating these guys, and it's been,
yeah, but the guy
in some cases
there's not these guys
odds against him. You feel what I'm saying? And he came out and beat.
But bro, it's not these guys. It's Tiafimo, because it certainly isn't Lee Selby or Mickey Bay.
No, when
right?
you have to go into a hostile environment and beat a guy in his backyard, that I count that shit.
Well, I mean, that's cool to do. I don't give a shit where it happens to me. Like, that's not.
Oh God.
Got it.
Okay.
I got it.
Are you a fan of other sports, Smoke?
Yeah.
So you don't think like winning on the road is like a huge factor, like as far as skill set, like focus is a
I
skill?
mean, it depends, right? I mean, we're talking about individual sports, combat sports versus like team sports. Like, it's a lot. You can't just go like sports and then say on the road, right? Because some shit it doesn't matter.
A
Like
game
tennis on
7
the road,
on
I
the
don't care.
road, a game 7 on the road is you go in.
Yeah, that's a game 7.
that
That's a
matter.
team sport, right? And then
Well,
also
what do you
and
consider
also like
unification fights and undisputed
I
fights?
got it. I got it. So, do I think it is harder to do? It could be, but it also could give you a boost, right? Like, it depends on the team. Some teams are better road teams, and it doesn't matter where they play; they're just better on the road.
I think it depends on the focus, the mental aspect, the skill set.
No, I mean, it's the mental makeup of the team. But I'm just saying, it doesn't even matter. Like, really, it can matter if it doesn't matter if it's on the road or not on the road if you just have a better team, right?
No.
Okay. All right. I mean, how do you get one of the best records in the league in these team sports if you don't win on the road?
Exactly, but that takes experience, that takes veteran leadership, that takes focus, that takes.
Yeah, no, it doesn't. All young teams that have none of that shit still win on the road.
Like who?
Like everybody, because nobody is like has a perfect road winner.
I didn't think you were
like
gonna
if
say
you go
anybody.
like, I
You
mean,
can't say everybody. You got to say
Phoenix
somebody.
Suns. Okay, so now I'm telling you, the Phoenix Suns when they got Devin Booker. Let me finish. Let me finish my point.
You just
said
said the
one.
Phoenix Suns.
I didn't say which. I didn't say which year. I did not say which year. I didn't say which year. So the Phoenix Suns, when they got Devin Booker, they were a young team. They didn't have any veterans. They had no veteran leadership. None of that shit. Even the coach was a new coach, and they still won on the road against veteran teams.
Are you talking about when they're in the bubble?
No, this was years before the bubble. Like, anyway, it don't even fucking matter. Like,
They didn't. What are you talking about years before? They didn't win. Never
no,
won.
I'm telling you, like Devin Booker. You don't know who Devin Booker is if this is the question that you're asking me.
What are you talking about? I know. Hey, brother, don't even get to me about NBA, but
Okay,
they never
great.
won.
So
They never won.
anyway,
This is their winning season. Devin
literally,
Booker's
I don't
been
give a
having
shit
stink
about what you're
seasons.
talking about. Like, that's what I'm saying. When it comes to this, like winning on the
But
road,
I'm asking you, when did he win on the road? I'm asking.
Yo,
when
Smoke.
did he win on the road?
Smoke. I get what you're saying about Devin
Booker
Booker, but you
when
did
did he
make
win
it
on the
seem
road?
as if Devin
When?
Booker is like the average rookie that enters the NBA. Devin
No, I'm
Booker
telling you, you
is
don't need
not
any of the stuff that you're
normal.
talking about. You're like mental makeup and all this shit. Like, nobody is like undefeated at home. Like,
I mean,
everybody
I
loses
wasn't
at home.
talking hoop, but Devin Booker ain't no average rookie that just
I
entered
get
the
it, but
league.
he also isn't no fucking veteran with veteran leadership and mentality. Like, none of that was on that team.
He was a rookie with a veteran's mentality, though.
I got it,
So
but he
you
was
can't.
beating veteran. But he was beating veteran
Okay,
teams on
well,
the
we
road.
got that
At their home.
established. You can't act like Devin Booker is the average rookie that enters the NBA.
Okay, I
So
got it. I
Devin
just
Booker
said,
made the playoffs as a rookie.
That's what I'm saying to you. What are you talking about? He hasn't won
wait,
nothing.
Devin Booker did not make the playoffs
I'm
as
trying
a
to
rookie.
understand what.
So
winning
what's your
season-
point?
When did he start winning on the road? I don't understand.
I
So what are you
said
talking about?
that he beat veteran teams on the road.
When?
Clearly
Like,
not
literally,
enough.
what I'm telling you, I don't. What winning on the road doesn't require any of the shit that you said. You said you need all of this stuff in order to win on the road. No,
When
you
was he
don't.
doing that? Because they haven't
Literally,
won. When
when
before Chris Paul got there, they didn't win over 20 games. They didn't win over 20, 25 games. So when did he start winning on the road?
Playoffs and game 7s, and as in comparison to unification fights and undisputed fights.
Oh, well, again, so when you talk about game 7s, you're already talking about the best in the leagues anyway. So like that you're talking about like
again. What do you think unification and undisputed fights are?
Okay, I'll tell you what that is two guys who happen to be champions. That doesn't mean that they're parity, like they're all on the same level, skill wise. Like in NBAs and like in NFLs, you very rarely get like a huge skill gap, like huge differences in abilities between teams in game 7s. Like that means like if you get to a game 7, it's probably because you guys are pretty evenly matched. That doesn't mean that like Devin Haney and Devin Kambosos is not like a game 7. Like we've already seen that these are two evenly matched guys. Like
you think they're evenly matched?
Not really, no. I don't give Kambosos much of a home guy's chance in this fight. Like, but like really, like I think he should be a 9-3 kind of thing from what I'm looking at.
I hope so, But we have two fighters who've never played and have never
that's what I'm
fought in
saying. We're
front
talking
of
about like
30,000 fans.
Yeah, exactly. This is like game 1. Not even like a game 7. Like this is like they've never even faced each other. So
I feel you. I mean, that would not be the best comparison. I agree. But shit, a Spence and Crawford unification in Texas, that's a little bit different.
yeah, exactly. Now you're talking about like 50-50 and all this other stuff. Like, you know, now you got some parity going on here. Like, it's not just like they both have champions. Like, you know, it's like the East versus the West. There's times when the East team was just straight garbage. Like, you knew that they were going to fucking lose. Like,
yeah, I mean,
and there's times when the West team was straight garbage. You knew they were going to lose, right?
Would you say Teofimo Lopez is more skilled than Kambosos, or Kambosos is more skilled than Teo?
Ooh, wow. And that's they're
Answer carefully.
Yeah, like, so I think that there's a lot of parity happening. I think what makes Teo better than him, I think, is he's like faster and stronger and naturally bigger. But I don't know I don't know that he's a more skilled fighter. They're about the same, I think, skill wise. But I do think Teo is better than him. I just think he lost.
You think they're evenly matched somewhat, like, and at least in the same ballpark?
Yeah, I think that they're.
And would you say
like
that
skills,
Kambosos
just straight skills, skill. So like footwork, yeah, he's not bad. Like I think you know, Kambosos isn't bad in and out. Yeah, I don't know, man. Like it's kind of funny because I saw those guys fight, but it's another one where it's about the game plan and all that shit that came into play. Like I don't know that I saw.
I mean,
I feel like you know, like Teo is a more skilled fighter than we saw in that fight.
I won't argue it just because it's not important. But what I will say is I feel like you can attribute George Kambosos' mental fortitude and his focus on the outcome of that fight. Like Kush was saying, all the delays with the fight, staying focused, staying in shape, staying away from his family, fighting in America. You know what I mean? Like that took a lot of focus.
All of that is like, so to me, all of that is a kind of like an intangible that comes out to the outcome of a fight, not necessarily like a fighter's skill. I mean, unless you show that over a thing, like sure. I mean, anybody can dial it up for a night. Like Buster Douglas dialed it up for a night, right? I don't know if that's like his skills. Like Buster Douglas' skills is a different thing than like how well he was, like how supremely motivated he was to fight Mike Tyson. Like,
I mean, I get you, but then I talked about leadership and experience is a big factor. And then you look in the corner, you see Teofimo Lopez Sr., and there you have it. You know what I mean? So you can't take that away. I feel like that's important, but I understand what you're saying.
yeah, like some of these are like real close because, you know, it is what it is. But like I'm saying, I do have Loma up there. I haven't had anybody that Loma fought as a pound for pound guy outside of Rigo and Gary Russell Jr. And not Rigo when he fought him, sure. Not Gary Russell Jr. though.
Who do you think wins Jermell Charlo versus Triple G?
Jamel versus Triple G? Yeah, I think Jamel beats the entire shit out of Triple G.
Jermell versus
Jamal, you mean?
No, Jermell. If he moved
Oh,
up.
I've never seen him at 160. I don't know.
Hey, Triple G knocks him out, fam. What?
Yeah, I'm
Triple
not
G
quite
knocks
sure
out
about
Jermell
Jamel.
Charlo?
Yeah, bro.
I'm not sure. Like, Jamel got beard. Jamel got beard, and he got a jab
boy.
too.
Hey, Golovkin will knock every single person out at 154. Don't you understand? The guy hits like a cruiserweight, bro.
I don't know. He hits like a cruiserweight against these guys. Like, I'm not sure that he really.
The guy his power still. This what I'm saying to you. You don't understand about this guy's power, fam.
I mean, I understand his power against. What I'm understanding is he did not knock out.
He will break your hand by squeeze.
No,
if he squeezes your hand, he's gonna break it.
I hear you, but he didn't do that against Daniel Jacobs. He didn't do that against Canelo.
What do you mean? He dropped
But he
Danny
does do
Jacobs.
it against. What he does is against like Willie Monroe and Curtis Stevenson, and like Murata.
He beat.
Like
To
that's
me,
who he
in
does
my
it
opinion, he beat Canelo Alvarez. Like most of the boxing world already
Yeah, but I'm
knows
saying he
this.
didn't. But I'm saying he didn't knock him out. It wasn't like
Canelo
that punch like a
Alvarez didn't knock
cruiserweight
him out
shit went
either.
out the window.
Canelo Alvarez didn't knock him out either. So
No, I'm just talking about the idea that Triple G hits like a cruiserweight.
he does.
He does against certain level of competition.
Okay, fair enough.
The Vanis Monterosans of the world is who he knocks out, not the Daniel Jacobs of the world.
He dropped Danny Jacobs. So.
He did drop him, and then Daniel Jacobs got up and commenced to put it on him.
And put one on him.
I mean, he put it on him enough to the point where he was able to get like Canelo fights.
What about Jermell versus Demetrius Andrade?
See, that's a tough fight.
Two guys who I would not put on my pound for pound list, but I think Andrade is.
They ain't going nowhere near the pound for pound list. they can't even sniff the pound for pound list. They ain't going nowhere.
I'm saying like these are just. I mean, but skill wise, I mean, I guess I'd go with Andrade, but he's like his skills have regressed.
If you're saying skills pay the bills, then you're going with Andrade, innit? If you're saying skills pay the bills, you're going with Andrade. If you're going with this pit bull, let me fucking take into the trenches.
I gotta tell you, bro. Like I used to like Andrade a lot better than I like him now. Like so, like a lot of what I like about him is my memory of him, like back in the day. Like I really don't really like too much what I see. To be honest with you, like his balance looks like trash, and I don't know. He looks like a regressed guy to me.
He's not, because he's not fighting the level of opponents that he should be fighting. So when you have to fight down to the level you're fighting Quigs and that, your Quigleys and all these other punks, then that's what's gonna happen. You're gonna look like trash.
I want to like Andrade. I think he's just lazy and kind of falling behind in the times. Like he has no presence online, so I don't understand how he thinks he's going to find new fans and viewership. I don't get it.
All right, so I guess people are saying that because I said Triple G didn't drop, all of that, cruiserweight power went out the window. Like that means that Wilder has no power, but Wilder either dropped or stopped everybody's been in the ring with, like multiple times.
Yeah, facts. It's hard to argue that.
So
But Wilder's one of the most powerful punches in the fucking heavyweight division ever. So I can't argue that.
Good chat. But it's still Haney time. Let's go.
Yeah, and I got Haney winning this fight. It's just
that's what I said to you, Smoke. He's got the best jab in the lightweight division. You said skills, innit?
I got it. Because I mean, look at the guys at lightweight.
He smacked up some notable opponents.
Yeah, but look at the jabs at lightweight. Like it's not like lightweight is like we have a master class in jabs coming out of that fucking division.
Correct, still, but it's just that his jab is elite to the stage where we don't even need to.
I'm not saying it's not a nice jab. I'm just saying that like he's got some work to do before he cracks the pound for pound. Like that's the whole thing. Is like you're a little bit. It sounds like you're a lot more liberal with your pound for pound list. Like you can just get one win and you're like top 5, and I'm like.
No.
Loma was number 2. Like Loma was my number 2 pound for pound guy.
Lomachenko was on my pound for pound list.
Where do you have him now, Smoke?
2 going into the Tio fight. And
where you got Loma ranked
he
now?
dropped like all the way to fucking 8 or something like that.
I don't even. He's not even on my pound for pound. He's not fighting right now. He's inactive.
That seems right. Like 10th on my list, but he dropped
on my list. He's not even on my list.
I didn't. It's not all of a sudden the Tio became like top 10. It's just that Loma Loma fucked up, and then we saw that the very next fight that Tio fucking lost to a guy that's on nobody's pound for pound list. Like
that's the reason that a fighter can't make the list that way, because that type of shit.
Yeah, and they play keep away with the belts.
So what you put in Shakur on your pound for pound if he beats Valdez?
That's another 2 guys that I like. I love Shakur's skills, but it's not like he's on my pound for pound list. So like, if Valdez beats him, is Valdez now on my pound for pound list? No. If he is
Valdez has to go in there. Valdez has to go in there. He's been fighting monster after monster, man.
Yeah, not even monster after monster. You just like he just gets closer, right? Like Valdez is a hell of a fighter.
He has to be on a
right?
pound for pound list, man. That's what I'm saying to you. Look at his last 3 for
Bro,
opponents. You have to put him in the pound for
like
pound.
I didn't put Josh Taylor on there just after he became undisputed. Like Josh Taylor had to work his motherfucking way up there, and now he's working his way right off of it, right? That's what it like. This is a work thing. It's not just like I'm not a prisoner of the moment kind of guy like that. Like,
Hey,
Oh shit, I kind of
what y'all
agree
think
with that
about?
shit.
Y'all think we could see Haney versus Ryan Garcia at 140 in that third fight for top rank?
Yeah, why not? From Haney said, if you want the big fights, you know where to go to. It's not hard. It's not hard.
I
He said
think we're
it's
more
not hard to make
likely
these
to
fights. He
see
said it's not
that
hard.
shit than Ryan versus Tank right now. We'll see that probably first.
That's a mad stylistic fight. You see what I'm saying to you? That's a mad stylistic fight. I don't know who I got in that fight. Ryan Garcia or Haney. I'm most probably go with Haney, because he was just boxing the outside. Stay away from that left hook. You get me? His IQ, everything is way better than Ryan Garcia's. His footwork, he's quicker. Yeah, man.
Ryan got
I think that's a very possible fight. But Bob Arum might pay for that one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
If
100%.
Devin's able to go to Australia, put the country on his back, win 2 fights back to back over Kambosos, and now they own the rights to that third fight. Clearly, Ryan Garcia can't make 135 anymore, so he probably gonna move up to 140. That's a big
So
fight.
where does that leave Tank and those guys then? Because Tank ain't going up to 140 for now. He's gonna do what he needs.
Tank gonna have to figure some stuff out, because at the end of the day, Shakur about to move up. Keyshawn Davis is on his way in. You know what I'm saying? You still got Loma hanging around, who doesn't seem to be moving around and weight.
Those guys ain't beating Tank now, though, man.
I feel like Tank is probably.
Tank has to fight them, man. He can't continue.
It doesn't
to play
matter what they do; they're all gonna be chasing up the Tank.
Yeah, they're gonna chase him still, but I don't see no.
He's in the best position.
Keyshawn, I don't
Tank
see
is
no
the
Stevenson
Canelo
beating
of their
Tank though.
division. They can't fuck with Tank.
Yeah, they can't.
I mean,
135. He is a solid monster. He's a monster. Them
Tank
guys can't
might
fuck him.
fucking go into his own free agency fucking thing and then fucking start picking these dudes off.
Like, he's the one that can get there. He is the closest to find Devin Haney next. He is the at the top of the mountain to fight Devin Haney next.
Who
I don't think that
Yeah.
Tank want Devin first. I think that Tank want that Ryan smoke. Tank want to get him out the way and get that Loma smoke. That's what.
But he can't make 135. That's what I'm saying to you.
If Tank is willing to fight Devin,
who can't make 135?
Ryan.
Tank can fight him at whatever way he want to do it at.
That's
don't
a
matter.
fact.
What position?
Tank not fighting for belts. He fighting for fights.
Oh,
Tank don't give a fuck what weight it is. He'll fight him wherever he want to do it.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, then that's more credible. But Oscar De La Hoya and them, man, they ain't gonna feed him to Tank just yet. That's what I'm saying to you. That's why that fight ain't happening just now. That fight ain't happening for now. That's why
I do gotta. My bad. Go ahead. Finish your
No.
statement.
Go ahead. My bad.
I do gotta disagree a little bit about the Tank thing. Like, okay, he's definitely the cash cow based on history, but his last fight and potentially this fight, you know, the fans ain't necessarily clamoring over these fights. And at the end of the day, the consumer's starting to speak up and make their opinion heard. You know what I mean? Like, in the past, you take it and it is what it is. They could spin the narrative however they want to. But when you got the people who create your content putting videos out, and in the comment section they talking trash about the whole fight and everything that they're doing, it's kind of starting to catch up to them, man. So, you know, you never know, man.
You're referring to Tank, right, fam?
I'm referring to Tank, yeah.
The reason that the fans is giving the reception that they're giving is because they don't like the level of competition. They not getting the fights that Tank won't, and that's why Tank is responding the way that I believe he is, because he feel like his career is being kind of sabotaged. They putting his fights on all these weird ass dates. You know what I'm saying? They not pushing Tank in his eyes the right way anymore. But I feel like Floyd is actually doing a decent job. You feel what I'm saying? But Tank want the best of both worlds. He don't just want the money. That's what we could see.
Hey, I want to agree.
He don't want to go down like that. Like, oh, Tank was a buster though. He never fought that. You feel me? Tank don't want to go out like that.
I want to agree with you. I want to agree with you so much that Tank actually wants these fights. But I mean, he got a mouth and he can say whatever he wants, but he ain't said that yet. You feel me?
Now when you sign to the PBC, you can't. No cap. If you
Wow,
sign with
he's
Top
thanks.
Rank or DAZN or anything like that, then yeah, you right. If you your own boss, yeah, you could say whatever the fuck you want. But when you sign to the PBC, you can't say whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, only time will tell, right? We'll see after this fight.
I haven't really heard censorship from the PBC. Like people have been pretty much saying whatever the fuck they want, for real.
They run a real
the
tight
only
ship,
guy,
like
the only guy who decided that he was going to run his mouth more than he fought was, your boy Chris Colbert. He stayed he talked shit about everybody in the building. He just can't fucking fight.
I mean, I would disagree. I believe that you feel me, the PBC, they run a tight ship, and there's a lot of things that's legally binding where they can't fucking speak up and voice their opinion. You feel me? I would disagree strongly with you. You feel me? That's why AB is actually the one that come out and speak his fucking mind and say what's real. That's why I respect AB more than a lot of other fighters.
Oh, the guy who creates fake rap beefs and said he's going to sell nicks and dimes if you don't get $10 million.
Say, bro. AB, he relate a lot to guys like myself.
No, but I'm just saying he's full of shit. Is all.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
saying
you
he's
can
not
try to shit on AB, bro. But a lot of guys like us that grew up in America, like young black.
I'm not saying he's not likable.
So,
I'm just saying he's full of shit.
Yeah, but you don't like AB, but guys like me,
I'm just
young
saying
guys
he's full
like
of
me,
shit. That's all. Like you can like guys and not like guys, but you can recognize it when they're full of shit, right?
You said AB full of shit?
Yeah, but AB is like.
How's AB full of shit?
Yeah, we don't know him. We don't know him, man. We don't know
because
if he's full of shit.
Right, because he said like you were just saying like how he's talking shit, right? Like he was talking shit, and then
how's AB full of shit? I don't get it. I never seen him do anything. That I question, like, oh, what's wrong with you? Except he makes some decisions that I don't agree with. Maybe I wouldn't have named.
I can answer your question for you. Like, how many times does dude say that boxing ain't shit and he's gonna retire? I think he said he's gonna kill himself at one point, right? And then he was talking about how he's gonna sell weed. I mean, sell some coke, like get a trap spot because boxing wasn't shit.
Okay.
Like the dude's kind of full of shit. Like, wasn't he having a rap beef with like Tekashi 6ix9ine or some shit?
Say he's Adrian Broner.
I'm just
you
saying
see him under a microscope.
I didn't say that he couldn't
Broner.
say what he wanted. You guys are saying that
he lived his
can't
life
say what they
the way
want
he
over
wants
there.
to because
I'm just saying that people say what they want over there.
You're mad.
AB was
like
one of
Kanye West, he crazy, but Kanye West, you can't deny that he's talented.
I'm just saying that I've heard more than one dude talk a lot of shit over there.
He's still Kanye. So what's your point, bro?
I told you. Look at Antonio Brown, fam.
Several dudes over there have been talking to gang.
I just disagree with you. I hear you, Smoke. I'm just saying, like,
Antonio Brown is a great fucking
I'm
football
just saying,
player.
like a lot. There's examples of guys. Like I'm not sure, like where this is coming from. When you have guys,
you just don't understand guys like that. Man, that's what it is, man. You get me there.
No, I'm saying,
you may
like,
not understand AB, but I can understand AB. Like I told you first of all, I can relate to AB.
When everybody's talking at the same time, like.
Well, you do it to people all the time. I can relate to AB. I like it.
I mean, what does that have to do with the quality of conversation?
He's a genuine guy.
I'm just saying, there's a whole bunch of people over there that say whatever the fuck they want. So.
Well, you say what you want, but AB still, he my nigga. I fuck with AB.
I'm just saying, like, AB talks a gang of shit over there too, right?
His name's a Cam man, fam. AB's the
I go
Cam man.
to bat for AB.
Anyone can get it. Anyone can get it. Anyone can get it, man. Dominican.
I mean, listen, like Paulie definitely got fired, but that was like a Showtime firing him. It wasn't PBC firing him.
I get that you trying to find ways to shit on.
No, AB. I'm just saying, like,
he's a 4-division champion. You feel me? At the end of the day, and he's gonna go to the Hall of Fame.
Literally, that's all we know, man. That's all we know. Adrian Broner, 4-division world champion. He done what Floyd Mayweather did. His name going to the Hall of Fame.
What do I care about Adrian Broner? Like, if you like him, what the fuck do I care who you like?
No, you said he's full of shit. You know, you said he's full of shit. Like he did, like he done something.
Shit, bro.
No, you said he's full of shit. Like he.
Yeah, because he is full of shit. Because he's totally full of shit.
He just going through things and he made a lot of bad decisions, like probably some of your favorite fighters in the past. So
or he's just full of shit.
Don't shit on AD just because you feel me. We're seeing him now. He's a younger guy. You don't respect the younger guys. You just don't respect the fighters of today. That's all it really is. You think that the OGs is really all that it is. And that's cool.
Everybody's full of shit. I didn't say Bud is full of shit.
No, but you said AB is full of shit because he lived his life like some of them shitty ass dudes that in the past that you like. So Let AB live his life, just like Sugar Ray Leonard lived his
and
life,
I'm living
and
my
those
life,
other guys.
and I'm living my
You know,
life.
like Mike Tyson lived his life, and all those guys that you grew
I
up
got it.
watching. So
And what
let
does that have
AB
to do
live
with
his
Loma?
life, okay?
Okay, I do.
Okay, like
Okay,
Mike Tyson
Can I
said
live my
shit
life?
that was
Can I
suspect
live
and
my
all
life?
kind of shit like that.
I'm sorry
But
that
you ain't gonna
I'm
shit on
sorry
him
that
like that.
this triggered, but
Nah, but you ain't gonna
the
shit
guy's
on
full of
Mike
shit.
like that though.
I'm
So
like
don't
it
shit on
sounds like
AB.
you know he's full of shit, but you're just mad about it.
Is Mike Tyson full of
The
shit?
dude's full of shit, bro.
What, Mike Tyson?
Nah, don't nobody want to hear you
I mean, I
disrespect.
hear
That's
you. I'm
all.
just saying the dude's fucking full of shit. Like this is just an AB thing. It's not about every single fighter these days. Like this is just AB.
I don't care, bro. AB a good dude. I fuck with it.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know him like that. I don't know if he's a good dude or not a good dude. I'm just
I
talking about
don't know
shit.
the fighters that you grew up watching either, but you know, AB,
what is
he's
that?
solid.
We're not talking about fighters that I grew up with. We're talking about AB, one guy.
No, well, don't big up no. As soon as you go to talk about a Sugar Ray Leonard or some shit or something on here,
We're talking
I'm
about
gonna jump on the
AB.
panel. I'm gonna be like, hey, bro, don't talk
Did I
about
say
that on cocaine. I'm gonna jump in here and
Butter
say some
fighter for
shit like
today?
that.
Is Boots a
I'm
fighter
gonna
today?
do the shit
Is
that you do.
Fandora fighter today?
I'm gonna try to trash
Bro, I
fighters to make
understand.
it
You
seem
can
like
do
they
what
ain't
you can
shit.
try all you want. You
I'm gonna
probably
do what
will
you do,
fail
bro.
miserably because
Don't
you
you
won't know
worry
what you're
about it,
talking
Smoke.
about, right?
Don't worry, Smoke.
I
I'm gonna
mean,
do
I
what
hear
you
you,
do.
bro. I don't understand like why are you so upset that
Keep
AB
the
is full of
same
shit?
energy,
If I
Smoke.
just say
That's all
AB
I'm
is full
saying.
of shit.
Just keep the same energy.
He's just saying that. He's just saying that you need to keep the.
Like,
He's
yes,
just
all
saying
the
that you
full
need to
shit
keep the
boxers,
energy
I'll
for
say that
all
they're
the
full of
rest of
shit.
the fighters.
You got it.
That's what he's
Right.
saying, fam.
Like, yes, if I think a fight is full of shit from any era, I'll say I think that fight is full of shit.
Okay.
And
Like
what's
I
your
don't have
reasoning?
like
Did
I
I
want to
not hear
know.
you
I
say
want to
on
know
here
right
what's
before
your
that
reasoning
Sugar Ray
behind
Leonard
him
one of
being
your
full of
favorite
shit?
fighters of all time?
Yeah,
Did I not hear you say that?
And I also said is when I was a fanboy, right?
I don't care if you was a fanboy or not. You said that shit. Now do the fucking cokehead. So okay,
And
keep the same energy.
yeah.
He
So
ain't shit either. He full of shit too.
so was Camacho.
He full
So
of
was
shit too.
Camacho. I mean, if
Keep
you
the
feel
same
like being a
energy.
cokehead makes you full of shit, I guess. Did he say he
Okay,
wasn't a
we got
cokehead?
that established.
I mean, you
Sugar
can.
Ray Leonard, a cokehead. He
So,
full of
hey, what
shit.
makes AB full of shit though? That's what I'm trying to understand,
I
right?
already said okay. All right. How about the fact that the dude said he's not going to box anymore, but he's going to open a trap house? Do you think that
Did
he
he?
doesn't box anymore to open a trap house? Did you think that was actually going to be a thing? Or do you think he's just like kind of full of shit? Do you remember like the rap beef that he was having, the fake rap beef, and then they wind up walking into the ring with each other? Do you remember that?
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, do you actually believe that
No, I'm just saying
Did you
the
actually
dude's
believe
full of
when he said he's
shit.
going to
That's all
open
I'm
up a
saying.
trap
The dude's
house?
full of shit, bro.
Did you believe that?
I
Yeah,
don't
what do you
care
mean
if
did
he
I believe it?
did.
No,
I
because I know
don't
he's
care
full
if
of
he
shit.
did. He's AB, so he could do all
No,
that
I'm
shit.
saying like
He's
what
still AB.
didn't we see AB shot up vehicle?
That's
Okay,
nothing to
and
do.
he's
That's
AB.
not. Yeah,
He
that
could do
happens
all
though.
that shit.
Right. Like
He's a
what else
fighter.
is
He's
going
a
on?
fighter. He
Like
could
didn't he
do
say that like
all that shit that
hold
you
up?
mad that
Didn't
he
he have
could
a
do, and he could
GoFundMe
still be a
page?
fighter.
Didn't AB have a
He could still be a
GoFundMe
great
page?
fighter and do all that shit that you mad
What
that he got
great
away with
fighter?
doing.
I mean, listen, if
You
you felt
mad,
like he's a
huh?
great fighter, I never thought he was a great
Listen,
fighter.
smoke.
You mad
Smoke.
about
We don't
AB,
never
know.
huh?
thought he was a
We
great
don't know
fighter.
if he personally opened up a go. We don't know if he
You
personally
mad
did
about
that.
AB,
It's
huh?
nothing. You get me?
Why
Like,
would I be mad about AB? AB has been trashed and he got
You
knocked the
mad
fuck out.
about
Like
AB, huh?
he got dropped.
Mad, my
Like
nigga.
he's in
AB
there
doing his
acting
thing,
like
bro.
a supreme clown. Like
I already know.
like he left his gloves in the Maidana fight. Like he left his
Don't
entire
be
hand
mad
in the
about
Maidana fight.
AB, bro,
What's there to be
because he's still
mad
getting
about?
money, bro. He's
Like the
still
dude,
about billions, bro.
like
Don't
I
get
want
mad.
him to get more money. I wish he got more money. But
Shit,
that doesn't
he
make him less
doing
full of
good,
shit.
bro.
But that
AB,
doesn't make him less full of shit.
AB, he doing good, bro. Don't worry about AB.
Great. I mean, according to him, he's not doing good. So somebody's full of shit.
Fuck around with AB, man.
Yeah,
AB
somebody's
might
full
be
of shit. But
supplying you and
AB said
shit,
he's
bro.
doing
Don't
bad.
disrespect the
AB said
AB.
he's doing real bad.
no, he said he's in shape.
In
He's
1
getting in
minute,
shape.
and
No,
then
he
the
said
next
he's getting
minute
in
he's
shape to
saying like
fight.
I'm doing
He
the
said he's
next
getting
minute
in
he's
shape
saying
to
I'm
fight. No,
making
he said he's
about
getting in
billions.
shape to fight this year. He's getting in shape to
See,
fight.
one thing you don't know about about AB that you gotta learn? AB well versed in the business too himself. You don't know shit about AB. He be saying shit
So
to
I don't. You don't think
make
I know
shit
that he
sound
promotes
good
his
to
own
y'all.
fights?
He be saying shit to make shit
What
sound
makes
good
you
to
think I don't know that about AB?
AB don't talk that much, bro.
Okay, so is Floyd full of shit? Is he a better businessman than Floyd?
No, but he learned from
Of
Floyd.
course,
That's what I'm
correct. And they're
telling you.
both full of shit.
Floyd is a different story, but we're not talking about Floyd.
Well, boy, Mickey Bay said
I would
Floyd's fucking full
classify
of shit.
Floyd as full of shit for a
Yo,
whole
Kush,
different
man.
variety of different
On
reasons.
the respect level, I feel you, but they do just be saying anything sometimes, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. They be
Who,
saying
AB?
anything. AB,
When AB just
Floyd.
say just anything.
Huh?
I'm telling you, like, give me an example when AB just came out and just start spitting bullshit, like just saying just anything.
When
Just one
did he
example.
sign with? Did he fight? Did he? Is he fighting the signing with the zone?
He didn't say that though.
Huh?
That was a rumor that was put out. He didn't say that shit.
That wasn't his tweet where he said you had to go see what Eddie was talking about.
He might have went and did it.
But
yeah, and then he put out what the offer was, and he started laughing at the offer. He like straight put emojis all over fucking Eddie's offer.
Okay, so he did it. So how's he? You feel me? How's that bullshit?
All right.
If you tell me he would say he's gonna go check out with his own, I'm not going at against
I don't
what
know
you
the
said,
timeline.
Marcus. I'm just saying if he said he's gonna do that shit,
I don't
and he
know the
went and did
timeline
it.
between these two statements. Like maybe that was after Eddie sent him an offer or something. I don't know when he said like let me go check out the Eddie thing. But I do remember the Eddie offer becoming public, and it was like Eddie was like AB kind of full of shit. Like,
man, I hear y'all boys over here talking about this nigga AB, man. Like, dog, how long ago this nigga been a champion, man? That nigga AB, man. I mean, that's my guy, man. I fuck with him, but I'm gonna have to agree with that nigga Smoke, man. That nigga AB be full of shit sometimes, bro. That's how I look at it. He didn't take the sport serious. I mean, granted, that nigga he gonna get the smoke from anybody, but shit, Madonna took a lot out of him, man. Some of that shit
I feel like I partially agree with you. You feel me? He just not dedicated to the sport. That's what it is.
Nah. Yeah,
he's still
not.
AB. Like,
Nah. He's still a draw. His name still. His name look good on anybody's resume. That's what kind of been called about. But ain't shit. At this point, that nigga gatekeeper.
yeah, he ain't too much above it, but he's still AB. That's all I'm saying. You feel what I'm saying? Like he's still established as who he is. Like you can't be mad about it.
Hey, Kush, I give you this. Out of all, even out of Bud Crawford and Errol Spence, who's the?
You cut out, fam. Say it again.
He was about to say something crazy. That's why his mic cut off.
He was about to say who's a bigger draw, probably. That's what I think he's about to say. And that's a good question too. Who's a bigger draw to AB and Crawford and Spence?
I ain't no good question.
I think Spence is looking at doing like more than 50,000, right? He already got 40,000 attendance. It looks like
because if you really think about it, if you add all Spence pay-per-view buys up, he haven't done $1 million between all of them. How much?
Yeah, I mean, but
none of these guys
have done
his
it
pay-per-views?
like, AB ain't done that shit either.
No one's not
no, I'm saying, but you can't just say that without looking at the numbers. We know Spence's numbers for the most part. What was reported.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't say that without looking at AB shit, bro. Like,
I'm not sure what numbers you'd be looking at for him.
I'm talking about like the Pacquiao fight. We got to see them numbers. You feel what I'm saying? Like, we got to see.
What number do you think that was that a
instead
pay-per-view?
of just saying, "Oh, this is what it is"?
No, I'm saying like, was that a pay-per-view? I don't think it was.
Not?
No, I don't think it was.
Was it free?
I think it's like a Showtime thing, right?
Yeah, I'm not saying for certain what was what. I just want to know what the fuck the shit was for fact.
Yeah, I thought the
Listen. Adrian Broner's numbers are serious. He's doing serious. He was doing serious numbers. Woo.
Yeah, back in the day, yeah, he was.
Yeah, he's doing with that waistman, Jesse Vargas. As a fighter, and when I say he's a wasteman, I wasn't impressed with him against Lee. Like he should have beat Vargas, someone like Vargas. You get me? He's joining over 700,000. Mikey Garcia, you get me? He's doing certain numbers, decent numbers.
Me, I was just watching the fights at that time. I wasn't checking the fucking numbers. So
the numbers are serious still. Broner's a draw. He's a draw. The guy can't even talk. You can't even talk to Spence, but they can't even look at Adrian Broner when it comes to numbers.
So right, So it was pay-per-view. It sold 400,000 reportedly.
After Canelo, he's in.
A lot of these guys can't talk, man. Some of these guys cannot put a sentence together well. And I'm
So
not even
has Earl
talking.
Spence in any of his individual fights, has he ever sold 400,000
No,
pay-per-view
no, no,
buys?
no, 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 no. I think the most he's done is like 250 or something, 280 or something like
No,
Because I heard the
the
reason that
most
I
of
asked
the
you that
reported
question
is
that way, Smoke.
360. No, his highest
Yes,
reported
right,
is
with Sean Porter,
that. Oh,
right?
three, he's got 360.
360. Yeah,
Okay, now the reason
it
that I
might have
asked you
been.
that question that way is because when Derek James and his fucking what's the fucking shit, the fight, it's not Fight Hype, the other one. But anyway, in the interview, he compared Spence's biggest fight to Crawford's biggest fight. And he said that Sean and Spence did 700 upwards of 700,000 pay-per-view buys, which is bullshit. But anyway, he
I mean,
compared the
it might have.
individual fight. So if we go by individual fight, you feel me? AB technically done bigger pay-per-view numbers there.
Wait, hold up. Are you trying to put Manny Pacquiao's numbers to Adrian Broner?
I don't care who he fought.
I mean, wait,
like,
do you,
AB is a
hold
big
up, hold
draw.
up a second. Hold up a second.
We
Are
could
you
say
trying to say? Are you
that
trying to now say that the 400,000 we need to attribute to Adrian Broner and totally forget that he's fighting Manny Pacquiao?
I see you trying to argue it down, but it really doesn't matter.
No,
bro.
I'm trying
That's
to figure
he
out
did.
what you're trying to say because Errol Spence, we can say that like a bunch of those numbers were his, not Sean Porter's, right?
You could argue it, but you can't say that's a fact.
Okay, so
because he fought Mikey Garcia. You know
I mean,
what
we
I'm saying?
can exactly.
I feel what you're saying, but he fought Mikey Garcia. And he
But you
fought
don't feel what
Danny
I'm saying because I
Garcia.
haven't said it.
He didn't fight just like you see what I'm saying?
I mean, but
a
do you
Victor
understand that Mikey
Postol
Garcia?
on
Do
pay-per-view.
you not
You feel what
understand
I'm
that
saying?
Mikey Garcia was never
Because
pay-per-view
you guys
before
say
or
that
after?
Victor Postol is nobody, right? So
Okay,
he
so
didn't
what's
fight a Victor
Victor Postol?
Postol
What are
on
you
pay-per-view.
saying?
He fought
But
fucking
Victor
Mikey
Postol is
Garcia
not part of this
So when
Danny
Devin
conversation at all.
Garcia.
Haney and Kambosos fight,
Okay, so I thought
and
they
they
were
fight
talking about
does
Bud
better than that.
versus AB versus Spence. I thought those are the three fighters we were comparing. Why in the hell?
Right now we're just on the subject of Spence for a second. And we're talking about his pay-per-view buys in comparison to AB.
Right,
And
but
I'm telling
AB,
you that
right,
Earl
but AB
Spence's
has more than
numbers
one
don't
pay-per-view,
add
right?
up to AB's. That's what I'm
Okay,
trying to tell
so
you.
again, how much of these ABs is actually ABs?
Okay, how much of this Spence is actually Spence
Okay, great.
versus
Then
Mikey and versus Danny?
Correct. So now we have that.
We can say that
and
Sean,
we
that
then
was
we can
more
look at
Spence. You can
and what we
argue
can
that,
look
right?
at what we can look at is what did those fighters have previous pay-per-views? Yes or no? And did they have pay-per-views after? Yes or no?
Okay,
And then
so
what
let
do
me
those
ask
numbers
you:
look
is
like?
Mikey Garcia a big draw? Yes or no?
No.
You would say no.
No, like in California, like no, he wasn't filling out.
Okay,
He wasn't
Marcus, let me
pay-per-view
ask
or
you
anything.
now: is Mikey Garcia a big draw? Yes or no? Would you say?
I think
Or
he's
was he at
pretty.
that time?
No, he was not even at that time. Like he was in Cali. He was fighting in Cali before that, not selling out shit. He was never on pay-per-view before or after.
I think he's in the top 10% of boxers draws.
I mean, top 10. What does that mean? Like top 10% of guys that never did
Okay,
pay-per-views?
Cassidy, let's ask you now. Do you believe that in that time, Mikey being a pound for pound fighter and a 4-division champion, moving up and fight Earl Spence, was he a big draw at that time? Yes or no? In your opinion?
In my opinion, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, like
But
he was fighting Robert Easter Jr. and like
yeah, he wasn't. But I was that, but he wasn't a big draw. It's like he wasn't a big draw. Like Cambo, like how can I explain it, man? He wasn't a big draw, but he was still a name, a household name. But he wasn't a big draw to the casuals. No, he was not a big draw.
Yeah, we're putting like 400,000 on like Manny Pacquiao versus AB.
Right. I'm not arguing that he was yes or no. I just wanted to
I
get
completely
everybody's
understand.
opinion on that shit. That's
I
all.
completely understand
I
where
just
you're
wanted
coming
to
from.
get everybody's opinion. Okay, so can we establish the same thing just to sum it up from everybody about Danny Garcia? Is he a big draw? No.
No, he's not a big draw.
Smoke.
No, I already said. You know, I watched the dude. I'm a big Mikey Garcia fan. No, he was not a big draw.
No, I'm talking about Danny now.
Oh, Danny. No? Danny was a big draw. Nah.
No.
Marcus, I'm assuming no. Yeah.
No, not on his own. No.
Okay, so Spence did. So we could establish that Spence does those numbers on we could stand it on his own shit. Like he does that shit.
against
Yeah,
solid
yeah, that's what I
guys.
said.
Not
Yeah,
a
yeah,
It's
big
hard
yeah,
for
yeah.
me
draw.
to
No
say
one
that
fucking, no one fucking
because
knows.
I
No one
don't
knows
really like
Ugas.
the
No one
whole
fucking knows Ugas.
pay-per-view thing.
Nobody
Like
fucking knows
this
Ugas.
guy is the bigger draw. Like, yeah, you could say that, they bring A-side viewership in, but you gotta have a dance partner, man. Like at the
Yes, I
end of
said you
the
gotta have a
day,
dance partner, man. You get me? Keith
at
Thurman.
the end of the
Danny Garcia
day,
done those
I would
numbers
say
with Keith
they
Thurman.
have a large enough fan base and a large enough name to make it a good fight. So like, I would love to say Errol Spence does everything on his own, but I don't believe that. You got to fight somebody. You can't just fight anybody.
Right.
But
Yeah.
Ugas did beat
That's now I
Ugas
understand.
beat Pacquiao, so
So now I
somewhat
understand
that
the
could give
Victor
him somewhat
Postol
exposure.
thing. Okay, so now I understand the Victor Postol reference because Bud fought Postol on pay-per-view, right? That's what the point was. All right,
Right.
cool. I got it. Right, I got you.
That's why I said like he didn't have to fight that guy. So that's why his numbers, you see what I'm saying, would be relatively where they are because he has the names. You see what I'm saying? That's
So they both have Bud and Spence both have the same guy on pay-per-view, and that's Sean Porter.
right.
But Sean Porter was a champion when he fought him versus not a champion. But yeah, from the reports, and this is all just reported numbers, right? Like from the reports, Errol Spence did better with Porter than Bud. Pay-per-view numbers.
Right.
Listen, man, people pay for doubt, man. That's what they pay for.
But you
They
gotta
pay
think
to
of it. You gotta
see
look at the build up though to that fight, man. Look at the build up, man.
they
That build
pay
up
to
wasn't
see
that
their
build up wasn't the build
fighter
up.
potentially have a tough fight against somebody that everybody can recognize at the end of the day. Nobody likes blowouts except for fanboys. You know what I mean? A team runs up the score, you change your channel. Same thing with boxing. We don't want to see no one-sided fight or pay for a one-sided fight. So,
But in the same the people want to see a variety of things because some people just want to see knockouts. You see what I'm saying? Like they don't even want to see a competitive fight. I believe it's the real boxing fans that want to see that type of fight. In the casuals, they just want to see a knockout. Like, they don't care about that stuff. So it's two different, audiences. And it's hard to captivate both. You have to have the big names, and that's when these guys come in, you feel what I'm saying?
I have a question for you guys. Is AB going to Hall of Fame?
Of course. What kind of question is
He
that?
gonna be no first ballot, but I don't think. But he's
not about first ballot, but he's going to the Hall of Fame though. He's going into the Hall of Fame.
listen, I don't have enough of
If
I don't know
Mikey,
enough about
if
boxing
Mikey,
to
all
say
right.
that.
So
But in my
let me ask you
opinion,
this.
the names that he's fought would give him
All right,
Hall of Fame leverage.
Yeah. Just a quick thing. Okay, so we got Triple G, Loma, Mikey, and AB. Who's not getting in?
Mikey.
Triple
But
G,
Mikey
maybe?
did beat AB, so I feel where you're coming from. Like Mikey could keep him off of there.
I would say Triple G doesn't make it.
Nah, Triple G gonna make it.
He gonna make it. What the fuck, y'all? He wants
Hey,
title
you
defense.
asking me, not the worldwide consensus.
Triple G going, bro.
He's going in there, fam.
I
He's
think that
going in there. Especially what he just done now. Especially what he just did now. He went to Japan and fucking sucked that belt from Murata. He's going in there, bro. He's going in there.
It wasn't that long of a list, but read your list. Read the list again, Smoke.
It was only 4 people. Triple G, Loma, Mikey, AB. One of them is not getting in.
Yeah, AB ain't getting in.
Yeah, AB, sorry, AB. Bye.
Nah, no
Loma
way.
unified champion. Fucking Golovkin.
He fought Pacquiao. He
title
fought
defenses.
Sean Porter. He fought. I mean,
he got some good guys on his list. He just didn't win the fights. But
if he was to win a couple of those fights, then yeah. But nah.
Triple
You need
G
to
is
be
just
beating
now
Jesse Vargas.
unifying, man. He
You need
been
to
at
be
the
beating
same
Jesse
weight
Vargas.
class
You need to
fighting.
be. You get me. You need to be beating those guys, man. I'm sorry.
You can't justify taking none of them dudes off the list to put AB on, bro. You just can't.
I'm justifying it right
Kush
now. I feel like
You
Triple G hasn't fought the same competition.
You taking Triple G off? Okay. I wouldn't do it, but shit.
I don't know, man. Oh no,
Like
man.
he didn't even fight. You know what I'm saying? Like he could have unified the whole division already if he was about that. Yeah, he had plenty of competition
Oh,
to
I want to
showcase.
go and fight Canelo Alvarez. You're gonna go fight. You're gonna say fuck unifying the division. I'm gonna go fight Canelo Alvarez. You're gonna do that.
That's fair. I mean, I do think that he won that
Exactly.
first
I'm
fight.
gonna do that. Kush is gonna
That's
do that.
fair.
Smoke is gonna do that.
That's fair. All right, that's fair.
Take a Golovkin off.
I can't argue that.
No, but
I'm not a
if you
huge
don't
AB fan,
unify
but
and you go and fight another fucking monster, another fucking Goku or something, then I don't mind. You get me? If you're going to fight the best of the best of the best, I don't mind. That's why I don't mind Canelo Alvarez. All right, cool. You don't want to fight Benavidez and Charlo or those guys. He's going up in weight to go and fight the number 2 guy. All right, then cool. That's fine. That's fine. It's not like he's going up in weight to go fucking cherry pick the number 10 guy or something, or number 7 or number 8 guy or something. You get me? He's fighting this number 2 guy to get his belt. You get me? So after he takes his belt, he can unify. There's bare places he can try and go unify now. And if he goes up to 2
It's kind of funny. The dudes that nobody think is legit, like Loma and Triple G, is the guys that I refuse to take off my list. Like, bro,
how are they
I
not legit though? I
start.
don't get it. How are they not legit? Who has an argument to say they're
Like,
not
it's
legit?
a switch between Mikey and AB, and I can't take fucking Mikey off because he beat AB.
Yeah, both are 4-time, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
can't
4
take
division
them off
champs.
like that.
Sean Porter beat AB, right?
Okay, here. All right. So
Yeah,
another question.
yeah.
Yeah. All right. So since we're going the 4 division thing question, is Leo Santa Cruz getting in the hall?
Oh shit! I would have put him in there, but who we gotta take him off over though?
All
You
right.
gotta
So
be
okay. So here we go. Let's do this one. Danny Garcia, Leo Santa Cruz. Damn, I just had the other guy. It just went right out of my head. Fuck. Leo Santa Cruz, Danny Garcia. Fuck. I just had it.
I mean, so far I wouldn't be mad if none of them 2 dudes made it.
I don't know.
No, Leo Santa Cruz. I don't know, you know. I don't know, man.
I said Leo Santa Cruz, Danny Garcia, Rigo. Let's put Rigo in there, and one other person.
Because Leo Santa Cruz,
I'll put Keith Thurman. I'll do Keith Thurman.
Okay, this is a good one.
I'm taking
Garcia,
Rigo.
Leo,
Oh shit,
Thurman, and Rigo.
Rigo got 2 gold medals.
That's not the pros. That's not the pros though. That's not the pros though. That's not the pros.
Rigo and Thurman.
I understand, but do you not think that Loma's going to get in because he got 2 gold medals?
No, but he's got over 300. He's got over 300 amateur fights though, man.
Yeah, no,
you said Rigo, Danny. You said Thurman and Leo.
And Leo.
Danny has to go sit down, man. Danny has to go sit down because he's done nothing at 147.
Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm about to damn near, but then I'm thinking about Danny beat Matisse. I'm like,
no, fuck that, man. Leo Santa Cruz, he's got pivotal victories at Abdomar.
Yeah, but he got a lot of guys on their tail end. Like, he got Zab Judah on the tail end.
That's what I was gonna ask. Shit, that's what I was gonna say. Amir Khan. That's what I was gonna like. Let's throw out
he got Cheney, Amir Khan.
Yeah, that's the name that went out of my head. I substituted Rigo, but I meant Amir. I wanted Amir Khan in there.
Hey fellas, I'm gonna jump off, man. I appreciate the convo. H Money, I appreciate you, man, as always, for having me on the panel. Shout out to the MOB.
No more Marcus, man.
All right, Marcus, next time, bro.
But shit, I don't know, bro. Like, because I don't just take a fighter out of my conversation just because they fought a fighter and lost. Like Leo, I feel like he fought like a good fight would take. Like, he just fell into the trap. But shit, like, damn, bro, I don't want to just like rip Danny off like that. It's really an argument between those two because Thurman I ain't taking off just because he lost to Pacquiao and some inactivity, and I'm not taking off Rigo for shit. He's like the first one to go in. What you think though, Cassidy? Who you taking off? Oh, he ain't even here.
Oh wait, hold on. Did you say Amir Khan is who you taking off? You
No, Amir Khan ain't in the combo. I'm just saying, I'm not gonna boost Danny as a result of that win. Like, I'm not gonna boost him. Like, okay, he knocked out Amir Khan. Everybody's knocking him out, but
Amir Khan has
I gotta give
excellent
him
names in his
credit.
resume. Excellent names in his resume.
Right. Name wise, is good. Name wise, it's good. But shit, yeah, I guess I would have to agree with you again and say Leo probably wouldn't make it like over Danny Thurman and over
Amir
or Rigo, because I mean Danny got the names like you said, even though like I said with the losses I still count him. Like he lost in a good fight to Thurman. You feel me? I
Yeah,
thought
but
that was a really good fight.
You got guys in there with losses, like like Gotti is in there not because of like wins and losses, but because like exciting fights, like fights of the year kind of shit.
Right. And that's like if it's a really good fight, like I really take like a lot of counsel to that. Like Danny, he fought Spence, even though he didn't look good. That was like a fight kind of hurts him a little bit, but he fought in a really good fight against Thurman. I believe that wasn't that for a belt. That was for his belt. He lost his belt to something.
Yeah. That's when Keith Thurman was on his A game, boy.
Hell yeah.
That's when no one was fucking Keith. That's one I wish. I wish that version of Keith Thurman was today. That version of Keith Thurman, that was the best. Like, I think that's what I'm saying to you. That would have been like he beats Errol Spence and Bud Crawford. That version of Keith Thurman.
You think so?
That was in front of 5 million. That was in front of 5 million people. That on CBS.
See, now that's a big ass audience too. Like who's doing that shit?
Nobody.
I'm talking about out of their contemporaries. Like
fucking nobody.
That's why. Listen. That's why I'm telling you, he's going to get the Bud or Errol Spence fight next. That's what I'm explaining to you. They owe it to Keith Thurman. They owe their duties. That's what I'm saying to you. Client of Al Heyman. Al Heyman is a promoter. Not a promoter. Sorry, he's the advisor. That's what I'm saying to you. He's gonna go by right. He's gonna go by his client. He's gonna go by his client.
That's a like 2 or 3 time manager of the year. Like Al's going to the Hall.
Yeah, of course. What the fuck? They got his own fucking sanctuary there for him already.
I mean,
telling you, they're gonna do right by Keith Thurman. They don't care. Out here, man, they don't care about us as in. They don't care about the people that what we want to see. You're gonna do what's right by the business.
What's going on, fellas?
Good, G.
Who pulled up? Oh, was that D pulled back up?
Yeah, my bad. Cause I lost connection. But yeah, I hear y'all talking about that Spence and Ugas, man. Yeah, man, I ain't gonna lie to y'all fellas, but I think they're gonna throw a monkey wrench in this Crawford shit, man. I think they're gonna try to get Thurman.
I just told you this. They're gonna throw the monkey wrench in there. That's what I said.
Who do you think Thurman is fighting?
I don't think Errol is down for it. I don't think Errol has enough.
But hey, Smoke, my bad for cutting you off, Smoke. But I'm gonna tell you this: Errol might not want it, but hey, they listen to Al Heyman, bro. Al Heyman gonna throw it in him. He gonna throw it in him because I don't think Crawford want to enter a fight. I think he want to go straight into the Errol Spence fight.
So, and this is why.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't think Errol Spence has a whole bunch of like tune-ups in it. I don't think he's important like that.
But this is
like,
what's
I don't think
you guys think that Spence will fight Thurman next?
You have to break it down. You have to break it down. Listen,
really?
Break this down.
How do you think that Spence, in the eyes of the media, because he's going to be scrutinized a whole lot if he goes that way? How do y'all think he's going to justify that?
About that? That's what I'm saying.
Hey, man.
No, he gives a fuck.
Company,
He gives a fuck.
Right.
Like, don't think that.
I can answer your question real quick, Kush. Well, I'll tell you like this, bro. It's to me, honestly, bro, and I've been kind of feeling this way for the last 2 years. Not saying I agree with this shit, but bro, anything Errol Spence do, his fans is gonna override that shit. He really don't have to fight Bud Crawford, even though us as hardcore boxing fans want that shit. He don't gotta fight Bud Crawford, bro, because he can easily move up or he can skip 54. Because if he go to 54, get some dogs there. That's the division they should be glamorizing instead of 147, because there's some straight killers there. They need a top 10 tournament in that motherfucker, to be honest with you.
100%.
Yeah. But to answer your question short and sweet, Kush, yeah, bro, he not gonna get scrutinized. He gonna get scrutinized by us, but his fans, shit, nah, bro. Some of the die-hardest motherfucking fans in the world. That's the Dallas Cowboy fans. They just Earl Spence fans. The Cowboys can't win shit.
100%,
I don't
exactly,
think that
fam.
Spence is. I
100%,
don't think that
exactly
Spence
what
is like.
D Young said,
I
fam.
don't think he's
Exactly.
like that, bro. I think that Spence is ready, bro. I think
Exactly.
it's the other way around. Like
Listen,
Spence coming
Spence is
straight
ready.
towards the
Exactly.
fire,
You
bro,
gotta
in
give
a
him more
match.
time for that shit.
Like
Yeah, Kush,
Crawford better be
what do you
ready.
think? What do you think
That's
Al Heyman
what
wants
I
to do?
think.
What do you think Al Heyman wants to do? What do you think he wants to do? He wants to
Oh,
keep
Al
the
Heyman gonna
belts.
do
He wants
whatever
to
is in
keep
the
those.
best
Listen.
interest of
He wants to keep
yeah,
Spence.
those belts in house.
yeah,
He wants to
So
keep the
whatever
belts
Spence
in house.
ultimately
If Crawford,
wants, I
if
believe that
Crawford,
Al Heyman is gonna go with what Spence wants. You feel what I'm saying? And I
listen.
believe that
yeah.
Spence is that guy. You feel me?
No, he's not bigger than no
That's
fighter. No fighter is bigger than the company. No fighter is bigger than the company. No fighter is bigger than
exactly.
the company.
Hey,
No
Kush,
fighter.
to elaborate on what you said, bro. Yeah, bro. I think Errol Spence is gonna go and ask Al Hammond, which he should have been did this shit. But you know what I mean? I think they really trying to back Crawford in that corner to sign with the PBC. But it's
Yes,
just
they're gonna. Yes, they're gonna go. They're gonna say to Earl Spence is gonna go to Al Heyman and say, listen, Al, I need Crawford next now. I need Crawford right now. Al Heyman's gonna say,
yeah.
listen, man. We're gonna feed you.
I agree with you
We're
guys.
gonna
I
feed.
just
We're
think
gonna feed
that
you
But
Keith
a
Thurman
lot
first.
of these things is conversations that may have already been had. I
uh-huh.
heard an interview maybe 2 days ago when
Uh-huh.
Spence was on a podcast, and he said that the Crawford fight is the fight that he definitely won't, and he feel like that Crawford, he's connected to some guys now that his manager is cool
Yeah.
with. You feel what I'm
Bally
saying? And
Sports.
the
Yeah,
fight should be
Bally
Listen, my
definitely
G.
Sports.
Listen, my G. This is all you have to break this all down systematically. There's been interviews. Keith Thurman. Look at that interview where Keith Thurman, where Errol Spence was under. I think he was on his undercard. I think I'm not too sure, but he was when
Yeah.
Keith Thurman. He was on his undercard, and then Keith Thurman was talking about, oh, there's no contract. I didn't send me no contract to fight Earl. What the fuck are you talking about? That's what I'm saying to you. They know what is going on. They know what's going on. They know what the plan is. Someone's going to fight Keith Thurman next. I'm
Right.
telling you,
Yeah.
they're not bringing
Hey,
him out. They can't just shove Keith Thurman to the side. This is what I'm explaining to you. They can't just shove him to the
hey,
side.
Butch. But I agree with you 100%, bro. That's why I don't think it's next. Now, it could be Thurman Crawford. I would hope it be that. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
I hope as well.
But I don't think Crawford want that. I think Crawford really want to jump into that Earl Spence smoke. But I can tell you this: the only way I think the fight can happen is if it's like it's Crawford with Bally Sports intro box. That's with Bally Sports. Their parent company, they took over Fox Sports. Like, so if you say if you in like Arizona, you had Fox Sport Arizona, they changed it to Bally Sports Arizona now. So that's what he mean about a connection. So they got a tie with Fox kind of on some shit. So the only way I think this will work is if Crawford's people put up the money and they get the investors to put in the money, and Al let them walk across the street or whatever.
Right.
It ain't no street, it really ain't streets, no boxing. But
And
yeah, I definitely think that.
I also heard Derek James on multiple occasions say that if Earl Spence wants to fight, the fight's gonna happen. And Earl Spence
Hey,
clearly wants to fight. I'm not
yeah,
a strong believer in a lot of the conspiracy.
uh-huh.
I've seen both fighters' energy change. You feel me? And I
Yeah,
see that boxing's opened up, and the shit's gonna happen. Now
yeah.
I do believe that Crawford, if anybody's fighting Thurman, it should be Crawford, and maybe it's Thurman that I think they're negotiating right now. Crawford and Thurman are
Yeah,
negotiating
Kush,
because it ain't gonna
you
be
right
no
about
quick
that.
turnover. You feel what I'm saying? For
Mm-hmm.
Spence to fight Crawford, you feel me? They ain't
Uh-huh.
fight. I don't see them fighting before the
No,
end of the
listen,
year.
this is what
I
I'm
see
trying
them
to
fighting
explain.
early next year, maybe in the
Yeah,
spring or some shit like that.
yeah, you could be right, Kush. That's why I say it could go both spectrums, but I just really think they gonna present that shit to Keith Thurman first. Don't be surprised if Keith Thurman jump in the ring Saturday night, y'all.
Yeah.
Don't be surprised. I'm telling y'all,
Yeah.
don't be surprised, bro.
Yeah.
That's what I've been on this shit. I've been on this shit since they announced the Spence School guys, man. Like, I think they gonna try to feed Keith Thurman the Spence next. Because
Yeah,
So
that's
here's
what
the
I'm
thing.
saying to you.
Listen,
Listen, Al Heyman, listen.
I think it would have been a lot more likely if Spence didn't get hurt in the Pacquiao fight. I don't think
there you
Spence
go,
has.
Smoke.
I don't think Spence
Pacquiao's the one that came. Listen, Pacquiao's the one that came and fucked up the whole.
I really don't believe that Spence is going to allow
I'm
gonna say this, fellas.
Wasting his time like that. Like I think he wants to become undisputed and move the fuck out of the division.
Hey, Smoke, I'm gonna just elaborate on this because I'm about to go through the mountain, so it be cut out on me. Hey, I really think if Spence would have beat Pacquiao, he was moving up. I don't think he would have fucked wrong. That's just my say. I don't think he would have.
Man, y'all really
So you
think
consider
that
that
about Spence? I think that Spence would have fought him next.
Nah, bro. I don't think so, bro.
I just don't think he's in the mindset for filler fights. I think he doesn't like.
Yeah,
I think
he's
he
not.
understands that his
Spence ain't no
body
sucker in
can't
my
hold
eyes.
up.
Oh no, not at all.
I'm not saying
Kush.
that y'all saying that. I'm just saying I don't think that he's like the type of fighter that's like, oh, okay, well, shit, I'm gonna fight this guy, and then he's like, all right, straight to it, just like Crawford is.
But I think I'm only have to disagree with you on that, Kush, because if that was the case, why we had to wait on this plan, bro? They could have put everything to the side and said, fuck this, let's do it right now, because this could have been the final fight for these guys to retire. This could have been Spence Crawford 2 right now, bro. So that's the only thing I can disagree with, because if Spence wanted it, he would have been made it happen. He would have been made it happen. If you the big fish, if you the cash cow of this division, you should have been like, man, hey, fuck that plan shit. Let me go take out this guy since y'all say he the pound best.
Yeah, I don't think he cares who has the belt. He's not trying
but
to
it
fight.
doesn't work. Listen,
He's not trying to fight
but it
Bud.
doesn't
He
work
doesn't care
like
if it's
that
Bud or
because
not fighting
Al
Bud.
Heyman wants those belts in house. You think Al Heyman's gonna allow Terence Bud Crawford to come over there and take those belts? Because if he does that, there's nothing in the 147 division no more. There's nothing there no more. So that's why they need to build up everything first. Let Keith Thurman get his shot first, like Al Heyman promised him. I know Al Heyman promised Keith Thurman, listen, don't worry, I'm gonna give you this title shot before you leave me as a client. That's what I'm saying to you. He has to do right by his clients. Al Heyman doesn't care about us. He doesn't care about the media. He doesn't care about that shit.
But he also doesn't care about the belts like that. Like he will get Keith Thurman work.
What do you mean? No, Smoke, he does. He does.
No, I'm trying to tell you. Listen, but that's not what I'm saying.
Smoke.
What I'm saying to you is he already has all three of them there anyway. All he has to do is get Terence Crawford under contract. And then it doesn't matter.
Now you right about that, Smoke. That's why I think it's not happening, because it's either one or two things, bro. Like I said before, I think he won't Spence next, and that's probably why he's not signing the contract. Is either give me Spence or give me Charlo. Which one you want to do? And I think that's what the holdup
still
is.
Want Thurman though. Crawford always wanted Thurman. I think he still wants Thurman.
Now Thurman said you have to pay me. Now Thurman said you have to pay me.
That could be true.
It's Thurman that don't want it.
Thurman said you have to pay me.
All I'm saying is I don't think Spence is down for a Thurman fight. Like it sounds like that Bud isn't down for a Thurman fight either before it happens.
Yeah.
But it may be.
I think so.
It may. I think so,
bro.
That's what people are saying. That's the rumor, right?
But I think PBC want to give him that introductory fight, and I just think, man, fuck that shit. If he want to go in the smoke with Earl Spence, man, put that shit on, man. Fuck
yeah.
Crawford don't care if Thurman watched.
It's about money.
Been inactive. I think that
they're not gonna. They know they can beat up. They know they can bloodsuck Keith Thurman, as in put him out there for sacrificial lamb to build everything up. You think they're just gonna dodge that out? It's all about money. If those belts leave the PBC, that 147 bit there is finished. There's no champion.
Crawford not the type to want to let you get away. He still look at Thurman like, oh, he only lost to Pacquiao.
Yeah.
I still want his name on my shit. Crawford don't give a fuck. Crawford won't Thurman. I'm telling y'all for a fact. Thurman don't want that Crawford. If you listen to his language in the interviews, Thurman don't want the Crawford smoke.
He said that's not the fight that he's looking for. He said that's not the fight.
Hey, Crawford will let it down the way to hop out real quick. I'm gonna hop out real quick. I'm about to lose connection.
Nah, but Crawford trying to handle that because he need a fight to stay busy. You feel me? A solid name, and Thurman is the name.
I'm telling you, fam. I'm telling you. Yeah, you're right. Thurman is the name, but this what I'm saying to you. It's all a business, and it's all about money and those belts. I'm telling you, without those belts over there, it's useless. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. It's useless over there. That's why there's nothing, and that's why barely anything's happening at 160 because there's no fighters in one stable over there. That's why nothing's happening at certain weight divisions. I'm telling you, Keith Thurman is the one that's gonna come and put the monkey wrench in that everything. I'm telling you.
He is, and it's clear, that he does want to fight Spence. He is trying to cut the line, but he's not cutting the line on this one because he already ducked Spence, and Spence ain't entertaining him.
No, he didn't duck Spence.
Spence ain't letting him get in the ring, y'all.
He didn't duck Spence.
Who didn't duck
Keith
Spence?
Keith Thurman, he didn't duck Spence.
Keith Thurman ducked Spence.
Nope, he didn't. No, he didn't.
What happened?
Spence wasn't even ranked. He wasn't even ranked when Keith Thurman had the IBF tap. When Keith Thurman had the belts. Sorry. He was facing Floyd Mayweather. Floyd Mayweather got elevated to the super champion. Floyd Mayweather got elevated to the super champion.
Pull up in the ring, and if he did, Spence ain't letting him in the ring. Spence don't got no respect for Thurman at all.
Thurman trying to fight another bomb, bro.
No, he can't do that. He can't do that tackle, man. He can't do that. That's what I'm saying to you. He can't do that. He has to fight a monster next. I'm telling you.
He cannot go in and fight EJ or Bud next.
Either one, right? That's how I feel too.
That man Keith Thurman even said after his fight that he don't think that he's ready. Like, he's not ready for none of them top guys. He needs to get like 2 more fights.
He's not ready for the top guys.
He already said he wanted 10 million. I don't know if that's true, but people were saying that he wanted 10 million for real. So it's like, nigga, come on, bro. That nigga Keith Thurman.
That means he think he the A side against Bud. That's what that means.
Nah, bro. That nigga just want to get cashed out, bro.
He also said that he didn't ask. He also said he didn't ask for 10 million too.
Yeah, but he can say that he's the A side. He can say to Bud, I'm the fucking A side. I do the numbers. That's what he can say to you.
We heard him say that shit out of his mouth, but that shit was so long ago. I mean, I don't care why people, that shit was just cap. But at the end of the day, I ain't gonna lie, bro. If Keith Thurman somehow fit himself in there to get a fight with the belt, bro, that shit, I'ma laugh. That shit'll be real fucking funny to me. I wouldn't support that shit. That card have to be so motherfucking stacked. Like I ain't gonna lie, Keith Thurman don't deserve no shot. You can't come back. You can't come back off a long ass layoff. Fight somebody who never fought in that division before. Then I look at you and you ranked in the top 5 and shit, and people really like, yeah, he deserves. I mean, if Bud wants to fight, cool, whatever. Niggas know how. I ain't supporting that shit. That shit cool. That's cool. Get them up in there, go get washed, and we on to the next one. Undisputed, all I care about, and all this other shit people be throwing in the middle of these two getting on to their next fight. That's just the internet fishing for goddamn stories, something that they can put on their goddamn title and shit. Cause none of that shit true. Is that shit not true? If niggas sit back and believe that shit, they out their fucking mind. Niggas really got motherfuckers out here thinking that Bud ducking Keith Thurman. Niggas really out here talking about Bud PBC contract like they fucking know. Right. Nigga, please.
I hope he is.
Nigga, please.
Like, actually, him ducking Keith Thurman, it falls right into my plans.
Hey, facts, Q. And my thing is, why would Bud sign a contract for Keith Thurman, bro? That nigga don't want to fight no motherfucking Keith Thurman, bro. That don't do shit, and Keith Thurman don't want to fight that nigga. So that nigga keep waiting to see who win the fight, I believe, and that's what he should do. You would be smart to do that. You know what I mean? So you want the winner. I got no matter what. Facts. I got to see what the plate is. I really ain't gonna let y'all know.
I'm telling you guys.
Can I ask you one question though? Can I ask you guys to just put on your business suits for 1 second? If Bud Crawford stops Keith Thurman, does that make the Spence fight bigger?
Hell no. No, it don't mean shit. Yeah, motherfuckers out here talking like Keith Thurman a draw. That nigga didn't even sell 100,000. He didn't even sell 60,000 pay-per-views. What fucking draw y'all talking about? Bro, y'all want to be a hype, man? The nigga almost got stopped. The nigga almost got stopped.
Hold on a second. You mean to tell me you can't sell?
And then hold up. These same people who said Bud don't sell nothing, but he'll get a $30 million contract for 2 fights on a nigga that didn't.
I'm just saying, I think you can sell the only guy to stop Porter and Thurman. Sounds like you could probably promote that.
Hey, man, Keith Thurman is an Al Heyman client. He's getting that Errol Spence fight next, man. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Nah, bro.
Yeah, I don't think Errol Spence got time for it. That's all. Like, I would agree.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Then
I-
Al Heyman is like, that's fine. That's
the
fine.
politics
Well,
line
that's
up,
fine.
the politics line up, but just not Errol Spence where he is in his career. That doesn't line up. That's the
Yeah, that's
problem.
fine. Errol Spence will just go up to 154. That's no problem. Then there'll be no Spence. There'll be no blood fight.
I mean, I don't think the politics work that way. Like, I think that Errol Spence thinks that he can beat Bud, and that is the fight that he's going to be pushing for. Period. Dot. Like, that is
But
his
it's about,
legacy.
like you said, Smoke. Put on your business suit. These businessmen in suits, they don't care about what we want as fight fans. They don't care about that.
No, it's
They
not
care
about me as a
the
fan. I'm
economics
not
of
even
the
talking.
business.
I'm not talking about fight fans. I'm talking about Errol Spence. I think Errol Spence needs to be undisputed at 147 and doesn't have a whole lot of fights left in his career. He doesn't know if his eye or his body
And
or his
Al
shoulder or
Heyman,
whatever is going to hold up.
I
So he's
think,
not going
I
to
think,
get
I
to
think
have a
as a
whole bunch of filler fights.
I think, in my opinion,
if we all
as a
know Earl
businessman,
Spence,
that Al Heyman a businessman and Al Heyman he doesn't give a shit about no undisputed. If that's not making money for the company, the biggest money that possible,
but
then it's not going to happen.
But EJ do. But see, this is what we need to remember. EJ want to go for undisputed, bro. EJ
Right, but Al Heyman does that. Yeah, but the way he wants to do it, the way he wants to do it, is that the best business module for our company?
He could sign Bud. Yes, that is because he could sign Bud Crawford, bro. It don't make no sense for him to put Keith Thurman in the ring. Keith Thurman is a nobody right now, bro.
No, but it does. It does when he's made a due diligence. He's made a due diligence. He's made a due diligence with Keith Thurman. He has told Keith Thurman, "Don't worry, we're gonna put you back to where you was."
Hey, look, and when has Earl Spence ever shown us that he want to fight a lesser competition like that? You know what I mean? Like, Keith Thurman don't got no belt. It's no reason. It's nothing for him. He want to get one more fight and go.
But he had the belts. He lost the belts because
You on
he
that?
gave
Okay,
them up.
I heard that, Keith. I heard that, Keith. All right. Anyway, just real fast. The way that Al plays this is by having the ranks stacked with PBC fighters, right? Because whoever wins the fight, they're not going to be at 147 for long, so the belts are going to go vacant. So that's how Al can win for the next generation is by having
With that
all
being
of the
said,
safety
Smoke,
bodies.
they don't even need to sign Crawford anymore. The fight can be made as is right now. You see what I'm saying? They don't need to sign him anymore. All the fights that he needs are on the PBC. Like, they don't need to sign him.
Yeah, I think IBF is stacked with PBC, WBC is stacked with PBC. Like, it's that they just have the fighters when those vacants go, but when those belts go vacant, they're gonna be with PBC fighters fighting for them.
Yeah. I mean, they as far as what they got at 147, it's longevity. And it's, to me, you already got the longevity with having the veterans and the young up and coming for the most part. So marinating some shit that already been marinated, that shit it don't make sense. And then it just leave people, the idle minds. They out here just making up shit on the internet. They, fuck, it could go this way, so let me say it's true. Like, it's some shit motherfuckers thinking, they present it to people and people actually think that shit true. Like, bro, no, that shit not. It's not. Nobody can't get me to think that this nigga already got a contract with, and y'all telling me y'all already know how much on that motherfucker and all this type of shit. Like, no, bro. So at
the reason that Crawford ain't budging and doing no shit like that, and they ain't signing him, is because he ain't trying to make no moves. He's comfortable where he at. They're past that shit already. You feel me? That shit is in the back seat now.
Facts. A nigga too old to do anything that's. I'm not signing nothing that don't got guarantee shit on it. Like, if you're not gonna guarantee me this person this amount of money or some shit like that, bro, why would a veteran, somebody who done seen plenty contracts, who just got out of contract, you suing this old promoter, go into doing some goofy shit like signing something and you don't know who they gonna throw in front of you first? Like, that don't even make sense, bro.
He's learned his lesson already with Bob Arum, man. He's learned that lesson, man. You get me? They promised him stuff, didn't give it to him, so now you get me.
Yeah, and then the motherfucker, and then they'll make it seem like Bud don't want to fight, like, for some reason, and we literally heard him we literally heard him drop his fucking promoter in front of us and told him the reason why you make this fight while I'm over here. You can't make it while I'm with you. You ain't gonna make it while I'm away from you. That's literally letting you know that's the fucking fight. So my nigga,
I wish
I'm
people
not
would
gonna
quit
do
listening
that
to
and
all the
go
other
into
stupid shit on the internet
like,
queue and just listen to the fighters, bro. Just listen to the fighters and what they're saying right now. And stop listening to everybody else.
Keith Thurman used Bud name to sell his fight. Cause soon after he got done fighting Barrios, what'd he say about Bud?
Not a damn thing.
Yeah, he said that that's not a fight. That's not a fight. I'm looking down later on in the line right now. That's what he said.
I damn near feel like that's low key what the fuck Earl doing. Like he not even selling this shit. Like he just he out there, you know, like and then in the same breath say, oh yeah, Charlo, that's the big money fight. Man,
Because Errol Spence, I'm saying to you, Errol
respect
Spence knows. Errol Spence, they've given Errol Spence their business plan already from when they first bucked each other. When he was wearing the red jumper and when they were confronting each other, they knew the plan. He told him what the plan was from there. He told him.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying to you. All this is
EJ
been settled
have
already.
not deviated from that plan. The only time I feel that he deviated is when he took that Garcia fight. That's the only time. You know what I mean? To me. Because there was no point in that Garcia fight.
Tackle. No one thought that Keith Thurman was going to really lose to Manny Pacquiao. That's what I'm saying to you. Manny Pacquiao came and put the wrench in this shit. That's what I'm saying to you. Keith Thurman was meant to beat Manny Pacquiao, and then Keith Thurman and Errol Spence would have fought each other. This is what I'm saying to you. Then that would have been the biggest fight in the PBC. That's what I'm saying to you. That would have been the biggest fight.
And that's why I got Ugas winning. The fight took too long.
I'm telling you, that's what I'm saying to you. I'm telling you. It took fucking 7 years for Holyfield and Tyson to fight each other. It took fucking longer than that for Lennox Lewis and Tyson to fight each other. I'm telling you, man.
Cause y'all remember too when we waited for that Floyd Money Mayweather and Pacquiao fight. Remember, Pacquiao had a loss. He got knocked out.
Yeah.
So that shit stalled the fight too.
And they squeezed all the money out of. They generated all the money they could. And they didn't care about what the fans thought of the fight. They didn't care about that. They just knew that, yes, we made a decent revenue off of this event. So what everyone's happy, the fighters are happy, the company's happy. That's all that we care about. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Al Heyman doesn't care if Bud Crawford and Errol Spence don't fight each other. He doesn't give a fuck about that. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. No one cares about that except for us. The fight fans, and maybe the fighters. Apart from that, no one cares. All they care about is making the most money. And what makes sense to them, to me, in my opinion, is putting Keith Thurman in the number one position to fight Errol Spence next. That's why Manny Pacquiao. That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying.
That would
I think. Hold on. I mean, I get the business part of it, but I'm just saying that Errol Spence ain't going for that shit.
Right. That would be true if Bud was still on another promotion company. Bud is a free agent now, so there's no sense. Like you could sign Bud and make that fight, and it's still in house. You know what I mean? You don't have to settle with Keith Thurman just because of what. You know what I mean? EJ gonna go in there and knock that nigga out, bro, by a body punch, bro. Hook to the body, gonna probably break his fucking ribs, bro.
If you can understand a guy who had probably his biggest payday and the best win of his career being derailed because he got injured during training camp, there's no way that this dude is trying to get filler fights.
Man, I got a question for y'all, man. Okay. Out of all the fighters on pay-per-view that actually fought on pay-per-view, like name me 5 guys that fight on pay-per-view.
Well, in general,
just in general, like it ain't got to be like crazy nothing to argue about.
Are you talking about in the United States or like
AJ, Anthony Joshua,
like
Tank
recently,
Davis?
Yeah, like in this time they fight,
EJ, Bud. Who else fight on pay-per-view?
No, Bud don't really fight on pay-per-view like that. Bud don't really fight on pay-per-view like that. Like,
well, you talking about every fucking fight on pay-per-view?
No, I'm okay. No, I'm saying like put Bud in it. Put Bud in it because I'm saying
he got 2 pay-per-views in his entire career.
Like if y'all name 5 fighters, y'all name 5 fighters. Y'all name 5 fighters that fight on pay-per-view, right? Okay, and then you take their numbers. Okay, and then you look at the fighters who don't fight on pay-per-view, and then we really sit and argue like, man, Bud don't sell. But if you look at just like people who get on pay-per-views, the average of what them shit sell, nobody like doing like super crazy numbers above him. Bud
No.
actually sell more pay-per-views than some guys.
No, Bud brings the pay-per-view average down. Like if that's where you're going with it. So we go Canelo, EJ, Wilder, Spence, and throw Bud in there.
Okay, and I'm gonna stop. Okay, right there. And
those are heavyweights, though. Those are the heavyweights, though, man. You can't really count the heavyweights, man.
No, we're just talking about pay-per-view here. We don't have very many pay-per-view guys here.
Okay,
so
and
most of them are heavyweights.
Why even have an argument over talking about Bud don't sell this and Bud don't sell that? But literally, besides Earl Spence, who at 147 sells more than Bud?
Nobody has pay-per-views.
Okay, so if we talking business,
I mean, I guess Keith Thurman did one.
Thurman this, these fighters this, and these fighters that. Bud is the biggest fucking fight. Don't be talking no business, nothing as far as business that Earl did other than collecting a belt. You
do realize that Errol Spence does better pay-per-view numbers than Bud.
None of it. I'm saying none of it.
He has bigger audiences and also sells more pay-per-view.
I'm saying this, Smoke. None of it make more business sense than fighting him before any
the next fight.
None of them sell more than Bud.
No, Q, listen.
So to sit here and literally be talking about sell itself and do this and do that. Nobody that Earl could go out and fight is gonna sell more than the nigga. It's been Bud, even at 54.
No, but listen to this, Q. As an advisor, what's the advisor's job? The advisor's job is to what?
Man,
that's what I'm saying. Keith Thurman is his client. Keith Thurman is his client. Terrence Bud Crawford is not his client. Terrence Bud Crawford, at this moment that I know of, is not nothing to do with PBC. He is nothing. Keith Thurman is the client. What is his job as an advisor?
Again, but you're saying that they're going to bypass what Errol Spence wants to do for their own business. And I'm saying that I'm saying to you that Errol Spence, I don't think has that kind of mentality or that kind of time. And that could be actually bad business if he gets hurt in training camp.
That's why I said. That's why nothing has been confirmed and nothing's been signed. We haven't seen no paperwork of nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like the Keith Thurman fight, it would be it's an interesting thing to like float, especially since who's fighting is actually Ugas, right?
Hey,
but
man, the only reason why we don't get this Bud and Ugas fight is because Ugas is going to win. You feel me? That's why we're not going to get this fight. I'm going to tell y'all that right now.
You got Ugas winning now.
I've been had Ugas winning.
Okay.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So all that shit y'all talking ain't gonna matter because he finna lose to Ugas.
How you got him losing by decision?
Hey, Taco, it's still gonna happen, bro. It'll just happen at 154 because Bud is just gonna beat Ugas and then go up there and fucking use the super and then fucking challenge and fucking stalemate it up there.
Kush, you see that now? We don't. You see that now? We don't know.
Spence still gonna have to fight the man regardless.
Yeah, no, man. You know, we only got 2 days. Really, it's like Thursday.
I don't know. Bud opponents don't look the same after he fight him.
Neither do Spence's opponents.
No, Sean Paul's all right, man.
I mean, Ugas' opponents seem to be doing fine for the most part.
Sean Paul's all right.
Omar Figueroa wasn't that cool. I mean, Bray Robinson had some.
Sean Paul's all right, man. He's good.
Yeah,
that nigga ain't getting in the ring no more.
I mean,
you got in the ring with Terrence Bud Crawford, man.
Hey, if he get in the ring right now, he gonna get knocked out by somebody, guaranteed.
No way.
Who we talking about?
That guy keeps himself in shape, man. No way. No way. He'll fight right now. He's a top 5 because he'll bust up Danny Garcia right now.
If he fight Boots in this, he get knocked out.
That's different, though, man. That's different.
He'll probably get knocked down a couple of times.
Who's he? Who's the he we're talking about?
That's different, man. Sean Paul will get up from the couch right now. He would tear up that Danny Garcia. He'll fucking tear up. What's that punk?
He already beat Danny Garcia.
But that was a close fight. If they rematch,
but Danny Garcia is looking. He's looking. Danny Garcia is looking to fight.
Porter wouldn't beat Ugas again. So I mean, come on.
Yeah, I got Ugas in the rematch. I got Danny in the rematch. Any dude that's retired, you're coming off the couch after you already threw in the towel. Like
I don't. To me, in my opinion, I think he beats Furman right now.
Ooh,
the Furman that looked against Barrios against the Sean Paul that looked against Bud.
I feel you, Sean Paul okay, all right. I'm not gonna push back. No pushback for me.
We'll see. A lot should happen anyway. A lot should happen on the weekend. We'll see. I just think that's, in my opinion, that's what as a business, because I always keep forgetting that this shit is a business. This is not what we want as fight fans and what the fighters want. It's a business. Business comes first before anything, and Errol Spence is not more important than the business. Neither is Bud Crawford.
So there's some guys I think that they can maneuver and do what they want, right? It's just kind of, I don't know. It is what it is. I mean, I hear you. On the one hand, like PBC business supersedes this stuff, but I think Errol Spence is PBC business, and there's something about his, like, I don't see how they really market him unless he becomes undisputed at 147 at any other weight class.
But they got other guys to market. That's what I'm saying to you. There's always other guys. They've got other guys to
No,
market.
I'm just talking about him. But right now, he is the guy. Like, okay, so just for our market, like this dude is fighting at Dallas Cowboy Stadium in front of tens of thousands of people. This is a unique position to be in. Like, this is like a top 5 media. This is the number 5 media market in the United States. The dude could literally generate $1 billion never leaving Texas, never leaving this stadium that he actually fights in. This is PBC business, front row and center. Like, they don't have really a bigger draw like that outside. Like, it's Wilder who would be the bigger draw. That dude don't even have like belts, right? But outside of that, there's not a guy doing the kind of business that Errol Spence represents at the PBC. It's not even like I said, like between him and Wilder, like the number 3 guy is far below. It's not like Thurman is right there, right? Or the Charlos or something. No.
I agree, and that shit makes this shit so much more exciting.
That's why you got to push Al Heyman's hand soon, boy. That's what I'm saying. Al Heyman's gonna have to do something. Back out that bank, that fucking Bridge truck soon before. Back out that Bridge truck.
So I got Errol Spence priming the Dallas market, and then one of the Jamel Charlo trying to duplicate that success right there. Like they're gonna try this whole thing with the Texas boys and keep the ball rolling, but I think a lot of it is predicated on Errol Spence being undisputed at 147.
I'm telling you, man. You have to look and see.
31 deaths.
I mean, if everything that you say isn't true, Smoke, then what's all this shit all about then? You feel what I'm saying? This shit is the biggest fight for that reason. I agree with you.
Yeah, and then you got how really the question is, how can we get Canelo to Dallas Cowboy Stadium? That's the question for the PBC. You want to really talk to this whole business thing, and it's Spence and the Charlos. That's it. It's not David Benavidez. It's not, whatever. I don't even know if they have bridger weights.
Now, my shit fuck up or y'all not saying that?
Dead air.
My bad, Joe. I'm over here cooking and shit, so I'm on mute. But yeah, man, like I'm excited. I believe that Spence want all the smoke. He gonna call Bud out after the fight. Ain't no Thurman getting in the ring. Nah. It's gonna be what people want. Spence giving the people what they want. I'm going with that shit. I believe Spence.
We want the Thurman fight.
Shit, fuck
Who wants the Thurman fight?
Thurman need to go sit down.
The people want it.
Al Heyman needs to do what's good for his best for his business.
Fight anybody in the top 5. Y'all want to see Thurman end his career on a good note?
No. I want to see Thurman get stopped to the back.
Listen, man, that's fight fans. We want to see what we want to see. We want to see Bud Crawford, Errol Spence. We don't want to see no one else. We don't want to see no one else.
Y'all too crazy over. Y'all so crazy over Crawford that y'all just throwing a whole fighter away.
No, we want to see the fight.
Thurman don't deserve no title shot, bro.
Yeah, he doesn't. He doesn't. He doesn't. He
Thurman is
doesn't
more
deserve anything. He
proven at
doesn't deserve
welterweight
anything.
than your favorite fighter, bro. So stop it.
Hey,
No,
ain't
nah.
Spence your guy? What you so scared of?
Hold
Why you
up.
so scared, bro?
Man, this
Why
one
y'all
thing
scared
y'all
of
gotta,
Thurman, bro?
bro, you gotta understand this, bro.
You sound scared, bro.
Inactivity move your ass down. You don't stay
Down,
in
down.
you don't stay in the same place if you not moving, bro. Like
Crawford ain't been that active.
Man, bro, come on.
He
Really,
haven't, bro. He been
bro.
fighting once a year.
Thurman, bro, you talking about Thurman though?
Y'all call him one time or once a year Thurman and shit, but Crawford doing the same shit.
That's not true, sir.
That is true, bro. Who have he fought since Brook? I mean, not Brook, but Sean Porter. He ain't gonna fight for another year. He didn't fight a year before the Brook fight.
Because there's only one guy. There's only one guy to fight. There's only one guy to fight. That's it. There's only one guy to fight.
No, that's the bullshit that Crawford fans want you to believe. Just bypass everybody else. It's
No,
only one guy.
What do you mean
to
bypass?
fight.
There's only one guy to fight.
You only fought one top 10 guy.
There's one guy.
So how is it only?
There's only one guy.
Well, you tell me.
Possibly two.
Hey, brotherhood. You tell us another welterweight who's fighting more than once a year. Then tell us another welterweight who fighting more than once a year. Then nah, tell us another welterweight who fighting more than once a year. Then tell us.
Who cares? I don't care who he fights.
There ain't one. So why you capping, bro?
Yeah, everyone's doing the same thing, bro. Everyone's doing the same shit. So it don't make sense.
No, you just brought that shit up like Bud inactive because he fight once a year, bro. But you capping. All the welterweights fighting once a year.
Hold on. Was Pacquiao fighting? Was he so active when Crawford was looking for that fight? Was he active?
When?
What do it matter? Crawford a legend. Everybody was looking for Pacquiao. Everybody was looking for that. And
everyone's looking for Pacquiao, fam. The fucking middleweight.
So everybody was looking for that smoke. So what's the big deal? What's your point?
Go look at Pacquiao.
He was about to fight an inactive Pacquiao. That's a fucking fact. That's a fucking fact, bro.
Huh?
That's a fact. Crawford was
What's a fact, sir? What's a fact, sir? What's a
with
fact?
an inactive old ass fighter, bro.
Who was it? And Spence got the fight with him. So what's your point? And Spence got the fight. So what's your point? So what's your point? Because Spence actually got the fucking fight. So what's your point?
What you mean? What's my point? Like, bro, you
Spence was gonna fight him too. So what's your
I'm
point?
gonna tell you my point. Let me finish then.
You got some sorry ass points this morning, brotherhood. Where you got real solid dudes on the panel, your shit sounds stupid as fuck. That's the truth. What it is. When you got real solid dudes on the panel, your little point sounds stupid.
I'll give you the point when you're ready. You just asked me and then talked over the point. All right,
go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
All right, so it's okay for Crawford to be in negotiations with one inactive fighter, but the other one, Keith Thurman, fuck him. He can't be inactive. He disqualified. Y'all sound stupid, bro.
The difference between
a majority of that division, and I ain't about to.
Bro,
y'all niggas will sit here and act like Boots. Wait, y'all will sit here and act like Boots Ennis is more relevant than Keith Thurman, bro. I don't give a.
He's more active.
Yes,
no, the fuck he ain't. When he more active. When he more active. When he more active.
Oh shit! I'll shut down your shit right now, sir. I'll shut it down right now, sir.
Hold up. When he was more active, and then on top of that, Keith Thurman lost to Pacquiao.
Who gives a fuck? That's Pacquiao.
I give a fuck.
Who gives a fuck?
I give a fuck. I give a fuck.
That doesn't make sense.
I give a fuck, bro.
He got one L. Just throw him away.
I'm not talking about it, bro. I'm telling you this. No. Brotherhood. Understand. I'm not saying Keith Thurman out of the way. Keith Thurman is out of the way because him right now.
Out no way. He there.
He out the way. He out the way. The nigga ain't fought nothing. The nigga ain't fought nothing.
Excuse me, sir. Bruce Ennis fought 4 times in that year. What did Keith Thurman do?
Keith Thurman not top 5.
He done everything Crawford.
What did Keith Thurman do? What did Keith Thurman do in the 3 to 4 times a year?
Keith Thurman not top 5.
How many times Crawford you on the fire like Thurman at welterweight?
No. You said Boots. You said Boots. So what is? You said Boots. So Boots has been way more active than Keith Thurman. He's fought 3 to 4 times in the last year or 2. So what the fuck are you talking about?
Active versus bombs.
Why are you saying now it's active versus bombs now?
Hey, tell Thurman to fight him right now then. Tell Thurman to go fight him.
Oh, active against monsters.
Tell Thurman go fight him right now then.
What else Thurman got to do to prove himself then? Y'all sound fucking
Tell him go
stupid.
fight Boots.
So why is he fighting Barrios? Why is he fighting Barrios? Why is he fighting Barrios? Why is he fighting Tank Davis's leftovers? Why is he fighting Barrios?
Why? In that case, is Lomachenko irrelevant because he's not a champion too? And
why is he fighting Barrios?
Nigga, hey, and you okay? Perfect
you mean?
example.
He
That
fighting
motherfucker came
Nakatani.
back
Who the
and
fuck
fought
is
two people.
Nakatani?
No. Hold up.
What's the
Why
difference
you
between
interrupting me, my
Barrios
guy?
and Nakatani?
You ain't gotta interrupt me. I'll let everybody go. I ain't even here to argue. I'ma just say my piece, and
Y'all
you
fucking
can
y'all on some
rebuttal
other
that bitch.
shit. Just say you
say
don't
what
like Thurman, man.
I say what I say, and you can rebuttal it. I ain't even gotta go back and forth.
Just say
Real
you don't
talk.
like Thurman.
Look, the difference is with Lomachenko. Look how active he is. When he done took a break, he ain't took no break, and then he came back and got scalps. At the end of the day, Keith Thurman ain't came back and got no scalp but one, and that motherfucker ain't never fought at 147. Bro. So no, let me finish, bro. Let me finish, because one, it's inactivity. Inactivity gonna move your motherfucking ass down. I don't care what everybody else think about it. As far as Keith Thurman, you not holding no belt, bro. The inactive nigga that beat your ass, I will fight him over the nigga that's inactive that lost. Has no belt.
Excuses.
Okay, that's what
he
you want to
inactive,
call
so
it.
I don't gotta fight him. The fuck out of here. He just fought. The nigga just fought. He active now. He active now. You make him
and
active
that language,
by sending a fucking contract.
and his language,
Make that nigga be active then.
and his language when sounded like he wanted Crawford.
And let's see if
his
he want to
language
be
sounded
active.
like he wanted Crawford.
Nah, I'm sounding like I want to see top five fighters fight other
In the
top five
post fight,
fighters.
after
I
he
ain't about
beat
to sit here and pretend that Thurman ain't a top
Barrios,
fucking fighter, bro.
after Thurman
y'all
beat
can do
Barrios,
that shit. Let's pretend Boots Ennis is actually more proven than Thurman. Y'all niggas delusional,
no.
bro.
We ain't gotta pretend.
Delusional.
We ain't gotta pretend this facts.
Y'all is pretending. It ain't a fucking fact. It ain't no fucking fact. Y'all niggas
After
just
Keith
delusional,
Thurman beat
bro.
Barrios, what do you say about Crawford?
Yeah. So Boots Ennis the favorite.
No. I ain't say nothing about Boots. I ain't talking about
What
Boots.
did Keith Thurman
What
say?
did
What did
Keith
he say?
Thurman say
What
after
did
he
he
beat
say?
Barrios about Crawford? What did he say?
I don't know what he said.
What did he say? So then why are you
tell
coming
me
for
what he
this?
said.
So that's what I'm saying to you. Why are you
Stop
coming
the
to
let me
defend?
tell you
Why
what
are
he
you
said.
coming to this
shit.
guy's
What is
radio
Let
and
me tell you
you're
what
not
he
listening
said.
to what
Let me
this
tell
guy?
you
That's what
what
I'm
he
saying to you.
said.
You have to go back.
Hey,
You have to go
brotherhood,
back
let
and
me
do
tell
your
you what he
research. You
said,
have to go
brotherhood.
back before you start talking
I'll
this
tell you
crap
what he
about
said.
fighters, this and that. You have to go back and do your research.
Man,
You don't know
y'all
what he said,
fucking-
so go back and do your research, and then you have a different outlook on what you're speaking about. Simple.
I dare somebody say Thurman ain't top 10.
It's not about that. Didn't you hear what he said about his last interview?
You just went to top 5 to top 10.
It is about that.
You just went to top 5 to top 10.
Disqualify top 10 fighter because y'all don't want to, because y'all think he inactive.
You ain't even listening to what the guy. You ain't even listening to what your own fighter said. You're not even listening to what the guy said. You're not even listening to what he said.
Let me finish her fucking sentence for once.
You're not even listening to what the guy's saying.
Had been inactive before he fought Crawford. Crawford had been inactive himself. Brooke had been inactive. Pacquiao had been inactive.
Brooke wasn't
Spence
inactive.
had been inactive.
Brooke
Danny
was not
Garcia
inactive.
had been inactive.
Brooke
Thurman
wasn't
had been
inactive.
inactive. Everybody was inactive, nigga. The fuck are y'all talking about? Y'all gonna use it as an excuse for one person.
That's a lie, sir.
Everybody I just named had been inactive.
No, not as inactive as Keith Thurman, sir. You understand that he was almost inactive for about two years. You understand that?
So Manny Pacquiao, who the fuck Manny Pacquiao fought
That's
last?
cap. Hey, brotherhood.
I mean,
hey, brotherhood. I'm gonna have to keep it 100 with you, bro. Go hop on BoxRec. Motherfucking what's his name? Kell Brook had 2 fights at 54. Came down. No, my bad. 3 fights. 54 came down. Fought Bud. Jose Benavidez had 2 fights before he fought Bud. What's his name? Sean Porter held himself out to fight Bud. Who else?
Danny Garcia had some fights that he was not inactive. So what the fuck you talking about?
Okay, you said they was all inactive. You said they was all inactive. I just let you know that was cap.
Y'all act like ain't nobody you just named.
I just let you know it was
times
cap.
a year.
I just let you know it was cap. Was it cap?
Did that?
It was cap.
No, you capping.
How is he capping if he just explained? How is he capping if he just gave you the evidence?
Bro,
gave you the evidence, the facts. How is he
Boots
capping?
is the
Please
only
explain that,
active
sir.
fighter.
2
He the
plus
only
2,
one
2
fighting
plus 2 is 4. How are you trying to argue me that
that's
it's not
because
4?
he's a prospect fighting bums. That's what the fuck that is. Nigga, everybody else fighting big
Hey,
fights.
you know what that sound like to me? You know,
because they money fight.
Like to me,
if
they
was fighting Lipinets level guys, then yeah, they would be fighting 3 times a year.
Hey, it sounds like
make you irrelevant, man.
It sounds like Keith Thurman needs to fight Boots. Then it sounds like Keith Thurman needs to fight Boots.
A whole fucking fight, bro.
Sound like Keith Thurman needs to fight Boots.
Y'all ain't boxing for y'all Crawford and Spence fans, I guess.
Sound like
There's no Crawford and nothing.
Else,
we just understand that. We just understand that those are the two best guys right now. One of them has 2 belts fighting for the third one, and the other one has the last piece to the fucking division. That's what we want to see. We don't want to see anything else. What don't you understand from that?
Proving shit. That's what the fucking case is. Crawford ain't proved shit compared to Thurman. I don't give a fuck how inactive he is.
Keith Thurman needs to fight Boots. Definitely
In that case, everybody need to fight Boots.
Okay.
Who the fuck is he to be going through?
Keith Thurman needs to fight. Keith Thurman needs to fight him. Keith Thurman needs to fight him first. He got more to prove.
He got the keys to the division. He's just a fucking prospect.
No, he's not a prospect.
The Brotherhood, man.
No, he's not a prospect.
The Brotherhood. How many times did Keith Thurman fight? What's the most times Keith Thurman fought?
Prospects not ranked in the top 10.
Y'all niggas is crazy, bro. I don't know what y'all watch the media too much or something, man.
No,
so y'all listen to Spence fucking brush him off every time his name is brought up. Spence is ducking his ass. I don't give a fuck what anybody says.
Spence is ducking Keith Thurman now.
Yes. If you sitting here saying I'll never fight you, and the guy Thurman saying he want to fight Spence saying I'll never fight him, nigga, that's a pure duck.
Floyd Mayweather did tell Keith Thurman to go fight.
One guy want to fight, one don't. Let's leave it at that. Because when it come to Crawford and Spence, y'all say the same shit. But
Floyd Mayweather did tell Keith Thurman to go fight Errol Spence. What happened there?
Man, that old prehistoric shit you bringing up, man.
It's not old prehistoric. It's just a fact. Like, it's a fact. Like, so you're saying that he's ducking it. So I'm saying to you, he had an opportunity to fight. He had an opportunity to fight him.
Okay, how many times have Keith Thurman fought since 2016?
What does it matter?
You're saying that everyone's inactive, so he's fucking inactive. He doesn't deserve a fucking title shot. Boots has fought 4 fucking times.
That's a terrible
fucking times in 1 year and a half.
No, wait, listen.
Fucking Keith Thurman's fought fucking 4 times in fucking 5
You ain't sitting here saying that Keith Thurman is a bad fighter or none of that shit. You just sitting there saying
hold on.
You scared, nigga.
Hold on, brother. It's 2022. It's 2022, and he's had fucking 4 fights. He's had 4 fights. Hold on, he's had 4 fights. He's had 4 fights in 5 years. He's had 4 fights in 5 years.
Y'all giving Spence the right to duck him. Y'all giving everybody the right to duck the man.
He's had 4 fights in 5 years.
Y'all ain't boxing fans if y'all got that type of energy.
I am a boxing fan.
He's had 4 fights in 5 years.
This nigga fought. Y'all talking about inactive. This nigga fought a guy that was
brother. He fought 4 times in 5 years.
Hey, Kaz,
it's
don't
okay
let
if Crawford fight Benavidez and fucking Mean Machine, but he can't fight Thurman. Get the fuck out of here with that shit, man. Y'all niggas retarded. Them bum ass niggas he fought, but Thurman is just irrelevant. He can't be on his resume. Like he wouldn't be the best name.
So you're talking about bums and this and that.
How did that make any sense for him to not fight somebody if it's a step up fight for him?
Brotherhood. What do you think of Jose Tito Lopez?
What about him?
I said, what do you think of him?
What about him?
What do you think of him?
What do I think of him? He a tough Mexican. What the fuck do you want me to say?
So is he a good to great fighter?
What is your point, bro?
What epic wins has Jose Tito Lopez had? You're saying bums. All these guys are fighting bums. I'm not saying Jose Tito Lopez is a bum, but he's not really a credible fighter. Who else are you going to talk to me about? Robert Guerrero, the fucking that.
I'm gonna keep it real simple. Keith Thurman has fought elite fighters.
Bondu, no one cares about Bondu. No one cares about Bondu.
Thurman has fought elite fighters. Crawford has not. That's just what it is.
I never said that Keith Thurman hasn't fought no elite fighters. I'm saying to you that you can't speak about bums and this and bums and that. Crawford has not fought any that much bums.
Compared to Thurman, fuck yeah. Thurman fought the bet.
Brother, I want to know like what does inactivity mean to you? It mean like a fighter can just take off and come back and like after his loss just jump into get titles. He can get titles after inactivity. He can get
kill that shit, bro.
No. I'm asking you. Explain to me like what.
I'm not explaining shit. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
Well then it don't mean.
Listen.
Don't mean it don't. No, I ain't listening because it don't mean shit. If you can't explain, if you can't explain to me what you think, I don't give a fuck what you talking about.
Okay,
Point blank
don't
period.
listen
I don't
then,
give
my
a fuck
nigga. But
what
I'm
you
still
talking
gonna
about if
say
you
what I
can't
gotta say.
explain it. Because at the
Was Jose
end
Benavidez
of the day,
Jr.
nigga,
active?
all you doing is
Was
just
Jose
talking.
Benavidez
You
Jr.
just
active?
talking over a nigga. All you doing is just
Was the
talking
nigga
over
with
a
the
nigga.
one knee active?
I'm trying to
Was the
understand
nigga
where
with
you
one
coming
leg
from.
active or not, bro? Was he
Obviously
active?
you ain't coming from shit. Obviously
Was
you ain't
niggas that
coming from
Crawford
shit.
already
Yeah,
fought
like,
active?
is your
You ain't
brain being
coming
blocked?
from
Like,
shit.
can't you just
You
have a
just
normal
caping
I'm
for a
conversation, my
trying to
nigga
brother?
who
hear
Like,
that
ain't
listen
done
shit,
to what
bro.
my
shit.
man say.
Niggas
Obviously,
want to
You
go
this is
on and
caping.
fucking
on
you,
and
fucking
on,
for
but
you.
don't
You
You
fucking
niggas
for
you
don't
caping.
answer no
You over
questions or
here
none of that
caping
shit.
for a nigga who ain't even done what I seen Tank do to a
Who
nigga. I don't give
cares?
a fuck about
Everybody
the
none of
know
that
guy's
Thurman is
shit.
fighting.
more proven than Crawford.
He
Fuck
Get
had
you
over
four
it.
talking
fights
about,
in
nigga.
5 years.
He
On
He
more
me,
has
you
four
proven than
fights in
Crawford.
you
Get
5
ain't
over it.
gave
years.
me no information. All you doing is y'all niggas retarded. Well,
Whining
y'all
about some
just keep Thurman.
inactivity and shit,
Oh,
man.
I love Keith Thurman. Nigga, I don't give a fuck. Explain to me why he needs to get the fight. That's what I'm explaining to you. I'm
Explain
explaining to you why he don't deserve no fucking fight. You
explain to
tell me
me how
why he
the
deserve
fuck
that
Boots
bitch.
Ennis is
Just
more
because he keep
relevant than
Thurman?
Keith
Just because he
Thurman.
keep Thurman?
Because
What he
he's been
did? Nigga,
fighting
that ain't
for
shit.
3 to
Get the
4
fuck
times
out
a
of
So
here,
year,
fuck
my
my
nigga.
nigga.
fuck the level
Keith
of
Thurman has
competition they
had
fought.
5 fights in 4
We
years.
just
No,
want
sorry,
who's
sorry.
active to
4
fight,
Explain
bro.
fights
that.
in 5
Explain that
Fuck
years.
the
shit, my
level of
nigga.
competition.
On me. None of that
Fuck
shit
it.
you talking about
In
mean
that
nothing,
case,
my nigga.
it should be Spence versus kind of Ben we looking for. Ben been active. That's y'all sound stupid as fuck.
What
No,
are you
you
trying to?
don't.
What point?
No,
Wait.
you
What
not
kind of? What fucking
understanding.
point
Ben
you
You
been
trying to
just
make
active.
about
talking.
Fuck
Keith
it. Let's
Thurman,
see
fam?
kind of
The
Ben
brother ain't
versus
fucking
Boots.
fought enough.
That's the
G.
big
What don't you understand, the
fight.
brother?
Let's see these two active
What don't
niggas
you
fight.
understand, brother? What
Y'all
don't you
sound
understand?
stupid as
Keith
hell, man.
Thurman ain't mashed enough work. What don't you understand? Fuck all your other shit that you're talking about. The Donny's had 4 fights.
I
4
don't,
Y'all
fights in 5
delusional.
years. 5
I don't
years.
give a fuck
That's
what
5 years.
brotherhood
That's
talking
over
about.
almost 3,000 days. Almost 4,000 days. He had 4 fights. What do you get? What do you get?
It
Wasn't
sounds
it
like
2
you're
years?
delusional.
Wasn't
You're mad because
Benavidez
Thurman
Jr.
don't
off
deserve
for
no
2
fight.
years?
That's what it is.
See,
I
y'all
don't
don't
give
want
a
to talk
fuck what
about niggas that
brotherhood talking
Crawford
about.
already fought that was inactive.
Cause
That's the problem here.
brotherhood don't understand. Brotherhood don't understand when
Y'all
you
capping.
inactive. When you inactive, your rank go down.
I don't care because he already been
Okay,
fighting
exactly.
active
Okay, then
niggas
you don't
with
care.
one
All right, then
leg.
cool.
Fuck what
You
you
don't
talking
care. You
Nigga,
about.
don't
don't
care.
you
Cool, man. The
understand?
WBA, the
Nigga
WBO,
gives
the
no fuck what you
WBC,
talking
the
about.
IBF, they don't give a fuck what you care about. You get me? They don't care about what you care about. You don't care? We don't care about what you fucking care
Okay,
about
I
when it
don't
comes to
care,
Keith Thurman.
bro.
Simple.
Yo, I don't
Stop
care
saying,
because
stop
he
saying,
fought
I don't
inactive
care. I
niggas
don't care. All
before.
right, then you cool. You
What
don't
part don't
care.
you
That doesn't mean
understand?
that because you care, because you
He
don't
fought
care,
inactive
everyone else
niggas
shouldn't
before.
care.
Don't
What the fuck
use
you
it
talking about, man?
as an excuse to duck Thurman, but it's okay if you fight one leg Benavidez that was
Oh
off for
yeah,
like years.
he ducking
He was
Thurman.
off for
Yeah.
years. Stop
Yeah.
it,
Yeah,
man.
he
Y'all
ducking.
niggas fake.
Ducking
Yeah, he ducking
Thurman out.
Thurman
Yeah.
for sure.
That
Yeah.
motherfucker had
The
one
guy
leg
that
and
said,
been off in the hospital for
For
years
sure.
and shit, bro.
For sure.
But it's okay to
hold
fight
on. I
him.
got some receipts for your
Thurman
ass. Hold
can't
on.
get
I got
injured
some
though.
receipts for your ass. I got some receipts for your
A
ass.
nigga
Don't worry,
ain't
man.
even allowed to
I
get
got
injured.
some receipts for your ass. Hold on, man. Because you obviously haven't heard your guy, Keith Thurman. You haven't heard what he's been saying. So I got some receipts for your ass, man. Don't worry.
Man, brother ain't talking about shit. Keith Thurman ain't doing shit. Come back and knock a nigga out.
So Virgil Ortiz more relevant than Thurman?
Yes.
Absolutely. Why
I
wouldn't it be?
tell you this. I tell you this. He did what Keith Thurman didn't do. A nigga came up from 140 and he got the stoppage. Keith Thurman didn't do that.
What? Y'all sound like some motherfucking maniacs, man. I'll let y'all have that one.
Yeah. I ain't even, yeah, it's over with. I ain't even debating that with you no more. Keith
A
Thurman
nigga
it, my
don't
nigga.
even gotta prove shit to be
Yeah,
relevant
yeah,
anymore.
Keith Thurman
Nigga
needs
just
that
gotta
shot.
a nigga
Yeah,
just gotta be active to be relevant, bro. Fuck
yeah,
level of
nigga.
competition.
Yeah,
Fuck
what have you
unifying the division in the past. Fuck fighting the
Keith?
elite
No.
fighters.
Oh, hey,
Fuck
see,
all of
look,
that.
See, you skipped over that. Niggas trying to unify now. Niggas trying to come undisputed now.
Right now.
Can't do shit. Keith Thurman can't do shit.
Oh, but if that's the case, then why the fuck is Boots relevant if he ain't got a belt? If that's what it's all about, unification.
Hey, I tell you this. If Keith Thurman fight and he win, yeah,
nigga can't answer no kind of question. Y'all can have it, bro.
If Keith Thurman fight and he win, I like to see his ass get blitzed by the undisputed champion if they want to defend that shit. That's cool.
So you telling me Keith Thurman got to do more to get a big fight than Boots
That's cool.
does? You know
do more. He ain't did shit, nigga. Hell,
you know
years, bro. You gotta update your resume, bro. He ain't did shit.
Oh my
he ain't did shit, bro. Let's just keep it real. He ain't did shit.
Man, brother.
So you're saying
he struggled against a 140
so you said
fighter.
Bud is ducking
He
Keith
struggled
Thurman.
against a
But you're
140
saying
fighter
Bud
who
is
he
ducking
almost
Keith
got
Thurman,
beat
but
by.
they offered
come
him a
on,
fucking
bro.
contract and he
Nigga,
didn't fucking
hey,
take.
if that was any
He
top
didn't fucking
fighter,
take.
Keith Thurman is getting stopped. If that was any top fighter, Keith Thurman getting stopped. If that was Boots, he getting stopped. If that was Virgil, he getting stopped. So this is stop the cap, bro.
Just so y'all know, this is why these fighters don't be fighting no motherfucking body. Because Keith Thurman fought killers, and
Yeah, we're trying to listen to your shit, man.
Let me
we're trying to listen to your shit, man. Let's listen to the
receipts, my nigga.
Let's listen to the receipts. Let's listen to the receipts, man. We're trying to listen to your bullshit, man. Listen to the receipts. Listen to the fucking receipts.
That's why these fighters be cherry picking and ducking, because even when they fight
we're not
these
listening to your
fighters,
shit. We're not listening to your shit.
Y'all throw them
we're
away.
not listening to your shit.
But look, niggas can't even let me get one fucking sentence out with
Only killers,
background noise, bro.
only killers Thurman
Go
fought.
ahead, y'all can have that shit, bro. Niggas
Only
don't like the
killers
truth
Thurman
around
fought was Danny and Sean.
So this is a two-part question.
Only killers.
Man,
Thurman
look,
fought was Danny and
hold
Sean.
on. Let's just shut this
To
Keith
me,
Thurman shit up right now. Why Keith Thurman didn't fucking fight EJ when he was the man? That nigga was ducking EJ the whole motherfucking time. I'm just saying, bro. We need to stop with this Keith Thurman capital shit, bro. This nigga, bro, be ducking like a motherfucker.
How
you ducking somebody when
you got an injury?
How you ducking somebody when you got an injury and you fighting guys like Pacquiao instead of them? The fuck are you talking about? So Thurman was supposed to duck Pacquiao and fight Spence? Is that what you said?
Hey, man, shout out to my people, man. Hit that like button. Shout out to my boy Big Taco, Brotherhood, Q the God, my boy Smoke. You know what I mean? Shout out to Kush the Greatest, and my boy Cassidy, man. Shout out to Shelton Moore. Man, TY, I see you, man. Hit that like button, man. Let's wrap this thing up, man, so we can get up and do it again, man. Let's wrap this thing up, man. I'm going to see y'all tonight, man.
His game up. We don't want to see no fucking Keith Thurman and none of them niggas. That nigga need another fight. You feel me? He not ready. And
Peace out.
If anybody think that Keith Thurman is ready for a top welterweight, you got sadly mistaken to me in my eyes. He is not ready. He needs some more work. But all right, H Money, I'll see you later.
I'm gonna see y'all tonight, man.
These
All
niggas
right,
think
y'all.
Mark
No more,
Cobb
fam.
is more relevant.
I played the
than
receipts.
Keith
I
Thurman
played
and
the
shit,
receipts for his us. I played it for him. Don't want to listen to it.
It's all good. Don't worry about it, man. We gonna do it again tonight, man. I'll see y'all
say
tonight,
nothing.
bro.
Say nothing.
Hit
Hate
the
money,
like button.
man.
For sure. Peace out, y'all.
Thurman by KO.